In the classroom of Class 8, Grade 3, at the Second Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Donglin City, southern Jiang province of the Daxia dynasty, the air was filled with youthful energy. Just then, a boy walked through the aisle with a report card in hand, announcing loudly, Lin Qingchen, 290 points. Mocking laughter erupted around him. This score was probably the lowest in the entire Donglin Second Academy. Lin Qingchen stared at the glaring report card. 93 in beast taming practical theory, 100 in beast knowledge, 97 in beast training and cultivation, 0 in practical simulation, totaling 290 points, ranking 54th in the class. In this world, what use is a perfect score in theory exams? Without the innate talent for beast taming, getting into a higher academy is impossible. In class, the teacher asked Lin Qingchen about the quality levels of beasts. He quietly answered, white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold. Gold is the highest quality, white the lowest. In this world of beast tamers, their ranks are divided from 1 to 9. Those above the 7th rank are considered beast taming masters. Even higher realms beyond the 9th rank are legendary within the entire Daxia. In the evening, at an orphanage in Donglin City, Lin Qingchen sat on the steps beneath the eaves, looking at the report card and shaking his head with a sigh. A clear voice called out, Brother Qingchen, it's time to eat. He looked towards the voice and saw a pretty girl, Lin Qingxue, leaning against the door. At the dinner table, Grandpa Xiao, the director, looked at Lin Qingchen, who was eating silently, and asked about his recent studies. Lin Qingchen mumbled, unable to speak about his poor grades. He was not only the worst student at Donglin's Second Academy, but also the first in the entire southern Jiang province to fail to form a beast contract. Late at night, Lin Qingchen lay in bed staring out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sharp barking of a dog shattered the night silence. Following the sound, he saw the director's contracted beast, De Huang, holding a long white object in its mouth. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Ding, beast evolution system has been bound. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen was momentarily stunned. Then a look of joy spread across his face. System. 18 years. Do you know how I've lived these 18 years? Congratulations, host, you've acquired the ability, Eye of Insight. A peculiar light flickered in Lin Qingchen's eyes. This ability enabled him to uncover all information about a beast, its strengths, weaknesses, status, type, and even its evolution path. It was enough to position him among top-tier beast theorists, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. Without a beast, even the most profound theoretical knowledge is just empty talk. Lin Qingchen recalled his attempt to bond with a green caterpillar. The creature wouldn't even spare him a glance before turning away. In the mighty realm of Daxia, even renowned theorists earned their reputation through formidable beasts. Just then, Lin Qingchen's attention was drawn to the prey in De Huang's mouth. He focused intently, and the system promptly provided detailed information. Beast name, Silver Snake. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Quality, white. Attribute, wind. Status, near death. Weakness, full of flaws. Evolution path, one path, requires a Tier 3 or higher. Purple quality beast core, plus 100 spirit crystals. Special note, contract difficulty is extremely low, success rate is 100. Seeing this information, Lin Qingchen's eyes lit up. Although the silver snake was of ordinary quality and low level, it was an excellent opportunity for a young man eager to become a beast master. He recalled ancient texts. Snakes become pythons, pythons become boas, boas become flood dragons, and flood dragons become dragons. Wanna live? Lin Qingchen asked the dying silver snake calmly. The silver snake let out a faint hiss, clearly understanding the boy's intent. When Lin Qingchen jokingly suggested De Huang should eat it, the snake's hissing grew frantic with a desperate will to survive. How about becoming my beast? Lin Qingchen suggested, crouching down and patting De Huang's head. I can save you. Despite its weakness, the silver snake quickly nodded in agreement. Although reluctant to give up its meal, De Huang obediently placed the snake down gently, giving its wounds a final lick, as if lamenting the loss of a midnight snack. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Qingchen began planning the steps for the contract. In the beast world, forming a contract was straightforward. Even elementary students could master it easily, and some exceptionally gifted students completed their first contract before entering intermediate academies. Even students from the second high school receive papers to sign contracts when they enter the school. Lin Qingchen looked at the crumpled contract paper he had forgotten in the corner, its complex patterns faintly visible under the dim light. He had neglected this paper because, with his talent, he felt like a disgrace to the people of Blue Star. But now, the situation was different. Following the teacher's instructions, he began to sign the contract. As the ritual concluded, the paper transformed into a hexagram and slowly merged into the silver snake's body. At the moment the contract succeeded, a strange connection was established between them. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, Lin Qingchen could understand the silver snake's intentions. Seeing the regret in the silver snake's eyes, Lin Qingchen gently stroked its smooth scales. Don't worry. This is the best decision you've made today. I'll help you reach the pinnacle of this beast-taming world. Although the silver snake had been somewhat coerced into the contract, he still needed to paint a promising picture. The silver snake hissed urgently, clearly urging Lin Qingchen to heal its injuries. What healing? As a beast, don't you have self-healing abilities? Lin Qingchen asked, bewildered. Hearing this, the silver snake's eyes widened in anger, and Lin Qingchen had no choice but to rush to the beast pharmacy overnight. This was, after all, his first mythical beast, and he couldn't let it die prematurely. As Lin Qingchen left the orphanage, a pretty girl with eyes glowing faintly gold appeared silently in midair. Brother Qingchen, you've finally become a beast tamer too. Lin Qingxue murmured to herself. As a beast tamer, her senses were extremely sharp. After hearing De Huang's cry, she followed him out. Watching the boy's hurried figure, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The next day on the way to school, a familiar voice made Lin Qingchen stop. Qingxue, what's up? Lin Qingxue took a black card from her pocket. This is for you. Upon seeing the words on the card, Lin Qingchen quickly waved his hands. I can't accept this. It was the scholarship Lin Qingxue had earned at the first high school, worth thousands of beast coins. Take it, doesn't Brother Qingchen have money to eat? The girl squinted mischievously. She knew Lin Qingchen had spent all his savings on medicine last night, as expenses related to beasts were always high. All right. Lin Qingchen reluctantly accepted it, secretly grumbling to himself. It's all because of this cheap beast that he ended up so embarrassed in front of the girl. But the medicine was effective. Overnight, Xiaobai's new name for the silver snake had healed significantly. Upon hearing this name, Xiaobai immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. In a corner of the streets of Donglin City, a strikingly handsome man lurked in the shadows, his gaze as sharp as a knife fixated on the retreating figure of Lin Qingchen. This young man, named Sidu Feng, was also a student at second high school, just like Lin Qingchen, but he belonged to the prestigious Sidu family, one of the three major families in Donglin City, making their statuses worlds apart. Qingxue, is that loser really worth your attention? Situ Feng muttered to himself, his eyes clouded with darkness. He suddenly punched the massive tree beside him, and with a thunderous crash, the sturdy trunk toppled over. Startled passers-by glanced over in fear and quickly detoured. Blood dripped from Situ Feng's knuckles, his eyes ablaze with anger and jealousy. Not long ago, Situ Feng had first laid eyes on Lin Qingxue and was immediately captivated by her stunning beauty, prompting him to pursue her fervently. However, Lin Qingxue remained indifferent to his advances, not even giving him a chance. Sidu Feng had assumed that someone who could win the heart of such an extraordinary girl must be a top talent in Donglin City, never imagining it would be someone like Lin Qingchen, whom he considered a loser. Using the power of the Sidu family, Lin Qingchen's background was quickly laid out before Sidu Feng. How can a nobody like him be so close to Lin Qingxue? Situ Feng gritted his teeth. It seems he hasn't heeded my warnings. Meanwhile, every seat in the classroom at Donglin's second high school was occupied. The competition in the world of beast taming was far more fierce than it had been in the past, and most students were diligently preparing for the upcoming beast taming mock exams. Some discussed practical skills, while others buried themselves in theoretical knowledge, all striving for the Daxia Beast Taming College entrance exam that could change their destinies and help them soar. In recent years, many ordinary students had emerged as successful beast tamers through the college entrance exam, giving hope to countless students. Chun, how do you solve this problem? A round voice broke the classroom silence. The speaker was a chubby boy named Wang Tao, whose beast taming skills were decent, but whose theoretical grades were abysmal. It was rumored that his father had spent a fortune hiring a theory tutor, but to little avail. Lin Qingchen glanced at the problem and, with a hint of resignation, began to patiently explain. Although Wang Tao was one of the few in the class who didn't look down on him for his low beast-taming aptitude, seeking help from the last in the class was quite amusing. Wang Tao listened to the explanation, chuckling. He knew well how outstanding Lin Qingchen's theoretical performance was. In terms of theory, he might even surpass the geniuses at first high school. Since middle school, Lin Qingchen's name had often been mentioned by his parents as a model child. However, after it was discovered that Lin Qingchen lacked the talent for beast taming, he fell from grace. Yet, in Wang Tao's heart, Lin Qingchen remained as admirable as ever. During middle school, Lin Qingchen often helped Wang Tao, patiently explaining difficult problems. Even now, without his beast-taming talent and with declining grades, Wang Tao still respects him. As Lin Qingchen was helping Wang Tao with a problem, an arrogant voice came from the classroom door. Hey, chubby, you're asking him for help? You'd be better off being nice and giving me some beast coins. I'll teach you properly. Wang Tao glanced displeased at the door and snapped. Huang Xing, do I need your input? He was in the middle of discussing a problem with Qingchen and wouldn't tolerate this interruption from Huang Xing. The man called Huang Xing strode in fearlessly, mocking. I just didn't expect the young master of the Wang family to ask a loser for help. He then looked provocatively at Lin Qingchen. Without a beast, What's your purpose in life? Lin Qingchen remained expressionless, but Wang Tao was instantly furious. Over the years, Lin Qingchen had helped him improve his grades, even giving him a shot at getting into the Beast Taming Academy. Now, Huang Xing dared to insult Lin Qingchen to his face. How could he tolerate this? Want to fight? I'll take you on. You green-haired turtle. Wang Tao shouted angrily, slamming the desk. A green six-pointed star array flashed, summoning his beast. A turtle glowing with green light appeared in the classroom. Its cold eyes fixed on Huang Xing. Lin Qingchen looked on with curiosity, seeing the beast's information panel appear. Beast name, green-haired turtle. Level, stage 1, level 7. Quality, green. Attribute, water. Status, normal. Weakness, wood attribute, lightning attribute. Evolution paths, 37. Lin Qingchen was secretly amazed that Wang Tao possessed a green-quality beast, a tier above his own Xiaobai, and with so many evolution paths. Facing the green-haired turtle, Huang Xing's expression changed slightly. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't actually a match for Wang Tao. But with so many eyes watching, he couldn't back down. A flash of white light, and he summoned a canine beast, but it seemed much weaker compared to the turtle. Lin Qingchen quietly observed the two beasts, easily seeing that the green-haired turtle was superior in both quality and strength. Just as the tension was about to escalate, a stern voice interrupted. Wang Tao, that's enough. This is a classroom. Both of them paused, and Lin Qingchen also looked towards the source of the voice. Following the sound, Lin Qingchen's gaze fell upon a man wearing glasses. His face was filled with displeasure, clearly unhappy about the two summoning their beasts. Lin Qingchen gave him a cursory glance, committing his face to memory. The man with glasses was none other than Ji Wu, the class monitor of grade 12, class 8. It was said he scored an impressive 450 in the last exam, enough to secure a spot in an ordinary beast academy. However, Lin Qingchen secretly felt that this class monitor seemed to have a double standard. When the yellow-haired guy provoked earlier, Ji Wu did not step in. Now, seeing that he might get beaten up, he decided to intervene. Ji Wu adjusted his glasses and said coldly, "The school rules clearly prohibit fighting between students and summoning beasts for battle. Do you want me to report this to the teacher?" Huang Xing immediately put on an innocent face, scratching his head as he argued. "Judge, I was forced into this. Wang Tao summoned his beast, and if I didn't, I'd be waiting to get hit." Ji Wu's tone softened slightly, and he said gently, "Put away your beasts, and let this be the last time." After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Wang Tao, the unspoken message clear. Even though Wang Tao's academic scores were average, his green turtle, with its defensive prowess, made even Ji Wu reluctant to provoke him. However, they were in the classroom, and as the class monitor, Ji Wu had a responsibility to maintain order. Wang Tao snorted, reluctantly retracting his green turtle into the beast space. Fighting in the classroom was indeed against the academy's rules, especially in front of the class monitor. He thought to himself that if they were outside, he would have already beaten Huang Xing to a pulp. Even with the backing of his family, Huang Xing wouldn't dare act recklessly at Donglin No. 2 High School. In Daxia, the academy's status often surpassed that of some nobles, let alone wealthy families like theirs. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, Huang Xing's smile grew wider. He put a foot on Lin Qingchen's desk and mocked. "Lin the great genius. Care to explain a problem to me?" Even the class monitor was on his side. So what could Lin Qingchen, who was at the bottom of class 8 in both grades, and without a beast, possibly do against him? Ji Wu ignored this scene, not intervening. He knew that Huang Xing's actions were backed by someone he couldn't afford to offend. Wang Tao's gaze towards Ji Wu and Huang Xing turned hostile. The class monitor had just stated that fighting was prohibited, yet Huang Xing was clearly provoking trouble. Before Lin Qingchen could respond, the surrounding students burst into laughter. In any world, there are always those who take pleasure in others' embarrassment. They all knew how poor Lin Qingchen's grades were. Even if his theoretical scores were good, what did it matter? He would still end up at the bottom of society along with the so-called underachievers. At that moment, a handsome young man entered the classroom. His arrival brought an instant hush, with the mocking looks in the eyes of those around replaced by envy and awe. Even Ji Wu stiffened slightly, watching the young man with a serious expression. The unexpected appearance of this young man made everyone feel surprised. His presence seemed to signal a new development in the situation. In the classroom of Donglin Secondary School No. 2, a tense standoff was unfolding. The foot of Class 8's monitor, Huang Xing, which was arrogantly placed on Lin Qingchen's desk, quickly retracted as if electrocuted the moment he saw the newcomer. His haughty demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Feng Xiao. The newcomer was none other than Sidu Feng, the acknowledged top prodigy of Donglin Secondary School No. 2. "What brings you here?" Lin Qingchen asked coldly, his tone indifferent. He was all too familiar with this persistent annoyance who wouldn't leave his sister Lin Qingxue alone. Lin Qingxue's stunning beauty and exceptional grace could indeed captivate countless young admirers. But to Lin Qingchen, Situ Feng was nothing more than a lustful fool driven by appearances. I came to see the great genius Lin, Situ Feng chuckled, shoving Huang Xing aside. He leaned in close to Lin Qingchen and whispered a threat. You're not worthy of Qingxue. Stay away from her, and I might make your time at school a bit easier. This wasn't the first warning from Situ Feng. What made him most envious was that Lin Qingchen, labeled as a nobody, could be so close to Lin Qingxue. After all, Lin Qingxue was a prodigy who even astonished the headmaster of First High School, and her rare orange-grade beast mastery was exceptional in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Not worthy, Lin Qingchen sneered. I'm the one living with her every day, accompanying her to school. Who do you think you are? These words completely infuriated Situ Feng. Remembering the intimate scene he had witnessed earlier in the corner, his jealousy erupted like a volcano. He slammed his hands heavily on Lin Qingchen's desk, and with a loud bang, the sturdy wooden desk shattered into pieces. Huang Xing, let's go, Situ Feng said as he turned to leave, throwing a final harsh remark. Time will prove I'm right, you don't deserve her. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Qingchen's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed after a while. He turned to Ji Wu beside him and managed a slight smile. Monitor, may I go get a new desk? Why wise? Ji Wu stammered, his back already drenched in cold sweat. As he watched Lin Qingchen walk away, an inexplicable shiver ran through him. Why did the light in that nobody's eyes make him feel so uneasy? It must be an illusion. Ji Wu silently dismissed the thought. Ding! With the crisp sound of the bell, classes at U Beast No. 2 High School came to an end. The classroom instantly buzzed with activity as students began packing their bags, ready to leave school. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before turning to Lin Qingchen beside him, asking softly, Chun, do you want to join me at the hunting grounds? His tone held a hint of concern. After all, Lin Qingchen hadn't formed a contract with a beast yet, which might affect his performance in the upcoming exams, not to mention the challenges posed by Situ Feng. In this world, the importance of beasts couldn't be overstated. Wang Tao thought to himself that if they could find some weaker beasts at the hunting grounds and weaken them, perhaps they could force a contract. Lin Qingchen raised an eyebrow at the suggestion, replying calmly, Why go to the hunting grounds? Wang Tao was momentarily speechless, looking at Lin Qingchen in confusion. Chun, haven't you contracted a beast yet? Going to the hunting grounds is obviously for forming a contract. Or is it for hunting? Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Who said I haven't contracted a beast? With that, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. Wang Tao was left standing there, bewildered. When did Chen contract a beast? How did he not know? Snapping out of it, he quickly caught up with Lin Qingchen. Hey, wait for me. Walking side by side across the campus, Wang Tao couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Chun, what kind of beast do you have? Lin Qingchen sighed, rubbing his forehead. In Xia, casually inquiring about someone else's beast was a major faux pas, akin to asking how much money someone had in their pocket on the street. However, considering Wang Tao was a classmate, Lin Qingchen decided to tell him. A giant python, Lin Qingchen answered succinctly. Wang Tao's eyes widened in shock. What? A giant python? That's at least a green-quality beast. Chun, you're on the rise. Lin Qingchen nodded slightly, thinking to himself that while Xiao Bai couldn't evolve yet, it was destined to grow into a divine dragon. Calling it a giant python wasn't an exaggeration. Excitedly, Wang Tao asked, Chun, how did you tame this giant python? His eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, hoping to learn some techniques to improve his own combat scores. Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly, good looks and luck. With that, he quickened his pace, leaving a stunned Wang Tao behind. As they exited the school gates, Lin Qingchen spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was his childhood friend Lin Qingxue, waiting to walk home with him. This had become a daily routine for them. Many male students passing by couldn't help but steal glances at the attractive pair, their eyes filled with envy. Just then, a playful voice caught Wang Tao's attention, brightening his eyes and lightening his steps. Could there really be such an enchanting girl in this world? The moment Wang Tao saw the young woman, his heart skipped a beat. Her beauty was so breathtaking that he began to imagine the names of their future children. He even secretly decided that if given the chance, he would be willing to take her surname. Brother Qingchen. The girl's clear voice snapped Wang Tao out of his daydream. Wang Tao was about to respond instinctively when he realized something was off. His body tensed slightly, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Brother Qingchen? Could this girl be Lin Qingchen's sister? Let's go home. Lin Qingchen casually handed the girl a bag, resting his hands behind his head with a nonchalant demeanor. Okay. Lin Qingxue responded obediently, gracefully taking the bag. The girl's obedient demeanor made all the nearby men stare, their eyes fixed on her, followed by envious glances directed at Lin Qingchen. Ugh, the good ones always go to the undeserving, someone muttered under their breath. Wang Tao watched the pair walk away, his gaze filled with admiration and respect. He pondered, such a stunning girl, and yet she's just carrying a bag? That shouldn't be the case, it should be. Meanwhile, in another corner outside the school, Situ Feng saw Lin Qingshue's radiant smile and clenched his fists. It seemed Lin Qingchen still hadn't heeded his warnings. The girl's smile was so captivating, but why was it directed at that loser? This thought made Situ Feng seethe with anger. This doesn't seem like the way home. Lin Qingchen glanced around at the increasingly unfamiliar surroundings, looking curiously at the girl beside him. Of course not. Lin Qingxue tilted her head with a playful smile. Brother Qingchen, it seems you've bonded with a beast. A confident smile appeared on her face. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen shrugged noncommittally. Is that why you brought me here? He asked. After bonding with the beast, he hadn't made it public, not even telling the headmaster or Qingxue. To him, Xiaobai was just of white quality, with weak strength, nothing worth boasting about. He knew the girl's talent was exceptional, unmatched by many in Donglin City. Moreover, Qingxue's beast could probably defeat thousands of Xiaobai. Yes. The girl nodded. As everyone knows, there are only two ways for a beast to become stronger: through a fortuitous evolution or by upgrading its level with materials. Lin Qingchen nodded slightly. This was indeed common knowledge in the world of beast bonding. Although the girl's idea was good, he was currently short on funds and couldn't even gather the materials for evolution. If he had the money, he would have already prepared the evolution materials for Xiaobai. Are you suggesting hunting beasts? Lin Qingchen looked directly at the girl's stunning face. So, you brought me here to help me get materials? Lin Qingxue blinked, but didn't answer, simply gazing quietly at the young man. Seeing her expression, Lin Qingchen sighed helplessly. All right. He thought to himself, whatever Qingxue wanted to do, he would go along with it. Even if she wanted to lead him into a dark forest to do unspeakable things. At this thought, Lin Qingchen's gaze involuntarily fell on the girl's bright eyes, which innocently stared back at him, almost inviting mischief. In truth, all Qingxue had to do was ask. There was no need to be so cryptic. Lin Qingchen thought silently to himself. Xiaobai. He softly called his bonded beast, ready to embrace the unknown adventure ahead. Where are we? Lin Qingchen asked softly, looking around and sensing the increasingly eerie environment. His hand gently caressed the head of the girl beside him, his touch both tender and protective. Lin Qingshue's cheeks were slightly flushed, standing out against the dark forest around them. She replied quietly, this is an unnamed beast mountain range, where the beasts aren't particularly high level. She paused before adding, it said a thunder python resides here. She glanced at the young man, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Qingchen, your contract is with a white snake, right? The thunder python and the white snake are related, so its beast core might be beneficial for you. Lin Qingchen raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by her words. He had always thought of Lin Qingxue as a gentle and well-behaved girl, not expecting her to be so knowledgeable about hunting beasts and treasure. Lin Qingxue continued to explain, the beast core is the most valuable part of a beast, containing immense energy. Even a low-tier beast core is quite valuable. Her tone carried a touch of confidence. By my estimation, this thunder python should be around tier 3, similar to me. But with my spiritual skills, a wild thunder python won't be a match for me. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue stopped in her tracks, alert. We must be in the thunder python's territory. We just need to lure it out. Before she finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed through the mountains. Lightning flickered between the trees, clearly indicating that the thunder python had sensed intruders. Unfazed, Lin Qingxue called softly, come out, fire fox. As she spoke, a red hexagram appeared on the ground. Intense fire elements gathered in the air, and a cute red-skinned fox materialized before them. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but smirk at the suddenly dramatic scene. He silently mocked himself. Does summoning beasts really have to be this elaborate? Would he have to shout something like, Little White, appear, in the future? That would be so embarrassing. However, upon seeing the fire fox's attributes, Lin Qingchen had to admit Lin Qingshue's strength was indeed impressive. Orange quality, tier 3, level 4, with limitless potential. He recalled that last year's top beast tamer in Luojiang province barely reached tier 4, and he couldn't help but wonder, could Qingxue really become the top tamer? Just then, a giant python appeared before them. Lin Qingchen quickly assessed its attributes. Tier 3, level 6, purple quality, thunder attribute. Tier 3, level 6. Lin Qingchen looked at Lin Qingxue, pondering. Qingxue should be able to handle it, right? Although the thunder python was 2 levels higher than the fire fox, the fire attribute had some restraining effect on thunder. With a thought, Lin Qingchen summoned a small, jade-white snake through a 6-pointed star array. He was relieved that summoning beasts was so convenient, without the need for shouting. Xiaobai, you handle the long-range harassment, Lin Qingchen instructed, aware that Xiaobai's strength was insufficient for direct confrontation. The gap between a first-level and a third-level beast was significant. Xiaobai, however, shook its little head, hissing softly. What? You can't attack from a distance? Lin Qingchen was taken aback. He wondered how this little creature had survived until now by being cute, perhaps? Xiaobai blinked innocently, as if to say, that's exactly it. Resigned, Lin Qingchen placed his hopes on the girl beside him. Flame claws, a cool voice commanded. The firefox's paws glowed red as it swiped 2 solid claw marks at the thunder python. The python retaliated with a bolt of lightning, but the claws split it in two. Lin Qingchen felt somewhat reassured. The battle seemed under control. However, the thunder python, upon seeing Xiao Bai, showed a manic excitement, its eyes turning blood red and drooling. Instinctively, it sensed that devouring the white snake would greatly enhance its power. Qingchen, get out of the way. Lin Qingxue shouted urgently as the firefox launched another claw attack. The thunder python ignored the assault, keeping its focus locked on Xiao Bai. Lin Qingchen crouched down, gently stroking the little snake's head. Be good, go hide. Xiao Bai turned into white light and vanished. Facing the threat of a third-level wild beast, he felt powerless. Hopefully, Xiao Bai's next owner will treat it well. Lin Qingchen sighed internally, calmly watching the charging thunder python. If he could travel back, he resolved to write a beast-taming story with a stronger protagonist, unlike his current self. The thunder python, seeing its target disappear, was enraged and fixated on Lin Qingchen. Suddenly, a dragon's roar filled the air, and the python was instantly torn apart, a lightning-imbued apparition emerging from it. The sky darkened, and the purple dragon apparition gave Lin Qingchen a complex look before entering his mind. You have returned. A deep voice echoed in Lin Qingchen's head before he fainted. The majestic, thunderous presence dissipated with him. Lin Qingxue, at a loss, watched the unconscious boy, relieved he was temporarily safe. Was that a dragon? A voice suddenly asked. Lin Qingxue turned sharply to see a handsome young man standing on a branch, slightly out of breath. Who would have thought there'd be a dragon in Daxia? Even if just a trace of its essence, the young man muttered to himself. Who are you? Lin Qingxue asked warily. The young man chuckled. I'm Bailey Hongfeng. Let me take care of him. I won't let anything happen to him. Why should I trust you? Lin Qingxue demanded, with the firefox ready to strike. Bailey Hongfeng rubbed his nose and mentioned a name that made Lin Qingxue's eyes narrow. If we don't leave now, the big shots from Donglin City will be here soon, Bailey Hongfeng said with a slight smile. Lin Qingxue nodded slowly. All right, please take care of him. Since this person knew him, he probably wouldn't harm Qingchen. Looking around at the luxurious yet unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Qingchen felt a bit confused. Memories from last night flashed through his mind like a carousel. The giant python, the mysterious dragon, everything seemed like a dream. He gently shook his head, carefully assessing his physical condition. Strangely, aside from some disorientation, he didn't feel any pain at all. Xiao Bai. With a thought, a snake, jade-like and white, instantly appeared beside him. Compared to before, Xiao Bai's appearance hadn't changed much, but there was now a faint purple pattern in its eyes, along with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Instinctively, Lin Qingchen checked Xiao Bai's attribute panel. Beast name, Xiao Bai Silver Snake. Level, Tier 1, Level 5. Quality, white. Attribute, wind. Status, normal. Weakness, indescribable. Evolution path, requires a Tier 3 or higher Thunder Beast core, 100 Thunder Spirit Herbs, 100 Spirit Crystals. Seeing this familiar information panel, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but smile with delight. Despite the harrowing events of last night, Xiao Bai's strength had actually increased. It's well known that enhancing a white-quality beast's power is extremely difficult, and even the wealthiest wouldn't foolishly invest significant resources into a white-quality beast. You're awake. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Qingchen looked cautiously toward the source of the voice, then quickly returned Xiao Bai to the beast space. Who are you? I'm Bailey Hongfeng, just a passing beast tamer. The young man smiled calmly. Where's Qingxue? Lin Qingchen glanced around, remembering a worried voice he heard before losing consciousness. She should be in class at the academy right now. Bailey Hongfeng explained. Don't worry, I've already informed your teacher about your absence. In this world, beast academies take the safety of their students very seriously. After all, no one can predict which ordinary student might, by chance, grow into a powerful beast tamer. This is why the Xia dynasty implements 9 years of compulsory education. However, performing poorly in the beast-taming entrance exam means losing the opportunity to enter higher institutions. For every youth dreaming of becoming a beast tamer, the entrance exam is an unavoidable hurdle. Thank you. Lin Qingchen expressed his gratitude with a nod, then got up to leave. Are you sure you're all right? Bailey Hongfeng asked with concern. What seems to be the problem? Lin Qingchen asked with a puzzled expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Bailey Hongfeng waved his hand dismissively, looking relaxed. It's nothing, he's doing fine. However, he thought to himself, this young man endured the terrifying shadow of the Thunder Dragon without a scratch. That's quite remarkable. Even I would struggle to do that now. But then, anyone who catches that person's attention wouldn't be ordinary. Lin Qingchen respectfully said, Thank you for your help, sir. If everything is settled, may I go to class now? He was already considering that if given the chance, he must treat this young man to a meal in the future. As for compensating with materials, he couldn't afford it right now. Go ahead, Bailey Hongfeng replied with an amused smile, thinking how this kid's love for learning was the complete opposite of how he used to be. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a purple crystal from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Qingchen. Oh, take this. Lin Qingchen caught it in surprise. Is this a lightning attribute beast core? He murmured, his heart racing. This was something valuable, something he'd have to save up for a year to buy? Bailey Hongfeng nodded. Yes, it's the beast core of the Thunder Spirit Python, quite good quality. It's of no use to me, and I have plenty. Lin Qingchen initially wanted to refuse, but hearing this, he pocketed the crystal. He thought to himself, this was exactly the third-tier lightning beast core he needed for evolution. It seemed Bailey Hongfeng had quite the background. Thank you, sir. I will repay this kindness someday, Lin Qingchen promised with a solemn bow. Regardless of the reason behind the gesture, he would remember this favor. As he was about to leave, Lin Qingchen suddenly realized he was lost. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and asked, how do I get to Donglin's second high school from here? Bailey Hongfeng chuckled and provided detailed directions. After expressing his thanks, Lin Qingchen hurried off, anxious not to miss any important lessons. Watching the young man's departing figure, Bailey Hongfeng toyed with the purple scale in his hand, a relic from the Thunder Spirit Python's belly, once containing the shadow of a divine dragon, now dim and lifeless. He was amused as he imagined the boy's reaction when they met again and he learned who he really was. Just then, a well-dressed middle-aged man approached respectfully, asking if the accommodations were satisfactory. Bailey Hongfeng nodded in approval, mentioning he would be leaving today. The man quickly assured him that everything would be well maintained for his next visit. Bailey Hongfeng couldn't help but smile wryly at the man's excessive enthusiasm. Mr. Gao, where did Lin Qingchen go? Wang Tao's face showed a hint of anxiety as he quickly walked to the front of the classroom to ask. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, with classmates straining to hear the teacher's response. Various dreadful scenarios flashed through Wang Tao's mind. Lin Qingchen hadn't shown up for class since this morning. Could it be that Sidu Feng had harmed him? The thought made Wang Tao's heart sink. After all, Chen doesn't have a beast companion and is just like any ordinary person. With Situ Feng's background, it would be all too easy to target a civilian student. Worry deepened on Wang Tao's face, and his heart was filled with a mix of anger and sadness as he silently cried out in his mind, "My poor Chen." Mr. Gao noticed Wang Tao's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't worry, he's already taken leave. What's with that face? You look like you're mourning. Hearing that Lin Qingchen was safe, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to return to his seat, he caught sight of a familiar figure at the classroom door. "Chun!" Wang Tao exclaimed, instantly drawing the attention of the entire class. Lin Qingchen walked into the classroom with a blank expression, ignoring the various looks directed his way. Some eyes held disdain, while others showed pity. To them, Lin Qingchen seemed to have given up on himself because he didn't have a beast companion, skipping classes altogether. A few female classmates felt a twinge of sympathy at his apparent downfall. Mr. Gao noticed and softly said, "Since you're here, take a seat. There's something important I need to tell you all later." Something important? Lin Qingchen was slightly puzzled, wondering what could be more significant than the beast companion exam. The class soon passed by. As it was about to end, Mr. Gao tapped the blackboard to get everyone's attention. Clearing his throat, he mysteriously announced, "This year, there's a special benefit for you all." With that, Mr. Gao pulled a dark object from his pocket, holding it up for everyone to see. This is a beast bracelet, used to log into the Beast Battle Network. Beast Battle Network. A buzz of whispers filled the classroom. Some students' eyes lit up with excitement, having heard rumors about this legendary new product, but not knowing its exact purpose. They never expected to see it in person today. Mr. Gao continued, "This tool allows you to enter a virtual combat platform, helping each of you improve your practical combat skills." Wow! The classroom erupted with excitement as students eagerly discussed the possibilities this unexpected surprise could bring. Improving practical performance? It's well known that to enhance one's beast-taming combat skills, aside from improving the quality and level of the beasts, there are only two paths: hiring a professional theorist for guidance or finding a senior beast tamer for practice. However, both methods are prohibitively expensive for ordinary students, affordable only to wealthy individuals like Wang Tao. At that moment, Teacher Gao's announcement froze the classroom atmosphere. He claimed he could help everyone improve their combat skills, dropping this bombshell that exploded in the students' minds. "Really?" A student stammered, eyes brimming with hope. Teacher Gao nodded with a smile, then added, "However, the Beast Combat platform is currently only open to tamers below the 3rd rank. This restriction was almost non-existent for Class 8. In fact, there wasn't a single 3rd-rank Beast Tamer in the entire Donglin No. 2 high school. Even the exceptionally talented Sidu Feng was only a 2nd-rank tamer, with a long way to go before reaching the 3rd rank. Teacher Gao began distributing the beast bracelets. The students received them cautiously, as if they were holding precious treasures. After all, this could be the key to improving their practical exam scores. Just then, a pretty girl in white noticed that teacher Gao had an extra bracelet. Her graceful figure was accentuated by her attire, drawing the attention of many male students. Teacher Gao, could you give me that extra one? She asked softly, her cheeks slightly flushed like ripe apples, tempting a bite. With a troubled expression, Teacher Gao explained, this remaining bracelet is reserved for Lin Qingchen. No sooner had he spoken than a student objected. But teacher, Lin Qingchen doesn't have a beast. It would be wasted on him. It would be more useful for Qi Yan. Arguments erupted, and the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, a calm voice cut through the noise. Teacher Gao, please give me the bracelet. I've contracted a beast, Lin Qingchen said with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding discussions. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Teacher Gao studied the boy, pondering whether this one-slotted genius was finally making a comeback. You've contracted a beast? Who are you fooling? A student sneered. Wang Tao immediately jumped in excitedly. Don't doubt it. I know for a fact that Chen's beast is a giant python. This revelation was like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, causing a massive stir. The classroom fell silent, all eyes on Lin Qingchen in astonishment. A giant python? Someone whispered. Even an ordinary one would be at least of green quality. Did Lin Qingchen really contract such a beast? Feeling the envious gazes around him, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but touch his nose. For 3 years, this was the first time he had received such attention. Since his Beast Mastery talent test results were announced, he hadn't felt such looks. However, he merely glanced calmly around at the classmates and shook his head lightly. The opinions of others didn't concern him. Lin Qingchen had only one goal in mind, to become stronger and to compete with the prodigies in the upcoming Beast Mastery entrance exams. Even though he now owned a beast, with only a first-tier, white-quality beast, his chances of getting into the academy were still slim. Evolving Xiao Bai was urgent. The teacher, slightly taken aback, slowly spoke. Since you have a beast, this beast bracelet will be of some use to you. As he spoke, a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes, as if pondering whether this student, once considered a failure, was finally about to show his potential. No way. Absolutely not. The student who had previously doubted him shook his head vehemently, his voice filled with resentment. How could such a failure possibly form a contract with a giant python? Unless you summon your beast, I won't believe it. As he spoke, he made a move to rush towards Lin Qingchen. Bang! A loud crash stunned the entire room, and all the students were taken aback. They saw Mr. Gao strike the lecture desk with his palm, splitting the hard surface in half. Even more terrifying was the green light flickering in Mr. Gao's pupils, like a lone wolf in the night, exuding a dangerous aura. The once arrogant student instantly fell silent, and the other students stared in shock at Mr. Gao on the podium. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qingchen's eyes as he thought. The usually gentle Mr. Gao had such a fierce side, suggesting he might not be just an ordinary theorist, but a high-level beast master. Mr. Gao surveyed the room coldly and said, "This is a classroom, and we must behave accordingly. Lin Qingchen, come up and take your beast bracelet." Although his tone remained icy, the green light in his eyes quietly faded. Lin Qingchen respectfully accepted the beast bracelet with both hands. "Thank you, Mr. Gao." Returning to his seat, he put the bracelet away, intending to study its use after Xiao Bai evolved. While the beast battle platform had level restrictions, there were countless students below the 3rd tier throughout Luojiang province, and even the entire Xia kingdom. With his current strength, entering the platform would be akin to inviting humiliation. As the teacher finished distributing the Beast Master bracelets, break time quietly arrived. The students of Class 8 gradually shifted their attention away from Lin Qingchen, understanding that possessing a beast wouldn't significantly impact them. In the upcoming Beast Master exam, their competition wasn't just a single person or class, but peers from all over Donglan City and even Luojiang province. In the classroom, some students opted to use this brief break to relax their tense nerves. The girl who had shown interest in Lin Qingchen earlier sighed inwardly as he put away his bracelet. She lowered her head to open her book for some revision, a flicker of darkness crossing her eyes, before she discreetly glanced at Lin Qingchen. With the Beast Master exam approaching, the teacher didn't have much new material to cover. What the students could do now was to fill in gaps in their knowledge and focus on their revision. Today's dismissal time was slightly earlier than usual. "Chun, I'm heading out first to try out this Beast Master bracelet." Wang Tao excitedly waved goodbye at the school gate, secretly hoping his green turtle would shine on the beast battle platform. "All right," Lin Qingchen nodded in response. He scanned his surroundings but didn't spot the familiar figure, so he headed home. He thought to himself that Lin Qingshue's school should be on break too, and even someone as gifted as her must feel some pressure from such a significant exam. After walking for a while, Lin Qingchen suddenly stopped, cautiously looking around. The orphanage was in a secluded area, and the road was so quiet that he could hear 2 sets of footsteps, even though he was alone. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Come out. No need to hide." He thought to himself that whoever had followed him this far without concealing their steps must be quite confident. He wondered if Xiao Bai could handle the situation. Impressive, such keen perception. A cold voice sounded, leaving Lin Qingchen stunned. When he looked toward the source of the voice, his shock deepened. Standing before him was not the assassin sent by Situ Feng as he had expected, but a young girl he recognized. "It's you?" Lin Qingchen exclaimed in surprise at the familiar figure. It was the same young woman with a graceful figure he had seen earlier, though she seemed different now. "That guy is too weak. If he wants it, why not just take it?" The girl, Qi Yan, muttered to herself, her tone tinged with disdain. Lin Qingchen found her words puzzling but remained on guard, ready to summon Xiao Bai. However, the scene that unfolded next made him abandon the idea entirely. A black bird perched on Qi Yan's shoulder, and Lin Qingchen's mind was immediately filled with a panel displaying. Beast name, Dark Feather Phoenix. Bloodline level, Tier 3, Level 9. Quality, Gold. Attribute, Dark. Status, Normal. Weakness, Light attribute. Evolution route. Seeing this information, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but mentally exclaim, "Damn." Faced with such a formidable opponent, he felt a wave of powerlessness. Staring at the familiar panel, Lin Qingchen's pupils dilated with shock, his inner turmoil barely concealed. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Third tier, 9th level? And a legendary golden quality? It was simply unbelievable. Even someone as gifted as Qingxue only had a beast of orange quality. How could this seemingly unremarkable girl be so powerful? Lin Qingchen rubbed his eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming he hadn't made a mistake. He gasped, thinking to himself that something was amiss. In his memory, this girl only had a white quality beast. So how had she suddenly become so formidable? "Aren't you going to summon your beast?" Qi Yan asked coolly, with a hint of challenge in her voice. Lin Qingchen responded with a wry smile. "Summon? Summon for what?" "To offer your beast a midnight snack." He thought to himself that even if she overpowered him in the middle of nowhere, he would be helpless. As for killing him, that seemed unlikely. After all, they were classmates, and he had never wronged her. "Beast bracelet," the girl said tersely, her gaze fixed on Lin Qingchen, saying no more. Here, here, here." Lin Qingchen quickly retrieved the bracelet from his pocket and handed it to the girl in front of him. He thought, if she wanted it, she could have just asked instead of scaring him like that. Watching her leave, Lin Qingchen exhaled deeply and sat down on the ground. He resolved to evolve Xiao Bai by the weekend. As for the beast bracelet, he'd consider it a small price to pay for avoiding disaster. He was confident that once Xiao Bai evolved, it would excel in the beast mastery exams. After a moment, Lin Qingchen slowly got up, dusted off his pants, and headed home. He murmured to himself, "Let's just get home first," with a hint of resignation on his face. Returning to the orphanage, despite the somewhat cold atmosphere, it still felt warm. At the dinner table, Lin Qingxue noticed Lin Qingchen's unusual silence and asked with concern, "Qingchen Gij, what's wrong?" Lin Qingchen paused, unsure of how to explain. If he said a girl had cornered him, Qingxue might rush to confront Qi Yan at school. "It's nothing," Lin Qingchen replied absent-mindedly, shaking his head. "Qingchen Gij was never like this before. You never lied to me," Lin Qingxue said, narrowing her eyes with a hint of danger in her tone. The director watched the scene unfold, smiling silently. Lin Qingchen cleared his throat, deciding to change the subject. "Actually, it's about Xiao Bai's evolution materials not being gathered yet. I'm a bit anxious." This was indeed a concern for him, as even with the beast core, the value of Thunder Spirit Grass and Spirit Crystal was quite high. "It's okay, no rush. I can help you save up," Lin Qingxue said, relieved that her brother was not in any real trouble. As for beast coins, she wasn't lacking. Lin Qingchen shook his head slightly. Save up slowly. Time was running out for him. He felt a growing sense of urgency, knowing he needed to quickly come up with a solution for the challenges ahead. The headmaster's usually calm eyes flickered with emotion at the mention of evolution, and the corners of his eyes grew slightly moist. This subtle change did not escape Lin Qingchen's notice. "Grandpa Xiao, I'll go feed Da Huang and take it for a walk," Lin Qingchen said after finishing his meal, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Go ahead." The headmaster nodded in agreement. Lin Qingchen went to the courtyard and prepared food for Da Huang. He gently stroked Da Huang's fur and softly said, "Take your time eating, Da Huang. There's no rush." Once he confirmed they were alone, he shared his day's strange encounter in a low voice. "Let me tell you something weird happened today. The girl who hit me turned out to be of golden quality. It's unbelievable. Golden quality, Tier 3, Level 9. Can a person really reach that?" Da Huang continued eating, oblivious to its owner's concerns. Lin Qingchen opened the system interface to check Da Huang's information again. Beast name, level, quality, attribute, status, weakness, evolution path. Sigh. It seems Da Huang isn't just of white quality. It's so white that even the system can't identify it. Lin Qingchen lamented with a bitter smile. He had hoped to help Da Huang evolve, but reality was too harsh. He once thought there was a system error, but today's experience proved otherwise. Da Huang can't be more powerful than a golden quality beast, can it? He joked to himself. If that were true, why hasn't it reacted to anything I've said? Da Huang, let's go out and train. Lin Qingchen stood up, rubbing Da Huang's head. Even if you're just a white quality beast, you shouldn't succumb to fate. Da Huang tilted its head, looking confused. As night fell, in an era without nighttime distractions, the young boys and girls were already asleep. Late at night, a handsome young man quietly opened the door and entered the orphanage's hall. What a familiar feeling. The young man took a deep breath, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Despite his travels, his heart always longed for this place. Why did you come back at night? Headmaster Xiao appeared at the stairway, his face showing displeasure. Sorry, teacher. I didn't want to disturb their rest. The young man replied in a hushed voice, smiling wryly. Shall we go outside and catch up? If Lin Qingchen were here, he would recognize the young man as the one who gave him the Tier 3 Thunder Beast Core. By the way, do you have any beast coins? Headmaster Xiao suddenly asked. Bailey Hongfeng was momentarily stunned. Beast coins are typically used for buying ordinary materials, so he was puzzled but still asked, how many do you need? How many do you have? Headmaster Xiao countered. Bailey Hongfeng's face showed a bitter expression, as if envisioning his impending financial ruin. Qingchen, wait a moment. Lin Qingchen stopped abruptly, his left foot hovering just above the doorstep. He turned back to look at Grandpa Xiao, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What's the matter, Grandpa Xiao? Dean Xiao slowly retrieved a black card from his pocket, its golden patterns gleaming in the morning light. He handed the card to Lin Qingchen, who was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the crystal card that resembled a bank card from his previous life. In this world of beast tamers, such a black crystal card was a symbol of status and privilege, possessed only by those with significant power and influence. Take this, Dean Xiao insisted, placing the card into Lin Qingchen's hand. A friend visited me recently and made a donation to the orphanage. You need this money right now. Lin Qingchen accepted the crystal card, his emotions a whirlwind. He had never heard of Grandpa Xiao having any influential friends, but as Dean Xiao mentioned, he desperately needed the money for Xiao Bai's evolution. Without enough beast-taming currency, gathering the rare evolution materials would be impossible. Even spending all his time before the beast-taming exams wouldn't suffice. Unlike in games, these materials couldn't simply be refreshed, and missing out meant losing the opportunity. Thank you, Lin Qingchen murmured, silently vowing to repay this debt as soon as possible. Over the years, Dean Xiao had raised him, and now he was solving his immediate problem. This kindness was a debt he feared he could never fully repay. No need for thanks, Dean Xiao responded with a slight pause, a complex expression flickering in his deep-set eyes. All right then, I'm off. Lin Qingchen called as he jogged toward the city center, where the richest resources of the beast-taming world were concentrated. With enough money, almost anything could be bought. Go ahead and be safe. As he watched the young man disappear into the distance, Dean Xiao sighed deeply and turned toward the Forbidden Pavilion. In Lin Qingchen's memory, this place held a special significance. Even Lin Qingxue, the most favored, had been scolded for accidentally intruding, and Lin Qingchen had sensed the old man's anger. The pavilion door creaked open, and a beam of light fell upon a portrait on the wall. The painting depicted a young man with a vividly lifelike azure phoenix standing behind him. Dean Xiao stood silently for a long time before finally turning to leave. As the door closed, black flames quietly ignited, consuming the portrait to nothingness, leaving not even ash behind. Meanwhile, the main street of Donglin City was bustling with activity. Among the diverse crowd were beast tamers purchasing materials and ordinary citizens investing in their children's futures, creating a lively and prosperous scene. Although they cannot form contracts with beasts and are at the bottom of this world, they hope their children won't live the same life. Every parent shares the same dream. They hope their child can become a beast master. This profession not only symbolizes infinite hope, but also represents a bright future. Lin Qingchen finally stopped in front of a magnificent store. This building, whether in layout or scale, far surpassed the surrounding structures. The golden signboard, with the words, Wansho Chamber of Commerce, shone brilliantly under the sunlight. As a native of Donglin City, Lin Qingchen had long heard of the famous Wansho Chamber of Commerce. This place not only provides various materials for numerous beasts, but is also rumored to have drawn a 6th-level beast master from afar just to purchase a specific herb. Although the rumor might be exaggerated, the chamber indeed offers a comprehensive range of goods, including the thunder spirit grass and spirit crystal that Lin Qingchen needed for his visit. As soon as Lin Qingchen stepped into the chamber, a sweet voice greeted him. Hello, my name is Qi Yan. How can I help you? Qi Yan. Lin Qingchen was slightly taken aback, the name strangely familiar. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Oh my, you. He pointed at the girl in front of him, stumbling over his words. The girl was already blushing deeply, seemingly more flustered than Lin Qingchen. Just as Lin Qingchen was about to turn and leave the scene, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning back, he saw the girl shyly holding onto his sleeve, her face so red it seemed as if it could bleed. I'm sorry, Qian said softly. That day, there were reasons. Oh, this bracelet, I'll return it to you now. She quickly let go and tried to take out the Beastmaster bracelet. No, that bracelet is a gift for you. Lin Qingchen hurriedly stopped her. He was all too familiar with this scenario. Yesterday, she had shyly offered it to him, and on the way home from school, almost. Who could guarantee that if he accepted the bracelet now, he wouldn't meet this girl again tonight? Hearing Lin Qingchen's words, Qian clutched her clothes tightly, looking completely at a loss. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached, smiling. Apologies, sir. Our employee is a bit shy. Lin Qingchen rolled his eyes internally. Shy? Wasn't it her he met on the way home from school? Who is really afraid of whom? No problem. I know her, Lin Qingchen said, waving his hand. At the moment, he couldn't act tough, but once Xiaobai evolves, things might change. The saying goes, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Don't bully the young and naive. Oh, you know each other. The manager's gaze swept between Lin Qingchen and Qi Yin, then he smiled. Then you can accompany your little boyfriend around today, consider it half a day off. With the manager's sharp eyes and the girl's shy demeanor, it wasn't hard to guess their relationship. No wonder the girl's face was so red, it turns out. No, it's not like that. Qi Yin hurriedly tried to explain, her face turning even redder. However, before she could finish, the manager gave Lin Qingchen a meaningful look and walked away with large strides. Lin Qingchen was left bewildered, unsure of how to handle this sudden awkward situation. About the bracelet, I'm sorry. Qi Yin stood on the second floor of the guild, nervously gripping the hem of her clothes, her voice barely a whisper. This was where they usually entertained guests, and although she worked here, it was her first time in this part of the building. The exquisite decor and high-end furniture made her feel a bit out of place. Lin Qingchen quickly waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, really. His gaze lingered on Qi Yin, curiosity piqued. But what do you need a beast-taming bracelet for? Having two won't make a difference. He recalled the third-tier beast he had seen before and asked, puzzled. Also, beasts of that level can't really access any platforms, can they? Qi Yin bit her lip lightly, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Can I not say? Of course, that's fine. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. With that, a silence fell between them once more, the air seeming to freeze, broken only by the faint sound of footsteps in the distance. After a moment, Qi Yin gathered her courage and said softly, the one who hit you that day wasn't me. What? Lin Qingchen looked at the girl in front of him, bewildered. If it wasn't you, then who was it? His eyes were full of doubt. Could I have been mistaken? Feeling Lin Qingchen's skeptical gaze, Qi Yan's cheeks flushed with color, as if she found it hard to speak. Her fingers intertwined nervously, her eyes darting around. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own memory. Could it really not have been this seemingly fragile girl? He tentatively asked, do you have a sister, perhaps? Qi Yan hesitated before nodding slightly. Well, sort of. Her cheeks turned even redder, her chest rising and falling gently, creating a unique scene. Lin Qingchen thought to himself, who would believe that? Even twins wouldn't have identical legs and upper bodies. Qi Yan seemed eager to change the subject and asked, by the way, what are you doing here? This is the Beast Taming Guild. Her blush had subsided slightly, but was still visible. Clearly, she hadn't expected to run into Lin Qingchen here, considering they were both from humble backgrounds and presumably didn't have the savings to shop in such a place. Lin Qingchen shrugged, answering frankly, buying materials. What else would I do here? Huh. Qi Yan's mouth opened slightly, her face a picture of confusion, as if she couldn't grasp the meaning of his words. Looking at the bewildered, rosy-cheeked girl before him, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but admire her, so cute. His gaze involuntarily wandered, and he sighed inwardly. And she looked so young. Snapping back to reality, Lin Qingchen asked with a smile, so, Qi Yan, could you help me gather some materials? Huh? Oh, sure. Qi Yan agreed but then hesitated. But do you have the money? She was worried Lin Qingchen might find himself in an awkward situation if he couldn't pay after buying the items. Lin Qingchen raised his black card confidently. For now, yes. While Qi Yan seemed all right in their interactions, Lin Qingchen couldn't shake his suspicions. If her behavior that day was her true nature, it was quite frightening. A gold-tier beast was unheard of in the entire Xia, yet Qi Yan didn't seem to be lying. Lin. A gentle voice pulled Lin Qingchen back to the present. He looked at the puzzled girl before him, scratching his head sheepishly. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. As Lin Qingchen observed Qi Yan again, he thought, such an adorably clueless girl, she doesn't seem like the type to be scheming. But the truth of the matter remained an enigma. Lin Qingchen stood at the counter with a large bag in hand, while Qi Yan, seeing the contents, instinctively covered her mouth in shock. Her mind raced with disbelief. There were 100 thunder spirit herbs and 100 spirit crystals in that bag. Such items could easily buy several houses in the city center. She couldn't fathom how Lin's card could hold so much money. What's wrong? Lin Qingchen noticed Qi Yan's reaction and asked, puzzled. He thought to himself, what's there to be surprised about? Someone with a gold-level beast companion surely has significant backing, with resources poured into their development. Even the official authorities of Dexia would be interested. This amount of money shouldn't be a big deal to her. Check out, please. Card payment, he said calmly as he placed the large bag on the counter. The cashier behind the counter widened her eyes. Although she had seen many customers purchasing rare materials and high-grade beast cores, she'd never witnessed anyone like Lin Qingchen, who seemed to be buying in bulk. She was momentarily stunned before regaining her composure and began tallying up the total. After calculating, the cashier took a deep breath and looked at Lin Qingchen in shock. This batch of goods was worth millions of beast coins, and the young man before her, seemingly her age, was spending so lavishly. Lin Qingchen casually pulled out a black crystal card and placed it on the counter. Seeing the card, the cashier's expression grew even more astonished, and she respectfully bowed, saying, I'm sorry, but this may take a moment. Moments later, a middle-aged man replaced the previous cashier, appearing to be a manager from the Wan Beast Trading Association. He respectfully said, Sir, this batch of materials is on the house. As he spoke, he pushed the materials toward Lin Qingchen, a pained expression flashing in his eyes. Giving away goods worth millions was indeed extravagant. However, since it was the boss's decision, he dared not object. Free. Lin Qingchen was full of doubt. Was the Beast Trading Association doing charity? Or was it like in the novels, where they saw his potential and wanted to invest? But he was merely a first-tier beast master with a white-quality beast, hardly anything special. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at Qi Yan. Perhaps it was her identity that had some connection to the Beast Trading Association? That would explain the maid's earlier look of surprise. No need. A beast master born of the heavens and earth does not accept charity, Lin Qingchen said confidently, standing tall. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but then apologetically said, Sorry, the boss instructed that if you don't accept the gift, then the materials won't be sold. To know the times is to be a true beast master. Please convey my gratitude to your boss, Lin Qingchen said softly, then unceremoniously took the materials. Qi Yan, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, couldn't help but chuckle. Chairman, those materials are worth millions. Are you just giving them away like that? Behind the curtain, a graceful silhouette hinted at a perfect figure. The manager stood with a bow, his tone filled with curiosity but devoid of any doubt. He speculated that the young man who had just left must be someone of great importance, which was why he had granted Qi Yan half a day off to properly attend to this distinguished guest. It's fine, came a clear and melodious voice. The curtain was gently lifted, revealing a face of regal beauty. It was none other than Princess Xia Qingyao of the Daxia dynasty. Who would have thought that someone of such noble status would appear in the small city of Donglan? Seeing Xia Qingyao's response, the manager had no choice but to let it go, though he committed Lin Qingchen's appearance to memory. He calculated that if he encountered the young man again, he should seize the opportunity to build a good relationship, as it might be his chance to rise to prominence. I didn't expect that young man to have his card, Xia Qingyao murmured to herself. She was all too familiar with that card, as she had personally given it away. What surprised her was that the card had appeared here, which could indicate that the person associated with it had also returned to Donglan. With this thought, Xia Qingyao exhaled deeply, her delicate hand clenching in the air as she muttered through gritted teeth, Bailey Hongfeng. You heartless man, this princess has found you. In the most bustling area of Donglan City, a magnificent restaurant stood tall, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Although many lived in the city center and were well off, with some even being skilled beast tamers, few could afford to dine there. The prices were beyond the reach of even moderately famous beast tamers. The restaurant was currently reserved for a private event. Inside a lavish private room, a middle-aged man raised his glass with a smile, saying, Principal Liu, it's been years, and I didn't expect you to achieve such success. Cheers to you. The speaker was none other than Sidu Qiu, the patriarch of the Sidu family. Despite his unassuming name, his influence was powerful enough to shake all of Donglan City. The man addressed as Principal Liu smiled in response. As the head of Donglin's second Beast Tamer Academy, Liu Hong held some sway, but not nearly as much as Sidu Qiu. In terms of status and strength, he was merely a fifth-rank Beast Tamer, while the Sidu family boasted several tamers of equal or greater strength. You're too kind, Liu Hong replied modestly, finishing his drink. I simply teach beast taming knowledge and skills at the academy, not comparable to your accomplishments. Oh, you mustn't downplay your role, Principal Liu. You're nurturing beast taming talents for Donglan City and the entire Daxia. Situ Qiu replied with a smile. To be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Feel free to speak, Master Situ, Liu Hong said, his eyes gleaming and a slight smile playing on his lips. He was well aware that someone of Situ Chio's status and power would not be so courteous to a principal of a secondary school unless he needed something from him. Situ Chio's smile widened at these words. He gestured for the surrounding guards to step back, then lowered his voice and said, "I've heard that your school recently acquired a batch of beast control bracelets. These are the first experimental products developed by the official authorities of Xia, intended for students preparing for the beast control entrance exams. They're said to provide a virtual environment for students to hone their skills and improve their combat abilities." Lu Hong nodded, a tone of pride in his voice. Indeed, although beast tamers above the third tier can't use them, the effect on lower tier beast tamers is truly remarkable. Situ Chio spoke slowly. "My Situ family would like to purchase a batch of these beast control bracelets from your school. What do you say?" Lu Hong frowned slightly. "Master Situ, this is no trivial matter. Privately selling beast control bracelets is illegal." He knew that Xia had strict regulations over school affairs, and even a principal wouldn't dare risk personal gain. Otherwise, with the Situ family's influence, they would have already placed Situ Feng in the top school. 300,000 per bracelet. Situ Chio tapped the table lightly, raising 2 fingers. Lu Hong sprang to his feet, speaking righteously. "Master Situ, what do you take me for? My actions are as clear as a mirror." 700,000. Situ Chio replied with a steady expression. Lu Hong's face twitched violently. Even he found it hard to resist such a tempting offer. Seeing this, Situ Chio chuckled softly as he stood, making a gesture as if to leave. "Since Principal Lu is unwilling, I won't insist. 3, 2, 1. Deal." Lu Hong finally succumbed to the temptation. Situ Chio's smile grew even wider. In this world, it's always the benefits that sway people. The key is whether it's worth the risk. "There should be over 30 beast control bracelets at your school. Do you want them all?" Lu Hong asked cautiously. The temptation of several million beast coins was irresistible, even for a principal. "Yes, I want them all," Situ Chio answered firmly. "Then I'll go back and prepare them for delivery," Lu Hong said, visibly delighted. "No need. I will come to pick them up myself," Situ Chio replied, his eyes glinting. This batch of beast control bracelets was extremely important, perhaps heralding a new era for Xia, and he couldn't afford any mishaps. After Lu Hong left, a figure stepped out from behind Situ Chio, bowing slightly and asking, "Master, wasn't the price you offered for the beast control bracelets too high?" "You don't understand." Situ Chio shook his head. "The function of these beast control bracelets goes far beyond what you can imagine. They might be useless for high-tier beast tamers, but their appeal is enormous for those below the third tier." As the head of the Situ family, he was privy to secrets, knowing that these bracelets were not as simple as they seemed. If they hit the market, the price could be much higher than tens of thousands. Leaning back in his chair, Situ Chio sighed slightly. It's a pity that beast tamers above the third tier can't use them. He too was curious to experience what this so-called beast combat network was all about. On the street, Qi Yin and Lin Qingchen walked side by side, each carrying their own materials. The glow of the setting sun bathed them, adding warmth to the calm evening. After walking for about half an hour, Qi Yin couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and asked, "Lin Qingchen, who exactly are you?" The events of the day replayed in her mind, and the director's respectful attitude towards a student had left her astonished. Lin Qingchen smiled calmly and replied, "Me? I'm just an ordinary beastmaster." His eyes flickered slightly, as if he was more interested in discovering Qi Yan's identity. He recalled the golden quality dark phoenix that appeared that day, leaving him with a sense of intrigue. The girl who resembled Qi Yan but had a completely different personality had left him with many questions. However, seeing Qi Yan's reluctance to share more, he chose not to press further. The two continued in silence until they reached a fork in the road. Lin Qingchen stopped and said softly, "Heading off now? Thanks for the company." Qi Yan handed her materials to Lin Qingchen, responding simply, "All right, you go." She was secretly surprised. This boy was different from others, walking beside her without a sideways glance, seemingly uninterested in her. At that moment, Qi Yan suddenly pushed a bracelet into Lin Qingchen's hand and made a solemn promise with a raised palm. "Here, take this. I promise never again." Lin Qingchen gave her a skeptical look. "Really?" Qi Yan stomped her foot slightly, puffing her cheeks in frustration. "Really, I promise." She thought to herself how this person still didn't trust her. Lin Qingchen accepted the bracelet, took a few steps away, and waved without looking back. "All right then, I'll take it. See you." "Okay, goodbye." Qi Yan watched him leave until his figure disappeared from view before turning to leave herself. However, just then, a group of young men with dyed hair surrounded her. One of them spoke in a sleazy tone. "Hey little sister, want to hang out with us?" They had been attracted to Qi Yan and had followed her all the way there. Another, more effeminate-looking boy eyed her up and down, licking his lips. "Eldest, you're going to scare the little lady like that." The first youth laughed loudly. Yes, my mistake." Their words implied they already considered Qi Yan theirs. Qi Yan's expression changed slightly, and she slowly took a few steps back, looking at them with apparent fear. Suddenly, A cold voice echoed in her mind, and she lowered her eyelids. Leave it to me, the voice said. Seeing this, one of the youths smirked wickedly. Oh, the little beauty has closed her eyes, ready to give in. In the next moment, Qi Yin slowly opened her eyes, a devilish smile playing on her lips, her eyes as dark as an abyss. She softly told the group of youths, "Goodbye." Goodbye? What goodbye? A few uninformed individuals had just taken a step when a piercing scream shattered the silence. They fell to the ground as if struck by an invisible force, their cries of agony echoing in the air. A dignified, dark bird perched on the girl's shoulder watched them coldly, its eyes devoid of emotion. In an instant, the screams ceased, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground, with no trace of anyone left. If Lin Qingchen had been present, he would have recalled that day's encounter if he had chosen to resist back then. Would he have met the same fate? At this moment, Lin Qingchen stood in his room, looking at the mountain of materials before him, feeling a surge of anticipation. What level could Xiaobai reach with this evolution? A brilliant white light flashed, and a jade-white little snake appeared out of nowhere in the room's center. The system panel then emerged. Beast name, Xiaobai Silver Snake. Level, Tier 1, Level 5. Quality, white. Attribute, wind. Status, normal. Weakness, indescribable. In the evolution path section, glowing golden text displayed. Requires a Tier 3 or higher Thunder Beast core, 100 Thunder Spirit Herbs, and 100 Spirit Crystals. Lin Qingchen studied this unique evolution path, feeling slightly puzzled. According to textbooks and his teacher's guidance, beast evolution should offer multiple choices. Different material combinations would lead to various evolution outcomes. But Xiaobai seemed to have been locked into a single evolution direction from the start. He quickly accepted this, thinking perhaps it was the optimal path planned by the system for him. Without overthinking, Lin Qingchen immediately chose to evolve. The pile of materials transformed into a pale purple glow, pouring into Xiaobai. Pale green and purple silk threads wove together, enveloping Xiaobai completely. The moment the evolution cocoon formed, a pillar of light shot skyward. Outside in the courtyard, Dean Xiao observed the scene with a peculiar expression. He gestured with his hand, and a huang, nearby, stretched lazily before releasing a dark flame from its mouth, creating a dark purple energy barrier that enveloped the entire orphanage, isolating all energy fluctuations. From the outside, this barrier was entirely invisible. Meanwhile, in another part of the beast world, an immense tower stood majestically. Even the golden eagles soaring in the sky had to land when approaching within miles of the tower out of basic respect for what resided within. At the tower's peak, a pair of eyes filled with ancient mysteries slowly opened. The fleeting yet memorable disturbance seemed to originate from the Eastern Xia dynasty. Could this wave be from old Xiao? The mysterious man murmured to himself. It seems Qi's perception was correct. Before his words had fully faded, a shadow streaked through the air, tearing towards the east. Qi, I'm coming for you. While Lin Qingchen waited outside, it felt like an eternity, even though it was just enough time for a nap. Suddenly, a hissing sound jolted him awake, and his eyes fixed on the giant cocoon formed by Xiaobai. A flash of lightning streaked across, causing cracks to appear on the cocoon, quickly spreading over its entire surface. With a loud bang, the cocoon shattered, revealing the figure inside. At the same time, Lin Qingchen sensed a subtle change within himself, but it was insignificant compared to Xiaobai's tremendous transformation. When Lin Qingchen looked up and saw those familiar eyes, he was stunned. Xiaobai's transformation was astonishing. What once required it to lie down to meet his gaze was now as tall as a person. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, did it take some kind of growth hormone? The evolution is too rapid. The beast panel appeared. Beast name, Xiaobai, Wind Thunder Spirit Python. Level, Tier 2, Level 7. Quality, purple. Attributes, Wind attribute, Thunder attribute. Status, normal. Weakness, Dragon-type beasts. Evolution path. 1. Requires a Tier 9 beast core and 3 epic materials. Seeing the word Python, Lin Qingchen was delighted. With dual attributes, Xiaobai was less likely to be countered, which was a good thing. But when he saw dragon-type beasts, he frowned. Even after evolving, would Xiaobai still be suppressed by dragon-type beasts? He quickly shook off the thought. There's no need to worry about it now, considering dragon-type beasts are top-tier creatures. Owning a sub-dragon could make someone a top scorer in the college entrance exams. Even a beast with a trace of dragon blood could get its owner into a top beast academy. How could he be so lucky to encounter one? As for the next evolution, Lin Qingchen didn't dare to think about it for now. Just the requirement of a Tier 9 beast core was enough to overwhelm him. In his understanding, a Tier 9 beast master was powerful enough to shake the entire daxia. Xiaobai seemed to feel the power surging within and excitedly nudged its head against Lin Qingchen's palm. However, Lin Qingchen felt a bit sentimental, missing the days when Xiaobai could coil around his wrist as an accessory. Sensing its owner's emotions, Xiaobai hesitated. Suddenly, a peculiar sound of "biu" was heard, and the giant python shrank back to its original small snake form. The difference was that Xiaobai now had faint purple patterns on its body, giving it a rather mystical appearance. Nice, Lin Qingchen exclaimed. Xiaobai could control its size at will, which was impressive. He immediately thought of the benefits. It could shrink during meals to save space, but its appetite shouldn't decrease. With that thought, Lin Qingchen looked at Xiaobai and noticed it was gazing at him with a resentful expression. He quickly reassured it. Don't worry, you won't get any less food. He touched his nose and smiled. He wouldn't reduce the food just because Xiaobai had become smaller. Without food, where would you get the strength to fight? Ding Xiao sensed the energy dissipating in the room and sighed softly. He waved his hand to dispel the dark barrier, as if it had never existed. The surroundings remained unaffected, everything as it was. Lin Qingchen muttered to himself, since I've evolved, let's try the Beastmaster bracelet. He was curious about the Beastmaster platform his teacher mentioned, wondering if it was similar to 5e. Putting on the bracelet and gently touching the switch, Lin Qingchen's consciousness was instantly drawn into a mysterious space. Welcome to the Beastmaster battle platform, dear Beastmaster, a gentle female voice announced, bringing a familiar sensation. Please enter your nickname for opponent matching. Beastmaster passing through the world, Lin Qingchen replied calmly. Sorry, your nickname is too long. Slightly exasperated, Lin Qingchen said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nambwa won. This time, the system accepted his nickname. With the nickname confirmed, a grand Beastmaster battle arena unfolded before him. In the center, a huge screen displayed Lin Qingchen's personal information, Bronze 5, placement matches 0-10. Wow, this feels familiar, Lin Qingchen exclaimed. No wonder it's a product of Daxia. Official stuff is just different. After familiarizing himself with the rules, Lin Qingchen eagerly commanded, start matching. In a flash of light, Lin Qingchen appeared on the Beastmaster battle stage. A mechanical voice announced, welcome to the Beastmaster battle platform. Hello, Beastmaster. Opposite him stood a young man, whose appearance and build Lin Qingchen couldn't discern due to the matching mechanism's protection. However, he was quite familiar with the opponent's beast. System displayed the beast's information. Beast name, green-furred turtle. Level, stage 1, level 9. Quality, green. Attribute, water. Status, normal. Weakness, wood attribute, lightning attribute. Evolution paths, 37. Didn't expect Wang Tao, that little chubby, to be working hard too, Lin Qingchen remarked, clicking his tongue. In a short time, Wang Tao's beast had leveled up twice, reaching stage 1, level 9. If it could break through to stage 2 before the Beastmaster entrance exam, it might get him into the Beastmaster Academy. Wang Tao's eyes shone with excitement. His placement match record stood at 5 wins and 4 losses. A victory here could significantly boost his rank. He resolved to win this match. Green-furred turtle, shoot water arrows. Following Wang Tao's command, the green-furred turtle opened its mouth to gather water elements, slowly forming an arrow shape. This water arrow not only had offensive power, but also a corrosive effect, which had helped him turn the tide in battles before. Interesting, Lin Qingchen said with interest. But this time, he wouldn't hold back. He wanted to test the power of his newly evolved Xiaobai. In an instant, the sound of thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning shot straight into the green-furred turtle's mouth. The seemingly sturdy turtle immediately flipped over, as if electrocuted. Ah, my turtle! Wang Tao cried out in anguish. Lin Qingchen was stunned. Did it just get knocked out in one hit? Is Xiaobai that powerful, or is the green-furred turtle too weak? Before he could ponder further, the match was already over. Late at night, Lin Qingchen watched Xiaobai devour food in the dining hall, holding his forehead in exasperation. My goodness, how can you eat more than Dahuang? After exiting the virtual battle, he brought Xiaobai to replenish its energy, but Xiaobai seemed to have an insatiable appetite. Suddenly, a warm voice spoke. Give this to your beast to eat. Lin Qingchen felt a hand on his shoulder, and a spirit fruit brimming with energy appeared before him. Thanks, Lin Qingchen instinctively said, taking it. Turning around, he saw a handsome face smiling at him. What the heck? Lin Qingchen exclaimed, hurriedly picking up Xiaobai and retreating, not caring about his clothes getting dirty. You, how did you get in? He pointed at the young man in front of him, utterly shocked. Why would someone intrude at this hour? Even more shocking was that he actually knew this uninvited guest. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Bai Li Hongfeng quickly gestured with his hands, a wry smile appearing on his face as he noticed Lin Qingchen's wary reaction. Inwardly, he sighed, never imagining that he would one day have to sneak into his own home as if he were a thief. Lin Qingchen stared sharply at Bai Li Hongfeng, demanding, how did you get in here? He couldn't help but silently criticize how Dahuang, the watchdog, hadn't made a sound. But then he realized, even if Dahuang had barked his lungs out, it likely wouldn't have stopped the man in front of him. As soon as he spoke, the small creature beside Lin Qingchen, Xiaobai, began to emit a faint bluish-purple glow, watching Bai Li Hongfeng coldly and ready to strike. Bai Li Hongfeng was momentarily taken aback, a look of appreciation crossing his eyes. Impressive, no wonder he values you. He sensed that Xiao Bai's aura was completely different from before. Even more surprising was that this serpent-like creature seemed to have developed an additional attribute, something ordinary beasts couldn't achieve. Lin Qingchen ignored Bai Li Hongfeng's praise, instead covertly instructing Xiao Bai to prepare for an ambush. Although he had encountered the young man several times, the fact that he had followed him here filled him with suspicion. Could it be that all previous events had been orchestrated by this person? With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Lin Qingchen's eyes, and he decided, this person cannot be allowed to stay. With a crackling flash of electricity, a bolt of lightning shot towards Bai Li Hongfeng. However, he seemed unfazed by the thunderous power that could paralyze a green turtle. Bai Li Hongfeng's right hand ignited with a crimson flame, easily catching the lightning and crushing it until the fierce attack dissipated into nothing. How is this possible? Lin Qingchen's pupils contracted sharply. As someone with excellent theoretical knowledge, he had never heard of a beast master capable of such feats. It was common knowledge that a beast master's combat ability mainly relied on their contracted beast. Without them, they weren't particularly formidable. Yet this young man had caught lightning with his bare hands, completely overturning his understanding. Bai Li Hongfeng clapped his hands and chuckled. You see, I mean no harm. Otherwise, you would have died countless times already. Lin Qingchen remained silent, his gaze filled with wariness. He realized that the man in front of him was undoubtedly a high-level beast master, possibly unmatched in the entire Donglin city. After all, Bai Li Hongfeng had demonstrated such power without even summoning a beast. At that moment, an annoyed voice suddenly broke the silence. What's all this racket at night? Both of them were taken aback. Worry flickered across Lin Qingchen's face. If Bai Li Hongfeng intended to harm the director, he feared he wouldn't be able to protect them. Thinking about the potential danger the director might face, Lin Qingchen clenched his fists tightly. Even though Xiao Bai had evolved, he still felt too weak. In contrast, a trace of an unnatural expression crossed Bai Li Hongfeng's face. He felt a twinge of grievance. How could this be his fault? He just came home in the middle of the night to check things out, and ended up getting attacked without any explanation, and he couldn't even retaliate. It was utterly unreasonable. The voice sounded again. Qingchen, go back to sleep, I'll handle this. Ding Zhao's voice was gentle yet authoritative. Lin Qingchen was about to speak, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him standing there as if frozen by a spell. Hongfeng, go outside and stand as punishment, Ding Zhao said, looking directly at Bai Li Hongfeng with a tone that brooked no argument. Bai Li Hongfeng bowed his head with a wry smile, his usual aura of mystery completely gone. Yes, teacher, he replied helplessly, turning to walk out the door. Teacher. Lin Qingchen watched in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The enigmatic Bai Li Hongfeng he knew was so compliant in front of the dean. I'll explain it to you tomorrow, now go to sleep. Yes. Lin Qingchen quickly agreed, inwardly relieved that his situation was better than the person standing outside. Besides, he had unexpectedly received a spiritual fruit, which he could use to feed Xiao Bai. The next morning, when Lin Qingchen saw Bai Li Hongfeng sitting at the breakfast table, he was surprised. Hey, how did you get in? Bai Li Hongfeng looked weary, a stark contrast to the mysterious, gentle youth from the night before. But to Lin Qingchen, he seemed less aloof and more approachable. Feeling Bai Li Hongfeng's resentful gaze, Lin Qingchen shivered, worried that he might transform into a soul-reaping specter at any moment. His name is Bai Li Hongfeng, and he also grew up in the orphanage. He's sort of a half-disciple of mine, Dean Xiao explained while serving breakfast. I see. Lin Qingchen realized. No wonder he was given a third-tier beast core. He was the dean's disciple. Although, the name, Bai Li Wuchang, would have sounded more imposing. Qingxue, did you know about this all along? Lin Qingchen turned to the composed girl beside him. Yes, Lin Qingxue admitted with a blink, confessing that she had asked the dean about Bai Li Hongfeng's identity the day she returned. Oh, so you kept it from me. Lin Qingchen pretended to be angry, gently pinching the girl's soft cheeks, silently appreciating the pleasant feeling. But Qingchen, you never asked. The girl pouted, speaking with a hint of grievance. Bai Li Hongfeng nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that he wasn't given a chance to explain the night before. All right, Lin Qingchen surrendered, raising his hands. How about I blow on it for you? Before he finished speaking, he was already leaning in. Bai Li Hongfeng watched this scene and thought, a dignified beast master, pretending to be weak? Just say you want to take advantage. Young people these days. The headmaster suddenly mentioned that Hongfeng was a bit older than them and was now studying at the Beast Taming Academy. This caught Lin Qingchen's attention, and he couldn't help but recall the astonishing scene he witnessed yesterday when Bai Li Hongfeng crushed Xiao Bai's attack with his bare hands. Lin Qingchen fell into deep thought. Though he believed he had the ability to get into the Donglin or Nanjiang Beast Taming Academy, the gap between him and Bai Li Hongfeng was still vast. He even doubted whether he could ever catch up to him. Yes, I'm currently studying at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, Bai Li Hongfeng replied calmly, without a hint of pride in his voice. This statement was like a bombshell at the dining table, leaving the young people present stunned. As citizens of the Great Xia, who didn't know the prestigious reputation of the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy. Except for the imperial capital Beast Taming Academy, no other academy could compare. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Qingchen asked, Brother Hafeng, what power did you use last night? He was well aware that as a student of the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, Li Hongfeng's knowledge far surpassed that of a high school student like him. Brother Hongfeng? Li Hongfeng was slightly taken aback, seemingly pleased by the title. He explained, oh that. We call it a spiritual skill. It's a method beast tamers use to enhance themselves and protect themselves. At the Beast Taming Academy, there are specialized tutors who teach it. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can even master some low-level spiritual skills before the college entrance exam. However, such people are very rare. Spiritual skills? Lin Qingchen echoed softly. Our teachers did mention them, but only briefly. Lin Qingchen suddenly understood. Right, I think our teachers mentioned it too. Lin Qingchen smiled at Lin Qingchen. Mentioned what? The teachers said that once we get into the academy, the teachers there would explain in detail, Lin Qingchen replied. After the meal, Lin Qingchen found Li Hafeng, speaking with noticeably more respect than the day before. Brother Hongfeng, about those spiritual skills, is it possible? He thought that if he could master spiritual skills, his strength would surely increase significantly, and he might even be able to compete with third-tier beast tamers. Li Hongfeng straightforwardly said, our attributes are different, so learning it would be useless for you. However, you could check out the Spiritual Skills Hall in the city. Lin Qingchen's eyes lit up. A Spiritual Skills Hall? There's such a place in Donglin City. Although the spiritual skills there aren't high-level, they are more than sufficient for you right now, Li Hongfeng said with a faint smile. Generally speaking, ordinary students can't enter the Spiritual Skills Hall. Looks like today is your lucky day. How can we get in? Lin Qingchen asked urgently, his eyes filled with eagerness. Li Hongfeng spread his hands innocently, a slight smile playing on his lips. Well, at least you'd need to pay a deposit of 10 million beast coins. He thought to himself, how could a high school student possibly afford that? Imagining Lin Qingchen's respectful attitude towards him later, Li Hongfeng couldn't help but smile smugly. Lin Qingchen pondered aloud. 10 million, huh? I wonder if there's that much in this black card. As he spoke, he pulled out the black card from his pocket, holding it between two fingers and giving it a slight wave in front of Li Hongfeng. Li Hongfeng's smile froze as he recognized the familiar pattern on the card. A shock ran through him. Wasn't that his card? How did it end up in this kid's hands? Seeing the change in Li Hongfeng's expression, Lin Qingchen understood but feigned ignorance, sincerely saying, thanks, I'll go check out the Spirit Technique Pavilion now. Li Hongfeng cleared his throat and quickly changed his tune. Ahem, actually, if you have a beast master to vouch for you, that's also an option. No need to spend that 10 million, let's save it. I'll accompany you. Lin Qingchen hesitated deliberately. Is that really okay? He knew well that he hadn't been friendly to Li Hongfeng the previous night, and now asking him to accompany him to the Spirit Technique Pavilion seemed a bit much. Li Hongfeng patted Lin Qingchen's shoulder and said cheerfully, what's wrong with that? It's settled then. Lin Qingchen squinted his eyes, smiling slyly like a cunning fox. Thanks, Brother Hongfeng. He thought to himself, he was right. Grandpa Zhao's black card was indeed Li Hongfeng's. Knowing the card's origin gave Lin Qingchen some confidence, but he didn't plan to misuse the money, especially not to squander it just to enter the Spirit Technique Pavilion. On the carriage ride to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, Lin Qingchen asked, Brother Hongfeng, what's the environment like at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy? Li Hongfeng explained, training and competition. Ordinary schools are vastly different from the Beastmaster Academy. If the former is a greenhouse, then the latter is a bone-chilling wilderness. Competition? Lin Qingchen asked, puzzled. He had originally thought the Beastmaster Academy would be similar to universities in his previous life, where students worked hard for grades and credits. Li Hongfeng glanced at Lin Qingchen and continued, the higher the grade of the beast, the more resources are needed for improvement or evolution. The resources allocated annually by the Great Xia dynasty to a Beastmaster Academy are limited, and outstanding Beastmasters naturally receive more resources. Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, recalling the items needed for Xiao Bai's next evolution, which he couldn't yet imagine. Li Hongfeng asked meaningfully, so, do you have confidence? Lin Qingchen smiled confidently, of course. He thought, if it's a competition they want, then a competition it shall be. What does he have to fear now? Would he, Lin Qingchen, be afraid of those prodigies from big cities? About half an hour later, Lin Qingchen and Li Hongfeng finally arrived at their destination. As he stepped off the carriage, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but sigh softly. Despite having lived here for a while, he still hadn't fully adapted to this world filled with beast tamers. The carriage they had just ridden in was driven by a first-level beast tamer. It had no combat capabilities, yet it showcased the unique characteristics of this world. If it weren't for his contract with Xiao Bai, his situation might have been even more challenging. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Bailey Hongfeng gently reminded him, taking the lead toward the spirit skill pavilion. Lin Qingchen shook his head with a smile and followed. Overthinking wouldn't help. The present moment was what mattered most. As they entered the spirit skill pavilion, a manager was about to stop these two young men. However, upon seeing the little notebook Bailey Hongfeng pulled out, he abruptly halted, swallowing his words. He was secretly astonished. How could such a high-profile figure visit Donglin City? Even the mayor and the head of the Situ family weren't this impressive. Out of caution, he refrained from reporting to his superiors, fearing that leaking the information might lead to unforeseen consequences. Inside the pavilion, the array of colorful scrolls was dazzling to Lin Qingchen. The sheer number of spirit skills was truly astonishing. However, Bailey Hongfeng shook his head slightly, clearly unimpressed by the quality of these skills. No matter how many there were, if the quality was lacking, what was the point? There were also a few youths older than Lin Qingchen present, whose backgrounds were considered outstanding in Donglin City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been there. In this regard, Lin Qingchen couldn't quite compare. Lin Qingchen headed straight to a corner of the pavilion. According to the theories and novels, the skills in the corners were either obscure and difficult to understand or bizarre and hard to master, thus not popular in the mainstream. Yet, these overlooked skills often possessed astonishing power, making them true treasures. Bailey Hongfeng silently followed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid was more remarkable than he seemed, heading straight for the corner upon entering. After all, who would normally do that? However, he didn't offer any advice. His teacher had asked him to look after Lin Qingchen, and it was the first time in years that Bailey Hongfeng had heard a request from his teacher in such a tone, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Qingchen quickly found an intriguing spirit skill, the Spirit Shield, a low-grade, low-level skill that could form a shield in front of a Beast Tamer. This skill isn't bad, he admired. For a Beast Tamer, a defensive skill was a life-saving trump card. In critical moments, if their beast was restrained, the Beast Tamer faced a threat of death. The Spirit Shield could buy them precious time. Yet, Lin Qingchen still sighed softly. This spirit skill wasn't suitable for Lin Qingchen. He pondered this as he glanced over the scroll in his hand. It would be a great fit for Wang Tao, especially with his green-haired turtle, making them an indestructible pair. However, Lin Qingchen's beast, Xiaobai, had wind and lightning attributes, and his combat style was primarily about speed and agility. Learning a defensive spirit skill to prolong battles seemed inappropriate. With a sigh, Lin Qingchen placed the scroll back and continued searching for a skill that suited him in the spirit skill pavilion. As time passed, the pile of scrolls he had gone through grew higher. Bailey Hongfeng showed no signs of impatience, merely leaning against a nearby pillar, watching Lin Qingchen's back silently. Just then, a steward hurried over, intending to urge them to leave. The spirit skill pavilion hasn't closed yet, has it? Bailey Hongfeng frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. The steward lowered his voice to explain, "No, it's not closing time yet, but the young master of the Situ family wants to borrow some scrolls." He emphasized Situ family, knowing their influence in Donglin City was vast. Offending them over a few skills wasn't worth it. "If you could come back tomorrow, that would be fine," the steward suggested cautiously. A flash of coldness crossed Bailey Hongfeng's eyes as he replied calmly, "No need. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take responsibility if there's any trouble." The steward's expression changed, hesitant to speak further. Though this guest seemed unafraid of the Situ family, he couldn't afford to offend him either. Losing his job over this would be. "No buts," Bailey Hongfeng said coldly, casting a stern glance at the steward, who felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not say more. Despite his youth, the dangerous aura this young man exuded was chilling. He was not someone to be trifled with. At that moment, Lin Qingchen's voice came through. "This is it." A smile appeared on his lips as he finally found a spirit skill he liked. Spirit Cage, a mid-level lower-grade spirit skill. Lin Qingchen read the scroll's description. It can slow down beastmasters, and once mastered, can even create a cage to trap enemies. However, it consumes a lot of spirit power. Lin Qingchen was secretly delighted. This skill could hinder enemy beastmasters, and combined with Xiaobai's attacks, it was a perfect one-hit kill combination. But what exactly was this spirit power? Was it the power within a beastmaster? Without overthinking, Lin Qingchen followed the scroll's method and attempted to circulate the spirit power within him. Suddenly, he felt a warm current coursing through his veins. Raising his finger slightly, he seemed to see a blue spirit power appearing before him. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Qingchen quickly dispersed the spirit power. He reminded himself to stay calm. After all, he was in the spirit skill pavilion and shouldn't act recklessly. "What's wrong? Did you fail?" Bailey Hongfeng approached and asked softly. He seemed to have sensed a fluctuation of spirit power around Lin Qingchen. Was this kid trying to use a spirit skill? Bailey Hongfeng was inwardly surprised. Without a professional mentor, it was difficult for even a third-level beastmaster to control spirit power, let alone a second-level one. Only upon reaching the 4th level would a Beastmaster have enough spirit power to use spirit skills freely. Unless they were prodigies with exceptional talent, like himself, who could grasp some low-consumption spirit skills before reaching the 4th level. Seeing Lin Qingchen not responding, Bailey Hongfeng patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's normal to fail. You're only a 2nd-level Beastmaster, with hardly any spirit power. Using spirit skills is indeed difficult. Lin Qingchen looked bewildered. How did his situation differ so much from Bailey Hongfeng's description? No spirit power? Then what was that just now? After conjuring the spirit cage, he didn't feel any spirit power depletion. Was Hongfeng trying to deceive him? Just as Lin Qingchen was about to ask, he heard a familiar and somewhat unpleasant voice behind him. Oh, isn't this Lin the genius? Are you here to practice spirit techniques too? A mocking voice rang out as Lin Qingchen turned to see Situfeng standing not far away. Beside him, 2 burly bodyguards stood like immovable guardians. Situfeng wore a scornful smile, his eyes gleaming with contempt. As fellow students at the same school, Situfeng had long heard rumors of Lin Qingchen forming a pact with a giant python. However, he dismissed it as mere showmanship. After all, he had personally witnessed Lin Qingchen's embarrassing inability to even form a pact with the most ordinary caterpillar. What brings you here, Situfeng? Lin Qingchen squinted slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. He discreetly summoned Xiaobai, shrinking it down to hide in his sleeve. If a fight were to break out, Xiaobai could have a feast. Nearby, Bailey Hongfeng watched the scene with interest. In Donglin City, aside from Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue, he hadn't encountered any impressive talents. This Sichifeng's family was likely the influential force the steward had mentioned earlier. Didn't you hear what I said? Situfeng coldly stared at Lin Qingchen. If Lin Qingchen would obediently stay away from Qingxue, he might show some leniency. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind leaving Lin Qingchen bedridden until the beast mastery exams concluded. After all, they were in a sparsely populated spirit technique hall, with no one to back Lin Qingchen. What did you say? All I heard was a toad croaking at that time. Lin Qingchen responded calmly. Is this what the 2nd generation of Beastmasters are like? A ridiculous mix of sticky candy and toad. Sichifeng's eyes flared with anger as he sneered. Since you won't take the easy way. He turned to his bodyguards and instructed, make sure he doesn't run. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Before he finished speaking, a green formation appeared in front of Situfeng. With a howl, a fierce spirit wood wolf materialized in the arena. Beast name, Spirit Wood Wolf. Level, Tier 2, Level 5. Quality, Blue. Attribute, Wood. Status, Normal. Weaknesses, Fire, Lightning. Lin Qingchen calculated silently. Xiaobai, after evolving, was slightly superior in level and far surpassed this spirit wood wolf in quality. If it came to a fight, he wouldn't be intimidated. Where's your beast? That legendary python. Summon it and show me. Situfeng taunted. I don't have one. Lin Qingchen replied with a roll of his eyes, his tone indifferent. Without a beast, how do you plan to fight me? Situfeng sneered. Spirit Wood Wolf, attack him. The Spirit Wood Wolf's eyes flashed with malice as it leapt towards Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen gently raised 2 fingers, and spiritual energy swirled around her fingertips. The Spirit Wood Wolf in midair was immediately restrained and fell heavily to the ground. Xiaobai, bite him. Lin Qingchen softly commanded as she watched the color drain from Situfeng's face. A white blur flashed by, and a sharp pain shot across Situfeng's face before he passed out from the electric shock. The Spirit Wood Wolf crouched beside its master, looking innocently at the unconscious Situfeng, no longer attacking. Is that it? Is that all you've got? Young master. 2 burly bodyguards, seeing the situation, anxiously moved forward. Bailey Hongfeng stepped forward, his tone indifferent. This is not your place to intervene. Although he had initially wanted to see Lin Qingchen's strength, he never got involved in duels among peers. However, these 2 older bodyguards were clearly underestimating him. Who do you think you are, kid? Get lost, one of the bodyguards rudely shouted. To them, the frail young man before them was no more than a wooden post, while they were genuine 3rd-tier beast tamers. Go ahead, give it a try, Bailey Hongfeng sneered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Although the laws of Daxia prohibited beast tamers from killing indiscriminately, he didn't mind making these 2 bodyguards ordinary people for life. One of the bodyguards, anger surging, was about to charge forward when his companion stopped him. The man stared intently at Bailey Hongfeng, feeling breathless, as his own beast kept sending warnings run. He was certain that if they fought today, the outcome would be worse than being dismissed by the Situ family. Can we take young Master Situ away? The bodyguard asked quietly, taking a deep breath. Lin Qingchen grinned. Isn't just taking him away too easy? One of the bodyguards understood, pulling out a stack of beast coins and placing them on the ground. Is that all? The young master of the Situ family must be worth more than that, Lin Qingchen remarked meaningfully. The bodyguard's expressions changed. One was about to react, but the other quickly emptied his wallet and even handed over valuable items from Situ Feng. After Lin Qingchen counted the ransom, she smiled at the bodyguards. Good choice. Although she didn't know Bailey Hongfeng's true strength, anyone who could casually produce so many beast coins was no ordinary person. If he lacked real skill, he would have been robbed long ago. Once the bodyguards left with the unconscious Sidu Feng, Bailey Hongfeng couldn't help but ask, "Was that a spiritual technique you used earlier?" "Yeah, why?" Lin Qingchen turned to look at Bailey Hongfeng. "Is it that difficult?" "Is it difficult?" Lin Qingchen's curious voice echoed in Bailey Hongfeng's mind. Looking at the young man before him, Bailey Hongfeng couldn't help but recall his own days at the Daxia Beast Taming Academy. Back then, he had mastered a spiritual technique in just one day, leaving the academy's mentors astounded. And now, Lin Qingchen had completed his practice of the technique in mere moments. Ahem, Bailey Hongfeng feigned calmness with a light cough. "A bit slow, really. Compared to my past self, you're not even close." At these words, Lin Qingchen's earlier joy faded instantly, and he sighed inwardly. As he prepared to enter the Beast Taming Academy, he realized he would be up against geniuses from various provinces and even the imperial capital. He felt he was still too weak. Bailey Hongfeng noticed the hint of frustration on Lin Qingchen's face, feeling puzzled. However, he had to admit that the boy's talent was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, not far away under the shade of the trees, "Big brother, why are you running so fast?" a bodyguard asked breathlessly, carrying Sidu Feng. To him, that young man was just in his early 20s, at most a second or third-tier beast tamer, nothing to be afraid of. "You don't understand." The other bodyguard shook his head, a flicker of fear in his eyes. His beast was a venomous spider, not particularly strong in combat, but its lethal poison could trouble beast tamers of the same rank. More importantly, both he and his keen-sensed beast felt a deadly threat from Bailey Hongfeng. Rather than risk their lives, it was wiser to retreat. "What do we tell the master?" "Report truthfully. A beast tamer of that level is beyond our capability." As the sun set, the two bodyguards awkwardly carried Situ Feng away, a rare sight in Donglin City. "Who is this Situ Feng?" Bailey Hongfeng asked as they walked. "A prominent family in Donglin City," Lin Qingchen replied calmly. As an ordinary student, he knew little about these powerful families, only that the Situ family was wealthy and influential. "Oh, I see." Bailey Hongfeng nodded, thinking it wasn't anything special. Suddenly, he stopped, a glint of coldness in his eyes. If the Sidu family didn't know their place and disturbed his teacher's peace, he wouldn't mind making Donglin City one prominent family less. "Hongfeng, what's wrong?" Lin Qingchen sensed the chill behind him and turned to ask. "Nothing, just remembered something annoying," Bailey Hongfeng replied casually. Bailey Hongfeng smiled, masking the look in his eyes, and softly said, "I see. That's good." Lin Qingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled a black card from his pocket, the very card that Director Xiao had given him earlier. "Here, Hongfeng, I think this belongs to you." Since Xiao Bai's evolution, his financial situation had significantly improved, and with his imminent admission to the Royal Beast Academy, he would naturally have more opportunities to secure resources. "Well, in that case, I'll reluctantly accept it," Bailey Hongfeng said with a meaningful smile as he took the card. "If you ever run into trouble, just mention my name." As he looked at the young man before him, he nodded internally, thinking that Lin's personality suited him well and was worth supporting. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place at the First Intermediate Royal Beast Academy in Donglin City. This prestigious institution, which attracted the brightest talents from Donglin City and the surrounding areas, had been producing remarkable individuals over the years. The most outstanding among them was Yu Haoshuan, who had entered the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy a few terms ago. Coming from a humble background, he had become a legendary figure by breaking through class barriers with sheer ability. His name was not only etched permanently in the school's history, but also set as a benchmark in the hearts of countless students, the quintessential child of others parents often used for comparison. In the principal's office, a dignified middle-aged man was smiling as he looked at his most accomplished student. "Haoshuan, principal, just let me know what you need," Yu Haoshuan responded with composure. The principal then revealed his purpose. "Donglin City will soon host the Royal Beast College entrance exam oath-taking ceremony at our school. Not only will schools from our city participate, but even other cities' Royal Beast schools will send representatives. I'd like you to share some of your insights at the event." For the principal, known for his stern demeanor, to use the word "please" was an honor that even the head of the Sidu family might not enjoy. "Is that all?" "You could have just sent a message," Yu Haoshuan agreed readily. His return to Donglin was not only to visit his alma mater, but also to attend the biennial auction of the 10,000 Beasts Chamber of Commerce. As a fourth-level beast master, ordinary materials were no longer sufficient for his advancement. As they spoke, a knock on the door interrupted them, causing the principal to frown slightly. "Principal, I'm here to collect some royal beast materials." When the elegant figure entered, both the principal's expression relaxed, and Yu Haoshuan, from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy, couldn't help but stare. Was it possible that his alma mater had such a stunning woman? "Oh, it's Qingxua." The principal of Yizhong School greeted her with a warm smile. his eyes filled with anticipation. In his heart, Lin Qingchen was destined to be the next Yu Haoshuan, perhaps even surpassing him as a new beacon for the school. The principal's confidence wasn't unfounded back in the day. Even Yu Haoshuan had only reached the 3rd tier, 4th level in his beast mastery before the exams. Lin Qingchen, on the other hand, had already demonstrated the same level in recent mock exams, and there was still ample time before the finals, making further breakthroughs quite likely. Take whatever you need. Anything in this office that can help you is yours, the principal said enthusiastically. To him, with her 3rd-tier beast mastery and outstanding theoretical scores, Lin Qingxue's admission to the Grand Summer Beast Mastery Academy was a certainty. Nurturing such a talented student would not only bring prestige to the school, but also secure more educational resources for Yizhong. Thank you, principal. Lin Qingxue expressed her gratitude simply, picked up a few pieces of beast mastery theory materials, and turned to leave. Those rare materials, though valuable, were unnecessary for her. Feeling intrigued, the principal noticed Yu Haoshuan's gaze following the girl's retreating figure and asked with a smile. I didn't expect our school to have such an impressive girl, Yu Haoshuan remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration. Even at the Grand Summer Beast Mastery Academy, filled with prodigies, it was rare to find someone with such remarkable presence. What's her name? The principal's smile widened. These two outstanding students of Yizhong indeed made a perfect match. Her name is Lin Qingxue, the top student of this year's class. Her theoretical scores and beast mastery levels are unmatched in the entire Donglin city. You're quite the principal, guiding such talent so well, Yu Haoshuan complimented. I wonder if I could invite this junior to participate in the beast mastery oath ceremony with me. The principal looked concerned. I have no objections, but Lin Qingxue is rather aloof and has an extraordinary aura. I'm afraid. No worries, as long as you speak to her, I can handle the rest, Yu Haoshuan assured, patting his chest confidently. He understood all too well that he had once been similarly arrogant until he entered the Grand Summer Beast Mastery Academy and realized there was always someone better. Even though he was somewhat famous in the Nanjiang province, he was just another face in the crowd at the academy. That way, we can promote Yizhong further and improve the quality of future student intakes, Yu Haoshuan added. All right, since you say so, I feel reassured, the principal replied, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Yu Haoshuan's proposal aligned perfectly with his own aspirations not to be outdone by the prestigious families of Donglin City. He aimed to transform Donglin City's #1 intermediate beast taming academy into one of the top academies in the entire Nanjing province. Principal Xiao stood at the entrance, his gaze soft as he watched two figures approaching in the distance. As Lin Qingchen and Bai Li Hongfeng came into view, the young man, although now a level 2 beast tamer, maintained his usual respect in front of Principal Xiao. Back already? Principal Xiao asked with a beaming smile. Yes, Lin Qingchen replied softly, his eyes reflecting his respect for the elder. Principal Xiao kindly said, the meal is ready, come on in and eat. You must be tired after such a long journey. Thank you, Grandpa Xiao. This affectionate address made Principal Xiao's smile even brighter. As Bai Li Hongfeng was about to sneak inside, Principal Xiao swiftly stepped aside, blocking his way precisely. What do you want? Principal Xiao asked with a raised eyebrow. Bai Li Hongfeng scratched his head awkwardly, just joining the kids for a meal. You go eat elsewhere. Principal Xiao unceremoniously ordered him out. I have no money. You took all my cards, Bai Li Hongfeng explained with a bitter expression. Principal Xiao squinted. Oh, really? Really? Bai Li Hongfeng replied sheepishly, unsure if the principal had seen their actions on the way. Under Principal Xiao's meaningful gaze, Bai Li Hongfeng finally surrendered. All right, I'll eat out. Just as he turned to leave, Lin Qingchen's puzzled voice came. Hongfeng, why aren't you coming in for dinner? Principal Xiao sighed. Fine, you can come in and eat. Moments later, at the dining table, Bai Li Hongfeng was devouring his food, which left Lin Qingchen quite puzzled. Hongfeng, is Grandpa Zhao's cooking really that good? Bai Li Hongfeng swallowed his food and nodded seriously. Absolutely. He recalled the times when he was taken in by the principal. Back then, it was just plain rice, but it surprisingly contained the power to strengthen one's foundation. Only after joining the Beast Taming Academy did he truly appreciate its value. Now, being able to savor this taste again was all thanks to Lin Qingchen. He silently vowed that from now on, anyone who bullied Lin Qingchen would be his enemy. Can I have seconds? Bai Li Hongfeng looked at Principal Xiao with hopeful eyes. Watching the stark contrast in Hongfeng's demeanor, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but ponder. Was it because he took his card, leaving him truly without food? Brother Qingchen, in a few days, our school is going to hold a rally for the upcoming Beast Taming College entrance exam, Lin Qingxue said with a hint of anticipation in her voice. Lin Qingchen wasn't surprised to hear this news. Having experienced 2 such rallies before, he was quite familiar with these events. However, he couldn't help but question their significance, especially with the exam so close. I heard other beast taming schools will participate too. Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with expectation as she turned to Lin Qingchen, who was focused on eating. Will you come? I'm not sure. It depends, Lin Qingchen replied softly. His school hadn't mentioned anything about it, so they probably wouldn't participate. Hearing his response, the light in Lin Qingshue's eyes dimmed. She had hoped to impress her brother, but now it seemed she wouldn't get the chance. With that, she lost interest in attending. Nearby, Bailey Hongfeng looked puzzled. A rally? What's that? Clearly, he was unfamiliar with the event. Hongfeng, haven't you ever been to one? Lin Qingchen asked curiously. What about the Beast Taming college entrance exam? Neither. Bailey Hongfeng shook his head helplessly. I was admitted directly. It turned out he had never attended a beast taming school. He had met a mentor from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy during a trip, and they had agreed that he would go there to study once he came of age. Being too talented has its downsides, Bailey Hongfeng sighed. I really wish I could experience the beast taming exam. Lin Qingchen looked at this prodigy and couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. The next morning, Lin Qingxue waited for Lin Qingchen as usual at the courtyard entrance. These morning moments together were the ones she cherished the most. At the fork in the road between the two schools, she lingered, silently hoping these days would last forever. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. A handsome young man, claiming to be a senior named Yu Haoshuan, appeared and said they had met the day before. Lin Qingxue, having no recollection, responded indifferently. I forgot. When Yu Haoshuan mentioned the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy and invited her to the rally, Lin Qingxue quickened her pace and left, thinking she might as well take a few days off to attend classes with Brother Qingchen at his school. Meanwhile, in the classroom at the second school, Lin Qingchen had just arrived when he heard the angry voice of a chubby boy. Chun, it's infuriating. I got beaten on the beast taming battle platform, and it was my last placement match. Wang Tao sat angrily at his desk, his face full of regret. If I'd won that match, I could have moved up to gold rank. But then, what's the big deal? Just play again and climb back up, Lin Qingchen said nonchalantly, with a hint of indifference. For him, the ranking on the beast battle platform wasn't really important, since it couldn't be converted into anything tangible. The problem is, I got so mad I kept playing and fell all the way to silver 5. Wang Tao complained, almost in tears. It's all because of that snake player. Next time you see him, Chun, you have to teach him a lesson for me. Lin Qingchen's mouth twitched slightly at that. How could he fight himself? After all, he was the snake player in question. But he simply offered a soft reassurance. Just work hard and get your revenge next time. Though in his heart, he knew it was unlikely. Fine, Wang Tao said through gritted teeth. I was just careless last time. If I face him again, with my green turtle's super defense, as long as I'm careful, how can he beat me? Once I find a strategy expert to plan an evolution path and gather the materials, it'll be even easier. Not far away, a pair of beautiful eyes watched Lin Qingchen chat and laugh with Wang Tao, a hint of envy flashing in them. She wished she could interact with Lin like that. In class, Teacher Gao was explaining the theoretical questions for the Beastmaster entrance exams, covering advanced knowledge comparable to that of high-level Beastmaster academies, especially about beast evolution. With the development of the beast world, common beasts like Wang Tao's green turtle and Huang Xing's dog-type beast already had mature evolution maps. However, for rarer beasts, which were few and far between even in the entire Nanjing province, related research was naturally scarce. This was why the Beastmaster entrance exams had been increasing the weight of theoretical scores in recent years, aiming to advance research in the Daxia region, particularly in the evolution of top-tier beasts. Most students showed little interest in these complex theories, and Wang Tao was even napping on his desk. Teacher Gao didn't mind. At this stage, students' self-discipline was more important. Although Lin Qingchen didn't need to listen at all, he still maintained the image of a diligent student. As the bell rang, Teacher Gao gathered his teaching materials and announced, in a few days, the first high school will hold a swearing-in ceremony. Each class has 3 spots available. Anyone interested can sign up. Most students shook their heads, knowing the gap between them and the students from first high school, feeling that attending such an event was pointless. However, the news made Lin Qingchen's eyes flicker slightly. A swearing-in ceremony? He recalled that Qingxue had mentioned this event before and found himself pondering. Should I go check it out? Suddenly, an image flashed through Lin Qingchen's mind, Qingxue's bright eyes dimming the moment she heard his answer. She must really want him to attend that rally. Chun, Gao Laosher's talk was pointless. There's no need to think about it. Who's going anyway? Wang Tao whispered to Lin Qingchen after class. How can Donglin's second high compare to first high? Even their top class might not match first high's regular class. Aside from that annoying C2 phone, there's no standout student in second high. Most are still at the first level of beast taming. Before Wang Tao could finish, he felt a displeased gaze from the young man beside him, making the surrounding atmosphere tense. Chun, you aren't thinking of going, are you? Wang Tao's voice trembled. He thought, how did Chin become so intimidating since he came back? Lin Qingchen gave him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Although he had no interest in the first high's rally, since Qingxue wanted him to go, he would. Want to come along? Of course, I'll go with you, Chun. Wang Tao replied, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. Lin Qingchen stood up and headed for the classroom door, casually saying, "Meet at the school in a few days. Don't make me look for you." All right, I'll go," Wang Tao muttered softly, watching his back. "Lin Qingchen, can I go with you?" A shy voice suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. It was Qi Yan. Lin Qingchen thought for a moment. "Sure, I'd be honored. Whether there's one more person or not doesn't matter. At least the chance of getting beaten up on the way home is lower." "Really?" Qi Yan looked up quickly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Yeah, meet at the school," Lin Qingchen replied softly. Watching them chat and laugh, a faint blush appeared on Qi Yan's face, while Ji Wu's anger simmered. This Lin Qingchen not only had a childhood friend that even C2 Feng coveted, but now Qi Yan too. "Lin Qingchen, do you know who the class monitor is?" Ji Wu couldn't help but interrupt. Lin Qingchen raised an eyebrow at him. "Oh, it's you. So are you going?" The direct question left Ji Wu momentarily speechless. He had intended to make a point, but didn't expect Lin Qingchen to be so straightforward. As the class monitor, he was already overwhelmed with the beast-taming exams and hadn't planned to attend the rally. But seeing Qi Yan chatting happily with Lin Qingchen, he felt reluctant. "If I'm not going, then it's fine for me to take the spot, right?" Lin Qingchen slowly said. "Who said I'm not going?" Ji Wu glanced at the girl, straightened up, and replied with a hint of pride. "All right then, let's look forward to our class 8 of second high school shining at the first high school. If he wants to go so badly, let him," Lin Qingchen said with a smile playing on her lips. "At worst, I'll just go in with Qingxue." With that, she turned to leave. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, biting her red lips, then quickly followed. "Wait." Ji Wu urgently reached out to tap Lin Qingchen's shoulder. "Hmm? Looking for trouble?" A flash of coldness appeared in Lin Qingchen's eyes as she softly said, "Xiao Bai, bite him." Ever since discovering Xiao Bai could change its size at will, Lin Qingchen had kept it hidden in her sleeve for emergencies. Of course, doing so during official competitions and exams would be considered cheating. A white blur zipped by, and Ji Wu convulsed and collapsed to the ground as if electrocuted, unable to even scream. Feigning surprise, Lin Qingchen widened her eyes. "Class president, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly foaming at the mouth? Could it be some kind of illness?" she said while pretending to shake Ji Wu's body. "Oh, the teacher is looking for us. We need to go quickly." Lin Qingchen turned to Qi Yan, winking. "Right, Qi Yan?" "Ah, yes. Qi Yan nodded, trying hard to suppress her laughter, her face turning red. "You guys take care of the class president," Lin Qingchen said, pulling Qi Yan away from the scene, thinking to herself, "It wasn't me. It was Xiao Bai who bit him." The students in the classroom looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "You seem to be enjoying this," Lin Qingchen said helplessly to Qi Yan, who was covering her mouth and giggling. In truth, he had no other option, as he couldn't defeat the opponent. Who knew if the little black-winged bird would suddenly appear and swallow Xiao Bai? He couldn't afford to offend this young lady. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect Lin Qingchen to have this side," Qi Yan said quietly, blushing. Before that incident, she had hardly interacted with Lin Qingchen. Now, it seemed this classmate was quite different from the others. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen recalled the past incident and mumbled to himself, "I didn't expect you to have such a fierce side either." "What?" Qi Yan leaned in slightly, not having heard him clearly. "Ah, nothing." Lin Qingchen quickly looked away, as the sight of her was quite striking. "It's getting late. I should be heading back," Lin Qingchen said, pointing to the sky, worried about leaving the girl alone in an unsafe place. "Okay." Qi Yan nodded gently. Feeling relieved by her agreement, Lin Qingchen slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the school gate. A moment later, an eerie and alluring voice echoed in the air. "What an interesting guy." When they looked again, the spot where the two had been was now empty. Outside the school gate, Situfeng immediately recognized the face that made him grit his teeth. He was about to confront him when he felt someone grab his arm. Turning around, he saw it was his father, Situkyu, which slightly calmed his anger. "Father, why are you stopping me?" Situfeng asked in confusion. Given his father's personality, he would have expected him to support him in reclaiming his dignity after that incident. "Go home," Situkyu said coldly. "Your most important task right now is to prepare for the beast-taming entrance exam. Everything else can wait." Watching his son's back, Situkyu sighed inwardly. Despite investing a lot of resources in Situfeng, his son's talent still couldn't compare to the prodigies at #1 high school. As a father, his greatest hope was for his son to be admitted to a top-notch beast-taming academy. Unfortunately, Sichifeng's current abilities were still lacking. "That Lin kid's tricks won't be useful in the beast-taming entrance exam," Situkyu continued. Although Sichifeng's talent wasn't top-notch, he still had an edge over his peers at #2 high school. "In a few days, I'll take you to #1 high school's oath-taking ceremony to broaden your horizons." Hearing his father's words, Sichifeng's anger completely dissipated. He knew that even among his peers in the Sidu family, he wasn't the best. Without his father's support, the position of young master would have long slipped from his grasp. "Yes," Situfeng nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. "Lin Qingchen, I'll let you off for now. Work hard to achieve good results in the beast taming entrance exam. The future of the Sidhu family depends on you, Satukyu sighed. His initial intention in purchasing these beast-taming bracelets was to pave the way for his son. This technology was bound to cause a sensation in Daxia, and the Sidhu family needed to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Bailey Hongfeng was holding his bruised face, looking up and sighing. Why is there such a big gap between people? Stop whining and apply some ointment, Dean Xiao said casually. Got it. Bailey Hongfeng smiled, thinking that his teacher's ointment was indeed effective. Ouch, ouch. Teacher, what level of beast tamer are you? Bailey Hongfeng asked while applying the ointment. Guess. Dean Xiao replied mysteriously. Bailey Hongfeng thought that if he could guess, he wouldn't have to ask. Even the dean of the Daxia Beast Taming Academy didn't give him as much pressure as his teacher did. Perhaps only the most esteemed figure in Daxia could match his teacher. Just as the two fell into silence, a familiar voice broke the quiet of the courtyard. Hey, Hongfeng, what are you doing here? Lin Qingchen asked curiously upon seeing Bailey Hongfeng in the courtyard. Could it be that this world also has cosmetics? Was Hongfeng getting ready for a date? Well, I'm just trying to make my face smoother. Bailey Hongfeng put away the ointment and explained awkwardly. Oh, those who understand will understand. Lin Qingchen didn't press for details about the afternoon. He just sat there quietly. Director Xiao gazed at the young man before him, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Qingchen, where will you go after the Royal Beast entrance exams? I don't know, maybe the Daxia Royal Beast Academy or the Imperial Capital Royal Beast Academy. Lin Qingchen's tone was calm, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. If his classmates heard this, they would probably be shocked. After all, even the top student Situ Feng couldn't score over 600 in the mock exams, barely reaching the level required for the Nanjiang Provincial Royal Beast Academy, let alone the prestigious Daxia Royal Beast Academy. And you? Lin Qingchen asked softly after a moment of silence. You'll know in time, Director Xiao replied, his expression calm and voice gentle. Bailey Hongfeng, on the side, was dumbfounded. What? In his understanding, Lin Qingchen was just a second-tier beastmaster. How could he dare to aim for the famous Daxia Royal Beast Academy? The entry threshold for Daxia Royal Beast Academy is nearly 700 points. Bailey Hongfeng couldn't help but remind him. You need at least 400 points in the practical exam, which requires a third-tier beastmaster. Oh, and then, Lin Qingchen was unfazed. He was confident of scoring full marks in the theoretical exam, and with his newly evolved dual attribute Xiaobai and his unique ability to see beast information, the practical score wouldn't be an issue. Besides, he was already a gold-ranked expert on the beast battle platform, with 10 consecutive wins in the placement matches. Even against other second-tier beastmasters, Xiaobai's combat power far surpassed his opponents. And with the system at hand, what was there to worry about? The practical exam really requires a third-tier beastmaster to stand a chance, Bailey Hongfeng insisted. Lin Qingchen nodded slightly, already calculating his plan. He was now a second tier at level 9, just short of the materials needed for a breakthrough to the third tier. As his gaze inadvertently fell on Bailey Hongfeng, he remembered the unused beast coin card. Just then, a pair of soft hands covered his eyes from behind. Qingxue, stop fooling around. Brother Qingchun, there are 4 people from the orphanage, 3 are out now. Who is the one left? The girl asked playfully, then gently let go. By the way, Qingxue, I've decided to visit Yizhong to see you and also to attend the oath-taking ceremony. Lin Qingchen said with a smile to the girl. Oh, okay. Lin Qingxue's face lit up with a brilliant smile, and in that moment, her charm left Lin Qingchen a bit entranced. Bailey Hongfeng's hand slipped, dropping the ointment he was holding, as he quietly observed the heartwarming scene before him. In the glow of the setting sun, the sight of the young boy and girl smiling at each other was so beautiful that it felt wrong to interrupt. Ah, youth, it's truly wonderful, Director Xiao murmured softly, closing his eyes, as if reminiscing about past memories. The next morning, as soon as Lin Qingchen stepped out of his door, he saw Bailey Hongfeng. He jogged over and familiarly placed a hand on Bailey's shoulder, affectionately calling out, Brother Hongfeng. Bailey Hongfeng noticed Lin Qingchen's unusually close behavior and frowned, stepping back. Be normal. What do you want this time? The card, lend it to me, Lin Qingchen said directly, without beating around the bush. Bailey Hongfeng looked exasperated. Didn't I just give that card back to you? I was even moved for a moment. So this is it, he said, reluctantly pulling out the black card and handing it over. Here, take it. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue was on her way to school when a voice she found irritating called out again. She turned to see the person, her expression cold. Senior, I'm busy. Please don't disturb me. Yu Haoshuan looked at the girl's stunning face and couldn't help but swallow, though his face still bore a gentle smile. Junior, would you be interested in speaking with me at the oath-taking ceremony? In his eyes, he and Lin Qingxue were a perfect match. She was like a celestial being, and to be connected with her was, in his mind, a great fortune. Even though she was currently indifferent to him, he believed that once she understood the significance of the Great Xia Imperial Beast Academy, she would be within his grasp. Lin Qingchen hadn't intended to pay attention to this senior who had suddenly appeared, but when she heard oath-taking ceremony, her expression softened slightly. She thought, in such a setting, would Brother Qingchen also see her? With this thought, a slight smile appeared on her lips. All right. Seeing her attitude soften, Yu Haoshuan was secretly pleased and eagerly assured her. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Many important figures from Donglin City will be there, which will be beneficial for your future. Lin Qingchen nodded slightly. The future? She knew well that her future with Brother Qingchen wouldn't be swayed by a few figures from Donglin City. In the past few days, Ji Wu, who had been beaten senseless by Lin Qingchen, dared not cause trouble again and instead deliberately avoided him. Even though Ji Wu now had the strength to rival him, he was reluctant to act rashly, especially with the Imperial Beast entrance exams just 2 weeks away. A few days later, watching the trio leave the classroom, Ji Wu's lips curled into a mocking smile. As the time for the Royal Beast College entrance examination drew nearer, Ji Wu gazed into the distance with a smug smile. In his mind, sending Lin Qingchen to attend some kind of motivational rally would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to his mindset, which would surely affect his performance in the exam. Even if Lin Qingchen had some special tricks up his sleeve, how could he possibly use them in the direct confrontation of the exam's practical battle? So this is the first high school. Wang Tao looked up at the towering buildings before him and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although it was also a Royal Beast High School in Donglin City, the resources allocated to the first high school were far superior to those of the second high school. It was said that some students at the first high school had already reached the level of a third-tier Beast Master before the entrance exams, while Wang Tao was still lingering on the threshold of the second tier. The gap was as wide as a chasm. Lin Qingchen nodded silently, only now truly understanding the terrifying prowess of the first high school's top genius girl. To stand out in such a gathering of prodigies required extraordinary talent. Don't be too discouraged, Teacher Gao said, trying to comfort the three of them. There will always be people worth looking up to in this world. Just follow in their footsteps. It's normal that students from the first high school are more outstanding than ours. Are there always people to look up to? Lin Qingchen's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Since forming a contract with Xiao Bai, his worldview had undergone a dramatic transformation. Whether it was the impressive strength of Qing Xue, the girl who intercepted him halfway, or Bailey Hongfeng from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy, these individuals had significantly elevated his understanding of beast masters. To catch up with their shadows, he had already undergone a complete transformation. As for the students of the first high school, whether they were worthy of his admiration was still uncertain. The sports field of Donglin City's first Royal Beast High School was magnificent and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Before Lin Qingchen and his group arrived, many students had already entered and taken their seats with eager anticipation. It was said that a genius from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy would be giving a lecture today. This academy was a sacred place on par with the imperial capital's Royal Beast Academy, the ultimate dream for all young beast masters. Lin Qingchen found a seat, and Teacher Gao looked at their assigned seats on the edge of the field, sighing inwardly. The disparity in treatment was evident, but even Principal Lu Hong had nothing to say. After all, the second high school had produced only a handful of students who made it to the city's Royal Beast Academy in recent years, let alone provincial-level institutions. The stage was filled with many unfamiliar faces, all significant figures capable of influencing the situation in Donglin City. After speeches by the first high school's principal, the mayor, and other top officials, the host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Let's welcome Yu Haoshuan from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy. The entire student body erupted in fervent excitement, their faces full of passionate admiration. As an outstanding alumnus of the first high school, Yu Haoshuan was their pride. However, when Lin Qingchen saw the familiar figure beside Yu Haoshuan, his expression suddenly darkened. The young girl on stage wore a simple blue dress, yet it did nothing to hide her extraordinary beauty. The young students in the audience, whether single or not, were captivated by her stunning appearance, their eyes fixed intently on her. Qi Yin noticed the somber expression of the young man beside her and followed his gaze to the stage. That girl must be the childhood friend Lin Qingchen often mentioned. Indeed, she was exceptionally admirable. A fleeting shadow passed through the girl's eyes on stage, unnoticed by anyone. Lin Qingchen spoke softly. Mr. Gao, who is that young man on stage? Mr. Gao paused, sensing a hint of danger in Lin Qingchen's tone. Although puzzled by why a student would give him such an oppressive feeling, he answered honestly. His name is Yu Haoshuan. He was the top scholar in Donglin City and is now attending the Daxia Beast Academy. Donglin City's top scholar? Lin Qingchen murmured, a glint of coldness in his eyes. He had keenly observed Yu Haoshuan's interest in the girl beside him and secretly vowed not to allow someone with impure motives near Qing Shui. As Yu Haoshuan delivered his passionate speech, the students of Yizhong were invigorated, and even the officials from Donglin City nodded in approval, praising this outstanding student of Daxia Beast Academy. The principal of Yizhong, witnessing this scene, smiled broadly, marveling at Yu Haoshuan's ability to persuade Lin Qingchen to attend. Senior Haoshuan and Goddess Qingchen are such a perfect match, someone whispered, drawing agreement from the surrounding students. Although Lin Qingchen was the goddess in their hearts, Yu Haoshuan's excellence was undeniable. Being admitted to the Daxia Beast Academy was no small feat, and it seemed fitting that he was matched with the goddess Qingchen. Some girls, though unwilling, had to accept reality. They knew they couldn't compete with Lin Qingchen in terms of beauty or talent, making it difficult to attract someone as distinguished as Yu Haoshuan. Hearing the whispers around him, Situ Feng clenched his fists before slowly releasing them, his unwilling gaze fixed on the stage. He understood he couldn't compare to Yu Haoshuan. Even his father, the head of the Situ family, would likely show Yu Haoshuan respect. Moreover, on Yizhong's grounds, he had no authority to intervene. Some Yizhong students cast sympathetic looks towards a group at the edge of the field, whispering, "I heard Goddess Qingchen has a childhood friend studying at Donglin's second Beast Academy." These undisguised remarks reached Wang Tao's ears, causing him to glance worriedly at Lin Qingchen. He knew that even with Qingchen's calm demeanor, hearing such words would be unsettling. If he saw this, what would he do? Probably just admit defeat and beg Senior Haoshuan for help, right? A sharp voice mocked. To them, such a reaction from Lin Qingchen seemed entirely normal. After all, how could an ordinary student from second school compare to someone as exceptional as Yu Haoshuan? Surrender? As if he'd ever do that, Lin Qingchen muttered with a mocking smile. He suddenly realized that he had never actually expressed his feelings to the girl, simply assuming her affection was a given. Even though Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingchen grew up together, it seemed like no one acknowledged their bond. Lin Qingchen thought about this, his gaze resolute. Why should their feelings need anyone else's approval? With this in mind, he slowly stood up and walked towards the edge of the stage. Wang Tao noticed and reached out to stop Lin Qingchen. After all, this was Yizhong. But Mr. Gao gently held him back, whispering, "Let him go." Mr. Gao sighed inwardly, knowing that if Lin Qingchen swallowed his pride today, he might regret it later, just like he once did. The atmosphere on the playground was already electric. No one noticed a young man slowly moving from the edge towards the center. After the speech, Yu Haoshuan made a gesture, inviting Lin Qingchen to step down first. This scene immediately triggered screams from the crowd, with many girls gazing at the young man on stage, admiring his excellence, talent, and courtesy. Hearing the cheers from below, a smug smile appeared on Yu Haoshuan's face. This was exactly the effect he desired. Some prominent figures from Donglin City nodded in approval, thinking this young pair was indeed well-matched and might be invited to endorse products in the future. However, Yu Haoshuan's smile quickly vanished. As soon as Lin Qingchen stepped off the stage, she was embraced by a handsome young man. Lin Qingchen was initially delighted, then blushed, yet she did not struggle. The young man seemed to be asserting his claim, and she appeared to enjoy it. This scene left everyone present utterly shocked. Yu Haoshuan's face turned so dark it was almost dripping with anger. Lin Qingchen was indifferent to him, but so intimate with this ordinary boy. The stark contrast in treatment fueled his rage. Some of Donglin City's dignitaries frowned slightly, feeling this was inappropriate. However, they said nothing, considering it too trivial to warrant their personal reprimand, leaving it to Yizhong's principal to handle. The students from Yizhong snapped back to reality, glaring angrily at Lin Qingchen, feeling he had sullied their goddess. Situ Feng looked on with a complex expression at his former rival, inwardly admitting he wouldn't have had the courage. Mr. Gao smiled wryly, thinking the move was too bold and fearing it would be difficult to resolve. Although the hug lasted only half a minute, it felt eternal. Lin Qingchen sensed the envious and hateful gazes around him, but remained unfazed. It wasn't until Lin Qingchen softly said, "Qingchen Gij, can we save the hugs for later?" that he snapped back to reality, giving a slightly apologetic cough. "Why apologize?" Lin Qingchen asked with a smile, her stunning beauty stirring Lin Qingchen's heart once more. The Yizhong principal suppressed his dissatisfaction, squinting with a smile as he asked, "Qingchen, who is he?" Before Lin Qingchen could answer, Lin Qingchen wrapped his arms around her slender waist again, resting his head on her shoulder, and coldly looked at the principal on stage. He had noticed the principal's earlier look of satisfaction. "Principal, I'm sorry," Lin Qingchen said softly, her face flushed. "No problem, no problem," the principal replied cheerfully, but his gaze lingered on Lin Qingchen. This boy, he would remember him. "Can you let go now?" Yu Haoshuan said coldly, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder why this guy could easily get what he had always dreamed of. As a prodigy of the great Xia's Beast Taming Academy, he compared himself to Lin Qingchen. The students below were dumbfounded by the scene. They had expected the goddess Qingchen to summon her beast and teach this arrogant guy a lesson, but the outcome was unexpected. Some were in a daze, muttering, "Could he be Lin Qingchen?" As devoted fans of Lin Qingchen, they had long known the name of her childhood friend. Lin Qingchen leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered, "Qingchen, let's go." Her cheeks turned even redder, and she softly replied with a barely audible Despite feeling a bit excited, Qingchen's brother's intimate gesture made her shy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Qingchen and the girl walked steadily off the field and left Yizhong. Principal Wu Wei of Yizhong smiled and said, "That person just now seemed to be from Yizhong, right?" He glanced toward Yizhong's lineup. Teacher Gao slowly stood up and respectfully said to Wu Wei on the stage, "Principal Wu, I apologize for this incident. I'll make sure to discipline them more strictly when we return." Wu Wei, a 6th-level beast-taming master, was far superior in strength to Yizhong's principal. In Donglin City, only the mayor might be his match. This was Yizhong's foundation. As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Gao left with Wang Tao and another student. Wu Wei's face darkened, wondering if even a teacher from Yizhong wouldn't show him respect. He made a mental note of the incident. Wu Wei turned to Yu Haoshuan and said, "Haoshuan, let's continue with the oath-taking ceremony. Don't let these small matters delay us." Although Yu Haoshuan's resentment hadn't faded, he could only respond, "Yes." After leaving Yizhong, Wang Tao excitedly patted Lin Qingchen's back and exclaimed, "Chun, you were awesome. The way you handled the situation just now was so cool." Then he turned to Lin Qingxue, put on a respectful expression, and said, "Hello, sister-in-law." This title made Lin Qingxue's blush return to her cheeks. Teacher Gao quietly said, "You, young man, are quite bold." Lin Qingchen was a bit puzzled, not expecting Teacher Gao to not reprimand him. Teacher Gao patted Lin Qingchen's shoulder, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, and said, "Who hasn't been young? All the efforts now are to avoid regrets later. Besides, such a lovely girlfriend needs to be cherished." Lin Qingchen watched Teacher Gao's retreating figure, lost in thought. This Teacher Gao seemed to have untold stories of his own. Seeing Lin Qingxue stifle a laugh, Lin Qingchen feigned anger and said, "What's so funny?" Lin Qingxue quickly waved her hands. "Nothing." Lin Qingchen pretended to be fierce and said, "I'll teach you a lesson when we get back." In the distance, Qi Yan watched Lin Qingchen's departing figure with calm eyes, then quietly followed. The Great Qin dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty share a border, with both nations holding comparable power. Unlike Great Xia, the Great Qin is home to numerous beast-controlling sects, where competition among them is fiercely intense. It is precisely this harsh competitive environment that has allowed Great Qin to remain unshaken in the turbulent world of beast control. At this moment, in a dimly lit palace within the Great Qin's capital, a young man in white is lounging lazily on a throne that rivals the imperial seat. "Sir, the data from the first batch of beast control bracelets has been collected," a steward in a black robe reports respectfully. "Just leave it there. I'll look at it later," the young man in white instructs softly. The black-robed steward bows and exits, gently closing the palace door behind him. Moments later, a bluish glow fills the dark hall. Perched on the white-clad youth's shoulder is a blue phoenix, its eyes hollow and lifeless, resembling a pure fighting tool. "Interesting, I didn't expect to find such a beast below the 3rd tier." The young man's voice carries a hint of eeriness, sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room of an orphanage on the outskirts, a girl's cries of pain can be heard. "Brother Qingchen, stop hitting me, it hurts." Lin Qingxue pleads with teary eyes, looking pitifully at the boy beside her. "You've hit me so many times, can't you calm down? I was wrong." "You realize you were wrong? That you guy's intentions for you are practically written on his face." Lin Qingchen grits his teeth, his tone filled with concern. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." Lin Qingxue raises 4 fingers towards the ceiling, earnestly promising. On the rooftop, Principal Xiao and Bailey Hongfeng sit quietly. Principal Xiao gazes at the moonlight, taking a sip of wine, and sighs. "Youth is wonderful." Indeed, although they're a bit noisy. Bailey Hongfeng offers a piece of dessert. "Want one?" Principal Xiao glances at him. "You have it." After a pause, he asks, "Isn't there a girl chasing after you in the capital? Why not bring her back to meet us?" "You know?" Bailey Hongfeng looks surprised at his teacher, who seems never to have left Donglin City. Principal Xiao doesn't respond, simply continuing to savor his wine. "Ah, don't mention it." Bailey Hongfeng sighs. "I'd rather focus on my cultivation. Women only slow me down. Then why envy them?" Principal Xiao rolls his eyes. "Teacher, after the beast control exams, will you be leaving?" Bailey Hongfeng asks softly. "Where will you go?" Faced with his disciple's inquiry, Principal Xiao remains silent for a long time, finally saying only, "You're still too weak." Hearing this, a trace of dimness flashes in Bailey Hongfeng's eyes. He silently resolves to himself, "Since that's the case, I'll strive to become stronger. When I'm powerful enough, my teacher will surely tell me everything." Half a month flew by. During this time, Lin Qingchen remained dedicated to his studies at No. 2 High School, preparing for the upcoming Beastmaster College entrance exam. His hard work paid off. Not only did he successfully advance to a Tier 3 Beastmaster, but his partner, Xiaobai, also reached Tier 3 strength. The commotion from the Beastmaster Oath ceremony at number 1 high school gradually subsided, and no one brought up the events of that day anymore. Even the principal of number 1, Wu Wei, had to temporarily set aside his dissatisfaction with Lin Qingchen, as she was still considered the school's star of hope despite the embarrassment caused during the ceremony. As for Yu Haoxuan, he remained silent after the event, focusing solely on advancing his beast to Tier 5 in secluded training. June 7th, a seemingly ordinary day, brought a tense atmosphere to the entire city. Both commoners and wealthy merchants were filled with anticipation. The Beastmaster College entrance exam had finally arrived. Though the first day only involved the cultural subjects exam, its importance, worth 300 points in total, could not be underestimated. For those dreaming of attending a prestigious provincial university, scoring at least 220 points was essential for even a slim chance. As the largest academy in Donglin City, number 1 high school naturally became the main examination center for the city's Beastmaster exam. Outside the school gates, Principal Wu Wei was chatting with Lu Hong, the principal of number 2 high school. "Old Lu, does your school have confidence in this Beastmaster exam?" Wu Wei asked with a smile. Lu Hong sighed softly. "Of course we do, but it's hard to compare with number 1. Apart from the young master of the Sidhu family, it's challenging to find anyone else who stands out. I heard there's a student named Lin Qingchen at your school?" Wu Wei squinted his eyes, suddenly changing the subject. Him. Lu Hong's mind flashed with the image of a familiar face. "He's just an ordinary student. Some say he hasn't even contracted a beast, while others claim he has a giant python. I'm not too sure about the details." Lu Hong rarely paid attention to students from regular classes, preferring to focus his energy on the elite class, where Sidhu Feng was. Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery flashed in Wu Wei's eyes. So, the one who dared to confront him publicly was just a nobody. Once the Beastmaster exam was over, he had his own ways to make life unbearable for this arrogant young man. Outside the exam venue, Teacher Gao was giving the students some last-minute advice. "Don't be nervous today, just perform as usual." He knew well that every year, some outstanding students faltered under exam pressure, missing their chance at a Beastmaster Academy. "Yes," the students responded in unison, their eyes shining with anticipation. They had sacrificed so much for this day. For those strong in cultural subjects, the theoretical knowledge exam was actually their strong suit. "Chen, good luck." Wang Tao gave Lin Qingchen an encouraging look. Lin Qingchen glanced at his usual mock exam scores of around 280 or 290 and softly reassured Wang Tao beside him. "Why worry? It's you who needs to work harder." Just as he said this, he noticed a pair of bright eyes staring intently at him. It was a young girl, her gaze unwavering. Feeling a bit uneasy, Lin Qingchen forced a smile. Let's work hard together." He only breathed a sigh of relief once Qi Yin finally looked away. Holding his exam ticket, Lin Qingchen entered the examination hall of Yizhong. The classrooms here were exceptionally spacious, several times larger than those at Erzhong. Each room accommodated only 30 examinees, with ample space between seats. The most striking feature was the iron cage in the center of the classroom, containing a beast, guarded by 2 beastmasters at the front and back, their own beasts summoned by their side. With such an arrangement, cheating was nearly impossible. The Xia dynasty was known for its severe punishment of cheating, with rumors of examinees being bitten to death by beasts on the spot for such acts. As the exam bell rang, the examinees held their breath and focused on answering the questions. Lin Qingchen looked down at the first question. "What are the quality levels of beasts?" He chuckled to himself. Wasn't this a question from the college entrance exam? Wasn't it supposed to be a self-determined test? The next question followed. "What are the ranks of beastmasters?" Such easy questions. Even if you occasionally woke up during class, you wouldn't get them wrong. Looking around, some examinees were scratching their heads in distress, while others wrote confidently and quickly. The third question asked about the political strengths and weaknesses of the Xia and Qian dynasties. Lin Qingchen sighed internally. Was this really Beastmaster knowledge? He began to write. The Xia dynasty's emperor vigorously supports Beastmaster academies, advocating for fair competition, giving commoners a chance to rise. In contrast, the Qian dynasty focuses solely on results and implements a power-sharing system, allowing sects to overshadow royal authority. The exam proceeded intensively, with Lin Qingchen answering questions methodically. When he reached the final question, a smile appeared on his lips. The question required examinees to determine the level, quality, attributes, and other information of the beast in the center of the classroom. Writing out its evolution path could earn an extra 20 points. He suddenly realized the purpose of the beast in the cage. Even a high-level theorist could only estimate a beast's level and quality by observing its breathing, teeth, fur, and other characteristics. And even then, the accuracy wouldn't be 100%. This question was clearly designed to discover talents with a knack for becoming theorists. Lin Qingchen's gaze fell on the beast, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He quickly wrote down, "Beast name, Lingyu. Level, 2nd tier, 3rd stage. Quality, green. Attribute, water. Status, Normal. Weaknesses: fire, lightning, wood, evolution paths. 99 in total. Lin Qingchen sat in the examination hall, his eyes scanning the familiar test paper in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. 99 questions neatly arranged, they were a piece of cake for him. Around the exam hall, several fierce guardian beasts patrolled with sharp eyes, enough to deter any student from attempting to cheat. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Qingchen's pen danced across the paper, effortlessly jotting down answers. His speed was so remarkable that even the proctor on the platform was taken aback. These teachers, with years of invigilation experience, had never seen a student answer questions with such fluidity. Not even the so-called academic prodigies could compare. Done. Lin Qingchen closed his pen with a sigh of satisfaction. For the final bonus question, he had easily provided 3 evolutionary solutions. If the answer sheet had been bigger, he would have listed all 99 methods. As he stood up, Lin Qingchen gracefully pushed his chair back into place and strode out of the exam room with confidence. The students and proctors left behind exchanged bewildered glances. She had finished with half the exam time still remaining. A student sitting behind him sneaked a peek at Lin Qingchen's test paper and was instantly wide-eyed. The paper was filled with neat and detailed answers. Before he could take a longer look, the proctor quickly covered the paper with a blank sheet, forcing the student to return to his own test. Just outside the school gate, a staff member approached. "Why did you finish so quickly?" "Finished it. Why stay longer?" Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly. "Were there any particularly difficult questions?" The staff member pressed. "No, the test was a bit disappointing." Lin Qingchen shook his head. Apart from a few challenging questions on beast mastery, the rest were practically giveaways. Even the supposedly toughest final question was child's play for him. In the distance, Wu Wei remarked to Lu Hong with a meaningful tone, "Your school's students do finish early." The disdain in his words was unmistakable. Halfway through the exam time, Lin Qingchen walked out of the examination room. Lu Hong, who was standing at the classroom door, saw this, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. How well could he have done? Scoring in the triple digits would already be quite a stretch. He's at the bottom of our school's rankings, so poor results are expected. Although he was smiling, a flash of coldness appeared in Lu Hong's eyes. In his opinion, even students like Lin Qingchen, who have poor grades, should sit in the exam room until the end if they can't answer the questions. Coming out so early is just asking to be laughed at. Thinking of how teacher Gao had once spoken well of Lin Qingchen in front of him, Lu Hong felt even more disdainful. To him, only top students like Sidu Feng deserved special attention from teachers. What right did a student like Lin Qingchen have? After the Beast Mastery entrance exam, there shouldn't be any problem with me teaching such an ordinary student a lesson for Principal Lu. Wu Wei suddenly spoke up, a gleam in his eyes. Lin Qingchen dared to embarrass him that day, and he should pay a price for it. Naturally, Lu Hong replied after a slight hesitation. It wasn't worth offending Wu Wei over an ordinary student. Just then, teacher Gao approached. Seeing the confident expression on Lin Qingchen's face, he asked with concern, "How did you do on the comprehensive science exam?" As a teacher, he always hoped every student could perform well in the Beast Mastery Theory comprehensive exam. Even if they couldn't get into the Beast Mastery Academy, scoring more points would still be beneficial. "It was okay. This time the questions were ones I'm pretty good at," Lin Qingchen replied softly, thinking to himself, especially the last one. It was a breeze. As long as you feel good about it. But wasn't it a bit early to come out? Teacher Gao asked with some concern. In his mind, Lin Qingchen had always been a humble and sensible student. If his practical scores were also good, he might even get into the Nanjing Beast Mastery Academy. As for the more prestigious Daxia Beast Mastery Academy, that was less likely. Only one student, Yu Haoshuan, from Donglin City had achieved that in decades. Lin Qingchen shrugged and smiled. I have to give other students a chance, right? If I scored full marks, it would be too discouraging for them. Hearing this, Teacher Gao couldn't help but chuckle. All right, forget I said anything. Since you did well on the comprehensive exam, go home early and prepare for the practical exam. Tomorrow is the real test. With that, he encouragingly patted Lin Qingchen on the shoulder. Lin Qingchen shrugged, his expression calm. Getting into an ordinary Beast Mastery University was already within his grasp. But that wasn't enough. Wanted to attend a better academy with that girl. The 3 weeks of preparation had passed, and today, it was time for Xiao Bai to truly shine. Teacher Gao, I'll head off now, Lin Qingchen said, turning to leave. He planned to use the remaining time to prepare further. Go on. Teacher Gao watched Lin Qingchen's back with delight. How could one not like such a sensible yet confident student? It had been a long time since he'd seen such a dedicated child. On the way home, a faint purple light flashed, and Xiao Bai, who had been stored in the space due to the Beast Mastery exam, reappeared by Lin Qingchen's sleeve. For safety's sake, it was better to summon Xiao Bai out. Oh, back so soon. Bai Li Hongfeng smiled as he saw the familiar figure at the door. Lin Qingchen replied expressionlessly. Finished my task, so naturally I came back. His tone carried a hint of fatigue, but more so an indescribable confidence. Bai Li Hongfeng frowned slightly and reminded him. Now that you're back, Take some time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's real battle. There was a note of concern in his voice, showing his worry about Lin Qingchen's state. Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a playful smile as he retorted, "Only half a day to prepare? How about we spar a little?" His eyes gleamed with a challenging light, and though he wasn't sure of Bai Li Hongfeng's exact strength, his instincts told him that this senior's abilities were surely beyond imagination. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng's expression turned displeased. He glanced around the orphanage courtyard, which, although not as grand as an arena, was sufficient for a small-scale spar. He asked helplessly, "How do you want to practice?" Lin Qingchen looked directly at Bai Li Hongfeng and firmly said, "Summon your beast." He thought to himself that in the beast summoning exam, he wouldn't encounter an opponent as formidable as Bai Li Hongfeng. Bai Li Hongfeng slowly shook his head, politely declining, "Better not." He knew that if he summoned his beast, its terrifying aura might alarm the entire Donglin city, attracting the mayor and the head of the Beast Academy, which would be troublesome. Lin Qingchen showed a disappointed expression, pondering, "Could it be that as a third-level beast master, I don't even qualify to make Bai Li Hongfeng summon his beast? Is the gap really that vast?" Seeing through Lin Qingchen's thoughts, Bai Li Hongfeng smiled and explained, "Even without summoning a beast master below the 4th level can't harm me." His tone was devoid of arrogance, as if merely stating a simple fact. Lin Qingchen shrugged helplessly, a sly glint in his eyes. "All right then, Hongfeng, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he slightly raised his right hand, and a purple light shot like lightning towards Bai Li Hongfeng. This move was the mighty thunderbolt. Bai Li Hongfeng watched the incoming purple light with a trace of puzzlement. Though it appeared formidable, it seemed insignificant to him. With a sigh, red flames flickered in his hand, just as when he first faced Lin Qingchen. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen's lips curved into a smug smile. He had anticipated this move and thought to himself, "Does Hongfeng really think this can still work against me?" Despite Bai Li Hongfeng's impressive skills, they essentially involved manipulating fire attributes. So as long as a thought flashed in Lin Qingchen's mind, and his beast, Xiaobai, immediately understood. Lin Qingchen furrowed his brow, feeling deeply puzzled. A sonic attack? What kind of extraordinary creature does Brother Hongfeng have? In his understanding, beast masters typically choose skills that are either supportive or align with their beast's attributes. However, the recent sonic attack was far beyond his usual comprehension. Noticing Lin Qingchen's confusion, Bai Li Hongfeng explained, "This skill is a mental support type, quite rare. Your current knowledge of beast mastery is limited. Once you enter the Beastmaster Academy, a mentor will explain it in detail." He then gently urged, "If you have any more tricks, go ahead and use them. Let's wrap this up early so you can prepare for tomorrow's exam." Hearing this, Lin Qingchen's fingertips glowed with a green light, and he pointed forward. Instantly, Bai Li Hongfeng felt a heavy weight, his movements slowing. A flicker of interest flashed in his eyes as he thought, "Is this the skill Lin Qingchen learned at the Spirit Technique Pavilion? Not bad, but it won't work on me." Before his words could fade, Bai Li Hongfeng gave a slight shake, and the green light dissipated as if it had never affected him. However, in that moment, Lin Qingchen suddenly appeared in front of Bai Li Hongfeng, aiming a punch straight at his face. The young man was confident that with Brother Hongfeng's strength, even a hit to a vital spot wouldn't matter. This move was merely to slightly restrain him. Bai Li Hongfeng mentally noted that the kid was quite aggressive and was about to dodge when he suddenly met a pair of vertical pupils. Although well experienced, he had never encountered a beast that made him feel such an intense sense of danger as Xiaobai did. In an instant, Bai Li Hongfeng seemed to see a mysterious golden eye slowly opening in his vision, ancient and solemn. Could this be an innate divine ability? The thought flashed through Bai Li Hongfeng's mind before he fell into unconsciousness. He found it hard to believe, as such abilities were typically possessed by beasts of at least the 9th tier, and Xiaobai was only at the 3rd tier. Thud! With a dull sound, Bai Li Hongfeng fell heavily to the ground. Lin Qingchen stood there, stunned, muttering to himself, "Ah, is Brother Hongfeng faking it?" He approached and gently shook Bai Li Hongfeng, but there was no response. The young man glanced at Xiaobai, who returned his gaze with an innocent look. "Should we, carry him back?" Lin Qingchen tentatively suggested. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Thus, the duo began their task of transporting him. The next morning, Bai Li Hongfeng slowly woke up in bed, instinctively touching his slightly aching forehead. He tried to recall the events of the previous day, and suddenly, his pupils dilated and a mind-blowing scene flashed in his mind. A mere 3rd-rank beast master had actually mastered innate divine abilities. This completely overturned his understanding. Even cheating wouldn't achieve such a level. At that moment, there was a slight creak from the door, followed by a voice that was both authoritative and calm. "Awake." Bai Li Hongfeng looked up to see who it was and, with a bitter smile, called out, "Teacher." As a disciple, losing to a 3rd-rank beast master without even summoning his beast was a humiliation he could hardly bear. How can a 3rd-rank beast possess innate divine abilities? Bai Li Hongfeng couldn't help but ask. The first time he had seen innate divine abilities was with the ninth-rank beast of the Dean of the Daxia Beast Master Academy, a creature that existed only in legends. According to the Dean, with his talent, he might comprehend innate divine abilities at the 7th or 8th rank, but mastering it at the 3rd rank? It was completely beyond his realm of understanding. Dean Xiao gently placed the bowl of porridge on the table and asked indifferently, "Are innate divine abilities that rare?" With that, he turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. The room was silent for a moment before Bailey Hongfeng let out a bitter laugh. Such terrifying talent. Teacher, is this the person you've been waiting for? No wonder you said I'm not enough. Meanwhile, elsewhere, all the students participating in the evaluation received number plates similar to admission tickets. Lin Qingchen and others, under the guidance of the invigilating teachers, arrived at a larger and more advanced combat training area than that of their previous school. Welcome to the Donglin City Beast Master Academy. Students participating in the Beast Master entrance exam. The voice of a distinguished middle-aged man echoed across the venue. His words immediately sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd. As many well-off students recognized the speaker, their eyes filled with surprise. So it's true. Even he's here. Teacher Gao murmured in awe, unable to hide his astonishment. Dean Zhou's strength has grown even deeper. It makes me feel quite inadequate. Wu Wei approached the middle-aged man Zhouya, the dean of the only Beast Master Academy in Donglin City, and greeted him. Zhouya responded with a smile. Dean Wu and I are peers as Beast Masters. There's no need to feel inadequate. Indeed, today is the practical part of the Beast Master entrance exam, so I'll leave it to you, Dean Zhou. This is my responsibility. It's no trouble, Zhouya replied courteously. As peers in the same tier of Beast Mastery, and considering that many excellent students from their school enrolled in the Donglin Beast Master Academy every year, he naturally wanted to show due respect. While the two conversed, Lu Hong, the principal of the second school, and several other family heads could only listen quietly from the sidelines. The two deans of Donglin City hold extraordinary positions, being two of the only 3 6th-level beast masters in the entire city. In this world, strength is the ultimate mark of nobility. As the exam time arrived, the proctor guided the candidates to the specialized combat area at the Donglin Beast Academy. Each examination venue was shrouded in a mysterious barrier, preventing outsiders from seeing inside. To ensure fairness, the exam results were automatically uploaded to the system, leaving no room for any manipulation. Enter according to the number sequence you have, the proctor stated sternly. If you can't hold on, crush the number plate, and you'll be instantly transported out. Don't overestimate your abilities. Lin Qingchen observed all of this, secretly criticizing it. This exam method is less efficient than just having a ranking match on the beast platform. He was more eager for the update to his beast bracelet, as he had already advanced to a 3rd-level beast master. Unfortunately, his last attempt to log in was met with system rejection. Outside the exam venue, candidates entered one after another. Strangely, no sounds of battle could be heard, nor could any scenes be seen from outside. Occasionally, candidates were transported out, some with bright smiles, clearly having outperformed, while others bore injuries and disappointment, having underperformed. In the Great Xia dynasty, the Beast Master entrance exam was a one-time opportunity with no chance for retakes. Finally, it was Lin Qingchen's turn. As he stepped into the exam venue, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Although he tried to convince himself that his worries were unnecessary after all, he held a number plate that could transport him out. An unsettling premonition lingered. Dean Wu, is it really necessary to go this far for one student? Zhouya asked, unable to hold back, as he watched Lin Qingchen's back. Don't worry, Dean Zhou, Wu Hong replied with a cold smile, a glint in his eyes. At most, the kid will suffer a bit. The dual attributes of wind and thunder are indeed unexpected, but he has to survive first. If something fatal happens, it can just be considered an accident. In a few years, who will remember the name Lin Qingchen? Zhouya remained silent, silently praying that the young man would endure. Dean Xiao gazed ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. He sighed softly. It seems that no matter where you are, you can't escape deceit and trickery. Years have passed like flowing water, and even though he once changed the world's landscape, this situation remains unchanged. He couldn't help but ponder whether the protection he provided truly held any meaning. Bailey Hongfeng stood nearby, sensing the heavy atmosphere, and looked at Dean Xiao in confusion. Recently, apart from his daily training, he hadn't stirred up any trouble. Sensing Bailey Hongfeng's inquisitive gaze, Dean Xiao spoke calmly. There's something I need you to do. What is it? Another errand. Bailey Hongfeng replied with a hint of resignation, but nodded in agreement. I'll go. What exactly do I need to do? As he reached the door, he turned back to ask. Dean Xiao responded briefly. Pick someone up. Pick someone up? Bailey Hongfeng was taken aback. Is someone in trouble? Watching Bailey Hongfeng's departing figure, Dean Xiao's gaze deepened. He murmured to himself, still not cautious enough to be found so quickly. Saying this, he turned to look at the large yellow dog lying nearby. Meanwhile, inside the examination venue, Lin Qingchen looked around and realized that the place wasn't the forest terrain he had imagined. Rather, it resembled a closed cage. This kind of terrain is disadvantageous for Xiaobai, he thought to himself. A scanning light swept over Xiaobai, assessing its quality. In the Daxia Beast Taming entrance exam, beasts of purple quality and above received bonus points. Although the points weren't many, they were enough to create a gap among the top candidates. The assessment begins. As the mechanical voice sounded, the door opposite Lin Qingchen slowly opened, revealing a gray rock turtle. This Earth attribute beast was covered in a hard rocky shell, with a quality of white, and a level of Stage 1, Level 4. So it's a challenge mode. Lin Qingchen quickly understood the rules. 9 stages in succession, with increasing difficulty and cumulative scores. There were 2 ways to pass. Defeat the guarding beast or endure for 20 minutes. Looking at the Stage 1, Level 5 gray rock turtle, Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a smile. Before Xiaobai's evolution, perhaps the first or second stage would have been his limit. But now, he had ample confidence. However, after several rounds, Lin Qingchen was already drenched in sweat, and even Xiaobai showed signs of fatigue. The situation was not looking promising. Lin Qingchen and Xiaobai, after a series of tough battles, reached the 8th challenge when something unusual caught his attention. All the beasts they had encountered so far were Earth-type, which completely contradicted Teacher Gao's lesson on the random nature of beast attributes in real battles. Lin Qingchen's pupils contracted sharply, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Someone might be manipulating this assessment from the shadows. With a thunderous roar, a colossal creature appeared before them. It was a beast with a body like granite, entwined with vibrant green vines, exuding a formidable aura. The system promptly provided detailed information. Beast name, Stonewood Demon. Level, Tier 3 Level 5. Quality, Blue. Attributes, Wood Earth. State, Normal. Evolution paths, 18. Damn, Lin Qingchen cursed under his breath. A dual attribute beast. The opulence of Donglin Beast Academy was truly astonishing. Remembering Teacher Gao's words about needing to clear at least the 8th level to have any hope of entering the Great Xia Beast Academy, Lin Qingchen gritted his teeth. Xiaobai opened its mouth, gathering a bolt of lightning. But Lin Qingchen knew this move had already proven ineffective against lower-level Earth-type beasts. As for wind attacks, they were inherently weak, only useful for stalling time to barely last the 20 minutes. As expected, the Stonewood Demon effortlessly blocked the lightning attack with a casual lift of its arm, a disdainful gleam in its eyes. Witnessing this, Lin Qingchen's heart sank. It looks like I'll really have to go all out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu Wei was in conversation with Dean Zhouya when a knock on the door interrupted them. Walking in was Wu Wei's prize student, Yu Haoshuan, who was studying at the Great Xia Beast Academy. Haoshuan, Wu Wei said with a smile, I've arranged everything on Lin Qingchen's side. After the college entrance exam, feel free to pursue Qingxue, and you can both head to Great Xia together. In his view, faced with a series of restraining attribute beasts, Lin Qingchen was doomed to fail. Yu Haoshuan seemed slightly disappointed at this. It's a shame I can't teach him a lesson myself. I wonder if she'll still maintain that aloof demeanor once she hears of Lin Qingchen's demise. Back at the exam site, Lin Qingchen, drenched in sweat, was struggling to hold on. Suddenly, an even larger figure appeared opposite him. The system displayed. Beast name, Lava Stone Demon. Level, Tier 4 Level 1. Quality, Purple. Attributes, Earth, Fire. Lin Qingchen's pupils shook. Tier 4 Beast. Lin Qingchen's eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at the massive creature before him. A 4th-tier beast with both fire and earth attributes appearing in the practical exam of the beast-taming test was truly unexpected. Facing such a formidable opponent, even giving his all seemed futile. Do I have to give up? Lin Qingchen sighed softly, pulling out the token engraved with his number from his pocket. Clenching his teeth, he crushed the token. As it shattered, a faint red powder burst forth, covering him. Across from him, the lava stone monster seemed agitated, its eyes glowing a menacing red as it locked onto the young man in front of it. A thunderous roar echoed. A chill ran down Lin Qingchen's spine as he met those crimson eyes. Damn it, they tampered with the token, he cursed under his breath. It was bad enough that the exam included such challenging beasts, but even the token was rigged. Clearly, someone wanted him gone. Thinking of this, a mocking smile played on Lin Qingchen's lips. Who else but the headmaster, with such influence and a grudge against him, could be responsible? Such magnanimity, he sneered. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingchen forced himself to remain calm. His only hope was to survive the next 20 minutes. But the lava stone monster had no intention of giving him that chance, lunging at his beast, Xiaobai, with blistering speed. Impossible. Lin Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. The creature moved so fast that even Xiaobai, adept at wind attributes, couldn't react in time. With a deafening crash, Xiaobai let out a pained cry as its body was slammed into the hard ground. Despite its desperate struggle, it was pinned under the monster's massive foot, unable to move. Xiaobai, Lin Qingchen's expression changed dramatically, and he gathered a cyan light at his fingertips, attempting to slow the monster down. But with a mere shake, it broke free of the restraint. Enraged, the creature grabbed Xiao Bai and flung it aside, then slowly turned, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Qingchen. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Haoshuan, how did you do back then? Zhouya asked with a smile, pouring tea for the young man who had just sat down. As the only genius from Donglin City in decades to be accepted into the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, Yu Haoshuan was naturally the focus of attention from the mayor and all the deans. Not too bad, Yu Haoshuan replied calmly, taking a sip of tea. I scored around 280 in the science comprehensive, passed the 8th level in the practical, with a total score close to 700. He had been lucky. Although the beast he faced in the 8th level was high in rank, its attributes were countered by his own, allowing him to barely pass. As for the 9th level's 4th-tier beast, he had no intention of attempting it. Just average, Yu Haoshuan replied in a calm tone. His modesty brought a pleased smile to the faces of the two deans, Zhou Ye and Wu Wei. This kid not only excels academically and has outstanding abilities, but is also so humble, Wu Wei said with a smile. After the Royal Beast College entrance exam, we should engage more with the 3 major families of Donglin City. At that time, Dean Zhou and I will go together. Upon his return, Wu Wei had already decided to pave the way for Yu Haoshuan. He thought to himself that with Yu Haoshuan's potential, he might even become the governor of Nanjiang Province after graduating from the Daxiao Royal Beast Academy. Dean Wu. Yu Haoshuan hesitated slightly before asking. I heard that the Myriad Beast Commerce Association will be auctioning an epic item soon, the Heart of Flames. Do you know about this? In Daxiao, beast materials are classified as ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary. Even the Thunder Spirit grass used by Lin Qingchen for Xiaobai's evolution is just among the better ordinary materials. Although not cheap, most beast masters can afford it. However, epic materials are extremely rare, even in Donglin City. This Heart of Flames, is it useful to you? Dean Wu asked with a smile. Yes. Yu Haoshuan nodded earnestly. If his beast could absorb the Heart of Flames, he could not only advance to a 5th-tier beast master, but also meet the graduation requirements of the Daxiao Royal Beast Academy a year early. In that case, we must acquire this Heart of Flames, Dean Wu said with a cheerful smile. Isn't that right, Dean Zhou? Of course, we must prepare the materials our talented nephew Yu needs, Zhouya replied, also smiling broadly. Meanwhile, the situations within the examination halls varied. Lin Qingxue stood in the exam hall, sensing the aura of the guardian beast. The 9th level is a 4th-tier beast? She shook her head, deciding not to continue. Although her Fire Fox was only at the 3rd tier, level 8, its quality far surpassed that of the guardian beast. After all, the Donglin Royal Beast Academy couldn't possibly use orange-quality beasts for student assessments, and even the legendary Daxiao Royal Beast Academy might not have such resources. In another examination hall, a graceful figure stood on a vividly green plant-type beast, surrounded by faint black flames. Clearing the 9th level should be enough, a cool voice said. The figure then stretched languidly, creating a unique scene in the empty exam hall. In the final examination hall, the air was oppressively hot. Lin Qingchen lay in the center, covered in wounds of varying sizes, blood seeping from his mouth, his chest slightly sunken. A lava stone demon, wrapped in granite, stared at him with blood-red eyes, raising a massive foot to stomp down a force capable of crushing boulders. However, the lava stone demon's pupils suddenly contracted, as a sense of fear began to spread from the depths of its soul. Did you enjoy the fight just now? Did you enjoy the fight just now? Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, like a sharp sword stabbing into the soul of the lava stone monster. The massive creature's body trembled involuntarily, as if confronted by an indescribable terror. Just hearing the voice filled it with an overwhelming urge to kneel and offer its devotion. But how could that be possible? The lava stone monster's pupils trembled violently, overwhelmed by unprecedented fear. Even when facing the most powerful beings in the academy, it had never experienced such intense emotions. A hint of clarity flashed in its crimson eyes, as red liquid seeped from its forehead. Slowly, it turned to look at the spot where Xiao Bai had been sent flying. There, a figure dressed in black hovered in midair, gazing down at it with a commanding presence. The stone monster immediately fell to its knees, prostrating itself without daring to look up. Although the young man appeared ordinary, he exuded an aura of dominion, as if the empty examination hall was his domain. Why don't you speak? The young man asked softly, his voice small yet echoing throughout the hall. The lava stone monster lamented internally. It couldn't speak. Why did a 4th-tier beast need to know how to talk? This was too much to ask. It could only respond with low, growling sounds. Never mind. How can an ant converse with a god? The young man's eyes remained indifferent. Earlier, you seemed to enjoy the fight. Is it too much if I return the favor? As soon as he finished speaking, a green light began to gather in the young man's hand. A chilling aura filled the examination hall, causing even the surrounding barriers to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The lava stone monster instinctively nodded, then quickly shook its head. It didn't want to be hit. But in the next moment, terror and pain were etched on its face. Within its massive body, the green light flickered ominously. Boom! With a loud explosion, the creature's granite-like exterior, reminiscent of mixed magma, shattered. Moments later, the young man appeared before Lin Qingchen. It's all fate. He sighed, a complex expression flashing in his deep eyes. Then, with a light touch of his finger, a green glow entered Lin Qingchen's body. Lin Qingchen's wounds began to heal visibly, and even his collapsed chest gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, Zhouya stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. The recent surge of energy had made his soul tremble, as if an unimaginable terror had appeared at Donglin Beast Academy. Wu Wei, the principal of Yizhong, also sensed the aura, his expression grave. If such a presence appeared in Donglin City, the entire city could be obliterated. Even the great Xia dynasty might be thrown into chaos. In an instant, multiple red alerts sounded throughout Donglin Beast Academy. The students who had just finished their exams became anxious, worried that their sly tricks had been discovered. Some students about to enter the examination hall stopped in their tracks, fearing it would affect their practical scores. Open all examination halls immediately. A commanding voice rang out, leaving everyone stunned. What had happened to alarm even the two principals? Could someone really be cheating during the practical exam? This question lingered in everyone's minds as they prepared to enter the examination hall. Suddenly, a formation of light appeared before them. As the light faded, they saw a slender young man lying on the ground. Lin Qingchen. In his arms lay a small snake with green and purple patterns, resting peacefully. Qingchen brother. Lin Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. She couldn't help but wonder what Qingchen brother had gone through. Standing nearby, Yu Haoshuan's eyes darkened upon hearing this. He silently regretted that Lin Qingchen hadn't met his end in the examination hall. It would be much harder to find another opportunity to strike. Wu Wei stepped forward, intending to wake Lin Qingchen and inquire about the situation. He suspected that the strange fluctuation they had just experienced might be related to Lin Qingchen, as he was the only one who had undergone the practical assessment. Dean Wu, Qingchen brother just went through the high-level beast-taming exam. He must be exhausted. Let him rest for a while. Lin Qingxue quickly interjected, trying to give Lin Qingchen a chance to catch his breath. Wu Wei's expression changed slightly, about to explain, but was interrupted by Zhouya. No way, Zhouya shouted. Who knows if Lin Qingchen is carrying something that threatens the safety of Donglin City? That disturbing fluctuation came from right here. At that moment, a melodious voice broke the tense atmosphere. No need to say more. I'll take him with me. A handsome young man approached. It was Bailey Hongfeng. Hongfeng brother? Lin Qingxue's face lit up with surprise, thinking that with Bailey Hongfeng here, everything should be fine today. Yu Haoshuan's expression turned grim at the sight. How could he not recognize this person? Bailey Hongfeng, who had been in the same year as him, had excelled in every aspect. As a genius of Donglin City, Yu Haoshuan had once challenged Bailey Hongfeng, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Oh, it's you, Bailey Hongfeng said coolly. A fourth-level beast tamer isn't worthy of speaking to me. Get someone else. He showed no regard for his former schoolmate, Yu Haoshuan. Yu Haoshuan's face flushed red with embarrassment, but he was helpless. He knew all too well that his current strength could barely compare to Bailey Hongfeng's from a year ago, if even that. Kid, this is Donglin City. Don't get too arrogant. Wu Wei and Zhouya both summoned their beasts. Although they hadn't fought in a long time, the power of 6th-level beast tamers was still formidable. The surrounding students felt an oppressive atmosphere, nearly suffocating. Bailey Hongfeng chuckled lightly. 2 6th-level beast tamers? So what? They're just empty vessels. He thought to himself, taking on 2 at once wasn't something he hadn't done before. Besides, after coming to Donglin City, he had been holding back for too long. It was time to let loose. Qi, a seemingly adorable little boy, was wandering through the remote regions of the Xia dynasty. He mumbled indistinctly, clearly a bit disgruntled about being lost. Though he had detected the general direction of the intriguing energy fluctuation, its exact location puzzled this self-proclaimed invincible being. Just as Qi was about to move forward, the fluctuation that had put him on alert appeared again. Instinctively, he wanted to rush toward the source of this energy, thinking to himself that in such a remote place, only that person could cause such a disturbance. However, at that moment, a phantom slowly manifested in front of Qi. It was Dean Xiao, who looked at the boy's youthful face and sighed gently. The atmosphere between them was not tense. Rather, it felt like a reunion of old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. You still came, Dean Xiao said, his tone tinged with resignation. Qi chuckled confidently. I wasn't sure at first, but after sensing your energy, I decided to come. Old Xiao, it's been a while. Man proposes, beast disposes. Qi, invincible. Dean Xiao frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Of course, to take back. Qi began, but was firmly interrupted by Dean Xiao. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dean Xiao said decisively. A look of confusion appeared on Qi's face. My master has awakened. Why not let me bring him back? In his view, since that figure had awakened, he should naturally return to the best resources to quickly regain his strength. Dean Xiao sighed. You don't understand. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. He explained that if Lin Qingchen wanted to match or even surpass, the path ahead would be extremely difficult and fraught with challenges. Although fostering growth prematurely seemed beneficial, it was actually inadvisable. Qi impatiently said, I don't understand you humans and your convoluted ways. If you want to teach me a lesson, let's see if you have the ability. With that, he unleashed an aura terrifying enough to destroy the Xia dynasty in an instant, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Seeing this, Dean Xiao gently waved his hand to isolate their auras. This child, why won't he listen? Causing trouble is not good. Moments later, Qi was rolling on the ground, complaining. If I weren't just a spirit, I'd beat you to a pulp. Besides, 2 against 1, that's just bullying a beast. Dean Xiao helplessly spread his hands. I told you, but you wouldn't listen, so what else could I do but act? At this moment, De Huang barked a few times. Qi looked at De Huang with eyes full of grievance. Even as fellow beasts, you're siding with a human? Just watching would be fine. Dean Xiao unceremoniously said. Go mind your own business. Some things, don't meddle in. Don't think that just because you were once his beast, I'll cut you any slack. No way. Qi blinked his eyes, pleading. Old Xiao, although I'm just a spirit, we've known each other for so many years. Don't be so heartless, okay? I'll just look around. Won't cause any trouble. He raised 4 fingers to the sky, promising earnestly. Give me some face, will you? Consider it a favor I owe you. Qi explained that his true form had been stuck in that desolate tower for far too long, to the point where he was unaware of the changes in the outside world. However, Dean Xiao simply stared at the boy in front of him without blinking, his face full of skepticism. De Huang's face twitched slightly, clearly finding the situation hard to believe. Who would have thought that the boy, who was just moments ago ready to fight fiercely, now appeared so harmless? Having known him for a long time, seeing this act was truly amusing. Noticing the expressions on the faces of the person and the dog, the boy's adorable face showed a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from his body. When the light faded, his aura had noticeably weakened, reduced to less than half of what it was before. I can't suppress it any further. This is the weakest state I can manage, the boy explained with a wry smile. It's not my fault. Blame it on me being too strong. He sighed lightly and looked expectantly at Dean Xiao. So can I go through now? All right, Dean Xiao said, waving his hand in resignation. What else could he say to the boy who had already compromised? Old Xiao, I love you to bits. The boy's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. Don't follow, Dean Xiao reminded him flatly. Don't worry, I definitely won't. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Beast Academy, Li Hongfeng stood beside a fiery red beast, its body seemingly engulfed in real flames, each breath making the surrounding air scorchingly hot. At his feet lay 2 of the dean's 6th-tier beasts in a sorry state. The 2 deans opposite him looked pale, clearly having suffered in the recent battle. The surrounding students were stunned. The 2 deans, who held high status in Donglin City, were no match for this young man. For most of the students present, these were the strongest beast masters they had ever seen in their lives. Do you want to continue? Li Hongfeng asked calmly. The 6th-tier beast masters of Donglin City were indeed much weaker than those at the Daxia Beast Academy, making them easy to handle. Hearing this, the teachers at the Eastern Beast Academy shuddered, eyes filled with dread. If even the 6th-tier deans were defeated, wouldn't they be sending themselves to their doom? Watching the change in expressions around him, Li Hongfeng's lips curled into a mocking smile. This Eastern Beast Academy is truly disappointing. The nearby instructors were infuriated and were about to step forward when a voice stopped them. Let them go, Zhouya said, clutching his abdomen and speaking with difficulty. From the earlier exchange, they had realized that the young man's strength was beyond imagination. Wu Wei, standing nearby, wanted to speak but held back, understanding they couldn't provoke such a formidable backer. It seemed that targeting Lin Qingchen in the future would not be so easy. Go. Li Hongfeng raised an eyebrow. I came all this way just to take Lin Qingchen? Leaving like this seems too easy for you. Compensation is a must. He extended his hand, his tone still calm. The lives of your 2 beasts should be worth more than mere compensation, right? These calm words made the faces of the 2 deans change drastically. If their beasts were to die today, it would surely shake their standing. Fine, we'll give it. The next morning, a ray of sunlight slowly streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. Lin Qingchen lay quietly on the simply arranged bed, his brow slightly furrowed. A sense of exhaustion emanated from the depths of his soul. Although he bore no visible injuries, this mental fatigue made it difficult for him to fully awaken. During this long slumber, he seemed to have fallen into a fragmented dream. The only clear element in the dream was a mysterious and noble azure figure. Each time he tried to discern the person's face, The bone-deep weariness pulled him back into darkness. Just taking the beast-taming entrance exam and ended up like this. Lin Qingchen chuckled bitterly as he glanced around the familiar surroundings, memories gradually surfacing. It had been a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy someone had arranged for a fourth-tier beast in the examination hall to completely overwhelm him. Thinking of this, a trace of coldness flashed in Lin Qingchen's eyes. In his memory, only one person could possess such means. He had expected the principal and Yu Haoshuan to suppress him using typical villain tactics, but he hadn't anticipated their audacity to risk everything, intending to have him perish in the beast-taming exam. This is a capital offense. Lin Qingchen sneered. The Xia dynasty held the beast-taming exam in high regard, and any manipulation of the exam, regardless of status, would be considered a capital crime. Suddenly, the image of Xiaobai, who had been struck by the lava stone demon, flashed in his mind. Right, Xiaobai? Lin Qingchen sat up abruptly, about to search for his companion, when he heard a faint hissing sound from his arms. Looking down, he saw Xiaobai sleeping peacefully in his embrace, seemingly less injured than he was. At that moment, the door opened, and Lin Qingxue appeared at the entrance. Seeing the boy awake in bed, tears instantly glistened in her eyes. She rushed to the bed and buried her head in Lin Qingchen's chest. "Brother Qingchen, you're finally awake," she sobbed. "How long was I unconscious?" Lin Qingchen was taken aback. 2 months. The admissions for the Beast Taming Academy have already ended, Lin Qingxue replied, lifting her head. "You'll have to wait until next year to enroll." What? Lin Qingchen was utterly shocked. In the Xia dynasty, missing the Beast Taming exam meant a ruined future. Unless one was exceptionally talented, there was no chance for a redo. Just then, a gentle voice came from outside the door. Bai Li Hongfeng leaned against the doorframe and softly said, "Awake? Well, it's about time. You've been asleep for 2 days. It makes sense for you to wake up now." Hearing this, Lin Qingchen was stunned. "What? 2 days? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 months?" Lin Qingchen blurted out in surprise, then looked helplessly at the girl beside him. Lin Qingxue was injured because of the beast taming exam, which made him feel deeply distressed. Sensing the boy's concerned gaze, Lin Qingxue let out a soft hum, showing a hint of stubbornness. Lin Qingchen frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Someone tampered with my practical exam." He had his suspicions. It wasn't just the principal of the first high school, but perhaps even the head of Donglin Beast Taming Academy was on the opposing side. Without the dean's tacit approval, even Wu Wei, with all his tricks, couldn't have acted so brazenly in Donglin Beast Taming Academy. What? Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. How could a beast tamer manipulate the beast taming exam? Hearing this, a shadow flickered in the eyes of Bai Li Hongfeng, who stood nearby. He thought to himself that the lesson that day wasn't harsh enough, and the compensation given was too little. Meanwhile, in a usually deserted hall in the center of Donglin City, about 12 or 13 people were gathered. Each beast tamer exuded a powerful aura, with their beasts at least at the 5th rank. The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke softly. He was the mayor of Donglin City, with strength surpassing both Zhou Ye and Wu Wei. "Regarding Lin Qingchen's practical results in the beast taming exam, I'd like to hear your thoughts." Wu Wei hesitated for a moment, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, and said confidently, "I believe Lin Qingchen's actions have had a very negative impact, which could even hinder the future development of Donglin City." He thought to himself that although the incident was suppressed, their standing in the students' eyes had likely diminished, and they needed to find a way to restore their image. The others were slightly taken aback by his words, turning their gaze toward Wu Wei. Many thought privately that it seemed Dean Wu had some grudge against Lin Qingchen. What choices should they make? Zhou Ye, who had been silent, then spoke up. "I agree with Dean Wu's perspective." Although he had no personal conflict with Lin Qingchen, since he decided to support Yu Haoshuan, he naturally had to stand with Wu Wei. "Yes, I think the 2 deans are right." Seeing Zhou Ye's stance, others quickly echoed. With the 2 major 6th-rank beast tamers of Donglin City in agreement, they too had to take a stand. Lu Hong watched as everyone expressed their positions. Even the head of the Sidhu family, who was usually on good terms with him, was no exception. His expression changed slightly. He had been present that day and certainly didn't believe Wu Wei's one-sided story. But opposing the 2 6th-rank beast tamers was a cost neither he nor second high school could afford. So, does this mean that Lin Qingchen's results can be invalidated? Dean Wu's face showed a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He thought, even if Lin Qingchen's beast-taming talent rivals Yu Haoshuan, what good is it if he can't grow? A genius who can't develop is ultimately just a waste. The mayor of Donglin City heard this and frowned slightly, a trace of hesitation appearing on his face. As the head of the city, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A 6th-level beast tamer like Wu Wei wouldn't target a high school student without reason. Could Lin Qingchen really have cheated? Zhou Ye keenly noticed the change in the mayor's expression, his fingers slightly curled, tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop. He lowered his voice and reminded meaningfully, "Mayor, Don't forget that Lin Qingchen has someone from the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy backing him, someone who openly defies the rules of our Donglin city. As he spoke, Zhou Ye's gaze was fixed on the mayor. Among the three present, the mayor was not only the most powerful but also an official of the Grand Xia dynasty. Even if the young man named Bailey Hongfeng came from the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of the mayor. As long as the mayor nods, stopping that arrogant young man and dealing with Lin Qingchen would be a piece of cake. Seeing this, Wu Wei immediately added fuel to the fire. Exactly. That young man is too arrogant, insulting our only beast-taming academy in Donglin City in public. It's outrageous. If not for the fact that he's from the Grand Xia Beast-taming academy, we would have taught him a lesson long ago. Of course, Wu Wei wouldn't mention that he and Zhou Ye were beaten by that young man, as that would be a blow to their pride. After listening, a trace of surprise flashed in the mayor's eyes. The Grand Xia Beast-taming academy? Donglin City has produced such an outstanding talent only once in decades. While rare, it's not worthy of reverence. As far as he knew, even Yu Haoshuan was only mediocre at the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy. If lucky, he might work under him in the future. If not, he might never even meet him. As for those truly formidable figures, the mayor had just recently hosted one. Though they were of the same rank, in terms of combat ability, he considered himself no match. What is this person's name? The mayor asked softly, having already made up his mind. If that kid was indeed as excessive as they claimed, he wouldn't mind reporting it to higher authorities. While the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy holds a prestigious position in the dynasty, it doesn't mean every student can act as they please. In Donglin City, whether a dragon or a tiger, they must abide by the rules. Even students from the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy are no exception. After a moment of thought, Wu Wei replied, I think he's called Bailey Hongfeng. He had inquired about the person from Yu Haoshuan afterward. It was said that he was in the same cohort as Yu Haoshuan, but even more talented. Outstanding was an understatement. Prodigy was more fitting. After all, being able to challenge and defeat a 6th-level beast tamer at such a young age, even the most esteemed in the Grand Xia dynasty might not be any better. Wu Wei secretly calculated in his heart, hoping that the person in front of him could be swayed by their instigation to take action against Bailey Hongfeng. If they could kill that young man, it would eliminate any future threats. If it involved the forces behind Bailey Hongfeng, it would be killing two birds with one stone. After all, they wouldn't be the ones taking action, and at worst, they could apologize later. This way, they could further consolidate power with Zhou Ye and become the true masters of Donglin City. The mayor of Donglin City was taken aback by the mention of the name, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Bailey Hongfeng? From the Xia Royal Beast Academy. He thought to himself, how does this person have the same name as the young man we entertained a few days ago? And it seems he's had a conflict with these two 6th-level beast tamers. Seeing the expressions of Wu Wei and Zhou Ye, the mayor understood. It was probably not just a conflict, but a beating by Bailey Hongfeng, right? These two actually dared to confront Bailey Hongfeng and even wanted him to deal with that young man. The mayor couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. What qualifications did he have as the mayor of Donglin City to handle this? The mayor cleared his throat and tested the waters. Old Wu, old Zhou, do you know anything about Bailey Hongfeng's background? Wu Wei and Zhou Ye were taken aback by the question. Could it be that Bailey Hongfeng had some special background? But there didn't seem to be any prominent family in Xia with the surname Bailey. Seeing their reaction, the mayor calmly revealed a shocking piece of news. Bailey Hongfeng is the top beast tamer of his class at the Xia Royal Beast Academy. After saying this, he gave them a meaningful look. This piece of insider information was something he had picked up from a few words from his superiors. It was said that the dean of the Xia Royal Beast Academy thought highly of Bailey Hongfeng. If not for this, he wouldn't have such an attitude towards Bailey Hongfeng. Even if Bailey Hongfeng's abilities far surpassed his own, he wouldn't have been this cautious. These words set off a storm in the hearts of Wu Wei and Zhou Ye. Such an achievement was not something an ordinary student like Yu Haoshuan could hope to reach. Even Wu Wei couldn't help but compare the two in his mind. If they were to truly clash, the prodigy they admired would likely be crushed. But the question arose, why would such a formidable young man stand up for Lin Qingchen? Seeing their uncertain expressions, the mayor gently reminded them. So, do you still plan to cancel Lin Qingchen's beast taming exam results? Remembering the young man with the friendly smile, the mayor couldn't help but shiver. He knew all too well the terrifying power hidden behind that amicable facade. A few days later, Lin Qingchen's injuries healed. During this time, aside from familiar faces like Teacher Gao and Wang Tao visiting him, there was an unexpected visitor, Qi Yan. Fortunately, Qing Xue happened to be out, avoiding a potentially awkward situation. Lin Qingchen shook his head with a wry smile, thinking he was overthinking it. Qi Yan just had some connections with him. It couldn't possibly be as dramatic as in novels or anime. Just then, a familiar knock sounded at the door. Lin Qingchen looked up to see a handsome face. Hongfeng, Lin Qingchen asked, puzzled. Normally, Bailey Hongfeng wouldn't come to his room unless there was something important. However, Bailey Hongfeng's next words left Lin Qingchen stunned. The Wan Beast Chamber of Commerce in Donglin City is holding an auction. Wanna go? Auction? No, I think I'll pass. Lin Qingchen said softly, a slight frown on his face. His gaze was distant, his thoughts wandering far away. At the moment, Lin Qingchen didn't have any rare items worthy of auction. The materials needed for Xiao Bai's next stage of evolution seemed as unreachable to him as stars in the sky. Unlike the protagonists in novels who always find treasures at auctions, Lin Qingchen couldn't compare himself to those fortunate individuals. Which protagonist remains this mediocre after growing up? He thought self-deprecatingly. Even the old ancestor of the Xiao family is probably better than me. Shaking his head as if to dispel these discouraging thoughts, he glanced at Xiao Bai, who was napping nearby. He figured the little creature probably wasn't interested in auctions either. Xiao Bai, Lin Qingchen called softly, but Xiao Bai just lazily lifted an eyelid before going back to sleep. Bailey Hongfeng, observing the scene, said with a hint of regret, "All right, if you're not going, then you're not. But I've heard that the highlight of this auction is an epic grade, fire attribute treasure." What? Lin Qingchen's head snapped up, eyes wide. Fire attribute. An epic grade. These two words struck Lin Qingchen like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it?" The three epic grade fire attribute treasures needed for Xiao Bai's evolution just happened to appear, and at a well-known auction. Originally, Lin Qingchen planned to acquire these rare materials after entering the Beastmaster Academy, either through credits or by participating in Academy-organized expeditions. After all, the cost of evolution materials in the outside world was astronomical. Even rare-grade materials could fetch tens or hundreds of thousands of beast coins. Epic-grade materials were simply out of reach for him at the moment. Suspicious, Lin Qingchen looked at Bailey Hongfeng and asked, "Epic materials? Hongfeng, do you have that kind of money?" Even coming from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, Bailey Hongfeng couldn't possibly be wealthy enough to casually purchase epic materials, right? Having tens or hundreds of thousands might be normal, but buying an epic material seemed unrealistic. Probably enough. Bailey Hongfeng shrugged nonchalantly, a sly glint in his eye. "And if not, we could always find a secluded place and just take it." Lin Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Bailey Hongfeng. "Wow, robbing for treasures? You really live up to your reputation. Are all students from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy this bold?" Bailey Hongfeng merely smiled, offering no further explanation. He knew well that although the law and order in the Great Xia dynasty were generally good, incidents sometimes occurred after auctions. Such occurrences, while rare, were not unheard of. In this world of beastmasters, strength reigned supreme. After all, even the rules of the Great Xia dynasty were set by the strongest, weren't they? With the Beastmaster entrance exams over, most residents of Donglin City had returned to their usual routines. However, for some affluent and powerful beastmasters, there was something even more exciting than the exams: the upcoming auction, hosted by the Myriad Beast Chamber of Commerce. In front of the Myriad Beast Chamber of Commerce in Donglin City, the usual bustling crowd was now a sea of people, shoulder to shoulder. Not only were various factions from Donglin City gathered here, but even some middle-class families hoped to try their luck. Rumor had it that at the last Myriad Beasts auction, a red-grade beast was sold to a wealthy merchant from a neighboring city. Such rumors only fueled greater anticipation for this auction. In the upcoming beast taming entrance exam, his offspring performed exceptionally well, securing a place at a prestigious beast taming academy, bringing glory to the family. All of this highlights the astounding financial power of the Wanshou Trading Company, a force rarely matched even across the entire Donglin City. Today's auction is held in a grand circular building, and despite the gathering of numerous dignitaries, it remains spacious. Positioned in the innermost circle of the auction, Wu Wei wears a composed smile as he addresses the person in front of him. "Dean Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here." Standing before Wu Wei is Zhou Ye, the headmaster of Donglin Beast Taming Academy and a close acquaintance. Yu Haoxuan follows closely behind, bowing slightly in respect to Zhou Ye, a gesture that earns nods of approval from many of the prominent figures in Donglin City. They think to themselves, as expected of the city's outstanding talent for decades, truly remarkable. Wu Wei squints slightly. With a hint of teasing, he says, "Don't compete with me for that epic material, the Heart of Flame. Today, alright?" In the entire Donglin City, aside from the mayor, only Zhou Ye has the capability to compete with him. The three major families might have the financial power, but none of them have a 6th-level beast tamer in their ranks. Zhou Ye's eyes flicker at these words. Then he smiles and looks at Yu Haoxuan, saying, "Of course not. Haoxuan, when you achieve great success in the future, don't forget to lend a hand to your uncle Zhou." Yu Haoxuan nods solemnly at this. Seeing this, Zhou Ye's smile becomes even brighter. Building a relationship with Yu Haoxuan can only be beneficial for him. Lin Qingchen is overwhelmed by the sheer number of people around and can't help but exclaim, "It's really impressive." In his experiences, only the beast taming entrance exam can compare to such a grand occasion. Li Hongfeng notices and pats Lin Qingchen on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "This is just a small event. You will experience much more in the future. At the very least, you have to surpass me." As he says this, a shadow passes briefly over Li Hongfeng's eyes. In truth, he has never understood why the teacher values Lin Qingchen so much. Although Lin Qingchen has a likable personality and decent talent, Li Hongfeng still can't comprehend it. In terms of strength, he is already a 6th-level beast tamer. In terms of talent, his beasts are of orange quality. Why can't he know some things? Why isn't he the chosen one? However, these thoughts quickly dissipate. Li Hongfeng chuckles to himself and thinks, why overthink it? Just become strong enough, surpass the most prestigious person of the great Xia dynasty, even surpass the teacher. Then, he will naturally know everything he wishes to know. Hearing Li Hongfeng's words, Lin Qingchen grimaces and says helplessly, surpass Brother Hongfeng? Well, it's just a thought for now. Moments later, a petite figure appears at the center of the auction, drawing surprised glances from the crowd. The auction is being hosted by a young girl. Even the mayor of Donglin City narrows his eyes in recognition. He has seen this girl in the palace of the great Xia dynasty. He didn't expect her to be here. From the moment the girl appeared, Li Hongfeng's gaze has been fixed on her, with an indescribable expression, perhaps a bit awkward. Lin Qingchen notices Li Hongfeng's gaze and is taken aback. Does Brother Hongfeng have a thing for this type? Following Li Hongfeng's line of sight, he sees the girl. Although her looks are slightly less striking than Lin Qingxue's, and her figure not as alluring as Qi Yan's, she exudes an extremely pure aura, like the girl next door. In terms of Lin Qingchen's past life's terminology, she would be called a loli, because the girl standing at the center of the auction has her hair styled in the twin tails that Lin Qingchen knew from his previous life. Twin tails? Bouncy pigtails, Lin Qingchen murmurs to himself. Li Hongfeng hears this and looks at Lin Qingchen with a puzzled expression, underscore. Hearing Lin Qingchen's murmuring, Li Hongfeng's brow furrowed slightly, and his heart involuntarily fluttered. He pondered, puzzled. How does Lin Qingchen know her name? Qingchen. This familiar call made Lin Qingchen pause for a moment. He turned to Li Hongfeng and asked, puzzled, what's up? Li Hongfeng's gaze was sharp as he stared at Lin Qingchen and said in a deep voice, how do you know her name is Xia Qingyao? Lin Qingchen was taken aback, thinking to himself, did I accidentally let that slip? Could it be that Hongfeng heard wrong? What a coincidence. He paused for a moment before reluctantly replying, I guessed. Inside, Lin Qingchen was nervous. How could he possibly know the girl's name on stage? Moreover, why was Li Hongfeng's reaction so intense? It was as if he had inadvertently triggered something. Instantly, Lin Qingchen's mind conjured up a melodramatic plot worthy of a 9.9 rating on Dubon. Upon hearing this, Li Hongfeng was slightly taken aback. Guessed? Naturally, he didn't believe that. Nonetheless, he didn't press further, instead silently labeling Lin Qingchen in his mind. Incredibly perceptive. To deduce Xia Qingyao's identity from such sparse clues was no simple feat. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyao, standing in the center of the auction hall, also sensed the gathering gazes. Following one of them, she saw a slightly awkward young man. The girl was initially stunned, then her face blossomed into a radiant smile. She thought to herself with delight, Li Hongfeng, it's no small feat that this auction managed to draw you in. For some reason, Li Hongfeng felt a chill down his spine. He looked towards the center of the auction hall, only to see the girl smiling at him. Alarm bells rang in Li Hongfeng's mind, while Lin Qingchen watched with great interest. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out from the center of the auction, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. The first auction item, the Thunder Spirit Fruit. Xia Qingyao's clear voice resonated through the hall. Originating from a gorge rich in thunder power, it contains extremely volatile energy, capable of advancing beasts below the 4th tier. As her words concluded, a maid carrying an exquisite jade box stepped forward. The moment the box was opened, an immensely volatile force stirred the hearts of the thunder attribute beastmasters present. Though Xia Qingyao's introduction wasn't as persuasive as professional auctioneers, her straightforward explanation was enough to drive the entire auction hall into a frenzy. Is this girl an employee of the Myriad Beast Guild? Watching Xia Qingyao speak eloquently, Wu Wei remarked softly, for such an important auction, you'd expect the president of the Myriad Beast Guild to preside, yet it's this charming young girl. Despite Xia Qingyao's youthful and seemingly inexperienced appearance, Wu Wei showed no sign of underestimating her. After all, the last person he underestimated gave both him and Zhou a harsh lesson. He had a vague feeling that this seemingly innocent girl might have an impressive background. The auction house was abuzz with excitement, the atmosphere electric. On stage, a composed young woman was leading the auction, her gaze sweeping over the many prominent figures present without a hint of intimidation. Even when facing significant individuals like Zhou and the mayor of Donglin City, she remained impressively unflustered. Standing below, Yu Haoshuan marveled inwardly. He recalled the moment their eyes met earlier, her confident and fearless gaze leaving a lasting impression. As he pondered this, Wu Wei, standing beside him, chuckled and shifted the topic. It's a pity about the Thunder Spirit fruit. It's nice, but useless to you. Yu Haoshuan nodded in agreement, saying no more as he eagerly focused on the center of the auction house. He quietly resolved that he must acquire the item he needed today. On stage, Xia Qingyao announced, starting bid, 500,000 beast coins. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Bailey Hongfeng, silently resenting the heartbreaker. If not for him, she wouldn't be here. But she vowed that as long as she caught him, it would all be worth it. As soon as she finished speaking, a third-tier beast master gritted his teeth and shouted, 510,000. It was his life savings, and he was even in debt. But he believed that as long as he could enhance his beast level, the investment was worthwhile. However, the bidding was far from over. 550,000, 580,000. The bids kept coming, one after another. Lin Qingchen did not participate in the bidding. Instead, he focused on examining the Thunder Spirit fruit, assessing that its quality was likely only rare. It was fetching such a high price probably due to its significant benefits for beasts with thunder attributes. Although his own beast had thunder attributes, this fruit was not the key material for Xiao Bai's evolution. He was contemplating whether it could help Xiao Bai when a booming voice interrupted his thoughts. 1,100,000. Bailey Hongfeng suddenly bid. Having crossed paths with Lin Qingchen before, he understood Xiao Bai's attributes and believed that acquiring the Thunder Spirit fruit wouldn't be a loss. This bid left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Xia Qingyao looked at Bailey Hongfeng in surprise, puzzled. She remembered that his beast didn't seem to have a thunder attribute. Could it be for the young man beside him? She doubted the possibility of Bailey Hongfeng contracting a new beast. After all, contracting two beasts simultaneously was extremely difficult, as beasts were inherently proud, especially the stronger ones. Throughout the history of Xia, very few had achieved such a feat. In the front row of the auction, the elites of Donglin City turned their attention to the young man who had spoken. Yu Haoshuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of apprehension in his expression. Beside him, Wu Wei's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, wondering if Bailey Hongfeng was there to compete with them for the item. He doubted that the young man at the back of the auction house would be interested in these small items. At that moment, another voice rang out. 1,110,000. 1,111,000. Wu Wei's voice echoed through the auction house, like a hammer striking Bailey Hongfeng's heart. The air inside and outside the venue froze as all eyes focused on this intense showdown. Bailey Hongfeng's face instantly stiffened, while a smug smile played on Wu Wei's lips. So what if he's the strongest at the Daxia Royal Beast Academy? Here in Donglin City, on Wu Wei's turf, even he has to bow down. Since they were already at odds, Wu Wei thought he might as well push it further. The Daxia Royal Beast Academy isn't just about you, Wu Wei thought to himself with amusement. Yu Haoshuan mentioned that the senior he knows is just as strong as you. Once you return to school and get overwhelmed, how will you have time to trouble me? Standing nearby, Yu Haoshuan watched with satisfaction. The frustration of being overshadowed by Bailey Hongfeng at the academy now had an outlet. How could a student compete financially with the principal of Donglin City? A flash of cold determination appeared in Bailey Hongfeng's eyes as he prepared to raise the bid, but Lin Qingchen stopped him with a gesture. Let me handle this, Hongfeng, Lin Qingchen said, pushing up imaginary glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Having read about such scenarios in novels countless times, he was thrilled to experience it firsthand today. 1,110,001 beast coins. Lin Qingchen challenged, his voice ringing clear throughout the room as he glanced provocatively at the inner circle seats. Xia Qingyao couldn't help but laugh. As a regular at the Imperial City auctions, she had never witnessed such a bidding tactic. Who among these renowned beast tamers would do something like this? Feeling the astonished gazes around him, Lin Qingchen calmly touched his nose. It's not illegal, so why the stares? Wu Wei's face turned livid with anger at Lin Qingchen's words. Who bids like that? Among Donglin City's elite, no one starts with less than 5 figures. In the face of Wu Wei's fury, Lin Qingchen remained composed and unyielding. He gracefully gestured for Wu Wei to continue bidding. The atmosphere in the auction house was tense. Although Lin Qingchen noticed the presence of a 6th-rank beastmaster nearby, he was standing up for Bailey Hongfeng, who would surely support him. This thought gave him some courage, but it also deepened the resentment in Wu Wei's heart. 1.2 million. Wu Wei shouted fiercely. 1.2 million and one. Lin Qingchen replied calmly. 1.3 million. 1.3 million and one. As the bidding continued to rise, other beastmasters gradually withdrew from the competition. Lin Qingchen maintained his strategy of increasing the bid by just $1 each time. The price of the Thunder Spirit fruit soared, even surprising the auctioneer, Xia Qingyao. After all, even in the capital where prices were high, the Thunder Spirit fruit had never reached such astronomical figures. 2.5 million. Wu Wei finally lost his temper, angrily shouting out an astonishing amount. The room erupted in shock, with the dignitaries of Donglin City exchanging glances, some even gasping in disbelief. Was a single thunder spirit fruit worth that much? Even for Wu Wei, the headmaster of the Beastmaster Academy, this was excessive. At this point, Wu Wei no longer cared about his image, his nostrils flaring with anger. His usual composure vanished. Those who knew him were taken aback. Yu Haoxuan, standing nearby, whispered a concerned reminder. That's a significant amount. It could affect the bidding on later items. Don't worry, Wu Wei retorted with a cold snort. Once he raises the bid again, I'll withdraw. The seasoned strategist was already plotting how to make this brazen young man pay, regardless of any protection he might have. Outside, Bailey Hongfeng watched Lin Qingchen, a hint of concern in his eyes. Youthful recklessness often led to losses. Having navigated the capital's intricacies for years, he understood the cunning of someone like Wu Wei. Yet, he chose not to intervene. Allowing Lin Qingchen to experience this on his own could afford the millions in Beastmaster currency, but the lesson was more valuable for Lin Qingchen's growth. Xia Qingyao watched the scene with interest, speculating on Lin Qingchen's next move. If he acted foolishly, Bailey Hongfeng would indeed need to keep a closer watch on him. All eyes were on Lin Qingchen, waiting to see if he would continue his +1 strategy. After a moment of silence, Lin Qingchen exhaled softly, and his words made Wu Wei's beard bristle with anger. Since Dean Wu is so generous, I'll let you have the Thunder Spirit Fruit. Lin Qingchen's calm remark hit the auction hall like a heavy hammer, plunging it into silence. The dignitaries of Donglin City all turned their eyes to Wu Wei, watching his face turn ashen. Paying 2.5 million beast coins for a single Thunder Spirit Fruit was indeed shocking. While some felt pity, most seemed to take pleasure in Wu Wei's misfortune. Being played by a young man like this would likely be a stain he could never erase. The head of the Wang family observed Lin Qingchen with a hint of surprise. Although the Wang family wasn't among the top 3 families in Donglin City, their influence was significant. My son, this classmate of yours is extraordinary, the Wang family head mused. Of course, Wang Tao said proudly, raising his chin. Just look at whose classmate he is. Though he hadn't expected Lin Qingchen to appear at such an event, the Wang family head sighed inwardly. As a father, he knew Wang Tao's character all too well. The Wang family had spared no expense in providing him with high-quality beasts, but his limited talent meant he still couldn't form a contract. This matter had kept him awake for several nights. Forming a good relationship with him could be greatly beneficial for both of us, the Wang family head pondered. With such intellect, his future achievements will surely be remarkable. Do you even need to say it? Wang Tao rolled his eyes. I've been his fan since middle school. Even when others distanced themselves because he lacked beast-taming talent, I stayed by his side. Too bad I'm not a girl. You cheeky brat. Are you looking for a beating? The Wang family head glared at his son. Yu Haoxuan, standing nearby, quickly intervened. Calm down, headmaster. However, Wu Wei ignored them, glaring intently at Lin Qingchen, his chest heaving with anger as he gritted his teeth. Fine. Very fine. I'll remember you. Honored. Lin Qingchen met Wu Wei's gaze calmly, without a trace of emotion. Bailey Hongfeng watched silently. Lin Qingchen seemed increasingly unfathomable to him. How could a student fresh from the beast-taming exam be so composed? There seemed to be an unfathomable depth to this young man. Hope you'll still have someone backing you in the future, Wu Wei hinted, casting a threatening glance at Bailey Hongfeng. Bailey Hongfeng stepped forward, meeting his gaze coldly. No need for your concern about future matters. He smirked. I wonder if the item will still be there when the headmaster wakes up. If the money's spent and the goods are gone, that wouldn't be too pleasant. Bailey Hongfeng, don't push it. Yu Haoxuan snarled through gritted teeth. From the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy to Donglin City, Bailey Hongfeng had been an insurmountable mountain over him, a situation that seemed unchangeable. Wu Wei's expression was stormy, and though he said nothing, his gaze toward Lin Qingchen carried a clear intent of hostility. Could Bailey Hongfeng protect him for a lifetime? This thought flashed through Wu Wei's mind. As a 6th-rank beast master, he was well aware of the deadly dangers lurking in the ruins and secret realms of beast mastery. Even a prodigy like Bailey Hongfeng, burdened with responsibilities after graduation, would likely find it difficult to have the leisure to visit Donglin City again. Standing quietly to the side, Xia Qingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, her gaze never leaving Bailey Hongfeng. As the earlier commotion subsided, the auction house regained its lively atmosphere. One item after another was sold, each finding its owner. During this time, Lin Qingchen did not find anything appealing and remained silent. However, the head of the Wang family purchased a rare material for his underachieving son, Wang Tao, in preparation for his upcoming life at the Beastmaster Academy. After the second-to-last item was sold, a maid gracefully presented a faint red orb. As soon as this item was displayed, the temperature in the auction house seemed to rise. Xia Qingyao softly introduced it as the Heart of Flame, an epic material obtained by a 6th-rank beast master in the ruins. Although it was nothing unusual for her, everyone's attention in the room was drawn to this item. Starting bid 9 million beast coins. Xia Qingyao's voice rang clearly throughout the hall. The attendees did not rush to bid, knowing that this was merely a symbolic starting point. Even with its unknown use, the market price of such epic material far exceeded 10 million. Although 9 million was a significant amount, everyone was eager to witness the outcome of this bidding. 12 million, a beastmaster called out with a trembling voice, offering his entire savings. 15 million, 20 million. The bids echoed one after another. 30 million. Situ Chiu tapped his seat lightly, his brow furrowed. Having already spent a considerable amount on a beast bracelet earlier, this competition was proving difficult. Haha, what a generous offer from Master Situ. Let me join in on the fun. A burly man laughed heartily. 35 million. His family was on par with the Situ family in strength, and this price was still within their budget. 36 million. Situ Chiu's face darkened as he continued to raise the bid. Just as the burly man was about to speak, a cool voice suddenly interjected. 40 million. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw Bai Li Hongfeng with a calm expression. Wu Wei and the others exchanged glances, clearly surprised by the young man's financial power. Brother Hongfeng, can you really come up with 40 million beast coins? Lin Qingchen nudged Bai Li Hongfeng gently with his elbow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the Great Xia dynasty, 40 million beast coins was an astronomical sum. It could buy a batch of blue-quality beasts and even purple-quality ones, although such high-grade beasts were rarely available on the market. To acquire them, one would have to travel to the bustling capital. Most beast tamers gradually upgraded the quality of their beasts, and only royal family members were privileged enough to obtain high-quality beasts from their first contract. Even Yu Haoshuan only managed to enter the Great Xia Beast-Taming Academy because he accidentally contracted a red-quality beast. As for Lin Qingchen, who possessed an orange-quality beast, she was undoubtedly a prized recruit for both the Great Xia Beast-Taming Academy and the capital's Beast-Taming Academy. More or less, Bai Li Hongfeng shrugged with a smile. But if I really win the bid, I'll owe that lady quite a bit of money. His black card's limit was likely maxed out, but for the Heart of Flame, it was worth it. Since his beast was also fire tribute, this epic material was crucial for future level upgrades and evolution. Lin Qingchen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Brother Hongfeng was willing to invest such a fortune, leading him to suspect whether some system was secretly assisting him. 40 million? Just who is this Bai Li Hongfeng? Wu Wei turned to Yu Haoshuan, full of doubt. Even Yu Haoshuan, back from the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, didn't have a tenth of Bai Li Hongfeng's wealth. Yu Haoshuan shook his head, equally puzzled. Even the seniors he knew were worth only a few million beast coins at most. How could a student have 40 million? What's 40 million? Does he think that's enough to secure it? He's underestimating Donglin City. Wu Wei scoffed, then turned to Zhouya. Old Zhou, how much do you have on hand? 20 million, why? Zhouya asked, puzzled. As a non-fire attribute beast tamer, he had little interest in the Heart of Flame. Let me borrow it. Consider it an investment in Haoshuan. I won't go back on my word, Wu Wei said openly. This conversation caused the surrounding Donglin City elites to change expressions. A collaboration between two sixth-tier beast tamers was not good news for them. All right, take it. Zhouya agreed readily, tossing a money pouch to Wu Wei. The bag was similar to Bai Li Hongfeng's black card, capable of storing a large amount of beast coins, though the card was more advanced. Zhouya handed the bag filled with beast coins over, and the mayor of Donglin City immediately looked serious. He pondered silently, surprised that in such a short time, these two deans had joined forces. What exactly were they planning? Although this was merely a monetary gift at an auction, not violating the laws of the Xia dynasty, the mayor still felt a twinge of unease. His gaze shifted to the young man on the outskirts, silently praying. Hopefully, Mr. Bai Li won't get angry and drag me, the mayor, into this mess. Bai Li Hongfeng, you think you can challenge me? You're not there yet. Wu Wei sneered, speaking recklessly. He had no fear that Bai Li Hongfeng would make a move in the auction house, especially with the mayor watching closely. No one can stop me from getting what I want. 50 million beast coins, Wu Wei shouted. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen nudged Bai Li Hongfeng with his elbow and whispered, Hongfeng, are you going to raise the bid? Bai Li Hongfeng frowned slightly, then relaxed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He silently decided, if I can't buy it, I'll take it by force. 50 million once, 50 million twice. Xia Qingyao's voice echoed, teasingly eyeing Bai Li Hongfeng. He only had 40 million beast coins in his card from her, clearly not enough to compete with these local powerhouses of Donglin City. If Bai Li Hongfeng asked her for help, she might consider lending him some. 50 million, 3 times. As Xia Qingyao announced the result, Wu Wei's face lit up with a smug smile. He had finally won. Beside him, Yu Haoshuan also breathed a sigh of relief, throwing a taunting glance at Bai Li Hongfeng. Wu Wei tossed the bag of beast coins, and the auction item, the Heart of Flame, glowing with a faint red light, fell into his hands. He raised the Heart of Flame, slowly waving it at Bai Li Hongfeng, his intention to flaunt it evident. Qingchen, step aside. Bai Li Hongfeng said calmly, a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. Lin Qingchen quickly responded, retreating to the side. He had complete confidence in Bai Li Hongfeng's strength. According to Qingxue, Bai Li Hongfeng had descended like a god that day, easily defeating two sixth-tier beast tamers. To Lin Qingchen, Wu Wei was clearly no match for Bai Li Hongfeng. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the venue. A beast, entirely crimson and engulfed in scorching flames, appeared beside Bai Li Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Wow, an orange-tier beast? No wonder Hongfeng is so formidable. A 6th-tier, 7th-level orange-tier beast is way cooler than Xiaobai." Xiaobai rolled its eyes in discontent upon hearing this. As Lin Qingchen watched the flames rising from the Crimson Sky Wolf King, he couldn't help but wonder, can water really counter this Crimson Sky Wolf King? He mentally compared Wang Tao's green turtle to the Crimson Sky Wolf King before him, thinking that the water-spouting turtle would probably get roasted in an instant. "You come down here." Bai Li Hongfeng pointed at Wu Wei, commanding coldly. Hearing this, Wu Wei's expression froze. He thought incredulously, this can't be real, can it? Does Bai Li Hongfeng really dare to make a move in front of so many of Donglin City's elites? Is he truly this audacious? The atmosphere in the auction hall suddenly froze. Bai Li Hongfeng stood on the steps, looking down coldly at Wu Wei and Yu Haoshuan below. Who does Bai Li Hongfeng think he is? Just because he says jump, we have to jump. Wu Wei thought to himself, feeling his pride wounded. Before he could speak, Yu Haoshuan's expression had already darkened. In front of all the influential figures in Donglin City, Bai Li Hongfeng dared to act so audaciously. Who gave you the right to speak here? Yu Haoshuan questioned coldly. Bai Li Hongfeng slowly raised his eyelids, his eyes filled with obvious disdain. This look turned Yu Haoshuan's face ashen. Even Wu Wei, standing beside him, couldn't help but frown. Had seen Bai Li Hongfeng's power firsthand, and it was definitely not something they could handle. Just as Bai Li Hongfeng was about to make a move, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang out. Fighting is prohibited in the auction hall. Following the voice, Bai Li Hongfeng's anger dissipated instantly. A young woman stood with her hands behind her back, smiling at him. It was Xia Qingyao. Even the fierce eyes of the Qishao Wolf King beside him showed a hint of fear. Despite its ability to easily kill Xia Qingyao, it dared not act recklessly because a more terrifying presence was watching everything. "Why?" Bai Li Hongfeng quietly asked the young woman. "No reason, just no fighting allowed." Xia Qingyao's eyes curved into crescents, her tone carrying undeniable confidence. Bai Li Hongfeng slowly unclenched his fists and sighed helplessly. "Fine. I don't hit women. I'll hold back." "Thank you, young lady." Yu Haoshuan quickly offered his thanks, feeling secretly pleased. He believed it was his charm that had swayed the mysterious girl to speak on his behalf. Wu Wei, too, was surprised at Xia Qingyao's ability to make Bai Li Hongfeng back down and wondered about her background. However, Xia Qingyao only cast a brief glance at Yu Haoshuan, as if he were of no consequence. She turned back to Bai Li Hongfeng and softly said, "Outside the auction hall, do as you please." "All right then." Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes twinkled with amusement, having anticipated this outcome. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Qingchen found the scene quite peculiar. The interaction between these two resembled a bickering couple, with one being the domineering CEO and the other the sulking partner. A small snake peeked out from his sleeve, its slit pupils glinting with interest. It seemed even Xiaobai enjoyed this kind of drama. Meanwhile, Wu Wei and Yu Haoshuan's faces had turned extremely sour. Getting beaten up outside the auction hall would truly be a humiliating experience. Initially, they thought Xia Qingyao was speaking up to maintain order at the auction house, but now it seemed they were mistaken. Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixated on Wu Wei, as he coldly said, "You, come with me." Zhou Ya's face was grim, his voice icy. "Bai Li Hongfeng, don't push it too far." At this moment, he stood aligned with Principal Wu Wei, as offending Wu Wei was akin to offending himself. Bai Li Hongfeng tilted his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Do you want to come along too? Wasn't the lesson that day enough?" Hearing this, Zhou Ya involuntarily took a few steps back, as silent as a cicada in winter. Wu Wei took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. "Bai Li Hongfeng, I admit you are strong, but the mayor of Donglin City is here. Are you sure you want to make a move?" He secretly calculated that even with Bai Li Hongfeng's status at Daxiao Royal Beast Academy, he wouldn't dare ignore the mayor. The mayor of Donglin City, who was about to slip away quietly, was stunned upon hearing this, thinking, "What does this have to do with me?" He quickly turned around, respectfully saluting Bai Li Hongfeng. "Ahem, Mr. Bai Li, please go easy. Don't cause any fatalities, it would be troublesome." "All right, no problem." Bai Li Hongfeng readily agreed. Then led his beast out of the auction house. Wu Wei and Yu Haoshuan's faces were uncertain, struggling internally. Going out like this would be quite humiliating. Seeing this, Xia Qingyao chuckled softly, clapping her hands as a burly man emerged from behind her. She crisply ordered, "Uncle Zhao, they are disrupting the auction house's order. Escort them out." Wu Wei and his companions' faces turned ashen, as if they had swallowed a ton of bitter gourd. Inside the auction house, the crowd dispersed quietly, and those who wanted to watch the commotion dared not gather. Although Wu Wei wouldn't dare to offend by Li Hongfeng, dealing with ordinary people was easy for him. A few fearless beast tamers remained, accustomed to being lone wolves, eager to witness this rare spectacle. Outside, Bai Li Hongfeng brushed the dust off his hands, casually saying, "I gave you face." The surrounding ground was scarred and slightly sunken, with flames lingering in places that shouldn't burn, a testament to the intensity of the recent battle. The mayor of Donglin City breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mr. Bai Li." He felt fortunate that there wasn't much damage, as the sunken ground could be repaired by an earth attribute beast tamer. Wu Wei lay on the ground, clutching his chest, covered in blood, looking utterly defeated. He stammered, "Return the heart of flame and thunder spirit fruit to me, mayor." He robbed. Beside him, a beast lay motionless as well. Yu Haoshuan stood by, at a loss. Although Bai Li Hongfeng hadn't targeted him, the situation left him on edge. The mayor of Donglin City was momentarily speechless. Robbery was indeed illegal, but he dared not provoke this criminal before him. Moreover, given Bai Li Hongfeng's character, it seemed unlikely he would do such a thing. Yet, under the mayor's expectant gaze, the young man showed no reaction. The mayor thought to himself, surely Bai Li Hongfeng wouldn't actually do something like that. The object in Mr. Bailey's hand caught the attention of the mayor of Donglin City. He cautiously glanced at Bai Li Hongfeng, hesitant to speak. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from within the auction hall. Everyone turned to see a young woman with an extraordinary presence walking out slowly, accompanied by a burly man. The young woman was Xia Qingyao. She glanced indifferently at Wu Wei, who was lying on the ground, and then shifted her gaze to Bai Li Hongfeng. "This is 52.5 million, return to him," Xia Qingyao said calmly. "There's no reason for returns at an auction." These words left Wu Wei both shocked and furious. If not for his poor physical condition, he might have jumped up from the ground. Xia Qingyao asked softly, "The final interpretation right belongs to this auction house, right, Uncle Zhao?" "That's right, miss." The burly man nodded respectfully, his eyes showing admiration for Xia Qingyao. Although their conversation was not loud, the surrounding beast tamers heard it clearly. Many began to speculate about Xia Qingyao's identity, especially since even the formidable man showed her such respect, with no regard for the sixth-tier beast tamer Wu Wei. Bai Li Hongfeng's gaze also fell on Xia Qingyao, his expression a mix of joy and worry. He thought to himself, "It seems I owe her quite a bit again. I'll repay her later." Lin Qingchen and Xiao Bai silently observed everything. Lin Qingchen's mind was racing. Should he call this mysterious girl sister or sister-in-law? His gaze shifted to the beast beside Bai Li Hongfeng, pondering, a sixth-tier fire attribute beast, and both Hongfeng and the girl I know have orange-quality beasts. These connections seem related to me and to that person. Without a strong background, how could one contract an orange-quality beast? Suddenly, an image flashed in Lin Qingchen's Minda beast template filled with question marks. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Hearing Xia Qingyao's words, Wu Wei's face turned ashen, speechless. Yu Haoshuan beside him looked gloomy, and Zhou, mingling in the crowd, also wore a sullen expression. Their plan seemed to have ended before it even began. Neither Bai Li Hongfeng's strength nor the current situation was something they could handle. Zhou glanced at Yu Haoshuan, a cold snort in his heart, clearly dissatisfied with him. The atmosphere in the auction house became tense and complicated due to these events. Despite both being from the Grand Xia Imperial Beast Academy, the gap in strength between Xia Qingyao and Wu Wei was striking, leaving people in awe. Xia Qingyao ignored Wu Wei's provocations and instead directed her attention to the mayor of Donglin City. Casually, she tossed a bag filled with beast coins to the mayor and said in an even tone, "Please pass this on. This shouldn't violate any laws of Grand Xia, right?" The mayor quickly caught the bag and replied solemnly, "No problem." He was secretly pleased, thinking that since this young lady had spoken, there shouldn't be any trouble. Besides, it was merely a return, not a crime, so he, as the mayor, wouldn't have to worry, let alone offend Bai Li Hongfeng. Bai Li Hongfeng stood quietly by, watching Xia Qingyao handle the situation, a slight smile occasionally curling his lips. He found the scene quite satisfying. The efficiency of Donglin City's mayor was indeed commendable. With Bai Li Hongfeng's influence, he swiftly dispersed the gathered beast tamers. The area where the battle had taken place was cleaned up thoroughly, as if nothing had ever happened. This was partly due to the vast difference in strength between Bai Li Hongfeng and Wu Wei, but the mayor's capability was also significant. Bai Li Hongfeng gazed at Xia Qingyao and asked, "Why did you come here?" A playful smile appeared on Xia Qingyao's face as she retorted, "Why? Is it not allowed, heartbreaker?" Hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. He really didn't know how to respond. He couldn't just admit that the girl had come specifically for him. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat heavy, and neither spoke. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Brother Hongfeng." Bai Li Hongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the timing was perfect. Lin Qingchen turned his gaze to Xia Qingyao and greeted her politely. Sister-in-law Hongfeng. Although he knew the girl's name, calling her by it seemed inappropriate. Besides, there was clearly something going on between these two, so this title would suffice for now. He thought to himself, surely brother Hongfeng wouldn't scold him just for this title? Hearing Lin Qingchen's address, Xia Qingyao's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Although she had feelings for Bai Li Hongfeng, being addressed so directly was a first for her. Bai Li Hongfeng cleared his throat and feigned annoyance as he glared at Lin Qingchen. What are you calling her that for? We're not quite there yet. Though he secretly added in his mind, but we will be. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal, Bai Li Hongfeng said with a gentle smile. You guys? Lin Qingchen gave him a peculiar look, thinking, if you're going to take the girl out for a meal, why bring me along and make things awkward? So he said softly, brother Hongfeng, I'll pass. I'm not hungry, you two go ahead. Oh, all right then, here you go. Bai Li Hongfeng paused for a moment, then handed Lin Qingchen a purple fruit. When Lin Qingchen saw the thunder spirit fruit, the little white creature coiled around his wrist immediately had its eyes light up, drool dripping from its fangs, clearly coveting the precious fruit. Xiao Bai possessed both wind and thunder attributes, making the thunder spirit fruit a rare opportunity for him. Lin Qingchen accepted the thunder spirit fruit and thanked Bai Li Hongfeng. Although the trip had been quite fruitful, he deliberately avoided mentioning the Heart of Flame. After all, it was an epic-grade material that Bai Li Hongfeng had obtained through great effort. Lin Qingchen was unwilling to ask for it, and even if it were offered, his nature would prevent him from accepting it. Epic-grade materials could be acquired in the future, but for now, he had other pressing matters on his mind. Are you upset? On the street, Xia Qingyao gently tugged on Bai Li Hongfeng's sleeve, her voice soft. She no longer had her previous assertiveness, appearing instead like a timid young woman. Why would I be upset? Bai Li Hongfeng looked at her in confusion. Xia Qingyao paused, shaking her head inwardly, realizing she had overthought it. We're here. Let's go in. Bai Li Hongfeng stopped and looked up at the sign of the shop. Imperial Beast Pavilion? Xia Qingyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. This was the most renowned beast-exclusive restaurant in Donglin City, known for its use of rare quality ingredients and exorbitant prices. Yeah, it's quite a place. Doesn't your beast need to eat? Bai Li Hongfeng was already prepared to spend millions of beast coins. Xia Qingyao gritted her teeth. Fine, let's eat. And so, the seemingly petite and adorable girl, with a face full of reluctance, followed the young man into the store. Meanwhile, after leaving the auction, Lin Qingchen hurried to the orphanage. Ever since Bai Li Hongfeng appeared at the orphanage, various anomalies had caught his attention. Particularly Bai Li Hongfeng's attitude towards the director, which was more than simple respect for an elder, it was genuine reverence for someone powerful. What kind of strength did Director Xiao possess to make even a 6th-rank Beast Tamer wary? 9th rank, or even higher? Pushing open the familiar door, Lin Qingchen felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. You're back. Director Xiao lowered the newspaper covering his face, his gaze shifting to the doorway. Lin Qingchen stood still, feeling as he did in childhood before an imposing elder, unsure of where to begin. Let's eat first. After a moment, Director Xiao said softly. Lin Qingchen was silent for a moment, then looked up at the familiar face and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Okay. In the quiet orphanage, this faint response was particularly clear. Take it slow, Dean Xiao advised as he watched Lin Qingchen devour his meal, a gentle smile flickering in his eyes. He murmured softly, some things never change. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen paused, setting down his chopsticks. With a furrowed brow and a serious gaze fixed on Dean Xiao, he asked quietly, Grandpa Xiao, I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. Dean Xiao's words sparked countless speculations in Lin Qingchen's mind. He pondered, could it be that my supposed advantage was actually Grandpa Xiao, but the appearance of the system disrupted the timeline? Or perhaps my parents were actually formidable beast tamers who entrusted Grandpa Xiao to look after me? Yet, Lin Qingchen quickly interrupted his own wild thoughts. He understood that only the elderly man before him could reveal the truth. You figured it out? Dean Xiao chuckled, unfazed by Lin Qingchen's words. With Dean Xiao's acknowledgement, Lin Qingchen exhaled softly and tentatively voiced his guess. De Huang must be really powerful. A beast that even the system can't detect. What do you think? Dean Xiao nodded in affirmation. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen felt a heaviness in his heart. He suddenly realized that De Huang might understand human speech, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. It turned out that in this world, he was the only novice. Summon your beast, Dean Xiao instructed. Lin Qingchen hesitated for a moment. Then the small creature hidden in his sleeve, Xiao Bai, emerged, its slit pupils warily observing Dean Xiao. That habit hasn't changed. You always like to keep your beast close, Dean Xiao remarked with a smile, momentarily surprised by Xiao Bai's entrance. The past. Lin Qingchen's brow furrowed at the word. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Was he once a powerful beast tamer who lost his memory for some reason? But he's not even 20 yet. That seems too far-fetched. Dean Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened, making Lin Qingchen avert his eyes. Qingchen, I can only tell you that you bear a heavy responsibility. Right now, you are very weak. Only by becoming stronger can you learn more. Become stronger? Lin Qingchen took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and asked, how strong? Like Brother Hongfeng. Besides Ding Xiao, the strongest beast tamer Lin Qingchen had met was by Li Hongfeng's 6th-tier beast tamer with an orange-quality beast, a prodigy of the Xia Beast Taming Academy. Him? Forget it, Ding Xiao replied dismissively, a hint of disdain in his tone. Lin Qingchen was left speechless by this. That was the pride of the Xia Beast Taming Academy, yet Grandpa Xiao was so dismissive? This revelation left Lin Qingchen feeling a bit downcast. It seemed that even someone as strong as Bai Li Hongfeng wasn't enough. He needed to train even harder. Is there anything else you want to know? Ding Xiao asked, sipping his tea and looking at Lin Qingchen. Yes, a lot. Lin Qingchen replied eagerly, his heart filled with a thirst for the unknown and curiosity about his own destiny. Lin Qingchen was filled with doubts. He was eager to know whether Ding Xiao was aware of everything about him at school and home, especially the mysterious Yangguo mode. What puzzled him even more was why he had never been able to contract a beast. Given the heavy responsibility he bore, he should at least be able to contract a beast of orange quality like Bailey Hongfeng's, shouldn't he? Uncle Xiao, why couldn't I contract a beast before? Lin Qingchen asked cautiously. Ding Xiao shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know either. This answer left Lin Qingchen even more perplexed. Although Ding Xiao didn't say it outright, Lin Qingchen suspected it might be because those beasts were too weak and unworthy of him. But then, how could he explain the silver-white snake? It was clearly just a white-quality beast. Ding Xiao knew well that when Lin Qingchen first contracted a beast, he expected it to fail. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. Later, Lin Qingchen even evolved the beast, which was within his expectations. After all, for that person, evolving beasts was almost routine. Ah well. Lin Qingchen was about to speak, but was interrupted impatiently by Ding Xiao. All right, you've asked your questions. That's it. Ding Xiao waved his hand. Lin Qingchen inwardly complained about the unfairness. He slowly got up and walked towards his room. As he was going upstairs, he suddenly stopped, paused for a moment, and then turned to ask, after I leave, will you stay in Donglin City? Will you remain in this lonely orphanage? This question doesn't count among those. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly worried the old man wouldn't answer. Who knows? Ding Xiao murmured with closed eyes, though his meaning was quite clear. All right, I understand. Lin Qingchen sighed softly, said no more, and turned to head to his room, his left hand gently stroking the body of his beast, Little White. He contemplated that perhaps Grandpa Xiao also carried burdens unknown to him. He resolved to train diligently, planning to first let Little White consume the Thunder Spirit fruit after returning, and then start a rigorous training regimen. Little White seemed to sense something and appeared slightly uneasy. After Lin Qingchen left, Ding Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. Suddenly, a pale yellow shadow flickered, and a massive canine beast appeared beside Ding Xiao. When do we leave? A deep voice from De Huang rumbled. If Lin Qingchen were present, he would be shocked. A beast capable of speech was an extreme rarity in the records of the Great Xia dynasty. Let's wait a little longer, Ding Xiao sighed. This parting might mean it would be a long, long time before they met again, or they might never meet again. A hint of sadness flashed into Huang's eyes. The day spent with Lin Qingchen brought it joy, even though the boy was sometimes a bit silly and called it weak. Yet, those days indeed made it, a dog nostalgic. The next morning, sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the courtyard. Lin Qingchen and Bai Li Hongfeng were engaged in an intense sparring session. Despite the limited space, both were careful to control their strength to avoid unnecessary damage. Pant, pant. Lin Qingchen lay on the ground, gasping for air, with his beast companion, Xiao Bai, also looking exhausted. He had given his all in this spar, knowing that holding back against a formidable opponent like Bai Li Hongfeng was pointless. Out of respect for Lin Qingchen, Bai Li Hongfeng had also summoned his own beast to join the battle. Actually, compared to others your age, you're already quite strong, Bai Li Hongfeng remarked, looking at the boy on the ground with a hint of satisfaction. Since returning from the auction at the 10,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce, Lin Qingchen had been training relentlessly, almost as if possessed. Bai Li Hongfeng couldn't help but wonder if the incident with the Heart of Flame had caused some misunderstanding for Lin Qingchen. I know about Grandpa Zhao's situation, Lin Qingchen suddenly said, sitting up calmly. What? Bai Li Hongfeng was taken aback. How is that possible? Even someone of my strength isn't qualified. That's why I need to become stronger. Lin Qingchen turned to Bai Li Hongfeng with a smile on his face. Brother Hongfeng, I at least need to surpass you. Grandpa Xiao said you're just a little chicken. Bai Li Hongfeng was at a loss for words because, indeed, his teacher's words were true. However, Lin Qingchen wasn't yet in a position to make such claims, even if he had innate supernatural abilities. Remembering the events of that day still made Bai Li Hongfeng uneasy. Yet, Lin Qingchen hadn't fully mastered his beast control abilities, which gave Bai Li Hongfeng some comfort, while also realizing that it might not be long before he could no longer match Lin Qingchen. Get up, let's continue training. Bai Li Hongfeng pulled Lin Qingchen to his feet. This time, no beasts. Are you kidding me? Lin Qingchen protested. Without the beasts, even teaming up with Xiao Bai, he couldn't beat Bai Li Hongfeng, let alone in an unknown fight. Moments later, Lin Qingchen found himself back on the ground. I'm exhausted. Brother Hongfeng, you're too much. At this moment, Lin Qingxue came over with some water, looking sympathetically at the sweat-drenched Lin Qingchen. She silently vowed that once she became stronger than Bai Li Hongfeng, she would make sure to teach him a lesson for not holding back. Brother Qingchen, have some water, Lin Qingxue offered, handing him a bottle, which Lin Qingchen gulped down. What about mine? Bai Li Hongfeng asked, unable to ignore the obvious preferential treatment. It's inside, get it yourself. Lin Qingxue replied with annoyance. Bai Li Hongfeng stood by the window, gazing into the distance. After the beast taming exam concluded, students had different plans. Some chose to work with their beasts to earn beast coins, easily handling even tough jobs with their newfound strength after the exam. Others, like Lin Qingchen, focused on enhancing their own abilities. After all, the beast taming exam wasn't the end, but rather the beginning of more intense competition at various beast taming academies. Just then, an unexpected event broke the calm. Mr. Gao, why are you here? Lin Qingchen looked at the familiar man in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. Although it wasn't unusual for wealthy families to invite teachers for a meal after exams, a teacher visiting on their own was quite rare, especially since the results hadn't been announced yet. A bold thought flashed through Lin Qingchen's mind. Could he be the top scorer in the city? Or even the province? But if that were the case, surely more than just Mr. Gao would have come. Instinctively, he glanced behind Mr. Gao, but there was no one else. Seeing Lin Qingchen looking around, Mr. Gao was speechless but didn't say much. Instead, he looked Lin Qingchen straight in the eye and asked, do you know the name Xia Qingyao? As he spoke, his heartbeat visibly quickened, showing unusual nervousness. Of course, she's Hongfeng's sister-in-law, Lin Qingchen replied casually. Hongfeng's sister-in-law. Those words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Mr. Gao stunned. His expression was as if his own daughter had been taken away. Seeing Mr. Gao's reaction, Lin Qingchen suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. According to Bai Li Hongfeng, Xia Qingyao was a princess of the great Xia dynasty's royal family. Could it be that Mr. Gao had somehow outdone the Xia emperor? The thought excited him immensely. Mr. Gao, you're really something. Lin Qingchen hooked an arm around Mr. Gao's shoulder, speaking with a teasing tone. Get lost, what are you thinking? Mr. Gao retorted, brushing his hand off. After a moment of silence, Mr. Gao finally spoke. Xia Qingyao is indeed my daughter. This explosive news left Lin Qingchen dumbfounded. To prevent any further wild thoughts, Mr. Gao quickly added, Xia Qingyao's mother, who is my wife, is the sister of the Xia emperor. And then, Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled, finding the situation more thrilling than a TV drama. Then we separated, what else? Mr. Gao's face showed a hint of melancholy. I suppose she's come to Donglin City this time to find me. Honestly, I've let both her and our daughter down. Since Xia Qingyao was born, I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. What? Lin Qingchen was bewildered. But didn't Hongfeng say Xia Qingyao came to find him? Wasn't Xia Qingyao here to see Bai Li Hongfeng? Lin Qingchen blinked, speaking with a hint of confusion as his gaze darted between Teacher Gao and Xia Qingyao in the distance. Teacher Gao snorted, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He straightened his back, his voice filled with confidence and a touch of resentment. What Bai Li Hongfeng? Can he be more important in her heart than her own father? Lin Qingchen heard this and quietly mused. A father she hasn't seen in over a decade, how much of a bond could there be? He shook his head but did not let his thoughts show on his face. After all, they were dealing with the power of a dynasty. Unless Teacher Gao was a 9th-rank beastmaster, there was no way he could whisk away the sister of that person. Noticing the subtle change in Lin Qingchen's expression, Teacher Gao sighed with a hint of regret in his eyes. He muttered to himself, indeed, as a father, I have been quite inadequate. Perhaps I lacked the courage to confront the great Xia dynasty for the sake of my wife and daughter. If only I had been more assertive back then, would things have turned out differently? At that moment, a gentle yet chilling voice reached Lin Qingchen's ears. Qingchen, get in here for training. Lin Qingchen cursed inwardly. Come on, can't a guy get a break? Despite his thoughts, his body reacted instinctively. Suddenly, Teacher Gao grabbed Lin Qingchen's left wrist urgently and asked, is the person calling you that Bai Li guy? Lin Qingchen paused for a moment, discreetly glancing at the small creature tucked in his right sleeve. He felt relieved, thinking, good thing you grabbed my left hand, Teacher Gao, or else. Though Teacher Gao was a 4th-rank beastmaster, at such close range, he wouldn't stand a chance. Yes, what's up? Lin Qingchen asked, looking at Teacher Gao in surprise, thinking, no way, does he really want to? Wow, a 4th rank challenging a 6th rank, he can't be serious. Teacher Gao snorted again, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I want to see what kind of punk dared to run off with my daughter. Lin Qingchen shrugged helplessly, thinking, no big deal. If Brother Hongfeng knew about Teacher Gao's identity, he probably wouldn't make a move. Remembering the usually arrogant Bailey Hongfeng's demeanor in front of that girl, Lin Qingchen nodded to himself. Be confident, he definitely wouldn't dare. Just then, Bailey Hongfeng approached, glancing at the person behind Lin Qingchen, and said casually, Qingchen, who is he? Lin Qingchen was about to explain, but was interrupted. Teacher Gao coughed twice, straightened his back, tugged at his collar, and stated seriously, Ahem, I am Qing Yao's father. Bailey Hongfeng's expression instantly turned cold, his tone laced with disdain. Oh, so you're the heartless man who abandoned his wife and daughter for over 10 years. Hearing this, Teacher Gao's face fell. He thought to himself, how does this brat know everything? Although he was displeased, Teacher Gao didn't argue, because it was the truth. He regretfully reflected that leaving was a mistake, yet now it was too late for regrets. Seeing the tense situation, Lin Qingchen quickly intervened. Brother Hongfeng, Teacher Gao has his reasons. His tone carried a hint of pleading, hoping to ease the tense atmosphere between the two. In his impression, Teacher Gao wasn't such a person, and from his previous recounting, Lin Qingchen sensed a deep feeling of helplessness. The scene fell into an awkward silence, with each of the three lost in their thoughts, and an indescribable tension hung in the air. Lin Qingchen gazed at the scene before him, lost in thought. He knew well that protagonists in novels who could defy an entire nation for the heroine were certainly admirable, but reality was often much harsher. The man before him, Lao Gao, was merely a fourth-level beast master. How could he possibly contend with the vast Xia dynasty? Have you really been okay hiding like a turtle all these years? Bailey Hongfeng coldly stared at his future father-in-law, his eyes devoid of warmth. No matter your reasons, you shouldn't have disappeared for so many years. Teacher Gao hung his head low, his voice weary. You have the right to say that to me. I truly haven't been a good father. He looked into the distance, as if recalling those lost years. Since she's come to find me, as her father, I should do something to make up for it. But this only made Bailey Hongfeng's expression even colder. Find you? She doesn't even know you're here. You coward, just keep hiding like the turtle you are. He looked disdainfully at the middle-aged man before him. You can't even beat me, what can you do? Just continue being a teacher at Donglin City No. 2 High School, where even your principal hasn't reached the 6th level. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Teacher Gao. He staggered, his face pale indeed. He couldn't even meet Xia Qingyao's simplest expectations now. I really am useless. His figure began to waver. Brother Hongfeng, you're wrong about this. Lin Qingchen put away his smile, looking seriously at Bailey Hongfeng. Not everyone in this world is a favored child of heaven. Most are ordinary people. He recalled his own experience of being unable to contract a beast, the painful memory of falling from grace still fresh. For you, overcoming levels or facing multiple foes might be easy, but for ordinary beast masters, just surviving in this harsh world requires everything they have. He helped the faltering Teacher Gao stand, speaking softly. Lao Gao, let's go for now. We'll come back another day. Bailey Hongfeng quietly watched the two walk away, his heart churning with complex emotions. In terms of strength, you might surpass Lin Qingchen, but in mindset, you're far behind him. Dean Xiao appeared under the tree, his gaze still fixed on Lin Qingchen's retreating figure. Back in the day, he was powerful, yet never looked down on ordinary people. Bailey Hongfeng's eyes darkened, falling into deep self-doubt. Had he truly been wrong? Since that day, Mr. Gao never appeared in front of Lin Qingchen again, as if he had vanished after a heavy blow. Lin Qingchen could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. After all, it was a private family matter, and he wasn't in a position to intervene. However, he couldn't help but admire Bailey Hongfeng's courage to face his future father-in-law so directly, something Lin Qingchen himself wouldn't dare. A few days later, the release of a list sent the entire Donglin City into a frenzy. The results for the Royal Beast College entrance exam were out. On the day the results were announced, Lin Qingchen was having his routine sparring session with Bailey Hongfeng. The intense training coupled with the full absorption of the Thunder Spirit Fruit's power had significantly boosted Xiao Bai's strength, allowing it to advance to Stage 3, Level 4, in just a few days. If they were to face the Stonewood Demon of the 8th level again, its powerful thunder attribute would make defeating it a breeze. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but feel anxious about his own exam results, especially considering the eerie calm on the day of the practical assessment, which still puzzled him. He glanced at Xiao Bai, the little snake coiled around his right hand, resting in his sleeve. Could it have something to do with the situation? But then again, thinking of Xiao Bai's displayed abilities, it seemed unlikely. Brother Qingchen. A joyful voice interrupted his thoughts. Before he could react, Lin Qingxue had already leaped into his arms. To prevent her from falling, Lin Qingchen quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. From a distance, Bailey Hongfeng, seeing this, tactfully turned and left. Such intimacy in broad daylight left one to wonder what might happen in the still of the night. The results for the Royal Beast College entrance exam are out. Lin Qingchen looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How did you do? Lin Qingchen asked. 712 points. The score shocked Lin Qingchen. Last year, Donglin City's top scorer had only achieved over 670 points and was admitted to a top-tier Royal Beast Academy. With Lin Qingxue's score, her admission to the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy was practically guaranteed. Brother Qingchen, what about your score? She asked, her cheeks blushing with a hint of shyness. Lin Qingchen was taken aback, realizing he hadn't even checked his results yet. In the Great Xia dynasty, results could only be checked at school, so he needed to head there immediately. Meanwhile, in the office at the first high school, the results for the Royal Beast College entrance exam are out. Wu Wei said calmly to Yu Haoshuan, with his hands behind his back. Yu Haoshuan paused slightly. They're out? What does that have to do with me? Our student, Lin Qingxue, is not only the top scorer in Donglin City, but also in the entire Nanjiang province, with a score of 712, Wu Wei continued. Upon hearing this, Yu Haoshuan nodded silently. This didn't surprise Yu Haoshuan. Lin Qingxue, with her formidable orange-tier beast, delivered a performance that he had anticipated. However, the grave expression on Teacher Wu's face made him feel uneasy. Wu Wei remained silent for a long time before he finally exhaled deeply and revealed the exam results from second high school. Lin Qingchen, 700 points. 395 points in practical combat, 300 points in integrated theory. Additionally, his purple tire beast earned him an extra 5 points. The news hit Yu Haoshuan like a bolt of lightning, leaving him speechless. He wasn't concerned about other scores, as he was confident in those areas. But scoring 300 in the integrated theory exam? Unheard of. Since the implementation of the Beast Mastery entrance exam in Xia, no student had ever achieved such a feat, especially considering that the integrated theory exam was crafted by the top Beast Mastery theorists in Xia, matching the practical exam in difficulty. Do you know what this means? Wu Wei asked, his gaze penetrating. After a brief silence, Yu Haoshuan looked directly at his mentor. I know. Even in the talent-rich Xia Beast Mastery Academy, Lin Qingchen will undoubtedly be highly regarded. He could very well become the next Bailey Hongfeng. A powerful beast master enhances national strength, but an exceptional beast mastery theorist can propel the entire Xia dynasty forward. A shadow crossed Wu Wei's eyes. There's another student at second high school who also scored close to 700, but that's not worth worrying about. The priority is dealing with Lin Qingchen. If we don't act now, it will be even harder once he returns after his studies. Although both understood that they couldn't act personally, that would be suicidal, as Bailey Hongfeng would never spare them. Wu Wei's position and influence meant he had a capable, though obscure, candidate ready to be deployed. Thus, within the most prestigious Beast Mastery High School in Donglin City, a deadly intent lurked, feared even by the beasts themselves. Meanwhile, at the Situ family home, Situ Chiu wore a grim expression. His son, whom he had high hopes for, scored only a little over 500 points. Forget about the Southern River Beast Mastery Academy. Even the local academy in Donglin City was out of reach. 3 years at second high school with no progress. Situ Chiu looked at his kneeling son, his voice filled with disappointment. With such scores, how will you inherit the Situ family? Even if I agree, will the other beast masters in the clan accept it? Situ Feng knelt silently. Don't even think about taking on Lin Qingchen anymore, Situ Chiu said coldly. He is on a completely different level from you. After purchasing those beast bracelets from Lu Hong, the Situ family finances were strained. Now, they could only hope Lin Qingchen wouldn't hold grudges over past conflicts. Why do you say that? Situ Feng asked defiantly, looking up. Because he scored 700 on the Beast Mastery entrance exam, with a perfect score in integrated theory. Those words struck Situ Feng like a thunderbolt, extinguishing the light in his eyes. He had once hoped to outshine Lin Qingchen in the exams, but now, recalling their past conflicts, he finally understood had never even been on Lin Qingchen's radar. Lin Qingchen was completely unaware of everything happening in the shadows. At this moment, he was walking side by side with Lin Qingxue on their way to the second high school. He had intended to go alone, but he couldn't resist the earnest look in the girl's eyes and eventually agreed to let her accompany him. Brother Qingchen, which school are you planning to attend? Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her gaze never leaving the boy beside her. The scenery along the street changed rapidly in her eyes, but his figure remained clear and constant. If my scores are good enough, I might choose the Daxiao Academy of Beast Taming, Lin Qingchen replied after a brief moment of thought. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's eyes curved into crescents, as she secretly made up her mind. Wherever Brother Qingchen goes, she will follow. With her own grades, she was confident she could get into the same school. By the way, Lin Qingxue suddenly interrupted Lin Qingchen's thoughts. What's up? He turned to look at the girl's delicate face, but his smile froze the next moment. What's that girl's name? Lin Qingxue's voice was gentle, but it sent a chill down Lin Qingchen's spine. This was clearly a dangerous question. His mind raced as he weighed his options. Saying she was just an ordinary classmate? Impossible, as an ordinary classmate wouldn't visit his home. Telling the truth? Imagining Qingxue potentially clashing with the girl ruled that option out as well. As he hesitated, a faint, urgent hiss came from his sleeve, where Xiaobai, his pet snake, was hidden. Though extremely faint, it jolted Lin Qingchen. This was unusual, as Xiaobai was usually quiet and wouldn't make a sound even when pressed. Lin Qingchen cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Apart from a few scattered passers-by, the environment resembled the secluded woods often described in books, prompting a sense of alertness. Qingxue, I just remembered I left my ID at home. Let's go back and get it before heading to the second high school, okay? Lin Qingchen said, trying to remain calm. Though she didn't understand what an ID was, Lin Qingxue sensed something was off and quickly agreed. Okay. Lin Qingchen turned and headed back toward the orphanage. As long as they returned there and met the reassuring young man, they wouldn't be in danger in Donglan City. Lin Qingxue also curbed her curiosity, following closely behind him, staying vigilant. At that moment, Lin Qingchen's shadow subtly shifted. The figure lurking in the shadows belonged to Wu Wei's hired beastmaster, Wu Tong, a fifth-tier assassin. His beast possessed a rare dark attribute, specializing in the art of assassination. When Lin Qingchen and his companions suddenly turned to leave, Wu Tong frowned slightly, puzzled. Had they discovered him? Over the years, Wu Tong had dealt with countless beastmasters for Wu Wei without ever failing. Although Wu Wei warned him that Lin Qingchen was extremely dangerous, Wu Tong was dismissive. In his view, even Yu Haoxuan from the Daxia Beastmaster Academy was not a match, let alone a student who had just completed the Beastmaster entrance exam. However, thinking of Bai Li Hongfeng, a cold glint flashed in Wu Tong's eyes. He silently decided, Lin Qingchen must not leave. Now is the perfect opportunity. With a thought, Lin Qingchen's shadow transformed into countless spikes, attacking the young man. The girl behind him widened her eyes in shock and quickly summoned her beast, but it seemed too late. In the nick of time, a flash of lightning intercepted all the shadow spikes. Xiaobai, perched on Lin Qingchen's shoulder, coldly fixed its vertical pupils on Wu Tong's direction. Wu Tong emerged from the shadows, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. Good senses and caution, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Before he finished speaking, a black formation appeared, summoning a massive black-furred wolf. The system promptly displayed the beast's information. Beast name, Shadow Wolf. Level, 5th tier, level 1. Quality, purple. Attribute, dark. Status, normal. Weaknesses, fire, lightning, light. Lin Qingchen's heart sank. He knew that the higher the beast's level, the greater the disparity in strength. Although he and Qingxue had attributes that countered the opponent, in the face of absolute power, this advantage seemed insignificant. Lin Qingchen didn't ask for the opponent's identity, simply memorizing the ordinary face. Wu Tong wasted no time in further words and launched his attack. Lin Qingxue's expression was grave, realizing that this assassin was well prepared. Seal. With Wu Tong's command, a sky full of shadows enveloped the two. The power of this fifth-tier shadow wolf was far beyond any beast Lin Qingchen had faced in exams. Lin Qingxue's firefox already at the 4th tier unleashed a scorching flame at the barrier, but it failed to break through. In this darkened space, aside from endless shadow spikes, phantoms roamed, flickering and then charging straight at Lin Qingchen. The target of the 5th-tier shadow wolf was unmistakably clear. At that moment, Lin Qingxue finally saw through the mysterious person's intentions. Brother Qingchen, run, she shouted desperately. Meanwhile, the firefox's flames surged, its claws glowing with a dangerous red light. This was a spirit technique as powerful as Lin Qingchen's spirit cage, but wielded by a beast, its attack was even fiercer. With a thunderous crash, the indestructible cage was forcefully breached. However, Lin Qingchen merely shook his head, looking gravely at Lin Qingxue. He knew he was the true target, but if he left now, who could guarantee the assassin wouldn't harm Lin Qingxue? I have no choice but to fight. Lin Qingchen muttered, channeling his spirit energy. A golden light enveloped the shadow wolf, causing it to momentarily freeze. Although it was just an instant, it was a crucial moment gained. Running was clearly not an option. Since Wu Tong dared to attack, he must have been fully prepared. With this in mind, a hint of red flashed in Lin Qingchen's eyes, filled with killing intent. You want my life? You'll have to pay the price. In the next instant, a massive phantom suddenly appeared behind Lin Qingchen, its claws striking down fiercely. Even a 3rd-tier beast would struggle to withstand such a blow. Wu Tong watched this scene and sighed softly. Lin Qingchen's perseverance was indeed impressive, but the world is never short of geniuses. Remembering the orders he had received, he glanced at Lin Qingxue, deciding to spare the girl. After all, the target was the boy before him. At the critical moment, a silver-white snake shadow suddenly coiled around Lin Qingchen, shielding him from the fatal blow. Blood oozed from Xiaobai's snake body, looking pitifully tragic. Yet, it did not retreat, its fangs glowing purple as it tightly bound the shadow wolf. biting into its vital spot. Wu Tong's eyes flickered with disdain. Even if you have an attribute advantage, so what? What can a third-tier beast do to break my Shadow Wolf's defense? However, his contempt quickly froze. On the other side of the Shadow Wolf, the Firefox unleashed a fierce attack with its blazing flames. Its master, Lin Qingchen, watched anxiously as the boy was enveloped by the fifth-tier beast. Roar! The Shadow Wolf let out an earth-shattering howl, breaking free from Xiao Bai's grasp. The silver-white snake and the Firefox were both flung away by the force. Now you're finished. Wu Tong's words were abruptly cut off, his pupils suddenly contracting. A fierce-looking boy had appeared in front of him, a cold glint flashing in his hand. Even for a fifth-tier beast master, once separated from their beast's protection, the human body remains fragile. Even without their beasts, ordinary people still have a chance to fight against beast tamers. In a flash, a shadow sliced through the air like a blade, piercing Lin Qingchen's wrist. Pain surged through him, but the young man gritted his teeth and unhesitatingly drove his dagger into Wu Tong's thigh. Ah! Wu Tong fell to the ground, writhing in agony, yet dared not recklessly pull out the dagger embedded deep in his flesh. Without a healing beast nearby, removing it might lead to fatal blood loss. Shadow Wolf, kill them for me, Wu Tong ordered through gritted teeth, his voice chilling to the bone. Two students who had just finished the beast-taming exam had left him in such a sorry state. This humiliation had to be washed away with blood. Blinded by rage, he had completely disregarded Wu Wei's warnings. The Shadow Wolf bared its fangs and was about to pounce on Lin Qingchen when Xiao Bai suddenly appeared in front of it. Xiao Bai's vertical pupils glowed with a golden light, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The Shadow Wolf seemed struck by lightning, as if it had seen a towering deity, a fear rooted deep within its bloodline. With a loud boom, the darkness enveloping Lin Qingchen and his companion instantly dissipated. In the air, a figure sat atop a crimson beast. His gaze icy. Bailey Hongfeng had arrived. Seeing this familiar figure, Lin Qingchen finally collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Safe at last. What brings you here? Bailey Hongfeng coldly regarded Wu Tong, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In Donglin City, someone dared to attack Lin Qingchen? If anything happened to Lin Qingchen, that master would surely go mad. Under the oppressive aura of the Red Sky Wolf King, the already fearful Shadow Wolf completely submitted, lying motionless on the ground. Heh! Wu Tong let out a bitter laugh, finally understanding why that master had warned him to flee upon seeing Bailey Hongfeng. Such an opponent was beyond his ability to contend with. But now, could he still escape? Gazing at the brilliant Bailey Hongfeng, Wu Tong, who had always lived in the shadows, wore a mocking smile. He abruptly pulled the dagger from his thigh, slashed his wrist without hesitation, and then cut his throat, ending his own life. This scene sent a chill through Lin Qingchen's heart. This opponent was like a death warrior, willing to go to such lengths to keep his master hidden. Beside him, Lin Qingchue's face was ashen, her heaving chest revealing her inner terror. Even Bailey Hongfeng looked grave, surprised that such an event could occur in Donglin City. The scent of blood filled the air, and the Shadow Wolf's eyes turned crimson. In a flash, it lunged at Wu Tong's corpse. Even Bailey Hongfeng couldn't react in time as the Shadow Wolf swallowed the bloodied body whole. Boom! The Shadow Wolf went berserk, completely losing its mind, and even the Red Sky Wolf King's presence couldn't intimidate it in the slightest. Damn it! Bailey Hongfeng furrowed his brows, watching the Shadow Wolf in its berserk state. Although this fifth-tier beast was formidable, it posed no threat to him. What infuriated him was the assassin's ruthlessness, willing to be devoured by his own beast to destroy evidence. Lin Qingchen's pupils trembled slightly. He had no recollection of this assassin, clearly someone else's pawn. More unsettling was that they knew his identity well, yet dared not act at the orphanage, obviously fearing Bailey Hongfeng's power. Who could it be? Lin Qingchen pondered. Who harbors such deep hatred against me? Under the pressure of the Qishao Wolf King, the Shadow Wolf's struggle weakened. After all, the gap in power couldn't be bridged by mere rage. Bailey Hongfeng's face was grim. Without the assassin, finding the mastermind was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Are you alright? Bailey Hongfeng appeared beside Lin Qingchen, handing him a vial of medicine and eyeing his wrist wound with concern. As a seasoned beastmaster accustomed to walking the line between life and death, carrying medicine was second nature. He hadn't expected to use it in Donglin City, let alone on Lin Qingchen. I'll live, Lin Qingchen replied with a wry smile, sprinkling some powder on his wound. Since the incident in the forest, this was his most dire situation. This medicine, is it specifically for beastmasters? It works well. As he spoke, he heard the familiar hiss of a snake. He gently stroked Xiao Bai's cool head, applying the remaining powder to its body. Without Xiao Bai's timely help, he might not have survived. I'll take you back first, Bailey Hongfeng said, casting a cold glance at the mangled Shadow Wolf corpse. This isn't over. Donglin City seems restless. Attacking in broad daylight suggests backing from a powerful force. Get on. He patted the Qishao Wolf King's back. With the help of a young girl, Lin Qingchen climbed onto the Qishao Wolf King. After they left, several beastmasters arrived at the scene, their hearts pounding at the devastation. The orphanage was in a remote area, so the Qishao Wolf King's swift passage attracted little attention. Shortly after, Bailey Hongfeng glanced at Lin Qingchen, who was supported by the girl, and asked, "Any leads?" Leads? Lin Qingchen was momentarily confused. It was a fifth-tier shadow wolf, a rare dark attribute beast with extremely eerie attack methods. Do you really need to tell me that? Bailey Hongfeng rolled his eyes, retorting with irritation. Although he didn't know all the details, Lin Qingchen had managed to gather some information from their brief encounter. After all, as a student once recommended for admission to the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy, he had a keen eye for such things. Bailey Hongfeng's sharp gaze bore into Lin Qingchen, his tone carrying a hint of chill. Who do you think would make a move against you? His eyes glinted with cold intent. This isn't over. A look of hesitation crossed Lin Qingchen's face. He thought carefully, realizing he had conflicts with quite a few people. Yu Haoxuan was a likely candidate. The principal of First High School was also hostile towards him, and so was Situ Feng. Even that blonde from Class 8, whose name he couldn't recall, and the class monitor seemed to have grudges against him. He couldn't help but smile wryly to himself, wondering if he was naturally inclined to attract animosity. Seeing Lin Qingchen's hesitation, Bailey Hongfeng said calmly, "It's fine, just tell me. I'll handle the rest." Lin Qingchen took a deep breath and said firmly, "All right, but I need to go with you." Deal. With a positive response, Lin Qingchen didn't hesitate any longer and listed all his suspects. Facing this mysterious young man, he felt a surge of inexplicable confidence. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Second High School, Lu Hong was beaming with pride as he looked at the girl in front of him. If not for his position as principal, he would have loved to lift this outstanding student high in the air. Who would have thought that this year's second high students could achieve such high scores? Lu Hong couldn't help but praise. Haha. That Lin Qingchen is truly a genius I had my eye on, reminiscent of my own youth. In his mind, the conflict between Lin Qingchen and Situ Feng was insignificant. A score of 700 meant a guaranteed entry to the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy, possibly even attracting special tutors. Moreover, the girl's score in front of him was enough to elevate Second High's historical record significantly. Lu Hong praised with satisfaction. Well done, Qian. With these scores, you might even get into the Daxiao Imperial Beast Academy. Although her score of 695 was slightly lower than Lin Qingchen's, it was still exceptional in Donglan City. As Lu Hong was lost in the pleasant fantasy of Second High's impending rise, a teacher burst into the office, shouting urgently, "Principal, something's wrong." Lu Hong frowned and scolded. "What's going on? Why are you in such a panic?" He was concerned that this might frighten Qi Yan. The teacher's eyes flashed with fear as he stammered. Someone has broken into Second High. That person is incredibly strong." Boom. Lu Hong stood up abruptly, the force of his movement shattering the sturdy chair into pieces. Today was supposed to be a historic day for Second High, and he wouldn't let anyone interfere. "Let's go, take me to see." Lu Hong's eyes turned cold as he resolved to confront whoever was causing trouble. Turning to Qi Yan, Lu Hong's expression softened instantly. "Qi Yan, you can rest here for a bit. Don't tire yourself out. If there's any mess, I'll clean it up when I return." However, Qi Yan shook her head and softly said, "Principal, let me go with you." She felt an inexplicable unease, as if something bad was about to happen. All right." Lu Hong was momentarily stunned, then agreed readily. For him, Qi Yan was now a treasure, and such a small request was impossible to refuse. He even secretly hoped that this shy girl would get to witness firsthand what a true beastmaster was like. Lu Hong strutted confidently towards the school gate, outwardly dismissive of the troublemaker, yet inwardly alert. He quietly summoned his beast companion, knowing that in the Daxia dynasty, anyone daring to cause trouble at the second high school was either insane or truly skilled. Several teachers, seeing Lu Hong as if he were a savior, hurried over to him. The troublemaker was indeed formidable. Even their collective efforts were futile. It seemed only the principal could handle such a challenging individual. With an expression of disdain, Lu Hong glanced at the troublemaker. Suddenly, his expression froze. He recognized that unforgettable face as Mr. Bailey. Alarmed, Lu Hong wondered if he had recently offended this important figure. Bailey Hongfeng coldly glanced at Lu Hong's beast companion and said simply, "I need people." Lin Qingchen, noticing the tension, gently tugged on Bailey Hongfeng's sleeve, softly advising, calm down. It's best not to have too wide an area of effect." Feeling the sharpness of Bailey Hongfeng's gaze, Lu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly withdrew his beast companion, plastering a friendly smile on his face as he turned to Lin Qingchen, saying, "Thank goodness for you, Qingchen." Bailey Hongfeng interrupted, handing over a slip of paper. "Don't change the subject. Bring these people to me." Lu Hong quickly took the note, scanned it, and nodded in agreement. All right. He felt relieved that everyone listed was at the school. However, His expression hardened when he reached the last two names. Situ Feng was manageable, given his relationship with the Situ family. Calling him over shouldn't be an issue. But Wu Wei, why was Bailey Hongfeng looking for him? Although he currently had no dealings with Wu Wei, they were graduates of the same Beast Academy. Lu Hong wasn't one to betray a fellow alumnus. He tentatively asked, Mr. Bailey, may I ask what offense Principal Wu Wei has committed? Bailey Hongfeng replied coldly. He's suspected of attempting to murder Lin Qingchen. Is that sufficient? Lu Hong shivered, quickly asserting, more than sufficient. I, Lu Hong, shall never tolerate such a person. He raised 4 fingers to the sky in a vow, but hesitated. It's just that Wu Wei isn't at the second high school. Bailey Hongfeng calmly instructed, notify him to come. Seeing Lu Hong hesitate, he added, is that difficult? Lu Hong quickly shook his head. Not difficult, not difficult. He hesitated again, but Wu Wei also has ties to Yu Haoshuan. Who is? Bailey Hongfeng interrupted. Oh, right, include that one as well. Have him come with Wu Wei. Lu Hong was taken aback, yet before he could process it, Bailey Hongfeng issued his final order. Gather all the students at the second high school. If a single one escapes, I'll hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's expression suddenly turned unnatural. For years, it was the first time someone had directed him so openly, causing a trace of displeasure to rise in his heart, yet he felt helpless. At this moment, a hesitant young girl finally gathered her courage and stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with concern as she softly asked, Lin Qingchen, are you okay? This girl, named Qi Yan, felt her heart tighten as if gripped by an invisible hand when she heard the word murder. However, before Lin Qingchen could respond, Bailey Hongfeng spoke first. He cast an inconspicuous glance at Qi Yan, then fixed his cold gaze on Lin Qingchen and said icily, he'll survive. Bailey Hongfeng thought to himself, this kid hasn't learned much else at school, but he's certainly become adept at attracting attention. He needs a good talking to when we get back. How could he let down someone as wonderful as Qingxue? Lin Qingchen couldn't help but show a trace of helplessness. He thought, I didn't do anything. Meanwhile, an angry shout suddenly erupted from the principal's office at number 1 high school. Wu Wei slammed his fist hard onto the sturdy desk, leaving a clear imprint. Yu Haoshuan looked puzzled and asked, what's going on? In Donglin City, what else could make Principal Wu this angry besides Bailey Hongfeng? After a moment, Wu Wei spoke softly, a look of pain crossing his face. The assassination failed. Wu Tong is dead. How is that possible? Yu Haoshuan's mouth opened slightly in shock. He was a 5th-level beast tamer, and with such a rare dark attribute, just gone like that. Even at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, facing Wu Tong, I'd likely be at a disadvantage. Such a powerful beast tamer, yet he failed to assassinate Lin Qingchen. After a brief silence, Yu Haoshuan broke it by saying quietly, I'm afraid Bailey Hongfeng might suspect us. What's he got to suspect? Wu Wei, though still showing traces of sorrow, couldn't help but snort coldly. With no evidence, what proof does Bailey Hongfeng have? Does he dare to bend the law for personal gain? Despite his words, a sense of unease crept into Wu Wei's heart. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Wu Wei called. A teacher entered and informed him. Principal, Lu Hong from number 2 high school requests your presence. For what? To show off. Wu Wei sneered. This time, even if their school has 2 students who might get into the Great Xia or Imperial Beast Taming Academy, in terms of overall performance, our school can firmly suppress them. Besides, the top scorer of the Southern Jiang Province Beast Taming exam is from our school. No chance of them overshadowing us. Tell him, no way. The teacher hesitated briefly and stammered. But, he said, Bailey Hongfeng is looking for you. Hearing these words, Wu Wei was momentarily stunned, then became furious. What's with Bailey Hongfeng? Bailey Hongfeng just mid-sentence, he suddenly thought of something, and his anger froze. Could Bailey Hongfeng have discovered something? But how? Principal Wu, you should go, Yu Haoshuan advised. If you don't, it might raise suspicion. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei sighed softly. He decided to go after all, fearing that not going might indeed arouse suspicion. The teacher then remembered something and added, oh, Bailey Hongfeng also asked for someone named Yu Haoshuan to come over. This teacher had only recently joined number 1 high school and had heard of Yu Haoshuan's name, but never seen his face. He only knew that this person was Principal Wu's prized student. Yu Haoshuan's face showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. In the square of the second high school, a diverse group of students gathered, each displaying a mix of emotions. Today was the day they were to receive their results from the Beast Mastery Entrance Exam, a day typically filled with both joy and disappointment. However, the sudden call from Principal Lu Hong disrupted the atmosphere. Ji Wu, come out here with the others. Principal Lu Hong's sharp gaze swept over the students present. Ji Wu, standing at the front of Class 8, was momentarily taken aback, quickly trying to discern the reason. Although his grades were decent enough to get into an ordinary Beast Mastery Academy, they were still a far cry from those of the top students in the elite class, making him an unlikely candidate for commendation. Not far away, Lin Qingchen was engaged in a hushed conversation with Baili Hongfeng. Brother Hongfeng, isn't it a bit much to call them all over? Lin Qingchen whispered. Baili Hongfeng's sharp eyes fixed on Lin Qingchen. Weren't you the one who said these people are suspicious? Even if they don't have the ability themselves, the forces behind them shouldn't be underestimated. Noticing Lin Qingchen's hesitation, he added, once they enter the Beast Mastery Academy, even I will find it difficult to deal with them. All right, with Baili Hongfeng's support, Lin Qingchen felt more confident. Who do you think is the most suspicious? Baili Hongfeng pressed. Situ Feng, and those two from First High? Lin Qingchen replied without hesitation. The Situ family, being at the top of the three great families, combined with the deep resources of First High, made them prime suspects. While the likelihood of others hiring assassins was small, it couldn't be completely ruled out. At that moment, an overwhelming presence swept across the square, causing even the recently graduated students to shiver. This pressure far exceeded anything they had encountered during exams. A giant eagle soared into view, with Wu Wei standing authoritatively on its back, gazing coldly at Baili Hongfeng. Baili Hongfeng, is there something you need? Baili Hongfeng raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. Feeling confident, are we? Then let's start with him. I believe you're a suspect. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of searing heat burst forth. The Crimson Wolf King appeared with a deafening roar, unfolding a massive red light array in the sky. The more timid students ducked and covered their heads, while Ji Wu and the others, attempting to retreat, found their path blocked by a slightly round figure. Principal Lu, the crowd exclaimed. Lu Hong wore a gentle smile. Stay here, don't worry. I'm here with you. He inwardly sighed with relief, glad he had stopped them in time. Otherwise, that esteemed figure might have caused him trouble. At that moment, Baili Hongfeng stood proudly beside the Crimson Wolf King, his gaze disdainfully fixed on Wu Wei, as a fierce confrontation loomed. The term suspect slipped out of Lin Qingchen's mouth, perfectly describing the situation at hand. This statement was like a heavy blow, instantly shattering Wu Wei's momentum. His shoulders slightly drooped, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, clearly realizing that he stood no chance against Baili Hongfeng. Wu Wei jumped off the back of the giant eagle, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he let out a cold snort. Humph, you'd better have convincing evidence. Although his voice was firm, it had lost its earlier confidence. Lin Qingchen squinted, keenly aware of Wu Wei's unusual behavior. He pondered to himself, if he were truly innocent, Wu Wei wouldn't have rushed over so eagerly. Baili Hongfeng had just informed him, and he appeared in a flurry, clearly a sign of a guilty conscience. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a burst of hearty laughter approached from a distance. A middle-aged man with a gentle smile walked over. It was the mayor of Donglan City. He smiled and said, why must everyone be so confrontational? We should prioritize harmony. The mayor turned to Baili Hongfeng, his eyes slightly narrowed. Mr. Bailey, I'm aware of the situation too. I suppose you might find it hard to produce concrete evidence, right? Hearing this, Baili Hongfeng gently patted the Qishao Wolf King beside him and responded calmly. So what? Can your so-called evidence compare to the beast at my side? His tone carried a hint of provocation. Or are you planning to stop me too? The mayor's expression immediately became serious. Of course not. But as the mayor of Donglan City, I cannot allow such matters to be condoned. His voice was filled with a sense of justice. But to Lin Qingchen, this sudden righteousness seemed somewhat contrived. Baili Hongfeng raised an eyebrow and asked, so? A meaningful smile appeared on the mayor's face as he took out a document from his pocket and began to read aloud. Wu Tong, a resident of Donglan City, is suspected to be Wu Wei's adopted son. After graduating from the Beast Master High School in Lin Province, he disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's face turned ashen. He clearly hadn't anticipated that his carefully hidden secret would be exposed. The mayor continued. Moreover, Wu Tong's beast had already undergone an evolution to a third-tier shadow wolf when registered in Lin Province. The mayor handed the document to Baili Hongfeng, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He was inwardly pleased, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to turn the tide and consolidate his position. Lin Qingchen took the document, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He knew that the mayor's actions were not driven by justice, but rather a ploy to use others to achieve his own ends. He looked at Baili Hongfeng, curious about how he would handle the situation. Baili Hongfeng glanced at the document and coldly looked at Wu Wei. Now, do you have anything to say? Wu Wei, trying to maintain his composure, said, I was momentarily confused, but I haven't committed any major wrong. I'm willing to make amends. Baili Hongfeng's lips curled into a mocking smile. No major wrong? Does Lin Qingchen have to die for it to be considered a major wrong? Lin Qingchen looked at Wu Wei in confusion and asked, do I have such a deep grudge against you? He recalled the past, seemingly never having had any significant conflict with this dean. Was it merely because he had once embarrassed him? Wu Wei was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. He knew that no reason was needed to kill Lin Qingchen, but he dared not voice this now. Baili Hongfeng said coldly, Will you do it yourself, or should I? His tone left no room for negotiation, clearly having lost patience. Wu Wei felt a wave of despair and finally asked, "Do you really have to be so unreasonable?" Bailey Hongfeng answered without hesitation, "Yes." Bailey Hongfeng stared at Wu Wei and uttered just one word, "Yes." This concise and forceful response was typical of his style. Since Wu Wei thought he was unreasonable, then he decided he simply wouldn't be. Recalling his days at the orphanage, the teachings of Director Xiao still echoed in his ears. In this world, strength is the ultimate reason. As a beast master, Bailey Hongfeng never felt obliged to reason with ordinary people. As for the law, he had always scoffed at it. Although the laws of the Great Xia maintained the dynasty's stability, weren't they ultimately established by the most powerful beast masters? Whether they were fair or not was decided by those in power. This single word made Wu Wei's expression change drastically, his hands clenching into fists involuntarily. Despite being a sixth-rank beast master, he felt an unprecedented powerlessness in front of this terrifying young man. After all, even when he and Zhouya joined forces, they were no match, let alone Onianon. Bailey Hongfeng, don't push it too far, Wu Wei said coldly, staring at Bailey Hongfeng. Yet he couldn't help but take a step back. Bailey Hongfeng was indifferent to the accusation of pushing too far. He sneered, "Since you say so, then I will push it too far. Lin Qingchen is still alive, yet you want me dead? Isn't that too much?" Seeing Bailey Hongfeng unmoved, Wu Wei continued to argue. "Wu Tong's assassination failed, and I've already lost my right-hand men. Isn't that a severe enough consequence? Why won't you let it go?" "Too much." Lin Qingchen, standing by, shook his head with a cold smile, his eyes devoid of warmth. "The assassination failed, and now it's too much? If Hongfeng hadn't arrived in time that day, what would have happened to me? Perhaps he would still avenge me, but I might not have seen the sun that day." Bailey Hongfeng's thoughts mirrored Lin Qingchen's. He said coldly, "If it were just because Lin Qingchen was attacked, would it mean that anyone around me could be bullied as long as compensation is offered? Since it's already a fight to the death, let's end it decisively. When you decided to assassinate, you should have been prepared to lose your life." With that, Bailey Hongfeng fell silent, and, together with the Qishao Wolf King, made his move. As a sixth-rank beast master from the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, his strength far exceeded that of Lin Qingchen. The giant eagle beside Wu Wei let out an angry screech, flapping its wings to stir up a fierce wind. However, instead of suppressing the Qishao Wolf King, the wind only intensified its daunting presence. Run, run now, was Wu Wei's first instinct. He hadn't expected the mayor of Donglan City to be so biased towards Bailey Hongfeng, even going so far as to provide evidence for him. He made a mental note of this. As for Bailey Hongfeng, he silently vowed to settle the score one day. Though he couldn't match Bailey Hongfeng in strength, Wu Wei still held a glimmer of hope in terms of speed. However, just as he was about to have his beast take him away, a needle-like object shrouded in purple mist accurately struck the giant eagle's wing. "Principal Wu, sometimes, when you make a mistake, you can't just think about running away." Bailey Hongfeng's voice came from behind, carrying an undeniable authority. The mayor of Donglan City stood in the center of the crowd with a smile on his face. Beside him hovered a massive beast resembling a hornet, its wings as thin as cicada wings flapping relentlessly. The beast exuded a chilling aura, causing those around to step back. Lin Qingchen quietly opened the beast panel, and information flooded his mind. Venomous split hornet, level 6, grade 7, purple quality, poison attribute, normal state, weakness, fire attribute, with 7 evolution paths. This data made Lin Qingchen's heart skip a beat. He hadn't expected the seemingly low-profile mayor to have power on par with Bailey Hongfeng. "You." Wu Wei's pupils contracted in shock as he looked at the mayor. The mayor chuckled nonchalantly. "What's with you? As the mayor of Donglan City, it is my duty to uphold justice." He turned to speak to Bailey Hongfeng, but a sudden blast of flames shot toward Wu Wei. The fierce wind whipped up by the flames was so strong that even the mayor stepped back a few paces. Wu Wei writhed and struggled in the blaze, his agonized screams echoing all around until they eventually faded away. Just like that, a level 6 beastmaster, the principal of the first school, was reduced to ashes before everyone's eyes. The students who had just taken the beastmaster exam stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. A chill ran through them as they realized the brutal reality of the beast world. For years, they had believed the laws of Daxiao would protect them, but now they saw how naive that belief was. Ji Wu and the others felt a chill in their hearts, recalling the earlier confrontation and feeling a sense of dread. They were relieved they hadn't gone too far back then, and silently vowed to offer compensation as soon as possible. The mayor's smile faded as he said to Bailey Hongfeng, "Mr. Bailey, I'll take care of the rest." His eyes flickered, as if deep in thought. Bailey Hongfeng ignored the mayor and turned to Yu Haoshuan, saying coldly, "Now it's your turn." Yu Haoshuan's face turned ashen, and he shook his head frantically, stumbling backward. "I had no idea about this." "No idea?" Bailey Hawfeng sneered, clearly unconvinced. Feeling the murderous intent directed at him, Yu Haoshuan was terrified, his voice trembling. Bailey Hongfeng. Brother Hongfeng, we were classmates. Are you really going to kill me? Just as Bailey Hongfeng was about to act, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. The entire second school was engulfed in darkness as a massive eagle blocked out the sun, casting the area into shadow. The students' eyes were glued to the massive eagle that blotted out the sky, a mix of fear and envy in their gazes. Lin Qingchen quickly scanned the information displayed by the system. Golden Feather Eagle, Tier 7 Level 9, Orange Quality, Metal Attribute. His pupils slightly contracted in surprise. Orange Quality. In the entire Donglin city, aside from the astonishing gold quality of Qi Yin, only Lin Qingxue possessed an orange quality beast. Lin Qingchen continued examining the information, noting that the beast was in a state of severe injury and weakness, along with a treatment plan. This new feature piqued his interest, and he speculated it might have been acquired after Xiaobai's evolution. He also noticed the beast's weaknesses, fire and lightning attributes, and 5 potential evolution paths. At that moment, Yu Haoshuan recognized the eagle's owner and urgently shouted, "Master Qin, save me." His voice was filled with fear and hope. Qin Tian, a mentor at the Great Xia Beast Academy, was only 30 years old and had already reached the level of a Tier 7 Beast Master, with the potential to become a pinnacle Tier 8 or even Tier 9. Even the usually proud Bailey Hongfeng showed a hint of respect, offering a slight nod to Qin Tian. Qin Tian's talent and strength surpassed that of Bailey Hongfeng, and he was one of the few people at the academy whom Bailey Hongfeng admired. Yu Haoshuan hurriedly complained, "Master Qin, Bailey Hongfeng just tried to kill me." His eyes still held traces of terror. Had Qin Tian not arrived in time, he might have joined Wu Wei in the afterlife. However, Qin Tian did not immediately address Bailey Hongfeng as Yu Haoshuan had hoped. He gracefully descended from the golden feather eagle, surveyed the scene, and frowned. Did a battle just occur here? Judging by the aura of that beast, it seems the one burned was a Tier 6 Beast Master. This is quite a tricky situation. Yu Haoshuan was taken aback, wondering if this powerful figure hadn't heard his complaint. The academy had strict rules against private student fights, and with Qin Tian present, Bailey Hongfeng should face punishment. Just as he was about to speak again, Qin Tian interrupted. "Let's set your issue aside for now. We need to handle more pressing matters first." Qin Tian cleared his throat and gestured with a wave of his hand. He discreetly directed the golden feather eagle to deal with the heavily injured beast's remains. No one dared to object to this fearsome creature, as no one wanted to court death. Qin Tian scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. "Are Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and Qi Yin here? Would you be interested in studying at the Great Xia Beast Academy?" His tone was calm, yet it revealed the true purpose of his visit. A top student from Nanjiang province and a theoretical genius with perfect scores were enough to warrant his personal invitation. In essence, it's like a battle for talent. Such a prodigy is highly coveted not only by the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, but also by the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy and even provincial academies from other regions. In the past, there have been instances where beast taming geniuses were lured by vast resources and decided to stay in their home province. Therefore, many instructors like Qin Tian are sent out to recruit students. In the crowd, a timid girl softly responded, "Present." However, Qi Yin did not immediately reply but instead glanced at Lin Qingchen, seemingly waiting for his decision. Lin Qingchen was momentarily stunned. Although his heart leaned towards the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, he hadn't made a firm decision yet. Both the Great Xia and the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy were excellent, and he was still weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, Bailey Hongfeng succinctly reminded him, "Agree." Just 2 words, yet they dispelled Lin Qingchen's hesitation. He indeed yearned for the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, hesitating only because he didn't want to hide under someone else's shadow. But since Hongfeng had spoken, he decided to accept the invitation. Bailey Hongfeng's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone around, including Qin Tian. Qin Tian thought to himself, "This kid is interesting." In previous years, every student he invited was beyond grateful, but Lin Qingchen's calm demeanor was a first. Qin Tian looked at Lin Qingchen and smiled, saying, "The Great Xia Beast Taming Academy is the best place for you. Besides, you have acquaintances there, don't you?" Although Lin Qingchen's beast was only of purple quality, with his formidable talent in beast taming theory, who could say his beast wouldn't evolve in the future? These words sparked envy among the onlookers. C2 Feng's eyes darkened. He would have to go through several rounds of selection to enter the Donglin Beast Taming Academy. Yet, Lin Qingchen was directly invited by the prestigious Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, creating a seemingly insurmountable gap between them. Yu Haoshuan's expression also soured. Although he got into the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy, he had to traverse mountains alone to get there, without any mentor personally welcoming him, highlighting the difference. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. "All right, I accept." The Great Xia Beast Taming Academy was akin to the prestigious Beihua University of his previous life, one of the most sought-after academies for beast taming students. Getting into one of the two academies in the capital was enough to bring honor to one's family. At this point, a girl beside him also raised her hand and softly said, "Then, I want to go to the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy too." Qin Tian's face lit up with a smile, thinking this trip was worthwhile. As for Lin Qingchen, he planned to ask about her later. However, Baili Hongfeng was exasperated. He thought to himself, is this girl infatuated with Lin Qingchen? Does she have no opinion of her own? Wherever Lin Qingchen chooses to go, she follows. With this thought, Baili Hongfeng cast a disapproving look at Lin Qingchen, as if warning him to keep an eye on himself. Lin Qingchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine, shivering under that seemingly kind yet threatening gaze. He had already agreed, so what did that look mean? Qin Tian turned to Baili Hongfeng and asked, "Hongfeng, do you know Lin Qingchen?" He figured that since the latter had been in Donglin City for half a year, he must know something. Baili Hongfeng pointed at Lin Qingchen and softly said, "I don't know her, ask him." As if thinking his words weren't clear enough, he added, "They live together." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those around them froze, filled with shock. This statement was like a bomb exploding among the students. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Lin Qingchen. Living together? The news was so shocking and unexpected, especially since the Beastmaster exam had just ended and Lin Qingchen was considered a goddess by most students at their school. Even Wang Tao, who was familiar with Lin Qingchen, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. He thought to himself, wow, Chen really moves fast, doesn't he? Upon hearing this, Situfeng glanced at Lin Qingchen. After a moment, he shook his head helplessly and looked away, admitting to himself that he was no match for Lin Qingchen now. Yu Haoshuan stood nearby, clenching his hands unconsciously, a look of unwillingness on his face. He thought bitterly, am I really too late? Baili Hongfeng looked around and nodded in satisfaction at everyone's reactions. As a staunch supporter of Team Chun and Shui, he believed that only Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue were truly meant for each other. Everyone else should step aside. However, when his gaze fell on Qi Yan, his pupils suddenly contracted and his breathing became rapid. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure from the girl's graceful figure. Beside him, the Scarlet Wolf King crouched low, its eyes filled with caution. Growl, the Scarlet Wolf King growled softly, as if saying, this girl is no ordinary person. Noticing Baili Hongfeng's beast's reaction, Qin Tian chuckled and said, all right, Hongfeng, put your beast away. Don't scare them. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive atmosphere around Baili Hongfeng dissipated. Baili Hongfeng retracted his beast, but he still cast a puzzled glance at Qi Yan. She was staring at him timidly, making him wonder if his earlier feeling was just an illusion. Qin Tian, with a playful smile, said to Lin Qingchen, since you two are living together, I'll head back with you later. He was secretly delighted, having not only completed his recruitment task but also stumbled upon some unexpected drama, which was quite entertaining. Upon hearing this, Yu Haoshuan looked anxious and quickly called out, Master Qin, hoping Qin Tian would intervene. Qin Tian turned to Yu Haoshuan, smiling. Ah, it's Yu Haoshuan, isn't it? Here, take these 100 Beastmaster coins and buy yourself some supplements to calm your nerves. Why would Hongfeng want to harm you? The rules of the Daxia Beastmaster Academy are clear, and besides, you're perfectly fine, aren't you? Yu Haoshuan's face fell. The words were all too familiar and frustrating. Although Baili Hongfeng had indeed shown intent to harm, no actual harm had come to him. Even though everyone had witnessed Baili Hongfeng's actions, who would stand up for him? Yu Haoshuan looked around sorrowfully, realizing deeply that he was not Lin Qingchen and did not have a backing like Baili Hongfeng. In the end, he silently accepted the 100 Beastmaster coins and said no more. Qin Tian surveyed the area and said calmly, all right, everyone, disperse. There's nothing more to see. With his words, the surrounding students began to scatter, leaving behind a complex mix of emotions lingering in the air. The prominent figure from the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy exuded an aura even more formidable than Baili Hongfeng, which left everyone in quiet awe as they discreetly withdrew. Qi Yan spoke softly. I'll be waiting for you at the second high school in 3 days. Don't forget to come. Qin Tian's tone towards her was noticeably gentler. Turning to Baili Hongfeng and his companion, Qin Tian calmly said, shall we go? Baili Hongfeng tentatively asked, go? Where to? There's not enough accommodation. Perhaps you could. Qin Tian replied calmly, no need. I'm just going to have a look. I'll be out exploring in the evening, so I won't disturb you. Baili Hongfeng nodded helplessly, spreading his hands. He turned to Lin Qingchen. Shall we go, Qingchen? However, Lin Qingchen said, you go ahead. I have something to take care of. Besides checking his Imperial Beast examination results, he had another important matter to attend to. Although the exact scores were unknown, being admitted to the Daxiao Imperial Beast Academy suggested that his results were impressive. Thinking of that matter, Lin Qingchen's eyes flickered. Bailey Hongfeng agreed softly. Now that he had established authority with Wu Wei, no one in Donglan City dared to touch Lin Qingchen. Moreover, with Qin Tian present, no one would dare act rashly. Principal Lu Hong excitedly chattered. Qingchen, you've really outdone yourself by getting into the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy. After the Imperial Beast exam results were announced, he was more thrilled than Lin Qingchen himself. This was the first outstanding achievement for the second high school in years, enough to secure his place in history. Lin Qingchen felt a bit uncomfortable with the principal's sudden enthusiasm. Moments later, Lu Hong stopped and pointed ahead. Teacher Gao is inside. He hesitated for a moment, then earnestly said, no matter what Teacher Gao was like before, he is still your teacher. Lu Hong envisioned a scene where Lin Qingchen stood proudly before his teacher and felt a twinge of reluctance. Lin Qingchen smiled and said, don't worry, principal, I won't. Even in the days when he hadn't contracted a beast, Teacher Gao treated him quite well, leaving a very positive impression. Only then did Lu Hong leave with peace of mind. Lin Qingchen stood before the teacher's dormitory and knocked gently. He wanted to ask Teacher Gao about his plans. Come in. A slightly weary voice sounded, causing Lin Qingchen to pause for a moment. He hesitated briefly before pushing the door open. What met his eyes was a pair of eyes that made his heart tremble. It was his first time seeing Teacher Gao in such a state. The usual sternness had vanished, and the dignified image of a teacher was completely gone. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but wonder, what on earth had happened? Mr. Gao, are you all right? Lin Qingchen looked at Mr. Gao, whose appearance had changed drastically, with a furrowed brow and worry in his voice. Mr. Gao lifted his head, his eyes filled with exhaustion and helplessness. He sighed deeply and asked in return, nothing's wrong. But tell me, what should I do? Lin Qingchen noticed the dimness in Mr. Gao's eyes. He knew that recently, Mr. Gao had felt indignant and went to the Beast Commerce Association to try to explain or make amends. However, his daughter's look of disdain was something Mr. Gao found hard to accept. Lin Qingchen sighed softly, sympathy in his tone. Anyone would find it hard to accept. It's normal for her to not accept it right away. But if you want to win her back, it might be really difficult. The room suddenly felt heavy with tension, with only their heavy breathing echoing in the silence. After considering for a moment, Lin Qingchen tried to offer comfort. If you want to make amends, you should focus on getting stronger. Improving your abilities at least allows you to protect her from the shadows, right? This seemed to light a spark in Mr. Gao's eyes, dispelling the gloom. He nodded thoughtfully. Yes, it doesn't matter if I'm not recognized. Given the circumstances, it's better to focus on improving my strength. Turning to the much younger Lin Qingchen, Mr. Gao said sincerely, thank you, Qingchen. Your words were like a wake-up call, making me see things clearly. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Lin Qingchen asked softly, since you're all right, should I get going? They're waiting for me. Mr. Gao smiled and waved him off. Go ahead. Donglan City isn't big enough for you. The Great Xia Royal Beast Academy will broaden your horizons. In the days that followed, when the girl learned that Lin Qingchen had decided to go to the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy, she readily agreed and decided to apply as well. This news also lifted Qin Tian's spirits. In the evening, Lin Qingchen quietly slipped out of the orphanage, following Qin Tian, a teacher who had come from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy. Observing the state of the golden feather eagle, Lin Qingchen conceived an idea to collaborate with Mr. Qin. The key now was to convince Qin Tian of his capabilities. What are you doing following me, Lin Qingchen? Qin Tian suddenly turned around, teasingly leaning closer to Lin Qingchen. Caught off guard, Lin Qingchen awkwardly replied, nothing, the moon is really big tonight. Qin Tian glanced at the evening sky and sighed. All right, spill it. What clandestine matter do you have with me? He was somewhat indulgent towards this young man. Gathering his courage, Lin Qingchen hesitantly asked, well, if I said I could heal your beast, would you believe me? Qin Tian was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, of course I believe you. How could I not? He thought to himself, are today's kids confident or just dreaming? Even the experts in the Great Xia Dynasty's palace couldn't heal the golden feather eagle's hidden injuries. How could a student who just went through the beast mastery exam manage it? Qin Tian looked at Lin Qingchen and jokingly replied, Qingchen, if I said I could defeat the Emperor of Xia, would you believe me? Lin Qingchen caught the sarcasm in Qin Tian's words and sighed helplessly. Well, all right. Lin Qingchen's words hit Qin Tian's heart like a sledgehammer. The injury of the golden feathered eagle was a stab wound, and it carried corrosive energy. This precise description matched exactly with the diagnosis of the legendary Beast Tamer. Qin Tian looked at the seemingly ordinary young man in shock, as waves of astonishment surged through his mind. I was right, wasn't I, Teacher Qin Tian? Lin Qingchen asked softly, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Qin Tian tried to hide his inner turmoil, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his emotions. He recalled the brief glimpse he had of Lin Qingchen when he first arrived at the school. Could it be that in that fleeting moment, this young man had discerned the golden feathered eagle's injury? How did you know? Qin Tian murmured. his eyes filled with shock and a glimmer of hope. Lin Qingchen smiled, half-jokingly saying, "What if I told you I was chosen by destiny? Would you believe me?" Qin Tian nodded repeatedly, wishing he could write believe all over his face. If Lin could heal the golden feathered eagle, he wouldn't doubt, even if Lin claimed to be the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Xia. Lin Qingchen continued his analysis. In theory, a 7th-level beast's self-healing ability should handle a normal stab wound. But the presence of that corrosive energy is the real problem. Is there a way? Qin Tian asked eagerly. "I'll pay any price to heal the golden feathered eagle." A sly glint appeared in Lin Qingchen's eyes. "If there wasn't, I wouldn't have mentioned it. But all I need is a fire attribute epic material." Qin Tian was taken aback for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. He had expected Lin Qingchen to make an outrageous demand, but the request was surprisingly simple. Without hesitation, he pulled out a plant resembling a fire lotus and handed it to Lin Qingchen. "I misunderstood you," Qin Tian sighed. "I'll leave the golden feathered eagle to you. If you ever need anything at the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy, I'll be there to help." Lin Qingchen accepted the epic material, but a doubt lingered in his mind. Watching Qin Tian produce such a rare item as if it were a casual snack, he couldn't help but wonder, had he undervalued his asking price? On that day, Lin Qingchen not only managed to trade for precious epic materials, but also handed over the list of medicines needed for the treatment to Qin Tian. For Lin Qingchen, who had limited financial resources, gathering these medicines was no easy task, especially since some of them were completely unfamiliar to him. However, Qin Tian agreed without hesitation. From Qin Tian's perspective, Lin Qingchen helping to heal the golden feathered eagle was already a great favor, so the medicines were a small matter in comparison. When Lin Qingchen arrived at the hotel where Qin Tian was staying, the sight left him stunned. The spacious room was half occupied by the majestic golden feathered eagle. Next to this enormous creature were not only the materials required by the system, but also many rare medicinal herbs exuding a rich spiritual energy, their quality comparable to the thunder spirit fruit that Xiao Bai had once consumed. Lin Qingchen cleared his throat, trying to politely express, "Teacher Qin Tian, there's really no need to prepare so much." Qin Tian waved it off nonchalantly. "No worries, whatever's left is yours." Although these materials were extremely valuable, in Qin Tian's mind, they were far less important than his beast. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but imagine Xiao Bai's power skyrocketing after consuming these materials. In the world of beast taming, there are two main ways to enhance strength. One is through the beast's own training, which progresses slowly, and the other is by consuming materials for rapid enhancement. Xiao Bai's ability to digest is particularly remarkable, having fully absorbed the effects of the thunder spirit fruit in just a few days. Lin Qingchen estimated that if Xiao Bai consumed a thunder or wind attribute herb, it might leap to become a 4th-tier beast. However, Lin Qingchen quickly collected his thoughts and pushed these ideas aside. The pressing priority was to heal the golden feathered eagle. Although this was his first attempt, having accepted Qin Tian's generosity, he had to give it his all and not betray Qin Tian's trust. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin Qingchen turned to Qin Tian and asked, "Teacher Qin Tian, are the items I requested ready?" These medicines were things he had only seen named in the system's plan, never in person. Qin Tian, hearing this, glanced at Lin Qingchen in surprise. Could it be that this young man didn't recognize these herbs? Impossible. Perhaps he was testing him? Interesting. Black Jade Bone-Mending Ointment. Jiao Dragon's Blood. 6th-tier gold attribute beast core. Qin Tian introduced each item calmly as he laid them out. Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, secretly calculating the value of these materials. Roughly estimated, the combined worth of these 3 items might be in the millions or even tens of millions of beast coins. The Black Jade Bone-Mending Ointment was somewhat familiar to him, but the Jiao Dragon's Blood and the 6th-tier beast core were beyond his reach. Especially the Jiao Dragon's Blood, which very few people in the entire Great Xia could possess. Hold still, it might hurt a bit, understand? Lin Qingchen instructed the golden feather eagle sternly, aware of the potential chaos if the beast suddenly went berserk. The golden feather eagle seemed to comprehend Lin Qingchen's words, pecking the ground gently with its beak in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared to begin the treatment. According to the treatment plan, Lin Qingchen placed a 6th-grade beast core near the golden feather eagle's wound to replenish its energy. As the core approached, a fierce aura erupted, filling the entire hotel room and even causing the staff downstairs to feel a wave of panic. Qin Tian, sensing the familiar aura, slowly lowered his crossed arms, his expression turning serious as he focused intently on the eagle's wound. Remembering the defeat he suffered at the hands of the beast's previous master, Qin Tian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. The golden feather eagle, feeling the aura, became uncontrollably violent, as if it had lost control. "Calm down." Lin Qingchen, closest to the eagle, quickly shouted, immediately sprinkling a few drops of dragon blood onto the eagle's wound. Instantly, the aura that had driven the eagle into a frenzy was suppressed, but only for a brief moment. Boom! The fierce aura erupted once more. What should I do? Lin Qingchen was momentarily at a loss. He thought to himself, this wound couldn't have been caused by a serpent. Even dragon blood can't suppress this aura. Could it be that teacher Qin Tian and the golden feather eagle have challenged a true dragon and phoenix? Just as Lin Qingchen was puzzled, an idea struck him. He quickly had Xiaobai climb onto the eagle, and as it hissed, a few drops of saliva fell onto the wound. Miraculously, the violent aura was suppressed once more, this time permanently. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wow, that was intense, he thought. Beside him, Qin Tian also slowly released his tightly clenched fists. When the fierce aura surged again, his heart wavered, but all he could do was trust this young man. Fortunately, Lin Qingchen did not disappoint him. Teacher Qin Tian, for the next week, apply this ointment to the golden feather eagle's wound and wait for it to heal. Lin Qingchen said softly, applying the ointment to the eagle's wound before turning to Qin Tian. Thank you so much. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. Qin Tian said earnestly, patting his chest. The problem that had troubled him for years was finally resolved, allowing him to progress further. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen smiled. The favor of a 7th grade beast master, possibly even an 8th or 9th grade, was more valuable than epic materials. He then turned his attention to the materials, feeling inwardly pleased. Heh, they're all his now. Meanwhile, in the Daiqian dynasty, a young man appeared somewhat puzzled. What's wrong, sir? The woman in his arms gently caressed his chest, sensing his change in mood, and asked coquettishly. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely be envious, for in his arms was none other than the most favored princess of Daiqian. Nothing. Bai Ji, the young man, shook his head, unfazed by the woman's teasing. I just didn't expect Qin Tian from the Xia dynasty to be able to remove the dark injury I left. Hearing this, the princess laughed softly. It took him years to remove a single dark injury you left. He's quite useless. Bai Ji did not respond. After a moment, the woman spoke again. Recently, I've heard of a young man in Xia named Bai Li Hongfeng. His talent is said to rival even Qin Tian's. Bai Ji paid no attention to her words. A 6th grade beast master was nothing. Qin Tian had been a 7th grade beast master when he challenged him, and look what happened. More concerning to Bai Ji was why he sensed an aura similar to his own beast. In fact, it resembled those in the batch of beasts his bracelet had collected earlier. As he pondered, a small, azure fenghuan appeared on Bai Ji's shoulder. The sight of this beast caused the Daiqian princess to look fearful, clearly intimidated by the fenghuan. After a while, a voice echoed in the chamber. In the name of the Daiqian dynasty, organize an exchange with the Xia dynasty. The statement sounded more like a command than a request. A week passed by swiftly. In Donglin City, a prodigy like Lin Qingchen, personally invited by a mentor from afar, was indeed a rarity. Most students, such as ordinary candidates like Wang Tao and Ji Wu, had to check the admission scores themselves and carefully consider their college applications. This week gave them ample time to thoughtfully choose their desired institutions. Lin Qingchen didn't urge Xiaobai to intensify his training. Instead, he strolled through the city with Lin Qingxue. For years, he had been so focused on his studies that he never truly appreciated the city where he had lived for so long. He cherished these moments, knowing it might be a long time before he returned. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness crossed Lin Qingchen's eyes. Since that day, Ding Xiao had disappeared without a trace, and even the guard dog, Da Huang, had been taken away. One night, he found a letter. Its content was simple, like a casual chat between grandfather and grandson, but Lin Qingchen understood it meant he wouldn't see Grandpa Xiao for a long time. Without that familiar presence, the orphanage seemed to lose its sense of belonging. Qingchen brother, what's wrong? Lin Qingxue, beside him, noticed his change in mood. Nothing, Lin Qingchen replied softly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Next time they meet, he would be much stronger. Sensing his sudden surge of confidence, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but smile. She liked seeing her brother like this. Let's go, Qin Tian said to the four of them. Lin Qingchen and Bai Li Hongfeng unceremoniously placed their luggage on the golden feather eagle and sat on its back. Lin Qingxue looked at Lin Qingchen with a resentful gaze. Why was that girl coming along too? And why was she applying to the same school as her brother? Qi Yin, on the other hand, remained calm, gently tugging at Lin Qingxue's sleeve. Qingxue sister, we should go too. Humph. Lin Qingxue shook off her hand with a cold snort and quickly followed Lin Qingchen onto the eagle's back. On a towering tree, a delicate-looking little boy watched the golden feather eagle fly overhead and turned to ask, Old Xiao, aren't you going to see him off? Ding Xiao stood quietly on the adjacent branch, his gaze following the golden feather eagle until it disappeared into the horizon. What a pity, the little boy said regretfully. If the owner of that eagle had attacked my master, I could have had a feast. Such words would certainly shock outsiders after all, A 7th grade orange quality beast was merely a meal to this boy. Stop thinking about nonsense. This isn't the Beast God Tower. You can't mess around here, Dean Xiao said irritably. After a pause, he added softly, I'm leaving. Behave yourself in Daxia and don't cause chaos. By the way, that little girl is not simple. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Xiao's figure vanished from the branch. Old Xiao, you're really becoming more cautious with age. What's there to be wary of with a little girl? The silence of the mountain forest was broken by the voice of a young boy, tinged with disdain and disappointment. He continued, in such a remote place, the highest quality of beast taming is just gold level. It's just a matter of a bite. After a moment, the boy scoffed, his tone filled with a sense of loss. He couldn't believe that the once arrogant prodigy was now living so cautiously. Times really do change, he sighed, his gaze involuntarily turning towards the direction of the Daxia imperial capital. The capital? Huh? He murmured to himself, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. He wants to see if the founding place of the Daxia dynasty can even compare to his beast god tower. The scene suddenly shifts to the Daxia imperial capital, the most prosperous place in the entire dynasty. There is a long-standing saying here, better a bed in Daxiao than a house in Donglin. For many beast tamers who haven't been to the capital, this might just be a joke. Lin Qingchen used to think so too. However, it wasn't until Lin Qingchen actually stepped into the capital that he realized the truth of the saying. Rare quality materials were everywhere on the street stalls, expensive yet clearly priced. Such a sight was unheard of in Donglin City, where Lin Qingchen had first seen rare materials at an auction held by the Beast Trading Association. Upon arriving in the capital, teacher Qin Tian immediately put away his beast. Here, no matter who you are, using beasts privately is strictly forbidden. Even someone as defiant as Bailey Hongfeng wouldn't dare break this rule. Want to act recklessly in the Daxiao imperial capital? Unless you can defeat the one in the palace, don't even think about it. Lin Qingchen stood at the grand entrance of the academy, carrying his luggage, and looked at the two long lines. He couldn't help but remark, where's Hongfeng's brother and sister-in-law? The size of this place was far beyond that of the Donglin Beast Academy. No wonder Yu Haoshuan returned with such an air of superiority. On the other side, two young girls were handling their enrollment under Qin Tian's guidance. That line was noticeably shorter, as in the Daxia dynasty. There were fewer outstanding female beast tamers compared to males. Many boys cast glances toward the girls' line, seemingly judging in silence. After 3 years of hard study and practical training, one ought to find a girlfriend in the Daxia Beast Academy, right? Lin Qingchen thought to himself. Bailey Hongfeng glanced in the direction of the two girls and said irritably, you better take care of yourself first. Qingshue's side isn't easy to deal with. Lin Qingchen smiled awkwardly, sighing inwardly. Indeed, it's challenging. He hadn't expected that the girl, who usually had no interaction with him, would end up in the same Beast Academy. He thought they wouldn't meet again after the beast taming entrance exam. Even if Qi Yin had feelings for him, Lin Qingchen wouldn't cross the line. After all, terms like female best friend or male buddy don't exist in this world. Bailey Hongfeng said flatly, I might stay at the Daxia Beast Academy for a few more days, then I'll leave. If you have questions during this time, ask me, understood? Okay, Lin Qingchen replied cheerfully. Bailey Hongfeng didn't understand the term, but could roughly guess from Lin Qingchen's expression. I'm leaving now. I can't help you with the dormitory scramble, Bailey Hongfeng said, turning to leave. Leaving? Lin Qingchen was slightly taken aback. Didn't Hongfeng just say I could ask him questions if I didn't understand something? And what's this about scrambling for dorms? Lin Qingchen was shocked. Sigma, do we really have to fight for dorms? Shouldn't they be assigned by the academy? What kind of competition is there for these dorms? Lin Qingchen asked, standing in front of the dormitory area of the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy, turning to Bailey Hongfeng with a slight frown. Exactly as it sounds, Bailey Hongfeng replied calmly, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The material of the student dorms is extremely special. With your current strength, you don't need to worry about damaging it. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence crossed his face. Back in the day, it was through battles upon his arrival that he established his current strength and status. Hearing this, an image popped into Lin Qingchen's mind. A 6-person dorm room erupting into chaos, everyone summoning their beasts, making the room impossibly crowded. He shook his head, deciding to settle his luggage first. He had been feeling repressed for quite some time. Finally, when Xiaobai evolved, he encountered Yu Haoshuan from the Daxia Imperial Beast Dynasty, a 4th-tier Beastmaster, far beyond what he could handle at the moment. Not to mention the bullying from Wu Wei, which forced him to shoulder burdens far beyond his years. Fortunately, Bailey Hongfeng was there to support him, and this thought filled Lin Qingchen with warmth. Just a little longer, he thought to himself. Once I gather the materials, Xiaobai can evolve again. By then, maybe I can catch up with Bailey Hongfeng, or even protect him. The Daxiao Imperial Beast Academy covered a vast area, but with Bailey Hongfeng's guidance, Lin Qingchen quickly found the student dormitory section. The area was comparable to a small community, with the unique aspect that students of the same year live together without mixed-grade housing. Hello, is this the freshman dormitory? Lin Qingchen approached the reception, asking a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Yes, the dorms are divided into east and west sections, the man said, pointing to a number tag on the desk. If you want better conditions, take a tag and head to the east section. There's just one spot left. I thought you had to compete for dorms. Lin Qingchen was taken aback. The middle-aged man gave him a surprised look. It's impressive for a freshman to know that. The east section has single rooms, while the west section has shared rooms. Choosing the east means being prepared for challenges. Lin Qingchen glanced at the direction sign, decisively picked up the last number tag, and headed to the east section. The world of beast masters was far from harmonious, as he had learned from experience. Rather than deal with the hassle of roommates, he'd prefer to live alone. As for dorm challenges, he no longer feared them. The east dormitory building was grand and impressive, comparable to luxurious villas from his past life. Entering this area, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but be amazed. The surrounding greenery was extraordinary, with towering trees of exceptional quality. The most striking feature was a clear lake at the center, where beasts could swim in the summer. No wonder Bai Li Hongfeng said that the dorms here needed to be won through strength. In such an environment, anyone would want to live here. Lin Qingchen stood in front of the dormitory building, his gaze sweeping across the expansive space between the two buildings. He silently estimated that the area was probably even larger than the square at number 2 middle school. He glanced up at his room, number 100, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The last room. It seemed his luck was pretty good. Pushing open the door, the sight before him made Lin Qingchen raise an eyebrow in surprise. This wasn't just a dormitory, it was a luxurious suite. Not only were all the amenities complete, but there was also a kitchen, a library, and even a dedicated space for beast companions. Lin Qingchen was secretly amazed. If this were to be sold, it could probably fetch several apartments in Donglan City. He quickly unpacked his luggage and began arranging his personal items. Thinking that someone might come to claim the dormitory, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle as he juggled the magical storage bag in his hand. This bag was like the mythical Qianquan bag or a space ring from novels, incredibly convenient, though he wondered if it had any preservation effects. Lin Qingchen recalled the materials he received after helping Qin Tian heal the golden feather eagle, and how Xiao Bai had reached the strength of 3rd stage level 9. Although breaking through to the 4th stage required a massive amount of energy, as long as there was enough to consume, nothing was impossible. Suddenly, a loud crash by the door interrupted Lin Qingchen's thoughts. His eyes darkened. It seemed someone was here to compete for the spot. At the doorway stood a plump student, about the same age as Lin Qingchen. He brazenly declared, "Kid, this dorm is mine." Nearby were several bodyguard-like figures carrying large bags of luggage. A tall bodyguard leaned toward the plump student and whispered, "Young Master Wang Qian, maybe we should negotiate with him?" Wang Qian impatiently interrupted, "Negotiate my foot." Negotiate. He tossed his luggage into the room and arrogantly stepped toward Lin Qingchen. "Kid, I'll give you 1,000,000 to move out." As he spoke, he made a gesture to summon his beast companion to intimidate Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen let out a cold chuckle and slowly raised his right hand. Throughout his life, he had faced enemies far stronger than himself. Now, against someone his own age, what was there to fear? A flash of lightning flickered, accompanied by the smell of something burnt. When the smoke cleared, only Lin Qingchen remained in the room. Disdainfully, he tossed Wang Qian's luggage outside, saying coldly, "Don't forget your luggage." In the bustling hallway, many people stopped to watch. Several charred figures lay unconscious on the ground, buried under piles of luggage, looking utterly pathetic. Some new students glanced warily at the dormitory, whispering, "The person living there, could their beast be of the lightning attribute?" It seems this resident is not someone to be trifled with. That day, all the new students arriving at the Great Xia Beast Academy knew that in room 100 of the East District lived a formidable person not to be messed with. Since that day, room 100 in the East Dormitory has become an unbreachable fortress. The new graduates from the Royal Beast Academy, mostly lacking in real combat experience, were intimidated by the fierce individual who had driven out Wang Qian and his bodyguards. The following day, the slots for the East Dormitory were finalized, with all residents being top students of the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy. Those who were strong but unsuccessful had no choice but to accept the outcome, avoiding further humiliation. Lin Qingchen wasn't worried about Lin Qingxue, the girl he grew up with. Her Fire Fox had already reached the 4th-tier beast controlling level, and she would likely fit right in at the girls' dormitory. Anyone daring to challenge her would be courting disaster. Just as Lin Qingchen was about to open the door for a stroll around the academy, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Hello, I'm Zhang Jiang from next door." A sunny face greeted him with a smile. "Zhang Jiang? What a strange name." Lin Qingchen thought to himself. "Am I bothering you?" Zhang Jiang maintained his cheerful smile. "What do you think?" Lin Qingchen teased. "Since I'm not, would you mind if I come in to chat?" Zhang Jiang asked with a smile. Lin Qingchen thought for a moment and replied, I was just about to go for a walk. How about we talk while walking? Although confident in his abilities, Lin Qingchen knew it was wise to stay alert in the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy, especially around fellow East Dormitory residents. Even while sleeping, his companion, Xiao Bai, remained vigilant by his side to deter any night intruders. Sure, Zhang Jiang responded after a brief pause. He was intrigued by the rumors of the student from room 100 who wielded lightning powers and effortlessly defeated a group of people. As a fellow prodigy, Zhang Jiang was eager to meet him in person. As they strolled through the campus, Zhang Jiang suddenly asked, Qingchen, where are you from? Upon learning Lin Qingchen's name, he was slightly taken aback, finding it quite a coincidence. Nanjiang Province, Lin Qingchen replied softly. Although slightly uncomfortable with Zhang Jiang's friendly approach, he knew the saying, you don't hit a smiling face, and decided to engage politely. Nanjiang Province? It seems that Senior Bai Li from the Great Xia Royal Beast Academy visited there recently, Zhang Jiang mused. Senior Bai Li? Are you talking about Bai Li Hongfeng? Lin Qingchen asked with some doubt, thinking to himself how widely recognized Hongfeng was, even among the new students. Yeah, he's my idol. Zhang Jiang exclaimed with excitement, his eyes shining with admiration. He eagerly recounted Bai Li Hongfeng's feats to Lin Qingchen. Back then, during the freshman enrollment, he single-handedly took down the remaining 99 people in the East District. How impressive is that? Lin Qingchen listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. He responded softly, impressive indeed. Then curiously asked, wow, no wonder no one asked Bai Li Hongfeng for an autograph during the freshman sign-up. Zhang Jiang turned to Lin Qingchen, a questioning look in his eyes. Why do you know him? Lin Qingchen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. He knew that if he revealed his connection to Bai Li Hongfeng now, someone as sociable as Zhang Jiang would likely spread the news throughout the entire Xia Royal Beast Academy by tomorrow. Once Bai Li Hongfeng left, he wouldn't be able to handle the remaining 99 people. Although not all of them had issues with Bai Li Hongfeng, considering the latter's domineering nature, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but shake his head. He decided to be vague. Heard of him? Lin Qingchen continued to ask. Why did he end up fighting so many people? Zhang Jiang shrugged, looking unfazed. That? You'd have to ask Senior Bai Li, but I doubt he'd pay you any attention. Someone as impressive as him wouldn't bother with us regular students. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen's expression turned peculiar. He secretly hoped that when Zhang Jiang discovered his connection to Bai Li Hongfeng, he wouldn't be too surprised. The two continued strolling through the campus, with Lin Qingchen being awed by the grand history and magnificent architecture of the Xia Royal Beast Academy. However, he noticed something strange and paused to ask, why are there so few students at the Xia Royal Beast Academy? Zhang Jiang gave him a knowing look and began to explain. You might not know this, but students from the two major academies, the Xia and the imperial capital, are tested by the Emperor of Xia himself during their third year. Those who pass are taken to participate in the Grand Assembly of Dynasties. The Grand Assembly of Dynasties? Lin Qingchen was slightly taken aback, as this term was unfamiliar to him. In an era without modern communication devices, the information available to ordinary citizens was limited. He only knew that Xia was adjacent to the Great Qin dynasty, and the two countries occasionally had conflicts but agreed not to involve beastmasters above the 9th rank. His curiosity piqued. Lin Qingchen asked, the Grand Assembly of Dynasties, does that mean there are many dynasties? Zhang Jiang lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Of course, they say that at the Grand Assembly of Dynasties, even golden quality beast eggs and legendary materials appear. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen furrowed his brow, a thought crossing his mind. Could there be sect-like powers that surpass multiple dynasties? Suddenly, he realized Zhang Jiang seemed to know too much. Lin Qingchen playfully put an arm around Zhang Jiang's shoulder and half-jokingly asked, Old Zhang, you wouldn't happen to be the Emperor of Xia's illegitimate child, would you? Zhang Jiang's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he hurriedly denied. How could that be? Of course not. Observing Zhang Jiang's reaction, Lin Qingchen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Since the end of the Royal Beast College entrance exam, it seemed he had caught the attention of Xia's officials. Whether it was Xia Qingyao from the Beast Tamer Association or Zhang Jiang, who inexplicably provided him with information, both contributed to his unease. Lin Qingchen's mind raced, recalling various suspicious points. How could the powerful Sitong family in Donglin City fail to find his address? Despite Lin Qingshue's exceptional qualities and captivating charm, no one followed her or came to the orphanage. It seemed everyone, except for a few irrelevant people, deliberately avoided them. Just as Lin Qingchen was deep in thought, Zhang Jiang leaned in and whispered, Qingchen, don't overthink it. I learned all this from ancient texts. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but tease. Does your family's ancient texts record recent events? He then changed the subject. Anyway, these things don't concern us. You seem to know Xia Royal Beast Academy well. Care to show me around? He had learned enough for one day and decided to leave it at that. Zhang Jiang readily agreed. Sure. The next morning, a deafening beast roar woke all the sleeping students, including Lin Qingchen. Groggy, he looked out the window and instantly snapped awake when he saw the slit pupil eyes. It was a purple-ene serpent, 6th rank, 1st level, red quality, water attribute, and venomous. Lin Qingchen's heart skipped a beat, knowing that a bite from this snake could be fatal in just a few steps. Since arriving in Xia, he rarely saw beasts of less than purple quality. Even the rare orange quality beasts from Donglin City seemed commonplace here. Suddenly, a loud and angry voice boomed across the campus. Everyone to the field in 15 minutes. If you can't do it, get out of Xia Royal Beast Academy. This command caused many students to turn pale. Lin Qingchen then noticed a figure standing atop the snake's smooth head, clad in something resembling a military uniform. Some students, unwilling to comply, shouted back, "Who are you?" Clearly, many of these prodigies were not inclined to accept such orders. However, Lin Qingchen understood that someone with a 6th-rank red quality beast was likely their military training instructor. Even in the Xia dynasty, the Royal Beast Academies conducted military training, as their graduates would face life-and-death battles, no longer mere students. The man standing on the snake's head remained expressionless, but the purple-ene serpent beneath him opened its mouth slightly, spraying a purple liquid. The insolent student's clothes were instantly destroyed, leaving only his underwear. The student, covering his chest with his hands, trembled and teared up, no longer daring to speak. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qingchen's pupils contracted slightly, realizing that this instructor was no ordinary person. Is this the true depth of Daxia's Imperial Beast Academy? Lin Qingchen marveled to himself. With a casual wave of the hand, the instructor had precisely corroded a student's shirt and pants without harming the underwear or skin. Such exquisite control was something Lin Qingchen admitted he could hardly achieve. Weren't you acting all brave a moment ago? Why so timid now? The man taunted disdainfully, then commanded sharply, "Assemble on the field. Those who don't show up will face the consequences." At these words, the students hurriedly gathered their belongings and rushed to the designated spot, not daring to linger. They couldn't be sure if the ominous purple shadow serpent might suddenly turn and strike. The field of the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy was vast, and the enormous body of the purple shadow serpent took up only a small portion of it. On a regular sports field from Lin Qingchen's previous life, there would hardly be space for it to coil. Opposite the purple shadow serpent, Lin Qingchen and the other freshmen stood in neat rows. Shortly after, another person arrived with the students from the girls' dormitory. Judging by the expressions of the girls, it was clear their instructor was much gentler. Many of the boys' eyes were drawn to the figure on the large butterfly with flapping wings. If Qi Yin was the epitome of youthful allure, then this female instructor represented mature charm. Her elegance was nearly irresistible to the boys in their prime, with some secretly hoping this special treatment from the purple shadow serpent would befall this female instructor. Lin Qingchen had no such thoughts. After a brief glance at the graceful figure, his eyes moved on, as someone else in the crowd was silently watching him. He then curiously observed the row of stern-looking instructors. Their strength seemed to match the previous two, likely at the level of 6th-tier beast tamers. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but wonder what military training in a beast-taming world would be like. A moment later, half of the instructors followed the female instructor to the other side of the field. It appeared that male and female students would train separately, avoiding any potential awkward situations. Many boys showed expressions of regret, clearly disappointed by this arrangement. According to dorm numbers, the East Zone is divided into 2 classes, the West Zone into 8, announced the instructor who had brought Lin Qingchen here, in a cold tone. Lin Qingchen's dorm number placed him in the 2nd class of the East Zone, where he recognized a familiar face. After the class divisions, a man with a square face stood before them. Even without summoning his beast, his mere presence exerted considerable pressure on the students. Lin Qingchen guessed that this instructor's beast level was likely on par with the purple shadow serpent. Suddenly, an eagle's cry pierced the sky. A young man, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the students on the field and spoke. "Now that everyone is here, our military training officially begins." Lin Qingchen recognized the beast as the one he had treated not long ago. As Qin Tian's voice faded, a series of barrier-like light screens rose, dividing the field into equal sections. The instructors summoned their beasts, and instantly, the entire field was enveloped in an atmosphere of stern discipline. For a moment, the new students at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy were at a loss, faced with this sudden situation. Their instructor, a stern-looking middle-aged man, announced loudly, "This is your first lesson at the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy Real Combat." As soon as he finished speaking, a brown hexagram appeared on the ground, and with a blinding flash of light, a massive brown bear materialized before Lin Qingchen and the others. The instructor continued, "Survive for a quarter of an hour, and you'll pass." A faint yellow glow flashed from the instructor's hand, and instantly, The brown bear was adorned with protective gear resembling armor and helmets on various parts of its body. Lin Qingchen's pupils contracted slightly as he wondered to himself, is this some kind of spiritual skill? He recalled his experiences at the spiritual skill hall and began to grasp some understanding. Before Lin Qingchen could finish his thoughts, the giant bear launched an attack. It swung a mighty fist, cracking the ground. Although caught off guard, these young students were the cream of the crop in Great Xia, especially those who had secured rooms in the East District dormitory and were notably strong. In an instant, the area around Lin Qingchen was ablaze with light as 14 various beasts appeared, exuding an aura that matched the brown giant bear. Lin Qingchen sighed, raised his right hand, and out came Xiao Bai. He swiftly surveyed the beasts, analyzing their attributes, weaknesses, grades, and levels. Despite their formidable presence, most of these beasts were only third tier, with no fourth-tier beasts in sight. Suddenly, a familiar information template appeared in Lin Qingchen's vision. Beast name, Rock Demon. Level, Tier 6, Level 2. Quality, Red. Attribute, Rock. Status, Normal. Weakness, Wood attribute, Water attribute minimal. Evolution path. Lin Qingchen noted that this beast was Rock attribute rather than Earth attribute, and the effect of attribute restraint was minimal. He thought to himself that as the level and grade of beasts increased, the influence of attributes seemed to diminish. However, he had no time to ponder further as the eager students launched their first wave of attacks. Amidst a chorus of dramatic battle cries, various attacks were directed at the rock demon. Lin Qingchen shook his head, thinking these young ones were definitely at that age where they love giving lofty names to things. Not wanting to appear too passive, he also gave a command. Xiao Bai, Thunderbolt. A blinding bolt of lightning joined the barrage of attacks, striking the rock demon. As the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see the rock demon standing unscathed, seemingly unaffected by the assault. The massive rock demon suddenly swatted at the flying beasts in the air, the gust of wind hurling the beast riders to the ground. Watching this unfold, the students around clenched their fists involuntarily, a sense of helplessness washing over them. The strength they prided themselves on seemed insignificant in the face of this giant. On the viewing platform, Qin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced in the direction of Lin Qingchen. He recalled the investigation back in Donglan City, whereby Li Hongfeng's background was shrouded in mystery, and Lin Qingchen's ability to heal the golden feather eagle was extraordinary. Qin Tian pondered, who exactly was this young man? But he quickly dismissed the thought, remembering only that he owed Lin Qingchen a favor, nothing more. The rock demon swung its fist again, smashing the ground and sending debris flying. Xiao Bai swiftly swept its tail, the force reducing the flying rubble to dust. Lin Qingchen cursed under his breath. The rock demon's defense was far beyond expectations, seemingly indestructible. In the distance, an instructor shook his head helplessly, seeing the students scattered like sand, unlikely to hold out even for half an hour. Although the rock demon wasn't very strong offensively, the situation here was relatively manageable. Suddenly, the instructor noticed a peculiarly calm figure amid the chaos. Lin Qingchen. He immediately directed the rock demon to target this unusual individual. Lin Qingchen's expression changed drastically, feeling as if he had angered the rock demon's master. He quickly cast a spiritual technique, a slender cage momentarily trapping the rock demon. However, the fragile barrier shattered in less than a second, and Lin Qingchen's face turned pale. In this critical moment, two faint red glows appeared in Lin Qingchen's eyes, the weak points at the rock demon's ankles. He felt a surge of joy, grateful that the system's new feature had arrived just in time. Everyone, focus your attacks on the rock demon's ankles. Lin Qingchen shouted to the other students. Xiao Bai swiftly enlarged, skillfully maneuvering around the rock demon to distract it. Though the rock demon's defense was formidable, it couldn't match Xiao Bai's speed. Just as it tried to break free, it met a pair of ancient, majestic vertical pupils and froze in place. Meanwhile, the instructor at the edge of the barrier wore a frozen smile. He was horrified to realize that his mental connection with the rock demon had been severed. How is that possible? The instructor exclaimed, his eyes betraying an undeniable shock. The bond between a beast tamer and their beast is never severed unless one of them dies. His gaze was fixed intently on the scene before him, his thoughts racing. What had just happened? That seemingly ordinary student had managed to pinpoint the rock demon's weakness in no time at all. Such keen observation is rare, even among seasoned beast tamers. Even more astonishing was the fact that a mere third-tier giant snake had managed to bind his rock demon. Although the surrounding students did not know Lin Qingchen, they instinctively followed his lead when they saw the giant snake successfully immobilize the rock demon. Previously chased into disarray, they finally had a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks was launched at the rock demon. Unlike before, all the strikes were accurately aimed at its ankles. Seeing this, Lin Qingchen immediately communicated with Xiao Bai to retreat. Despite Xiao Bai's lower rank, its speed was unmatched by the rock demon. Even if it wanted to dodge, it was too late. The barrage of attacks had already descended. Boom! Explosions echoed one after another, and the instructor's face twitched slightly, revealing a pained expression. These little brats really went all out. He grumbled inwardly, recalling how he had gone easy on them earlier, giving them a break the size of the Great Xia Beast Taming Academy. Did they really think he had no offensive means? However, as an instructor, he couldn't be too harsh on the students. With that thought, he walked toward Lin Qingchen and the others. All right, you've passed. Retrieve your beasts, the instructor's voice called out, prompting the students who were about to continue their attack to stop. Lin Qingchen raised his right hand slightly, and a white blur quickly darted into his sleeve, hiding away. The instructor noticed Lin Qingchen's caution, let out a cold snort, and shifted his gaze. This kid leading the charge, who knows if he's a blessing or a curse? Feeling the instructor's resentful gaze, Lin Qingchen could only scratch his head awkwardly and offer a wry smile. The instructor approached the rock demon, looking at it with a twinge of sympathy, then summoned a six-pointed star array to draw the rock demon back into the beast space, where it could receive the best care. Despite the attack on its ankles, with a 6th-tier beast's recovery ability and formidable defense, the damage shouldn't be too severe. But the instructor began, and the smiles on the students' faces froze instantly. Was there more? Their weary bodies could hardly take any more. Everyone, run 20 laps around the perimeter, the instructor suddenly commanded, his voice brooking no argument. The students quickly jumped to their feet, responding in unison, yes. Even though they were exhausted, they had no choice but to start another round of training. Compared to the intense battles they'd faced earlier, running 20 laps was a breeze for these elite students. The new students of the Daxia Beast Taming Academy all had exceptional physical fitness. They were now running around the edge of the barrier, breathing evenly and maintaining steady strides. Taking advantage of a break in the run, Zhang Jiang sidled up to Lin Qingchen and eagerly asked, "Qingchen, how did you figure out the beast's weakness?" As soon as the question was out, several nearby students slowed their pace, ears pricked, afraid of missing any details. Lin Qingchen remained calm, his tone light. Good looks and luck. He said it casually, but it only piqued the curiosity of those around him even more. Not far away, a student who had exhausted his strength sat on the ground, panting heavily. After a brief rest, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and, summoning his courage, asked the stern instructor, "Instructor, what was that thing attached to your beast?" The instructor smiled slightly and explained, "That's a spirit technique. Your mentors will teach you about it in the future. If you're confident in your abilities, you can also try your luck at the library." The mention of the library immediately sparked Lin Qingchen's interest. Compared to the small spirit technique halls in Donglan City, the library at Daxia Beast Taming Academy was sure to hold more rare treasures. The instructor added, "However, borrowing materials from the library requires credits. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 beast coins." This statement caused a stir among the students. Someone eagerly asked, "Instructor, how do we earn credits?" The instructor replied, "After military training, each of you will receive 20 credits. After that, you'll have to earn them through your efforts." The students were stunned. 20 credits, equivalent to 200,000 beast coins. The scale of Daxia Beast Taming Academy's resources was astonishing. Even more impressive was the fact that there were nearly 1,000 freshmen, making the investment even more remarkable. At that moment, the barrier in the sky began to dissipate. The instructor's expression turned serious as he called out loudly, "Everyone up! Prepare to assemble." The students perked up, responding in unison, "Yes." Each of them secretly hoped to finish the military training soon and receive those generous credits. A hint of a smile appeared on the instructor's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Let's go, assemble. And while we're at it, let me introduce you to some of the extraordinary mentors of our Daxia Beast Taming Academy. One of them is a pride of our academy, who once took on 5 opponents at the Daxia Dynasty Beast Taming Tournament. Even though Bailey Hongfeng is currently very prominent and stronger than he was back then, in the hearts of many senior students, his status remains unshakable." The instructor paused briefly, his tone filled with admiration. Because he is Qin Tian. The name struck like a thunderbolt among the students, and everyone was filled with anticipation to meet this legendary figure. On the stage of the Daxia Beast Academy, Qin Tian scanned the sea of students below, a faint hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Welcome to everyone applying to Daxia Beast Academy." The students below returned his gaze with looks of resentment. This was hardly a welcome. Apart from geniuses like Lin Qingchen, who could see through the weaknesses of the instructor's beasts, most classes were struggling painfully against 6th-level beasts. Qin Tian nodded to himself as he observed the students' troubled expressions. Everyone goes through this. Better they endure hardships now than lose their lives later due to a lack of strength. As your instructors this year, we are honored to lead you through military training. Qin Tian's voice echoed across the square. In the next 7 days, I hope everyone will give it their all to earn these 20 credits. He paused deliberately, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Just a reminder, I will be the one awarding these credits. If your performance isn't up to par, you might not see those credits. At this, a chorus of groans erupted from the crowd. This meant that even if they survived the 7 days of training, they might not earn the credits. 7 days might be short for some, but for the students undergoing military training, it felt like an eternity. Facing the torment of 6th-level beasts daily was hardly a life anyone would choose. By the end of the training, many students looked at the young man on stage with deep resentment in their eyes. Qingchen, however, was unfazed by this. What do you want, Teacher Qingchen? Lin Qingchen stood before Qingchen, looking at the handsome young man with curiosity. Qingchen was slightly taken aback. This kid, while respectfully calling him a teacher, had a notably casual attitude. Interested in visiting the academy's library, he asked, slightly exasperated, considering he was offering special treatment to this kid. Lin Qingchen blinked innocently. With his limited credits, he could barely hope to enter the library a few times. As far as he knew, only a handful of students had accessed the library over the years. Most learned their spiritual techniques directly from their mentors. Use my credits, all right? Qingchen said with a hint of resignation. He still had a substantial amount of unused credits from when he graduated, which were now coming in handy. No problem. Lin Qingchen agreed cheerfully. Suddenly, Qingchen stopped and turned to face Lin Qingchen, his expression serious. I have a question for you. This seemingly carefree kid was hiding something deep. Go ahead. What's the true origin of your beast? Qingchen asked, his gaze fixed on Lin Qingchen. Other instructors had reported that during training, the connection between the Yanlei demon and Lin Qingchen had been severed. How is that possible? Even Qingchen himself could easily defeat a 6th-level beast, but achieving that was beyond imagination. That night, Lin Qingchen was awakened by a commotion. He got up to investigate and found a small creature outside, which he later named Xiaobai. From that moment on, Lin Qingchen took care of Xiaobai as if it were a baby, even going so far as to use expensive materials to aid its evolution. Recalling this experience, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but sigh and shared the story with Qingchen. After hearing the story, Qingchen responded with a hint of resignation. All right, I won't ask about Xiaobai anymore. But what about that girl? Your little sweetheart? Lin Qingchen was taken aback and quickly explained. What sweetheart? Mr. Qingchen, I don't have a sweetheart. She's just an ordinary classmate. Qingchen shook his head and continued to ask. All right, let's say she's just a classmate. But what's her situation? Qingchen pondered to himself, noting that the most remarkable 3 students in this class all came from the small town of Donglin City. Although the other students performed well, there was still a considerable gap compared to these 3. Besides Lin Qingchen, the other 2 had already reached the 4th tier, and surprisingly, the girl named Qian's beast seemed to exert pressure even on 6th-tier beasts. This was unimaginable, as even Qingtian's own beast couldn't achieve that. If Lin Qingchen's strength was due to talent, then what about the other 2? It seemed unlikely that a small place like Donglin City could produce gold-level beasts. Lin Qingchen answered honestly. I really don't know. He only knew that Qian's beast was of gold quality, and perhaps even more. So far, apart from De Huang, hers was the only beast whose evolution path he couldn't discern. Hearing this, Qingtian sighed and didn't press further. Then, Qingtian placed a card on a device, and the door to the library opened. He instructed, go in, and don't touch anything unnecessarily. Lin Qingchen nodded and entered, heading towards the most mysterious and ancient place in the Great Xia Beast Academy. As he stepped into the library, Lin Qingchen was amazed by the sight before him. This wasn't just a library, it was a vast sea of books. The first level was expansive, with rows of bookshelves filled with various books. Scanning the area, Lin Qingchen noticed that most of them were related to spiritual techniques, similar to those in the Donglin City Spirit Technique Hall. However, these weren't what Lin Qingchen was after. He sought deeper knowledge. Although he admired the combat style of the Yanlei demon, Xiaobai didn't seem to need those skills yet. Besides, once they selected a mentor, they would naturally receive appropriate guidance. Delving into spiritual techniques now seemed a bit premature. With this in mind, Lin Qingchen looked up at the second level. Unlike the library-like layout of the first level, the second level had a unique arrangement that Lin Qingchen had never seen before. Bookshelves of various sizes were carved into the stone walls, and the books on them looked even more ancient. Lin Qingchen picked up a book, brushed off the dust, and saw the title was 500 Years of Great Xia. He quietly placed the book back, as this historical information held little relevance for him at the moment. Time flew by as Lin Qingchen browsed through numerous books, most of which recorded the achievements of Great Xia's past rulers and the development during different periods. As for the situation of surrounding dynasties, Zhang Jiang had already introduced him to some of it. These were not what he truly wanted to know. Finally, Lin Qingchen's gaze landed on a book at the end of the book corridor. Though the book was tattered, it exuded a unique ancient aura. He carefully wiped off the dust and read the title, Beast Chronicle? Filled with curiosity, Lin Qingchen took down the book and opened the first page. What met his eyes were vivid stories about the history of the beast world, as if opening a door to an unknown world. In ancient times, humans had not yet mastered the art of taming beasts and instead pursued martial arts. However, their strength was far from sufficient to counter the sweeping disasters. As Lin Qingchen read this, he couldn't help but frown in thought. If that was the case, how did humans survive to this day? With this question in mind, he continued reading. Suddenly, a startling scene leapt off the page. A stunning man in white, riding a blue divine phoenix, single-handedly quelling the dark turmoil. Lin Qingchen clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself, such power must far surpass my own pet, Xiaobai. At that moment, Xiaobai seemed to sense its owner's thoughts and let out a dissatisfied low growl. Lin Qingchen hurriedly comforted it and continued to immerse himself in the ancient text descriptions. It turned out that this mysterious figure was the one who taught the art of beast taming to the world, ushering in a new era, the age of beast tamers. Later generations honored him as the Beast Emperor, and these words stirred up a storm in Lin Qingchen's heart. Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled with longing, his heart deeply moved. He couldn't help but imagine that if he were born in that era, despite the lurking dangers, witnessing the Beast Emperor's grandeur would be a blessing in disguise. However, reason quickly prevailed, and he realized that in such times, mere survival would have been a challenge for ordinary people, hardly a golden age. As he was lost in his reverie, he found the ancient text abruptly ended. Lin Qingchen felt a bit bewildered, thinking the author was too brief. However, when he closed the book, he discovered a short epilogue on the back cover. In the year 1149 of the Beast Emperor's reign, the Beast Emperor fell, marking the end of a glorious era. These simple words sent a shiver through Lin Qingchen. The Beast Emperor, the white-clad youth who quelled the dark turmoil, had fallen? But what kind of formidable existence could defeat such a legendary figure? Lin Qingchen sighed softly and closed the book. These profound questions were clearly beyond his current comprehension. He silently assessed that the Beast Emperor likely didn't need to rely on beasts. With just his hands and feet, he could easily defeat the current Xia Emperor. Not to mention the blue divine phoenix. Lin Qingchen had never even seen a single phoenix feather. Just as he marveled at the fact that the great Xia Beast Taming Academy housed such a precious ancient text, a raspy voice suddenly rang out. "Young one, put down the book in your hand." Lin Qingchen was immediately filled with dread. During the freshman opening period, there were hardly any senior students around, and the library was not a place just anyone could enter. He had carefully observed when he came in and was sure there was no one else present. Could it be a ghost? He stiffly turned his head to see a withered old man standing dozens of meters away, staring at him with piercing eyes. "Whoa!" Lin Qingchen exclaimed, the book slipping from his hands with a thud. He fell to the ground, covering his head, his heart pounding like a drum, completely at a loss. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Lin Qingchen rubbed his aching forehead as he stared at the solid rock bookshelf before him. This wasn't just an ordinary bookshelf, it was clearly made from a special type of rock. If even the dormitory buildings could withstand attacks from beasts below the 6th tier, how much more secure must this place be? Why the rush? Do you think an old man like me is going to eat you? The withered old man stood before him, his eyes sharp as they fixed on him. "There are some things you're better off not knowing." "So what did you see?" Lin Qingchen felt a pang of anxiety and tentatively replied. "If I said I didn't see anything, would you believe me?" He pondered whether the book contained some forbidden content. It seemed like just an ordinary story. "Sure," the old man replied with a sideways glance, his tone unfriendly. "All right then, since you put it that way," Lin Qingchen said, spreading his hands and brazenly continuing. "I really didn't see anything. You showed up just as I opened the book." He had already guessed that the old man played a role similar to that of a librarian. Even if he was some kind of spirit, Lin's little companion was still hidden in his sleeve. The old man gave him a disdainful look, waved his hand, and the chronicle flew from Lin Qingchen's grasp. The pages instantly frosted over, then shattered with a bang into fragments finer than crushed ice. "If it can be found here, it's still not safe enough," the old man remarked casually. Lin Qingchen watched, alarmed. This man subdued him so easily without even using a beast, clearly another unfathomable figure of power. Why was it that every time he thought he was unbeatable, someone of this caliber would appear? "Whatever you saw today, you'd better keep it to yourself, or your life might be at risk," the old man warned as he turned to leave. "Sir, I want to train under you," Lin Qingchen quickly shouted. His instincts told him this man's strength was likely far beyond that of Qin Bailey Hongfeng, possibly even surpassing Qin Tian. "Why do you want to train under me? Doesn't the Daxia Beast Academy have instructors?" A flicker of emotion crossed the old man's otherwise calm eyes. "I'm a new student and don't have an instructor yet," Lin Qingchen explained. "A freshman? Then how did you get in here?" "Teacher Qin Tian used his credits to help me get in," Lin Qingchen replied confidently, as it was entirely within the rules. Unexpectedly, at the mention of Qin Tian, the old man paused, then erupted in fury. "Get out!" The atmosphere in the library suddenly dropped in pressure. I'm leaving now. Lin Qingchen quickly grabbed his little companion and made a swift exit. Although he couldn't afford to offend this powerful figure now, he was determined to return tomorrow. But first, he needed to ask teacher Qin Tian if he had ever offended this mysterious person to cause such a strong reaction. Did you find anything? Qin Tian asked with a smile as Lin Qingchen appeared in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This young man's talent was truly astonishing. He mastered the spiritual technique in such a short time, a feat even the rebellious Bailey Hongfeng couldn't achieve. Yes, I did, and quite a lot, Lin Qingchen replied, his eyes gleaming as he leaned closer and whispered, Teacher Qin, did you offend someone at the Daxia Royal Beast Academy? Qin Tian was slightly taken aback. Why do you say that? He straightened his back instinctively. Are you kidding? When have I ever been afraid of offending people? It's always others offending me and then getting taught a lesson. Do you know the withered old man in the library? Lin Qingchen leaned in even closer, almost whispering into Qin Tian's ear. The library? Qin Tian's words trailed off suddenly. The withered old man? A thin figure flashed through his mind, and a trace of melancholy filled his eyes. Memories of youthful arrogance surfaced, prompting a long sigh. Sensing the underlying story, Lin Qingchen wisely remained silent. Let's talk about it back at the dorm. It's a long story, Qin Tian sighed, leading the way. Back at the dormitory, Lin Qingchen looked around at the spacious and impressive room. This place is nice. No wonder it's the accommodation for a Daxiao Royal Beast Academy instructor. Stop joking around and come sit, Qin Tian said, giving him a look. Lin Qingchen immediately composed himself and sat beside Qin Tian, ready to listen. You should know about the golden feather eagle's injury. Qin Tian began directly. Lin Qingchen nodded, recalling the scene during the treatment. The wound seemed exceptionally formidable. To inflict such a lasting injury on an orange-tier golden feather eagle, the opponent's beast must have been of gold-tier quality or even higher. No wonder the Daxia dynasty later placed such importance on beastmasters and the beastmaster entrance exams. Even a prodigy like Qin Tian was defeated by that person, let alone other beastmasters. In a few years, aside from the one in the palace, no one would be able to rival them. The withered old man you saw that day is my teacher, Qin Tian finally revealed. Before that battle, he tried to stop me, but I was too arrogant back then. His eyes showed a complex mix of emotions. Had he heeded his teacher's advice, things might have been very different, and the golden feather eagle might have already advanced to the 8th tier. Lin Qingchen opened his mouth, but wisely refrained from uttering the word lost. Despite the teacher's best efforts, even taking me to meet the Emperor of Xia, there was still no solution, Qin Tian said, gazing into the distance with a hint of helplessness in his voice. He continued, it wasn't until I came to Donglin City, and with Lin Qingchen's help that the injured beast was finally healed. Now, I can even sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. The realm of an 8th level beastmaster seems within reach. Why do you want to see the teacher? Qin Tian suddenly turned and asked. Lin Qingchen replied candidly. I was drawn to him and wanted to become his disciple. Really? Qin Tian gave him a complex look. However, because of my situation, it might be a bit difficult for you to succeed, he said softly, a hint of guilt in his eyes. In his life, he had never wronged anyone, except he felt he owed his teacher. No problem. Lin Qingchen seemed confident, as if he had everything under control. The next day, Lin Qingchen, with Qin Tian's pass, made his way skillfully to the library of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. Elder Gu, are you there? He asked cautiously. This name belonged to Qin Tian's teacher, the frail old man he had once met. In the vast library, only a cold get out, replied. For 5 consecutive days, Lin Qingchen repeated the process, showing up at the library only to leave dejectedly. On the 7th day, the frail old man finally acknowledged the persistent young man before him, his tone less angry than before. Speak. What will it take for you to stop bothering this old man? Elder Gu, do you need a disciple? Lin Qingchen asked carefully. No, now get out. Elder Gu replied gruffly, but at the mention of the word disciple, a barely noticeable trace of guilt flickered in his eyes. It's the 7th day. I'm not leaving no matter what you say today. Lin Qingchen plopped down on the ground, thinking that if he couldn't secure this opportunity now, it would be even harder once classes started. After a long silence, Elder Gu finally spoke. Qin Tian should have told you everything, right? Seeing Lin Qingchen nod, he continued. If you can heal Qin Tian's beast, I'll take you as my disciple. How about it? In his view, this was an almost impossible task, considering even the Emperor of Xia was at a loss. Really? Lin Qingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Elder Gu replied, though he watched as Lin Qingchen suddenly jumped up from the ground. Actually, Elder Gu, I healed the golden feather eagle half a month ago, Lin Qingchen said earnestly. You can ask senior brother Qin Tian if you don't believe me. Elder Gu's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he was shocked. A challenge even the Emperor of Xia couldn't solve was overcome by this young man. What irritated him more was that Qin Tian hadn't told him about such a significant event. The library was silent, with a heavy air lingering around. The Ancient One gazed at Lin Qingchen, his eye twitching slightly, but as a highly esteemed beast master, he quickly regained his composure. Tell me, how did you heal the golden feather eagle? If you tell me, I will take you as my apprentice, the old man said, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingchen, his tone tinged with skepticism. Lin Qingchen was taken aback by the question, his mind racing. He couldn't possibly reveal that he relied on system guidance to heal the eagle, could he? As he hesitated over how to explain, the old man waved his hand dismissively. All right, I won't ask anymore, he said, noticing Lin Qingchen's dilemma. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Clearly, this young man harbored significant secrets. Considering his behavior since arriving at the library, the old man couldn't help but ponder a possibility. Could he be from that place? But if so, why seek a master here? The old man recalled Bai Li Hongfeng from years past and sighed inwardly. Back then, he had made an exception to take on a disciple, only to be flatly rejected, as the other already had a mentor. This still bothered him. Who, in all of Daxia, besides the emperor, could be stronger than him? Even the old fellow at the Imperial Beast Academy couldn't compare. Teacher, is something wrong? Lin Qingchen noticed the old man's unusual demeanor and asked. Teacher? You call me that so quickly? The old man replied with a glance. It's nothing, just some unpleasant memories. Yet in his heart, he thought, if only Bai Li Hongfeng had been as shameless as this young one. Qingchen, what do you want to learn? The old man changed the subject. Lin Qingchen was momentarily at a loss, unsure where to begin. The old man sighed in resignation, wondering how this young man was admitted to the Daxia Imperial Beast Academy. Had the admission standards dropped? Beast masters are graded from 1 to 10. The old man began explaining the basics. Isn't it from 1 to 9? Lin Qingchen blurted out, surprised as this differed from what he learned at Donglin's secondary school. The old man gave him a calm look, and Lin Qingchen immediately fell silent, focusing on the lesson. The 10th grade is known as legendary. Our Daxia dynasty's emperor is at this level. Lin Qingchen realized why even Bai Li Hongfeng spoke of the emperor with such respect. He couldn't help but wonder if Grandpa Zhao's De Huang had reached the 10th grade. As for realms beyond the 10th grade, we'll discuss that once you reach the 9th grade. It's too early for you to worry about that now, the old man added. Lin Qingchen was shocked there were levels beyond the 10th. The world's power system was far more profound than he had imagined. Lin Qingchen originally thought that being a 3rd level, 9th rank Beast Tamer was quite impressive, but compared to others, it seemed insignificant. He sighed inwardly, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Looking up at Gu Lao, he continued to ask, Teacher, what about the restraint between attributes? Gu Lao replied calmly, a hint of depth in his eyes. In battles between high-level beast tamers, attributes no longer hold sway. Fire can burn water, and water can extinguish fire. Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, at that level, it was the beast's own strength that mattered. Attribute restraint seemed to lose its significance. However, he felt a secret joy, as the system had just unlocked a new ability, somewhat compensating for this shortcoming. All right, I'm thirsty now, you can go back, Gu Lao suddenly said, interrupting Lin Qingchen's thoughts. What? Lin Qingchen was momentarily confused. Just a few words and he's thirsty? And could such a prominent figure even get thirsty? He silently grumbled. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. With no other choice, Lin Qingchen said, All right, I'll come back tomorrow. He made up his mind to bring some water next time and see what excuse his teacher would come up with. Late at night, Qin Tian was lightly dozing on his bed when a chilling aura washed over him. He instantly sprang up, alert. Who's there? He called out warily. It's me, came a slightly disgruntled voice. The voice was familiar to Qin Tian. Squinting in the moonlight, he recognized the visitor's face, his eyes moistening slightly. Teacher, Qin Tian whispered, a hint of excitement in his voice. Gu Lao spoke with a calm tone, though a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes. I heard from your junior that the golden feather eagle's injuries have healed? Junior. Qin Tian was momentarily puzzled, but then realized it might refer to Lin Qingchen. Gu Lao did not elaborate, simply saying, I feel like watching the moon. Come up with me. He then turned and headed upstairs, his back slightly hunched. Watching his teacher's retreating figure, Qin Tian felt a mix of emotions. He wiped his eyes and followed. On the rooftop, Gu Lao suddenly asked, You mentioned sensing a fierce aura during the treatment, and Lin Qingchen's beast managed to eliminate it? Qin Tian nodded, holding nothing back from his teacher. What rank is Bai Ji's beast? Gu Lao inquired, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Qin Tian shook his head, his voice heavy. I don't know. Even though my golden feather eagle is of a higher level, it always feels oppressed. He recalled the suffocating sensation from before. Gu Lao pondered for a moment before slowly voicing his speculation. Perhaps his beast is truly the legendary king of birds. However, it likely only possesses some of its bloodline. If it were a true phoenix, your golden feather eagle wouldn't even be able to take flight. Qin Tian silently acknowledged Gu Lao's judgment. Even with just a trace of Phoenix bloodline, that beast's power was enough to suppress him, leaving a lasting impression. Perhaps the stage of the All Dynasties assembly belongs to that young man. Qin Tian murmured, a hint of resignation in his tone. But soon, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, our great Xia's representatives are not to be underestimated. He thought of Bai Li Hongfeng and Lin Qingchen, both of whom were great Xia's hopes. Bai Li Hongfeng had exceptional talent and formidable strength, while Lin Qingchen's beast seemed more than just a simple snake, perhaps bearing some dragon bloodline. Qin Tian and Gu Lao exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Under the moonlight, the teacher and student quietly enjoyed the night, each filled with both expectation and concern for the upcoming All Dynasties assembly. The next day, Lin Qingchen entered the library early, carrying a large bucket of water. The guards who recognized him merely glanced at him and allowed him to pass with the bucket. "Teacher, if you're thirsty, please have some water." Lin Qingchen placed the bucket gently in front of the elder, a sly glint in his eyes. He was curious to see what excuse the elder would use today to decline. The elder looked at the bucket, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This young man certainly had his ways. However, after their conversation the previous day, much of the tension between him and Qin Tian had eased. Since his most cherished disciple trusted Lin Qingchen so much, he decided to take a chance too. Cultivating talent for the great Xia dynasty seemed a worthy cause for some special attention. "Do you know what it takes to make a beast stronger?" the elder asked seriously, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Materials, beast cores." Lin Qingchen replied confidently. This answer came from his own experience. If he could acquire 2 more epic materials and a 9th-grade beast core, Xiaobai could evolve again. He still felt exhilarated thinking about the first evolution, when Xiaobai had leapt from white to purple. He couldn't help but anticipate what surprises the second evolution would bring. Would it be orange, or perhaps gold? "I heard from Qin Tian that you're looking for fire attribute epic materials?" the elder asked as he walked toward a hidden spot. He gently touched the wall, and the sound of mechanisms turning followed. A crystal-clear box slowly appeared, containing an orange plant emitting a faint warmth. The elder carefully handed the plant to Lin Qingchen. "This is a legendary material. It would gather dust here, so you might as well use it." Feeling the heat emanating from his hand, Lin Qingchen was speechless with surprise. A legendary material? Such a rare treasure was seldom seen even at the Myriad Beasts Trading Company. Although the system required epic materials, the potency of this legendary item must be even greater. As long as Xiaobai could withstand it, the enhancement would surely be significant. "Thank you very much, Elder." Lin Qingchen immediately bowed in gratitude, fearing that saying too much might make the teacher change his mind. Seeing Lin Qingchen's eagerness, the elder couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. This kid was really straightforward. But so be it. "Besides this, you also need to plan the evolution path of your beast," the elder continued seriously. "In the Great Xia dynasty, most beasts have a clear evolution path. However, low-level beasts like turtles and crickets are more common, while the higher the quality of the beast, the more difficult it is to evolve. Qin Tian's golden feather eagle hasn't evolved even once." Lin Qingchen couldn't help but let a smile creep across his lips, simply because it's already at orange quality, and there are no suitable opportunities for evolution in the Xia dynasty. Evolution path. Lin Qingchen found it ridiculously simple. He was confident that as long as he found an epic-grade material and a 9th-tier beast core, he could demonstrate the entire process of beast evolution on the spot for the ancient master, and perhaps even write a book more detailed than the Beast Chronicle. "Master Gu, why was Brother Qin's beast so severely injured?" Lin Qingchen asked with a frown. From what he knew, the golden feather eagle had been stagnant since its injury, indicating that Qin Tian had reached the strength of a 7th-tier beast master years ago. What kind of enemy could have wounded it so badly? Master Gu gave Lin Qingchen a meaningful look. "You will naturally find out about this in the future. For now, you only need to understand that someday, either you or Bai Li Hongfeng will inevitably face it." Master Gu didn't elaborate further, knowing that revealing the truth too early would only burden the young man unnecessarily. Lin Qingchen was taken aback. The words sounded familiar, as if Grandpa Xiao had once said something similar. Shaking his head, he decided to focus on the task at hand, getting Xiaobai to continue absorbing medicinal materials to strengthen its advancement to the 4th tier, while also collecting the final epic-grade material. As for the 9th-tier beast core, it was a matter of luck. Given his current finances, even if he encountered one at an auction, he couldn't afford it, let alone challenge a 9th tier with his 3rd-tier strength. "Pick any spirit technique you like, and charge it to that kid Qin Tian's account," Master Gu said with his hands behind his back. He knew that flooding Lin Qingchen with too much information wouldn't be beneficial. It was better for the boy to learn and understand on his own. Back at the dorm, Zhang Jiang curiously asked, "Qingchen, where have you been these past few days?" As his roommate, he had long noticed Lin Qingchen's frequent absences. "Guess," Lin Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Zhang Jiang huffed in defiance. Just wait until classes officially start. Let's see if you can still skip every day. He planned to keep a close eye on Lin Qingchen then, as each class was worth a hefty 20,000 beast coins and credits, not something anyone would give up easily. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen was thoughtful. Rather than attending those lectures, he preferred learning from Master Gu. Suddenly, he stood up and placed his hands on Zhang Jiang's shoulders. Thanks, my good brother. Zhang Jiang was bewildered, completely unaware of what he had said to warrant such gratitude. In recent days, Lin Qingchen has been frequently visiting the library. Occasionally, he sees senior students from Daxia Imperial Beast Academy there, deeply focused on honing their spiritual skills, paying no attention to him, a lower-grade student. Although every moment in the library costs him academic credits, Lin Qingchen remains unconcerned as he isn't spending his own credits anyway. Today, however, was different. Due to someone's interference, Lin Qingchen couldn't make it to the library and instead found himself in a secluded corner of the academy. He looked around and remarked, "Old master, you've done a nice job with this secret room. It may not be as grand as the library, but I dare say, even the principal might not know there's a place like this hidden within the academy." Old master's sharp gaze fell on Lin Qingchen's right wrist, where a faint trace of life energy lingered. In fact, he had noticed it from the moment they met. "What level is your beast?" he asked casually. "Level 4. Lin Qingchen replied with pride, puffing out his chest. Achieving the rank of a level 4 beast tamer at his age was indeed something to be proud of. In the entire east wing of the boys' dormitory, no other student had reached this level yet. Moreover, across all of Daxia, there were probably fewer than 10 people his age who had reached such a level. As he finished speaking, a small white snake poked its head out from his sleeve. Since arriving at Daxia Imperial Beast Academy, it had consumed and digested the herbs in his storage pouch, using these precious materials to break through to level 4, which was only natural. Only level 4? A hint of disappointment flashed in Old Master's eyes, quickly replaced by curiosity. What's so impressive about a level 4 beast tamer? But, to heal the golden feather eagle's injury with just a level 4 beast, could this little white snake be a descendant of a dragon? Yet, it looks just like an ordinary snake. Only, Lin Qingchen retorted, feeling indignant. Why don't you take a look around the boys' and girls' dormitories and see how many students have beasts that reach level 4? Stop complaining. Old Master glared at him, his tone stern. Come here, I'll teach you the proper way to fight as a beast tamer. The way you've been doing it is completely amateurish. Lin Qingchen shrugged helplessly. All right, whatever you say. Though he didn't dare to argue, he was filled with anticipation for the combat techniques he was about to learn. The two sat cross-legged, and Old Master got straight to the point. First, tell me what you know about beast tamers. Lin Qingchen thought for a moment before answering. Summon beasts, assist in battle. Nonsense. Lin Qingchen looked innocent. It wasn't his fault. This was how Teacher Gao from Donglin No. 2 Middle School had taught it. The beast taming exams were also structured this way, even requiring an essay on the relationship between beasts and combat in the theory section. Although it was just theoretical, it was still some level of exposure. Seeing Lin Qingchen's expression, Old Master was both exasperated and helpless, ultimately letting out a long sigh. The battle of a beast master is far more complex than just summoning beasts. The elder looked at Lin Qingchen and explained, a 9th level beast master can even merge with their beast, significantly enhancing their combat power. Merge. Lin Qingchen's mind involuntarily conjured up an image of himself merging with his beast, Xiaobai. He couldn't help but wonder if he would suddenly grow a tail, a thought that sent a shiver down his spine, making it hard to accept. Noticing the strange expression on Lin Qingchen's face, the elder said irritably, what are you thinking? Merging means incorporating some of the beast's traits onto the master, like armor, to unleash greater strength. That's what we call a humanoid beast, not what you're imagining. Oh, I see. Lin Qingchen suddenly understood, thinking that as long as he didn't sprout a tail or horns, he could handle it. The elder sighed and muttered to himself, ah, the young are so hard to teach. Then, behind him, a skeletal beast slowly appeared. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with a chilling light, looking quite terrifying. Lin Qingchen's attention was immediately drawn to it, and he saw the familiar information panel. Beast name, Shadow Skeleton. Level, 9th level, 8th rank. Quality, orange. Attribute, dark. Status, normal. Weakness, light attribute. Evolution path, 9th level. Lin Qingchen's pupils trembled slightly. It was his first time seeing a 9th level beast. Although he had long suspected the elder might be a 9th level beast master, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. What happened next left Lin Qingchen utterly stunned. The skeletal beast disassembled, turning into a gray-white mist that entered the elder's body. The elder's hunched figure gradually straightened, emanating an aura several times more powerful than the shadow skeletons, causing Lin Qingchen to shiver involuntarily. Under Lin Qingchen's gaze, bone blade-like weapons appeared on the elder's arms, and his entire body became covered in gray-white bone armor. However, with a flash of gray-white light, The elder returned to his original appearance, as if nothing had happened. Did you see that? The elder asked. That's what we call merging. It requires a deep connection between the beast master and the beast. Once your beast reaches the 9th level, you can give it a try. For now, it's out of the question. I didn't see it clearly. Lin Qingchen scratched his head, and Xiaobai nodded in agreement. They only saw the beast turn into mist and merge into the elder, and then nothing more. The elder said helplessly, "You should focus on your training first. Your 4th level strength is far from enough." With that, he tapped Lin Qingchen's head lightly with 2 fingers. Unwilling to give up, Lin Qingchen tentatively asked, "Why not teach me the merging technique first? This kind of combat is way cooler than just summoning beasts and watching. Wait until your beast evolves once more." The elder replied irritably. He had a hunch that Lin Qingchen's beast might possess true dragon bloodline. Perhaps one more evolution would be enough to challenge that person. The elder sighed inwardly, thinking that if he could intervene, Bai Ji would not have survived this long. Unfortunately, certain rules were too bothersome, leaving him helpless. With this in mind, an inexplicable look flashed in the elder's eyes. He silently prayed that those people wouldn't interfere, or else the great Xia dynasty would face a huge crisis. Another evolution? Lin Qingchen's eyes lit up with a hint of joy upon hearing this. He quickly calculated the resources he had on hand: a piece of epic material and a 9th-tier beast core. Looking up at the elderly man with white hair and beard standing before him, Lin Qingchen began to ponder. To persuade the elder to help, he needed to offer something substantial. Although the elder treated him well, he couldn't just take advantage without giving back. That wasn't his style. The elder seemed to sense the scheming in the young man's gaze and shivered slightly. What is this kid plotting now? Teacher, so if Xiaobai evolves again, you'll teach me, right? Lin Qingchen probed. Correct. The elder nodded briefly to confirm. Great. Lin Qingchen resolved that he would gather the materials even if it meant spending everything he had. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Teacher, could I earn class credits from the Daxia Beast Academy here with you? If he could get credits directly from the elder, he could save a lot of time otherwise spent in class. No way, just attend your classes properly. The elder replied, slightly annoyed. Lin Qingchen immediately put on a sincere expression. Elder, think about it. Those instructor skills are not even a fraction of yours. Listening to you is worth more than years of study, and attending their lectures is just a waste of time. Would you really want to see your disciple held back like that? The elder wavered at his words and finally sighed. All right, I'll talk to them. You don't need to attend classes anymore. Oh, by the way, elder, I also have a... Lin Qingchen began to negotiate further. That's enough. I'm hungry. You should head back now. The elder promptly dismissed him. Lin Qingchen had no choice but to leave, slightly embarrassed. The next morning, a smiling young man appeared in the girls' dormitory area. To the surprise of the surrounding girls, Lin Qingxue, the widely acknowledged school beauty, ran into his arms. Who is that? Lin Qingxue's boyfriend, one girl whispered. They look quite compatible, another girl agreed. They all remembered Lin Qingxue's presence during military training. Not only was she stunningly beautiful with an icy elegance, but she also had a powerful 4th-tier firefox. Such an outstanding girl had been pursued by many since the first day of training, yet she remained as cold as ice. Watching this scene, the onlooking girls couldn't help but worry for Lin Qingchen. So many people who had their eyes on Lin Qingxue knew how much pressure this young man would face. The division of the girls' dormitory is no different from that of the boys. The rule of survival of the fittest applies here as well, and beauty and figure do not grant special privileges. In a dim corner of a single dorm room, a pair of violet eyes watched Lin Qingxue and the boy as they walked away. Suddenly, a blackbird perched on the girl's shoulder spoke. Girl, if you want it, why not just take it? Qi Yin gently shook her head and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she was neither as innocent and cute as usual nor as cold as when she first met Lin Qingchen, but instead exhibited a unique state between the two. Even though I have lost my memory, I know clearly that everything I do is right. The blackbird continued before transforming into a puff of black mist and silently merging into the girl's body, as if it had never existed. Lin Qingxue turned to look at Lin Qingchen beside her and asked softly, Brother Qingchen, tomorrow classes start. Why did you call me out today? Though puzzled, she had followed him without hesitation upon receiving his message. To buy things, Lin Qingchen replied briefly. After leaving Gulao yesterday, he had consulted senior brother Qin Tian about a few matters. In the capital of Daxia, even epic-level materials were available for purchase, not limited to exclusive auctions for the wealthy, but accessible to ordinary people as well. Soon, they reached their destination following a paper map. Lin Qingchen looked up at the signboard and slowly read, Wanshou Trading Company. The name sounded familiar, reminding him of a trading company in Donglin City, making him wonder if it was part of a chain. As he pondered, a youthful yet mature voice called out, Hey, you're blocking Qi's path. The speaker seemed to have traveled a long way, finally sensing a particular presence, only to be blocked, expressing clear displeasure. Lin Qingchen looked around and saw no one besides Lin Qingchen until she directed his gaze downward, and he met a pair of familiar eyes. The small figure suddenly had teary eyes, murmuring, "Chi, how could you be so undignified?" Clearly, this reunion was entirely unexpected. "Don't cry," Lin Qingchen said helplessly, his tone unintentionally tender. "I'll move. Do you want me to carry you?" Standing by, Lin Qingchen noticed Lin Qingchen's unusual behavior, feeling a twinge of jealousy. The interaction between the young man and the boy seemed more like a reunion of old friends rather than a first encounter with strangers. Really? Upon hearing Lin Qingchen's words, the boy, who looked as if he were carved from jade, slowly lifted his head and looked directly at Lin Qingchen. "Do I seem like someone who doesn't keep promises?" Lin Qingchen spread his hands, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "I've always been known as the honest young gentleman." "Yes, you do," the boy replied, wiping his nose with a hint of reproach in his voice. "You said you would come back years ago, but you didn't keep that promise. Plus, you not only have that annoying bird now, but also a snake." Suddenly, Lin Qingchen's expression changed. A familiar template appeared in his vision, though there were no beasts around. The boy across from him seemed to sense something and impatiently waved his hand, as if shooing away something unpleasant. Lin Qingchen sighed in relief. So it was just an illusion. He had thought he might face a beast attack like in Donglan City. "Little boy, where is your home?" Lin Qingchen asked gently. "I'm not a little boy," the boy retorted, pouting with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "You presumptuous humans. When did you think you could casually question a noble being like me? What about your parents?" Lin Qingchen asked again. "None. Any family?" The boy looked up, tears welling in his eyes. "I used to have, but not anymore." Lin Qingchen was at a loss for words for a moment, then said after some thought, "Would you like to come with me? Though this is the capital of the Daxia dynasty, it can still be dangerous for a child." "Okay, since you keep mentioning Chi, how about I call you Chi-Chi?" The boy seemed indifferent to this, as if any name would do as long as it wasn't given by a certain someone. "Then it's settled, Chi-Chi." Lin Qingchen walked over and gently ruffled the boy's hair. He knew he wasn't a particularly kind person, but this boy gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. He thought to himself, "Oh well, how much could it cost to take care of a little boy?" When they entered the Wan Beast Trading Company, Lin Qingchen was amazed by the sight. This place was not only much more spacious than the Donglan City branch, but the quality of materials on the shelves was noticeably higher. Even the materials used for Xiao Bai's evolution, which had seemed so rare, were commonplace here. For instance, the Thunder Spirit fruit, which had fetched a high price at auction, was available here at just a bit above the auction starting price. This made Lin Qingchen wonder if he had been overcharged before. Beside him, Chi-Chi, holding his hand, cast a disdainful glance at these materials. "These items are so worthless, even a dog wouldn't touch them." Lin Qingchen stood in front of the shop's display shelf, his eyes scanning the array of products. Alongside rare quality materials, the shelf also held a few epic-grade materials, drawing the attention of many beast tamers. His gaze was suddenly captivated by a transparent jade box. Inside lay a delicate pale purple plant, and the label simply read, "Heavenly Demon Flame Grass, Fire Attribute Epic Material, priced at 15 million beast coins." The brief description held an allure that tempted countless beast tamers. "Found it." Lin Qingchen's eyes lit up as he reached for it. Just then, a sharp gust of wind swept through, knocking the jade box from his hand. "Sorry, I've taken a liking to this jade box." Several meters away, a young man in luxurious attire, holding a folding fan, elegantly fanned himself. It was evident that the skillful move had come from him. Beside Lin Qingchen, a boy named Chi-Chi looked sullen. In the past, anyone daring to provoke him like this would have been devoured in an instant. Unfortunately, he had promised old Xiao not to intervene. He quietly assessed the aura of the little snake in Lin Qingchen's sleeve, sighing inwardly. "Too weak. Not even worthy as my meal." Lin Qingxue stood nearby, her expression frosty, yet she chose to remain silent. She had complete faith in Lin Qingchen, leaving such trivial matters for him to handle. "All right then," Lin Qingchen grinned. "You can have the box, but the herb inside is mine." The young man's face darkened with anger. "Kid, stop joking around and hand it over to me." Lin Qingchen chuckled softly, swiftly moving in front of the young man and throwing a punch at his face. Although he couldn't currently merge with Xiao Bai to fight, the enhancement from the beast's feedback had made his physique far superior to ordinary people. The young man clearly hadn't expected Lin Qingchen to resort to physical action and hurriedly raised his arm to block. However, what he didn't know was that in Lin Qingchen's sleeve, a pair of vertical pupils were coldly watching him. In an instant, the young man was knocked unconscious, not even having the chance to summon his beast. "Are people in this era always like this?" Chi-Chi muttered quietly. "So weak, too weak. My master, what kind of people did you save back then?" "Stop staring. Let's go pay," Lin Qingchen said, ruffling Chi-Chi's hair, holding the jade box in one hand and taking Lin Qingxue's hand with the other as they walked out. At least leave him one hand." Chi-Chi murmured softly, glancing at the young man on the ground. Time flew by quickly. After taking the girl and the boy for a tour around the capital of the Great Xia Empire, Lin Qingchen returned to the academy dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, his roommate, Zhang Jiang, widened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the little boy behind Lin Qingchen. Qingchen, is this your son? Zhang Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. He's my brother, Lin Qingchen replied irritably. I haven't even been in a relationship. Where would I get a child? You're thinking too far ahead. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhang Jiang's face, and he sighed lightly. Oh, I see. Lin Qingchen shot him a look and led Kiki into the room, gently closing the door. He placed the little boy on the bed and asked warmly, Kiki, where are you from? Upon hearing this question, Kiki immediately became nervous, his fingers twirling in circles. He looked at Lin Qingchen with a worried expression. Oh no, I don't know how to lie. Why didn't you teach me to lie before? Don't worry, I won't ask then, Lin Qingchen chuckled. For some reason, this child gave him an oddly familiar feeling, and he found him particularly likable. He stretched and released Xiaobai from his wrist. Xiaobai's vertical pupils locked eyes with Kiki's, and it seemed like invisible sparks were flying between them, neither willing to back down. This little snake isn't afraid of me, Kiki muttered to himself. Well, if it was too weak, it wouldn't be worthy of being his beast. But to dare challenge me. Xiaobai seemed to sense Kiki's thoughts and provocatively flicked its tongue. Kiki, do you want to take a bath? Lin Qingchen asked as he dried his hair. Jujube? Like the kind you eat. Kiki blinked his innocent eyes. Brother, I don't want to wash. Can I just eat it? I'm hungry. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but laugh, and he carried the boy into the bathroom, placing him in the bathtub to start bathing him. He had to admit, the dormitory facilities at the Great Xia Beast Academy were far superior to his previous life's university dorms. Kiki closed his eyes in the warm water, looking completely content. As night fell and Kiki fell asleep, Lin Qingchen took out some items from his storage bag, gently stroking Xiaobai's head while whispering, Xiaobai, once we get our hands on that 9th rank beast core, you can evolve. Then, we'll soar to great heights. He leaned on the desk, smiling as he asked Xiaobai, do you think we'll find a fire attribute 9th rank beast core tomorrow morning? Then he shook his head self-mockingly. With my luck, I'll probably only find it in my dreams. Lin Qingchen soon fell asleep, dreaming happily of finding a fire attribute 9th rank beast core. Meanwhile, beside him, Kiki quietly opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. On this silent night, the silhouette of a little boy appeared particularly eerie. Just as he was about to leave, a jade-white snake blocked his path. Don't block me. I'll get you a 9th level beast core. The boy impatiently told the snake, Xiaobai. Hearing this promise, Xiaobai finally stepped aside. Where did he learn this from? Seriously, the boy muttered to himself. With a wave of his small hand, he set up a barrier around Lin Qingchen and quietly slipped out the window. That dumb snake is as unreliable as that stupid bird. I'm definitely the best. Haha. Moments later, he appeared within the borders of the Daiqian dynasty, neighboring the Xia dynasty. There was a special forest here, a common training ground for the disciples of sects and the royal offspring. The reason being, a wild 9th level beast that had an agreement with the Daiqian dynasty resided here. There's the aura of a 9th level beast, and its fire tribute. Perfect, the boy noted, his figure dwarfed by the bright moonlight. Old Xiao told me to keep a low profile in the Xia dynasty, but he didn't mention anything about this Daiqian dynasty. Before he could finish his sentence, the small figure had already vanished. Soon, a piercing beastly roar echoed through the quiet forest, only to be engulfed by silence again. The beasts on the forest's edge looked up, terrified, towards the mountain peak. The aura emanating from there was stronger than their lord, causing their very souls to tremble. The beasts in the core area had no choice but to retreat to the outskirts, pushing the outer beasts even further back. Burp! In the core area, the boy stood atop a pile of bones, picking his teeth. Not tasty, but it barely fills the stomach. I must keep this beast core safe. I can't lose it. Who would have thought that the boy, who had just devoured a 9th level beast like a wild animal, would now carefully tuck the beast core into his pocket? Once the terrifying aura dissipated, some of the stronger beasts dared to return to the core area to investigate. They exchanged glances at the spotless bones, and then swarmed over them. After all, even the leftovers of what that great being discarded were a rare treat for them. That night, the forest in the Daiqian dynasty was anything but peaceful. In the latter part of the night, the figure quietly returned to Lin Qingchen's dormitory, undetected even by the ancient 9th level beast master. You're somewhat useful, so here you go, the boy said, looking at the diligent Xiaobai with a curled lip. Then, he found a comfortable spot on Lin Qingchen's bed to curl up without waking her. For most people, this night was serene, but for the beasts within the Daiqian dynasty's mountains, it was a night of terror. Their leader may have been eaten, but in doing so, their lives were spared. Perhaps these beasts should be grateful to their leader, for it was the one who satiated the hunger of that formidable figure. The next morning, Lin Qingchen awoke from his sleep. He glanced at the innocent face of the boy sleeping beside him and felt a moment of confusion. Carefully lifting the blanket, he was about to get out of bed when his foot landed on something hard. Bending down to pick up the transparent object, Lin Qingchen almost gasped in surprise. It was a beast core. He couldn't believe his eyes as he carefully examined the crystal core in his hand. The patterns on it were clear, and its quality even surpassed the one used by Xiao Bai during its first evolution. What was even more astonishing was the intense fire attribute energy he could feel emanating from it. Could this be a 9th-tier fire attribute beast core? Excitement flashed in Lin Qingchen's eyes. He gestured, and Xiao Bai immediately understood, slipping into his sleeve. His classes for the day were completely forgotten. All he wanted now was to find Gu Lao immediately. Just as he was about to leave, a soft voice came from behind. "Brother, I want to go too." Lin Qingchen sighed helplessly. This little rascal had been woken up. He couldn't quite explain why he was so indulgent with this boy, as if he was the softest spot in his heart. Arriving at Gu Lao's residence, Lin Qingchen greeted him respectfully. The boy on his back, however, looked at the withered old man with cold eyes, a hint of disdain flashing in them. "And who is this child?" Gu Lao noticed the boy and asked. "My brother." He insisted on coming along. Lin Qingchen explained without changing his expression. Although he knew nothing about Chi-Chi's true identity, his intuition told him the boy was trustworthy. Gu Lao advised, "Make sure he doesn't wander off and stays safe." Then he asked, "Why are you here so early today?" After settling the boy, Lin Qingchen handed the beast core to Gu Lao. "Could you take a look? Is this a 9th-tier fire attribute beast core?" Gu Lao took the crystal core, shock flickering in his eyes. The core emitted fresh energy waves, clearly having been extracted from a beast not long ago. How could a 4th-tier beast master have acquired such a precious item? "If I said I found it, would you believe me?" Lin Qingchen said weakly, finding it hard to believe himself. After careful examination, Gu Lao confirmed, "It is indeed a 9th-tier beast core." He speculated silently, wondering if this young man had some connection to that place and whether the core had been secretly arranged for him. "Gu Lao, could you support me during the evolution?" Lin Qingchen requested earnestly. The Great Xia Beast Academy was already the safest place, and having the materials in hand without using them quickly might only invite trouble. "You want to evolve here?" Gu Lao looked at the young man in surprise. When other beast masters undergo evolution, they typically consult a theoretical expert to plan their evolution route and analyze their beasts. "Why does it seem like child's play for you?" the elder asked with a frown. Lin Qingchen remained calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I previously consulted a renowned theorist to plan Xiao Bai's evolution path and materials." "I see," the elder said, realization dawning on him, a hint of approval in his eyes. "It seems you do have a master guiding you. Very well, I'll stand guard outside for you. Be careful." The elder left the room with the reluctant boy, who cast a resentful glance at Lin Qingchen before leaving, only after being urged by Lin Qingchen. Once they were gone, Lin Qingchen took a deep breath and focused on the evolution interface. The system immediately prompted, "Evolution materials gathered. Proceed with evolution?" Without hesitation, he selected yes. Various materials transformed into orbs of light surrounding Xiao Bai, then merged into its body. A green light enveloped Xiao Bai as chaotic energy waves erupted. Lin Qingchen's heart tightened. Could it be the legendary quality of the material causing this? If Xiao Bai couldn't withstand this energy, the consequences would be dire. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely stepped forward, extending his hand into the green light. If Xiao Bai couldn't endure it, he would share the burden. Damn, it hurts. The intense pain contorted Lin Qingchen's features, but he didn't withdraw his hand. This excruciating agony was surely what Xiao Bai was experiencing too. As its master, he had to do something for Xiao Bai. Outside, the elder and Chi-Chi could clearly sense the violent energy fluctuations from inside. The elder's brow was furrowed with concern, while Chi-Chi appeared confident. If he can't handle this little storm, then is he really who he claims to be? Meanwhile, in a classroom at the Great Xia Beast Master Academy, Zhang Jiang stared incredulously at Lin Qingchen's empty seat. This guy dared to skip class? Just as he considered following suit, Qin Tian on the podium casually said, "All right, everyone's here. Let's begin with the basics of beast mastery." Zhang Jiang was bewildered. Everyone's here? Even as the third prince, he had no such privilege. How could Lin Qingchen? It was unfair. As he was about to slip away, Qin Tian's voice called out, "Student, please return to your seat, or you'll lose 10 credits." With no choice, Zhang Jiang reluctantly sat back down. Sigh, better just continue with the class. After class, Zhang Jiang looked a bit upset. Lin Qingchen had skipped class without him, which he found rather unfair. Meanwhile, Gu Lao, who was waiting outside, suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. His wrinkled face became instantly serious. "This is the power of a dragon." The discovery left the experienced elder utterly shocked. In his understanding, Lin Qingchen's familiar was just an ordinary little snake. How could it have suddenly evolved into a dragon? This completely overturned decades of his theoretical knowledge. However, after the initial shock, excitement flickered in Gu Lao's eyes. If Lin Qingchen's familiar had indeed evolved into a true dragon, perhaps he could truly contend with that figure from the Dacian dynasty. Standing nearby, Chi-Chi watched the elder's excitement with a trace of disdain. To him, what was a true dragon anyway? Remembering the ninth-tier familiar he had devoured last night made him feel nauseous. Taste was something even dogs and stinky birds would avoid. Inside, Lin Qingchen felt utterly drained, dizzy, and before he could see Little White's evolved form clearly, he lost consciousness. In front of him was a true dragon, its body covered in azure scales, gazing down at him. It was no longer the pale little snake of the past. Its slitted pupils exuded an unprecedented authority. When Gu Lao and Chi-Chi entered the room, Chi-Chi's gaze immediately met with the true dragon's. The familiarity of that look startled him, and what shocked him even more was the elemental aura of this dragon, which was strikingly similar to that of a stinky bird from thousands of years ago. Truly worthy of being a true dragon, Gu Lao remarked, stroking his beard in awe. Even as the master of a dark attribute skeletal familiar, he could clearly feel the intangible pressure emanating from it. In his view, Lin Qingchen was destined to become a 10th-tier legendary beastmaster. Reflecting on the great Xia dynasty's Beastmaster Academy's Dean's 9th-tier Drake, Gu Lao couldn't help but feel proud of his disciple's achievements. Chi-Chi listened to the elder's admiration with a peculiar expression. In his eyes, the elder's insight seemed overly simplistic. "Let's go, young one. Let him rest well," Gu Lao said softly, settling Lin Qingchen onto the bed. Hearing the term, young one, Chi-Chi felt somewhat annoyed. Edgewise, this old man wasn't even a fraction of his. However, recalling Lao Zhao's instructions and Lin Qingchen's relationship with Gu Lao, he chose to remain silent. "Ouch, my head hurts." When Lin Qingchen finally came to, he rubbed his forehead, murmuring as if waking from a long dream. In his dream, Lin Qingchen saw a man in a black robe walking slowly towards him. With just a wave of his arm, everything in the starry sky instantly collapsed and shattered. At the same time, a cyan divine phoenix appeared beneath Lin Qingchen, emanating a powerful aura, and then merged with him. Despite the astonishing power, it was still less than a fraction of the black-robed youth's strength. The final scene of the dream had him fiercely battling the terrifying black-robed man. Reflecting on it, Lin Qingchen found it incredible how could someone like him possibly face such a being? The dream was overwhelmingly shocking. The power displayed by that man far surpassed any beastmaster he had ever seen. Perhaps that black-robed man doesn't belong to this era, Lin Qingchen thought to himself, then shook his head with a smile. If such a being existed, the Beastmaster world would have long been reduced to ashes. Even after waking up, he still felt the fear deep within. Hiss! A familiar sound caught his attention, and Lin Qingchen turned to look at Xiao Bai beside him, his eyes widening in surprise. The once smooth snake body was now covered with cyan scales, and there were membranes on its sides that seemed capable of unfolding into wings. This transformation made him wonder, could Xiao Bai be turning into Shaoqing? Xiao Bai gazed at him quietly, as if seeing through his thoughts, and gently patted his cheek with its tail, which had already transformed into a dragon's tail. At that moment, a familiar information template appeared before Lin Qingchen. Beast name, Xiao Bai. Level, Stage 6, Level 3. Quality, Gold. Attributes, Wind, Thunder, Fire. Status, Normal. Weakness, None. Evolution path, not yet unlocked. Gold. Lin Qingchen rubbed his eyes and checked repeatedly. Jumping from white to the highest level of gold quality, such a leap was unheard of, even in novels. Even more astonishing was that Xiao Bai had become a Stage 6, Level 3 entity, meaning Lin Qingchen was now on par with Bai Li Hongfeng. Students of the Xia Beastmaster Academy, step back. Lin Qingchen is about to show off. He couldn't help but shout in ecstatic delight. Beside him, Xiao Bai tilted its head helplessly. Meanwhile, in the Beast God Tower of the Central State, in a dimly lit space, a black-robed man sat leisurely. This Beast God Tower, said to have descended from the heavens after the fall of the legendary Beast Emperor, was guarded by the Beast Emperor's own beasts. Even the guards did not know what was truly suppressed at the bottom of the tower. "Oh," the black-robed man suddenly spoke softly. "Is this wave his reincarnation? Is this your backup plan? Unfortunately, I have also prepared." His tone was calm, as if everything was under control. "I can't wait to see your expression when you witness it." If Lin Qingchen were here, he would have been utterly shocked, for this black-robed man was the mysterious figure he had seen in his dream. Inside the Beast God Tower, an ancient eye slowly opened, its sharp gaze piercing straight to the bottom of the tower. There, a faint yet familiar aura caught its attention. The massive beast's form instantly shrank, transforming into a petite figure. Swish! The next moment, a boy appeared at the base of the Beast God Tower. He stared at the intricately patterned formation on the ground, curiosity compelling him to reach out and touch it. However, before he could, a terrifying surge of energy flung him backward. "Damn broken tower," the boy cursed. "One day, I, Chi, will tear you down. He looked down at his right hand, already scarred and bloodstained. Just approaching the formation had caused such severe injuries. The boy couldn't help but wonder what terrifying entity was suppressed at the bottom of the tower. Recalling the words spoken to him by someone before their fall years ago, the boy's eyes dimmed slightly. A moment later, a low whisper echoed within the beast god tower. I will prove I am stronger than that rotten bird. Thousands of years ago, only in the presence of that person did he refrain from referring to himself as Qi. Meanwhile, a man in a black robe slightly raised his head and softly said, was that his former beast trying to enter? He sensed a familiar aura. It seems to have nearly reached that realm. In this world, it could be considered one of the best. But even with such power, it's still far from enough. The man in the black robe's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at a screen constructed from dark spiritual energy hanging in midair. It seemed to be showing someone's first-person perspective the places the boy from the Great Xia dynasty had once visited. At the same time, in a secluded mountain forest of the Great Qian dynasty, numerous beast tamers gathered around a massive skeleton. The flesh had been completely devoured, leaving only the bare bones. Why did this ninth-tier beast meet such a cruel fate? A master with considerable theoretical accomplishments exclaimed angrily. He closely examined the skeleton before him. Judging from the scene, this incident must have happened last night. The hatred the perpetrator had for it was shocking. Indeed, I wonder which beast tamer could be so ruthless. Another expert agreed. They unanimously believed that a powerful beast tamer, in pursuit of the beast core, had slain the ninth-tier beast in a fit of rage following its desperate resistance. The killer then discarded the meat in the wilderness, allowing other beasts to feast on it. That's not right, expert. A beast tamer questioned. Why separate the bones and meat? If the body was left there, wouldn't other beasts eat it too? What do you know? The theoretical master rebuked. Are you the expert, or am I? Another beast tamer chimed in. Surely you're not suggesting the tamer ate the meat piece by piece. Hearing this reprimand, the previously questioning beast tamer fell silent, not daring to say more. Not far off, the princess of the Great Qian dynasty turned to the young man beside her and softly asked, Sir, what do you think of those experts' opinions? The young man replied coldly, a bunch of worthless fools. Bai Ji tightened his grip slightly on the woman's waist, causing her to cry out in pain. He glanced around the crowd with disdain, feeling superior. To him, no one at his level could rival him, and he had no need to curry favor with beast theorists. After all, his beast had been at the top of the world from the very beginning. Evolution? That was something only the weak needed to consider. Bai Ji looked up at the sky, frowning slightly. He felt a sense of being watched, which made him uneasy. But who would dare do such a thing? He was the chosen one, the future heir of the Holy Land. More importantly, he was curious about the person who treated Qin Tian's beast. If his beast devoured that person, would it become even stronger? When is that exchange meeting? Bai Ji asked the woman in his arms nonchalantly. In 7 days. 7 days, huh? It seemed he should make some preparations. Meanwhile, in another place. You're awake? The elder looked at Lin Qingchen, his eyes alight with excitement. He had never seen a true dragon, but the images in ancient books matched the scene before him perfectly. Neither pythons nor jiaos could exude such a powerful presence. Yes. Lin Qingchen nodded, taking a deep breath. The oppressive days were finally over. As a 6th-rank beast master, he was capable of holding his own even in the Great Xia dynasty. The day he could protect Bai Li Hongfeng was not far off. The thought made his heart flutter with joy, a feeling he found very comforting. What rank is your beast? The elder asked. By my estimation, it should be 6th rank, Lin Qingchen replied, then shifted the conversation. By the way, elder, I've met your requirements. Shouldn't you teach me the fusion skill now? His eyes were filled with anticipation. The combat method the elder had demonstrated earlier was fascinating. If he could learn it, he would stand a chance even against a 7th-rank beast master. After all, merging with his beast would not only make him more agile, but also maximize the beast's potential. The elder sighed. I'll teach you, but it may not succeed. Who would have thought that right after he stated his conditions, Lin Qingchen would gather the necessary evolution materials and find the correct evolution path? He had to keep his word, no matter how reluctant. Nearby, a boy watched the newly evolved Xiao Bai intently, his brow furrowed. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with this beast, yet it also seemed different. The impact Xiao Bai had on him even surpassed his initial encounter with that smelly bird years ago. What's the matter, worried about me? Lin Qingchen walked over, smiling as he ruffled the boy's hair. After all, his sudden fainting spell would concern anyone. The boy nodded silently. Chi-Chi, the elder is going to teach me something new now. Do you want to stay and listen, or go out? Lin Qingchen asked. Why even ask? Human things, why would a divine being care about? The boy paused, blinking as he replied softly. I'll stay and listen. The essence of merging with a beast lies in the deep connection between the beastmaster and their beast. The ancient elder sat in front of Lin Qingchen and the boy, his gaze profound as he spoke slowly. His voice was low and resonant. as if narrating an ancient legend. According to ancient texts, this method was pioneered by the Beast Emperor of ancient times. The elder paused, frowning slightly. However, whether that legend is true or not, I cannot say. Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, images of the ancient texts surfacing in his mind. That Beast Emperor was indeed extraordinary, not only quelling the dark turmoil, but also establishing the cultivation system of beastmasters. Having such a figure is truly a blessing for the world. The boy beside him, eyes gleaming with pride, couldn't help but interject, "Of course. My beast is incredible. Although that pesky bird has a bad temper, its strength is second only to the supreme beings, making it one of the top entities in the beastmaster world." Suddenly recalling something, Lin Qingchen turned to the elder and asked, "Elder, why did you burn that ancient text the other day?" His tone carried a hint of confusion and curiosity. The elder sighed deeply, his gaze becoming more intense. "This involves matters of the sacred land." Sacred land? Lin Qingchen's pupils narrowed, and he wondered, could his suspicions be correct? Is the entire world, like a novel, governed by the sacred land, with various dynasties hosting martial assemblies to select prodigies for cultivation there? The elder continued to explain. Indeed, the entire eastern continent is controlled by two major sacred lands. These sacred lands compete with each other, and our Great Xia dynasty is affiliated with the Qian sacred land. In recent years, the Great Qian dynasty has overshadowed Great Xia because of a genius named Bai Ji, who is rumored to have ties to the legendary phoenix and has been chosen by the sacred land's lord as a personal disciple. The elder's voice grew somber, and the deeds of the Beast Emperor were ordered to be erased by the Qian sacred land. They do not allow any information to be leaked. I thought that ancient text was unknown to anyone, but unexpectedly. He looked seriously at Lin Qingchen, cautioning, "You must not mention this to outsiders, understood?" Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement, but his doubts deepened. The Beast Emperor saved the world and should be celebrated, so why would the sacred land conceal this? Isn't the sacred land supposed to be a revered place everyone aspires to? The boy's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He thought to himself, I never imagined these sacred lands would dare to play such tricks behind the supreme beings' backs. Do they think they can get away with it? This is an insult to that person and cannot be forgiven. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the elder cleared his throat and shifted the topic. All right, let's not stray too far. Next, I'll explain the so-called merging technique. After the explanation, the elder solemnly reminded Lin Qingchen, I've taught you all the key points. However, I still advise you to attempt this technique only when you reach at least the 8th rank as a beastmaster. His tone carried deep concern. In the history of Great Xia, there have been prodigies who, in their arrogance, tried it at the 7th rank and couldn't withstand the immense power, leading to their demise. Before the ancient voice had fully faded, the scene before him left him wide-eyed and speechless. Lin Qingchen was enveloped in a faint blue light, with sturdy scales covering his entire body and claws that became incredibly sharp, resembling a true dragon man. This astonishing transformation rendered the old man speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, isn't this kid only at the 6th tier? Am I seeing things in my old age? Lin Qingchen glanced at the old man with a faint smile, thinking to himself, this old man who hasn't seen much of the world still calls me little brother? Look how scared you are. Moments later, he reverted from his dragon form and nonchalantly asked, Old man, what were you saying just now? Isn't this a simple trick? Is it really that surprising? The old man took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and earnestly advised, this method, don't teach it to anyone else until you reach the 9th tier. He marveled internally. How can this kid be so extraordinary? That's a real dragon. Can his small frame really handle it? Lin Qingchen readily agreed. All right, don't worry. He knew well that such a trump card shouldn't be revealed easily. After all, maintaining an air of mystery is also a kind of strength. Meanwhile, at the Daxia Beast Taming Academy, a student named Wang Qian was complaining to teacher Qin Tian. Teacher Qin, that Lin Qingchen doesn't even attend your classes. It's outrageous. I can't stand it. Even if you can. If Lin Qingchen were there, he would have struggled to suppress a grin. Isn't this the guy he had easily thrown out of the room that day? Qin Tian calmly packed up his materials, glanced at Wang Qian, and said serenely, I've tolerated it. He knew that Lin Qingchen was not only his junior, but had also helped treat the golden feather eagle, essentially saving his life. Moreover, Lin Qingchen's teacher had already given him special privileges. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit envious, as he never had such treatment in his time. Wang Qian, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled and said, If you've tolerated it, then I have no objections. He cursed inwardly. What kind of charm did Lin Qingchen use on the teacher? As Wang Qian walked dejectedly toward the boys' dormitory, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw a smiling young man. You're Wang Qian, right? The young man asked. Wang Qian replied impatiently. Yes, that's me. What do you want? The young man introduced himself. I'm Yu Haoshuan, a 5th-tier beast tamer. a senior of sorts. He had just returned to the academy and heard about Lin Qingchen's rapid progress. He thought he needed to act quickly. So what? Wang Qian said dismissively. Yu Haoshuan smiled and said, I just can't stand what Lin Qingchen is doing either. Especially that day, when you were so humble, and he still wouldn't give up the dorm spot for you. It's just too much. Wang Qian immediately perked up. Exactly, that's spot on. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Yu Haoshuan asked with a grin. So, shall we team up? Without hesitation, Wang Qian replied. Let's do it. Yu Haoshuan stood in the corridor, his gaze coldly fixed on Wang Qian, who was chatting enthusiastically. Recalling that face he loathed, a smirk appeared on his lips. Bailey Hongfeng is no longer at the Great Xia Imperial Beast Academy, and no matter how talented Lin Qingchen is, he's just a level 4 beast master now, he thought to himself. With my strength, crushing him is a piece of cake. He had already begun to imagine Lin Qingchen's dejected and regretful expression in front of him. Lin Qingchen, get out here. A group of students was shouting loudly at the door of Dormitory 101 in the East District. He's not here. Zhang Jiang, irritated by the noise outside, opened the door and replied curtly. Really? You say he's not here, so he's not here. The leader stepped closer with a threatening look. Maybe he got wind of this and slipped away early. One student cornered Zhang Jiang against the wall. Kid, are you close with Lin Qingchen? I know him, so what? Although Zhang Jiang, as the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty, felt a bit anxious, he still tried to maintain his composure in front of an ordinary student. Good, that makes it easier. Tie him up. The group closed in menacingly. Lin Qingchen secretly used a beast, and young Master Wang can't swallow his pride. Neither can we. Zhang Jiang's expression changed. He wanted to summon his beast, but the school rules held him back. Even a royal couldn't act recklessly within the academy. Damn it, this time Lin Qingchen really got me into trouble, he cursed silently. I'll settle this score with him. To the other students in the East District, this was just a minor incident. As long as no beasts were used in personal disputes, the academy usually didn't intervene. Although they had some rapport with Zhang Jiang, it wasn't enough to risk offending so many people for him. When Lin Qingchen finally returned to the dormitory, he found a piece of paper with crooked writing on the table. If you want to save him, come alone to the grove at XXX. Interesting, Lin Qingchen chuckled lightly. They found a loophole in the school rules. Kidnapping someone without using beasts quite a clever idea. He knew that avoiding the situation could tarnish his reputation, while going could mean no return. Although he didn't care much about his reputation, he preferred the fearsome title of slaughterer. Xiaobai, should we go? Lin Qingchen raised his right hand, looking at Xiaobai wrapped around his wrist. Xiaobai, now able to control its size due to its evolution, no longer had the slippery texture it once did. When still, it resembled a delicate piece of jewelry. Hearing its master's question, Xiaobai gently shook its head. He doesn't want to go, he wants to rest. Lin Qingchen chuckled after hearing Xiaobai's persuasion. Since even you think I shouldn't skip it, I'll go. His tone was light and relaxed, as dealing with a 6th-level Beastmaster was no longer a cause for concern. Of course, if he encountered a 7th-level Beastmaster, he'd definitely call for help. As for an 8th-level one, such powerful figures wouldn't be wasting their time kidnapping students. Do you want me to go with you? The boy asked with concern. No need. Lin Qingchen waved his hand. As long as you've got hands, right? Yeah. Come back soon. The boy waved goodbye, full of confidence in Lin Qingchen's abilities. At the address indicated on the note, a man with a long whip was looking down at Zhang Jiang, who was tied to a chair, bruised and battered. Kid, it seems Lin Qingchen has given up on you, so we won't be letting you off. Zhang Jiang shook his head and fell silent. To him, these people were foolish for doing such things in the heart of the Xia Empire. With the beast's keen sense of smell, catching them would be a matter of minutes. I told you, I'm the 3rd prince of the Xia Empire. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go. The man laughed loudly. Huh? You a prince? Then I must be the ruler of the Xia dynasty. With how fierce you are, does your father know? Just for saying that, you could be charged with attempted rebellion. Yu Haoshuan, standing nearby, looked displeased. Keep hitting him. It seems he still has some fight left. Just as they were about to continue the beating, a cool voice interrupted. So many against one. Is that fun? Everyone turned to see Lin Qingchen approaching calmly, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Oh, I thought you weren't coming. The man with the whip taunted, striking a stone beside him. Qingchen. Tears of gratitude welled up in Zhang Jiang's eyes, surprised that Lin Qingchen had really come to rescue him. Don't worry, once we're out, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm here, can you let him go? Lin Qingchen's gaze chilled as he looked at Zhang Jiang's injuries. Fine, let him go. Yu Haoshuan gestured. When did senior you start doing such petty things? Lin, today, there's no one to back you up, Yu Haoshuan said coldly, summoning his beast. The others stayed put, aware of Yu Haoshuan's strength as a 5th-level beastmaster. In their view, how could a freshman possibly stand a chance against him? Wang Qian, hidden in the crowd, watched with eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to see Lin Qingchen beg for mercy. Are you going to kill me? Lin Qingchen's lips curled into an amused smile. No, not that. We'll just devour your beast and break your limbs. Since you're not going to kill me, I'll spare your life too. Treat you the same way you planned for me. That's fair, right? Lin Qingchen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai, wrapped around his wrist, transformed into a green light that merged with him. This was the perfect opportunity to test the power of fusion. What is that? The students behind Yu Haoshuan were wide-eyed and speechless, staring in shock at the scene before them. They had never seen a method of combat where a beast could merge with its master, completely overturning their understanding. Yes. Lin Qingchen smirked as he moved like lightning, appearing instantly in front of Yu Haoshuan's beast. He clenched his right fist and struck without hesitation. Through the system's analysis, Lin Qingchen clearly saw the attributes of this beast. As a student of the Daxia Beast Academy, Yu Haoshuan's beast had completed its evolution. Although it belonged to the turtle species like Wang Tao's beast, it carried a trace of dragon blood, making it a dragon turtle. Its defensive strength was far beyond that of ordinary beasts. Boom! Lin Qingchen's fist landed heavily on the thick shell, causing a slight dent on its surface. Yu Haoshuan saw this and sneered. Is that it? Is this your trump card? Seems a bit weak, doesn't it? Is it? Lin Qingchen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. In fact, just the pressure from Xiaobai could make this dragon turtle bow down, but that was far from the effect he wanted. Since Donglin City, Yu Haoshuan had been targeting him, and today, he intended to return the favor. Lin Qingchen continued to punch, each blow landing precisely on the dragon turtle's shell. Bang! Bang! The crisp sounds of impact rang out continuously. The students behind Yu Haoshuan wore smug smiles, whispering about what this fool was doing with such futile efforts. Wang Qian watched, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiang, with a wounded face, seemed deep in thought. He vaguely remembered ancient texts mentioning a similar combat technique, but it required a beast master of at least the 9th rank to perform. Lin Qingchen was at most 3rd or 4th rank, so how could he master such an advanced technique? After all these days apart, not only has your strength progressed slowly, but it seems your brain has gotten even duller, Yu Haoshuan taunted. Now it's my turn. Don't worry, for the sake of being schoolmates, I'll spare your life. Oh really? Lin Qingchen's eyes gleamed with amusement. The dragon turtle's defense was indeed impressive, making it perfect for testing his true combat power after merging with Xiaobai. From the looks of it, this power far exceeded his expectations. I'm afraid, according to his estimation, with this level of agility, facing an 8th-tier Beast Tamer isn't impossible. Lin Qingchen felt the surging power within him, and as he lightly grasped the air with his right hand, an indescribable feeling of strength coursed through his body. In an instant, azure dragon wings flickered on either side of him. Although not fully solidified, they already exerted a suffocating pressure on Yu Haoshuan. A fierce wind howled, lifting dust from the ground. Yu Haoshuan's eyes were grave, his heart shocked. How could this waste exude such dominance? That aura was like the king of the beast tamers. When Lin Qingchen reappeared before the dragon turtle, Yu Haoshuan wore a contemptuous smile again. However, before he could finish speaking, the scene before him caused his pupils to contract sharply. Lin Qingchen coldly observed the dragon turtle's shell, which was already showing fine cracks. With his right fist charged, he suddenly struck down. With a loud bang, the indestructible shell shattered into pieces, and a sharp dragon claw pierced directly through the chest of the red-grayed dragon turtle. Yu Haoshuan was left speechless, his earlier mocking words stuck in his throat. The defense of his beast, which he had always prided himself on, and which even by Li Hongfeng couldn't overcome in the same tier, was so easily shattered by Lin Qingchen, who was at most 4th tier. The crowd behind him heard the crisp sound of destruction and looked in horror at the fallen dragon turtle. Wang Qian's expression shifted from smug to grim, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Yu Haoshuan's face was filled with bitterness, knew all too well that his dragon turtle had fallen. A beast core from a 5th-tier beast should fetch a good price, right, Senior Haoshuan? Lin Qingchen deactivated his fusion state, waved the glistening beast core in his hand, and approached Yu Haoshuan with a cold smile. He grabbed Yu Haoshuan's head and pressed it to the ground. Earlier, didn't you say you were going to break my limbs? Lin Qingchen's lips curled up, and what happened next made everyone present cover their mouths, their stomachs churning. The young man clapped his hands, and a green light separated, revealing Xiao Bai's majestic dragon form. Some students attempted to summon their beasts in resistance, but upon seeing Xiao Bai, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Is that a dragon? Someone asked, their voice trembling. Correct, and as a reward, you can join him. Lin Qingchen clapped his hands with a light laugh, a cold glint in his eyes. He had no intention of letting these people go. Although the laws of Daxia prohibited beast tamers from acting recklessly, what did it matter if Xiaobai did it? Qingchen, did you kill them all? Zhang Jiang stood amidst the blood-soaked scene, his pupils trembling violently. Raised in a sheltered environment, he had never even slaughtered a chicken, let alone taken a life. The nauseating stench churned his stomach. Lin Qingchen glanced at him indifferently. What else? Strangely, after watching Xiaobai kill these people, he felt little emotional disturbance. Though there was some disgust, he was able to accept it. It was as if he was destined to walk this bloody path. You've killed people. What are you going to do now? Zhang Jiang's face was pale, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Qingchen shrugged. Nothing. Having made this decision, he had no intention of regretting it. Zhang Jiang took a deep breath. Among the dead are students from the Grand Xia Beast Taming Academy, even a 5th-rank Beast Tamer. This will surely alert the military. Their beasts have sharp senses. They might conduct a citywide search. He trailed off, the implication clear. Lin Qingchen nodded, having anticipated this. What can I do? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. When the time comes, I'll see if I can plead with the emperor, since you did this for me. Zhang Jiang sighed. Are you exposing yourself already? We'll see when the time comes. Lin Qingchen replied calmly. He never intended to rely on Zhang Jiang for help. Even though he was a prince, the Grand Xia dynasty had more than one prince. If Zhang Jiang used his status to help, it would surely draw criticism. Besides, even without him, Lin Qingchen would have targeted Yu Haoshuan. They had been at odds for a long time. He had to admit, it felt satisfying to have killed him. Suddenly, Zhang Jiang sensed a powerful presence. Looking up, he saw a menacing beast circling in the sky, more oppressive than Xiaobai. Is that a beast sent by your royal family to search for us? Lin Qingchen asked with a frown, detecting a familiar aura from the creature. I don't think so. Zhang Jiang hesitated. Even though he had lived in the palace all his life, he had never seen such a fearsome beast. Its commanding presence was unsettling. Lin Qingchen shook his head. Since it wasn't related to them, he decided not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, on the back of the ferocious beast flying over the Grand Xia dynasty, stood several figures. Among them, a young girl, though her face was unclear, was striking enough to drive people mad. Miss, it's not my fault, an elderly man said with a bitter smile. When you ran away from home years ago, even the clan leader couldn't find you. Now that we've finally discovered your whereabouts, it's natural to be a bit anxious. When Lin Qingxue was 10, she was kidnapped, and even with the power of their entire clan, they couldn't trace her. It was unexpected to find her here. The old man continued. Though Dongzhou has sacred lands, they are still not enough. The dynasties beneath it are even weaker. Lin Qingxue glanced at Lin Qingchen, her tone calm, yet tinged with a subtle melancholy. Why would Miss know? So, I will go back with you, but don't ask about my matters. She had anticipated this day would come, but not so soon. She had planned to spend several years with her brother Qingchen at the Grand Xia Royal Beast Academy, but now she had to say goodbye earlier than expected, which was truly regrettable. The old man was startled by her words, then smiled and said, Don't worry, Mississippi. Once you return and accept the legacy, you will have enough power. By then, no one in the clan will be able to stop you. His words carried a hint of relief. It seems our Miss has grown up. However, it's uncertain whether the man Miss cares so much about will be deemed worthy by the clan leader. In a sudden change of scene, Lin Qingchen pushed open the dormitory door to find a boy sitting on his bed, swinging his legs. The boy looked up and asked, You're back? Lin Qingchen nodded, and then asked if anything had happened while he was away. The boy spoke bluntly, Something did happen. The sister who was with you that day, she's gone. These words hit Lin Qingchen like a heavy blow to the heart. He felt a sudden emptiness, as if he had lost something precious. Memories of the time spent with the girl flashed through his mind, her radiant smile, their walks to and from school together, and all the wonderful times they had shared. Though such separations are common in novels, experiencing it himself was hard for Lin Qingchen to accept. The boy added, It seems her family took her back, and the academy didn't stop them. She was here earlier, but didn't find you, and seemed a bit disappointed. Seeing Lin Qingchen's dejected look, the boy suddenly jumped up, exclaiming angrily, Why the long face? If you want, I'll help you get her back. He expected to be scolded, but was surprised to feel a gentle hand patting his head. Lin Qingchen forced a faint smile, his voice low but resolute. Thanks. Next time we meet, no one will take her away from me, not even the legendary Beast Emperor. The boy was taken aback, then displayed a peculiar expression. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded, a signal that something significant was happening at the academy. Lin Qingchen looked out the window at the gathering crowd and murmured, So soon? He couldn't help but think, if Qingxue were still here, she might stop him from going, or perhaps face it with him. But now he was alone. However, as Lin Qingchen prepared to leave, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. A calm voice said, I'll go with you. These simple words brought Lin Qingchen a sense of reassurance. Though they had known each other for only a few days, it felt as though they were longtime friends with an unspoken understanding. A significant event that shook the entire Daxiao Royal Beast Academy occurred. On a high platform, a stern-faced middle-aged man began to speak, his voice echoing across the silent square. This was Han Mo, the principal of the academy, and one of the only 2 9th-tier beast tamers in the entire institution. Lin Qingchen stood among the crowd, squinting slightly, contemplating to himself. Is this the foundation of the Daxia Royal Beast Academy? Including the ancient ones, there might be two ninth-tier beast tamers. Not to mention the countless 8th and 7th tiers, who are rare figures in Donglin City, but commonplace here. Many students gathered together, exchanging uneasy glances as a sense of anxiety filled the air. They seemed to have guessed something from the principal's words, their faces gradually turning pale. Today, quite a few students were absent, which was an unprecedented occurrence. The alarm would wake anyone even from a dream. So how could anyone not come? Could it be? That terrifying suspicion loomed in everyone's mind, sending shivers down their spines. Could it be that the newly admitted students at Daxia Royal Beast Academy? This is too tragic. The principal's gaze suddenly shifted to where Zhang Jiang was standing, with a hint of severity in his voice. Some of our academy's students lost their lives in a place within the imperial capital. Witnesses saw them with Zhang Jiang. Is this true? Zhang Jiang opened his mouth to explain, but the principal interrupted him. You just need to say whether this is related to you or not. The principal's tone suddenly softened, surprising the surrounding students. They realized that this usually low-profile Zhang Jiang might have an unusual background. It has nothing to do with me. I also don't know about those things. Zhang Jiang hesitated for a moment, then finally said. The principal nodded. All right, I understand. He turned to the crowd. Now, everyone, summon your beasts and cooperate. Hanemo stepped back and slightly bowed to a man beside him known as Steward Xia. Steward Xia, sorry to trouble you. Having the surname Xia was significant in the Daxia dynasty. Steward Xia smiled. No trouble at all. Maintaining the stability of the Daxia dynasty is everyone's responsibility. His gaze lingered on Zhang Jiang for a moment, as if pondering something. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. No need, I was the one who killed them. Just as they were about to have the beast identify the scent, a figure slowly stepped forward and spoke calmly. The scene immediately fell into silence. Qin Tian's eyes flashed with anger as he sternly reprimanded. Nonsense. You're merely a third-tier beastmaster. How could you possess such skills? This isn't Donglin City. Your tricks won't work here. Steward Xia narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Qingchen with suspicion in his voice. How can I be sure you're telling the truth? Lin Qingchen met Steward Xia's gaze without panic. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar resonated throughout the area. Everyone was stunned, their eyes collectively turning to Lin Qingchen's side. A beast exuding a powerful aura appeared, its features remarkably similar to the dragons described in ancient texts. The terrifying presence filled the space, leaving everyone struggling to breathe. Is that a dragon? A mentor asked, swallowing hard with a trembling voice. Throughout history, dragons have symbolized supreme status among beasts, and even a flood dragon is worth the Great Xia Beast Academy's full efforts to nurture. The students' faces were etched with shock and fear, clearly feeling the pressure etched into their souls. Some were even forced to their knees, gasping for air. Steward Xia's expression turned grave, his gaze locked onto Lin Qingchen. He understood that no matter the crime this person committed, even killing a prince, it might not cause too much trouble. Such talent would compel the entire dynasty to invest its full efforts, much like Bailey Hongfeng before, who had the Xia Emperor himself supporting him. Lin Qingchen crossed his arms calmly and said, If you want to kill or punish me, go ahead and try. He showed no intention of surrendering, maintaining his composure even in the face of numerous powerful figures. A boy nearby mimicked Lin Qingchen's posture, arms crossed and gaze firm. Their demeanor silently challenged. Who dares to make a move? Steward Xia's expression turned peculiar, and after a moment, he smiled wryly. How could I kill or punish you? How would I explain to the Xia Emperor that I killed a genius who bonded with a dragon-type beast? This is a big deal. Come with me to meet the Xia Emperor. Hearing a big deal, Lin Qingchen was slightly taken aback. According to the law, shouldn't he be executed on the spot? Could there be a chance? At this point, the boy suddenly spoke up. As long as I can go with him. Steward Xia looked helplessly at the boy, who exuded an air of youthful defiance, and sighed. All right, one more person doesn't make a difference. Watching the trio leave, Han Mo stood frozen. So that's it. He pondered silently. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, the Great Xia dynasty has entered an unprecedented golden age. The emperor has established numerous academies, providing all commoners with the opportunity to become beast tamers, a move unparalleled in the history of Great Xia. Before the palace gates, Steward Xia respectfully reported to the man on the throne, Your Majesty, the person has been brought. With that, he bowed slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. You may leave, the man on the throne said, waving his hand as his gaze fell upon the young man standing at the front of the hall. Lin Qingchen stood still, looking up at the imposing figure. Although he knew he should pay his respects, he felt an inexplicable reluctance. Sensing the boy's unease, Emperor Xia spoke kindly. No need to be formal. Treat this place as your home. Lin Qingchen was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes. By all accounts, this should be his first meeting with Emperor Xia. So why did the emperor seem so familiar? Emperor Xia's face took on a nostalgic expression as he continued. You can call me Uncle Xia. I owe my current strength to the guidance of old Xiao back then. He thought to himself that Lin Qingchen, who was esteemed by old Xiao, must possess extraordinary talent and would surely surpass him in the future. Building a good relationship now was a wise move. Old Xiao. Lin Qingchen was startled, the image of the only old Xiao he knew coming to mind. It dawned on him that Grandpa Xiao had long been acquainted with Emperor Xia. This explained why, in Donglin City, even after a conflict with Sidu Feng, the Sidu family never retaliated. Even the mayor of Donglin inexplicably sided with him. The boy beside him pouted and muttered under his breath, Old Xiao, that guy, really is something. Emperor Xia's smile faded as he asked seriously, I heard you killed some beast tamers. Is this true? Lin Qingchen was about to respond, reporting to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia coughed lightly, interrupting him. Ahem, forgot what I said earlier? Uncle Xia. Lin Qingchen quickly corrected himself. It was indeed my doing, but those people deserved it. Even in such a situation, he insisted that he had done nothing wrong. The laws of Great Xia must not be violated. Emperor Xia suddenly said sternly. Lin Qingchen was taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. The boy beside him also lowered his arms, quietly watching Emperor Xia. Seeing their tense expressions, Emperor Xia smiled and explained, the remaining power of this spiritual entity is enough to deal with a 10th level beast tamer. After today, Lin Qingchen is dead. You are no longer Lin Qingchen, understand? Lin Qingchen realized what Uncle Xiao meant. Zhang Sen might be dead, but there was now a Li Si. The only difference was the name. Understood. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement, casting a grateful glance at Emperor Xia. Since learning of the existence of a sacred land above the dynasty, he had come to understand certain things. The Xia Emperor's words carried a hint of helplessness as he revealed a harsh reality. Even the ruler of the Daxia dynasty was not entirely free, but rather under the tight control of the Holy Land. Lin Qingchen detected the weariness in his tone and realized that the world was more complex than he had imagined. Now that this matter is settled, are you interested in hearing about something else? The Xia Emperor looked at Lin Qingchen with a meaningful smile. Lin Qingchen immediately expressed his interest. The Xia Emperor then mentioned the Beast Master Exchange Conference between Daxia and Daqian. This term made Lin Qingchen pause, recalling the bits and pieces Qin Tian had once mentioned. The Xia Emperor's gaze became profound as he slowly revealed the crux of the matter. In the past, the Beast Master Exchange Conference might not have mattered much. But now, Daqian has a remarkable individual named Bai Ji, who has even caught the attention of a holy master. These words sent a chill through Lin Qingchen's heart. He sensed a certain expectation in the Xia Emperor's eyes across all of Daxia. Perhaps only he could rival Bai Ji. The Xia Emperor continued to explain that this time, the Beast Master Exchange Conference was of utmost importance to Daxia. Lin Qingchen keenly sensed that even a ruler might seem like just an ordinary beast master in the eyes of the Holy Land. He recalled some of the secrets about the Holy Land that Gu Lao had once revealed, casting a shadow over his thoughts. The darkness of this world seemed to far exceed his expectations. Uncle Xia, are you asking me to confront Bai Ji? Lin Qingchen asked tentatively. The Xia Emperor shook his head, explaining that the Beast Master Exchange Conference comprised 3 contests, and winning just one would suffice. He felt that given Lin Qingchen's current strength, directly confronting Bai Ji might be too challenging, and a better strategy would be to focus on winning one of the contests. With that, the Xia Emperor handed Lin Qingchen something. It felt cool and delicate to the touch, even thinner than the face masks Lin Qingchen had used in his previous life. Is this a human skin mask? Lin Qingchen asked in surprise. The Xia Emperor nodded, proudly asserting that even he could not see through this masterpiece. The boy nearby, however, seemed unimpressed, giving a dismissive snort. When is the Beast Master Exchange Conference being held? Lin Qingchen asked. In 5 days. I will accompany you, the Xia Emperor answered. Lin Qingchen pondered for a moment before asking, may I visit the library and the palace? Having just advanced to a 6th rank Beast Master, he needed time to adapt and learn new skills. The Xia Emperor gladly agreed, knowing it was a matter of Daxia's honor. Lin Qingchen put on the mask, feeling a cool sensation. He turned to the boy beside him and asked with a smile, Chi-Chi, can you still recognize me? The boy's expression was slightly stiff, but he stubbornly replied, even if you turned to ashes, I'd recognize you, let alone with a mask. Nevertheless, he symbolically shook his head. All right, Lin Qingchen nodded, speaking softly. From today on, you shall be called Mu Qing. Is it true? Has Lin Qingchen been executed by the Summer Emperor? In front of the Grand Summer Beast Academy, a group of students gathered around the notice board, staring in shock at the latest announcement. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and whispers spread among them. He was a prodigy, a talent like no other, one student exclaimed in a hushed tone. He even bonded with a dragon. The Summer Emperor just executed him like that? Another student shook his head, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. As the news spread, the image of the Summer Emperor suddenly rose in the minds of many students. They all thought simultaneously, it seems the law is truly untouchable. Zhang Jiao stood on the edge of the crowd. Upon hearing the news, his pupils contracted sharply. His heart raced, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. How is this possible? He murmured to himself. Father, did he really do this? Zhang Jiao had originally thought that after Lin Qingchen was taken away by the steward, nothing unexpected would happen. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. He clenched his fists, determined to return and ask his father why he had done this. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, a girl dressed in black sat alone in her room. The object she held in her hands suddenly fell to the floor with a crisp sound. Her eyes were vacant, her gaze hollow, as if she had fallen into a trance. Girl, now that he's gone, you might as well focus on your cultivation and avenge him. A mysterious voice echoed in her mind, its tone laced with temptation. Shut up, the girl replied coldly, her voice icy, contrasting sharply with her usual gentle demeanor. I mean well, the voice continued. I said, shut up, she reiterated, her tone firm, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. After a while, her mind returned to silence. She whispered to herself, I will avenge you. This girl was named Qi Yan. Since the day Lin Qingchen was taken away, she had been worried something might happen to him. However, she never expected such a cruel outcome. Her heart was filled with regret and pain, for she hadn't had the chance to. Girl, this world is vast, and the Grand Summer Dynasty is but a small part of it. The mysterious voice spoke again in Qi Yan's mind. Is there a place where I can become stronger? Qi Yan asked calmly, her eyes flickering with a dark flame. Of course, the voice seemed excited. Take me there, she said with a calm but unmistakably determined tone. All right, the voice responded, then added as if talking to itself. Who would have thought that human would inadvertently aid him? Such a pity. Moments later, the door closed gently. The single dorm room returned to its usual silence, as pristine as if no one had ever lived there. Qi Yan's departure was like a silent farewell, leaving behind only an empty room. Perhaps it would be a long time before any mentor or student noticed something amiss. Meanwhile, in a majestic hall within the palace, your son greets father. Zhang Jiao, or rather, the third prince of the Grand Summer, Xia Jiang, respectfully greeted the imposing figure. What is it? The Summer Emperor asked calmly, already anticipating the purpose of his son's visit. Xia Jiang looked up to meet his father's gaze, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Father, I dare to ask, did you truly execute Lin Qingchen? Yes, the Summer Emperor nodded, acknowledging with a tinge of regret in his voice. It is indeed a pity for such talent. Hearing this, Xia Jiang's heart trembled. The young man had quickly become his friend, bringing him things no one else could. Father, Xia Jiang's voice was low, his eyes filled with sorrow. There was no need to go this far. If it were up to me, I would have arranged a new identity for him, allowing Lin Qingchen to live. I thought you would do the same, but I didn't expect. Hearing these words, a barely noticeable flicker crossed the calm eyes of Emperor Xia. He thought to himself, this young man is quite something. Then, Emperor Xia spoke leisurely, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The laws of Great Xia are inviolable. If you wish to challenge them, at least wait until you have the qualification to change them. All right. Xia Jiang raised his head slightly, his eyes shining with an unprecedented light. At this moment, his gaze was different from the past, revealing a spark of ambition for the first time. Emperor Xia keenly noticed the change in his son's eyes and nodded subtly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Moments later, Lin Qingchen walked out slowly, with Xiao Bai still hidden in his sleeve. He had listened to the previous conversation without missing a word. He looked at Emperor Xia, frowning slightly, and asked, Uncle Xia, is it really okay to treat him like this? In Lin Qingchen's view, Zhang Jiang, now known as Xia Jiang, although a royal family member, seemed overly sheltered and had never experienced the intrigues of the world. In 4 words, he had a pure heart. Emperor Xia nonchalantly replied, What's wrong with it? Then he added, This kid is clueless and needs proper training. Shifting his tone with a hint of pride, he continued, However, the fact that this kid can guess his father's thoughts shows he's truly my son. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, like father, like son. Emperor Xia turned to Lin Qingchen, his tone becoming solemn. In a few days, I'll accompany you to Tianing province. During this time, the Great Xia's library pavilion is at your disposal. Emperor Xia was calculating that this time, Lin Qingchen represented not only personal honor, but also the future of Great Xia. As the ruler, he naturally had to support him fully. He even speculated that if the people from the sacred land recognized Lin Qingchen's talent, there might be a chance to replace Bai Ji. Lin Qingchen shivered involuntarily after hearing this, thinking to himself, why does it feel like there's a chill down my spine? Meanwhile, in the sky between the 2 great dynasties, a giant bird was slowly flying across. Though this beast wasn't of high rank, It was the best choice as a means of transportation, albeit weaker than the one Lin Qingchen had seen before. A young man gazed down at the land of the great Xia dynasty, his eyes glinting with an indescribable expression. Suddenly, a man stepped out from the room on the giant bird's back, his face showing arrogance. This arrogance wasn't an act, but stemmed from his position above the rulers of the two great dynasties. In these two dynasties, only Bai Ji caught his eye. "Junior brother, why did you think of holding an exchange meeting with this small corner of a dynasty?" the man asked. Bai Ji chuckled softly, still gazing into the distance. "Perhaps it's destiny, ordained by fate." He mused, "I didn't expect to sense a presence akin to my own beast's aura in such a small place." It was this curiosity that drove him here. The man seemed accustomed to Bai Ji's behavior and was indifferent. To him, this exchange meeting was just another stage for his junior brother to showcase himself. If Bai Ji wished, such stages were everywhere. The man's thoughts drifted to Bai Ji's awe-inspiring beast. Even though his strength surpassed Bai Ji's, he could still feel that faint pressure. Thinking of this, a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Tianning Province, second only to the bustling capital of the Xia Empire, has been chosen as the venue for the joint beast-taming exchange conference between the Xia and Qin dynasties. Even the students from the Xia Beast-Taming Academy and the Imperial Capital Beast-Taming Academy are eager to attend, but a strict order prohibits the Imperial Capital's beast-tamers from participating. Although this ban is puzzling, the recent tragic loss of a prodigy like Lin Qingchen serves as a stark reminder, and no one dares to defy Xia's laws. Today, Tianning City, home to one of Xia's top 3 beast-taming academies, is particularly lively. In a grand venue within the city, numerous students from Tianning Beast-Taming Academy eagerly await the spectacle of a showdown between the young elites of the two dynasties. They quietly speculate about which extraordinary talent will represent Xia in this event. Above the venue, a massive bird descends slowly, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. A petite junior student clings to her senior companion, pointing at the enormous creature in amazement. "Senior, is that?" The young senior glances at the giant bird, his tone tinged with disdain. "This beast, besides being a mount, serves no other purpose." His words hang in the air, filled with a sour note. Although there is some truth in his statement, it's only relevant when comparing beasts of the same rank. In reality, this giant bird's strength is enough to overpower ordinary 4th and even 5th-rank beasts. Despite the young man's quiet voice, the words reach the ears of the beast tamer. The middle-aged beast tamer smirks with a hint of scorn in his eyes. He gives a knowing look to Bai Ji, who nods in understanding. Bai Ji, who typically holds such insignificant beings in contempt, wouldn't stop his subordinates from teaching a lesson if they wished. Suddenly, an accompanying person approaches the young senior. The young man's face changes dramatically, and he exclaims in shock and anger, "What do you want?" This is Tianning Province, part of the Xia dynasty. He realizes that even if the giant bird is not adept in combat, its level is far beyond his own beast. Without the presence of his junior, he would never have acted so rashly. The middle-aged beast tamer sneers, flexing his neck, and says harshly, "Not much. Xia's laws may prohibit private beast battles, but they don't say anything about beast tamers not being able to fight. Clearly, they have studied Xia's laws well and are fully prepared, even on foreign ground." Before he finishes speaking, the middle-aged man delivers a punch straight to the young man's face. The young man stumbles back several steps, his face immediately bloodied and looking pathetic. The middle-aged man chuckles contemptuously, his eyes filled with disdain. "I didn't expect the beast tamers of the Xia dynasty to be so pathetic." He couldn't even take a single punch, yet he still thought about belittling his beast-taming skills. The atmosphere was tense. A junior hurriedly helped the young man who had been knocked down, her face full of worry. The middle-aged man scanned the room coldly, his gaze finally settling on the girl, a sinister smile on his lips. "Do you believe I won't hit you too?" The surrounding beast tamers watched, but none dared to intervene. They all knew that this group was likely backed by powerful forces from the dynasty, and intervening could have unpredictable consequences. Someone sighed silently. "No wonder the great Xia dynasty has been declining in recent years. The younger generation is so weak." The middle-aged man swung a fist directly at the girl's face, and she instinctively closed her eyes, yet the anticipated pain never came. Bang! Even without beasts, the great Xia dynasty is not a place for your arrogance. A clear voice rang out. A young man with a youthful face appeared in front of the girl, effortlessly stopping the powerful punch with one hand. This young man was none other than Zhang Jiang, also known as Xia Jiang, who had once been neighbors with Lin Qingchen. The two students from Tianning Beast-Taming Academy behind him looked at him with gratitude. If Xia Jiang hadn't intervened in time, they would likely have been on the ground. "Interesting." The middle-aged man squinted. "I didn't expect someone to actually step in. Although your strength is mediocre, your courage is commendable. However, sometimes excessive courage comes at a price." Xia Jiang looked around at the indifferent beast tamers, feeling a wave of sadness. Citizens of Great Xia were being humiliated in public, yet no one stood up. The opponent hadn't even used beasts, and still, these people hesitated to act. A few beast tamers showed a hint of reluctance, but ultimately retracted the steps they were about to take. See, no one will help you, the middle-aged beast tamer said with a smug smile. Xia Jiang remained unfazed. No matter what, today he would defend the honor of Great Xia. It was not just because of his identity, but because he wanted to use his strength to change the entire Great Xia dynasty. The girl watched Xia Jiang fight with the middle-aged man, her eyes shining. Although they were of similar age, his strength was exceptional. Stop playing around, Bai Ji said coldly from the side. We've wasted enough time. I know, the middle-aged beast tamer replied, turning to Xia Jiang with a cruel smile. Sorry kid, but you're going to be down for a while. Xia Jiang felt a chill as he sensed the fierce wind coming his way. It turned out the opponent had been toying with him all along. He was still too weak. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xia Jiang, kicking the middle-aged man away. As a 6th-level beast tamer, isn't it a bit much to bully a few students? That familiar, gentle voice made Xia Jiang think of that long-gone young man. Within the group of the Daqian dynasty, Bai Ji's gaze was fixed on the young boy who had just spoken. This boy, with his ordinary appearance, gave Bai Ji an inexplicable sense of familiarity, especially with that unique aura that stirred something unsettling in Bai Ji's heart. This feeling was not one of friendliness. Rather, it felt like a natural rivalry that was deeply disconcerting. For some unknown reason, Bai Ji's instincts were screaming that this boy needed to be eliminated. Recalling the unusual events of recent days, Bai Ji squinted his eyes. Could it be that this boy was the one who healed Qin Tian's beast's injuries? The surrounding beast masters, witnessing this scene, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As people of the Xia dynasty, they didn't wish for the person who had lent a helping hand to meet with misfortune. Where did you come from? The middle-aged man asked the boy with a mocking tone. Take a guess, Lin Qingchen replied with a calm smile, not taking the other seriously at all. It was he who had just stood up for Xia Jiang. Watching Zhang Jiang's impressive display, so different from his time at the Xia Beastmaster Academy, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but secretly admire him. This kid truly has some skills. What was even more surprising was that every beast from the Daqian dynasty's entourage had reached the 6th level, not particularly suited for combat, but undeniably of red quality. And these were just their mounts. In the entire Xia dynasty, there were very few who could boast such a configuration. If even the attendants had such strength, how formidable must the competitors be? It seemed that this Beastmaster exchange would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The Beastmaster was furious and about to react. Stand down, Bai Ji calmly ordered his subordinate. It was not suitable to make a move here, as they still needed to show respect for that person. However, when the Beastmaster exchange began, even if this boy were killed, the Xia Emperor would have little to say. What's your name? Bai Ji asked. Those around him were surprised and began to scrutinize Lin Qingchen, not expecting someone from the Xia dynasty to garner such attention from Bai Ji. Even Luo Wuya from the Qian Kuan Holy Land observed the young boy carefully, only to describe him as utterly ordinary. Did the Xia dynasty think someone like this could change the Holy Master's attitude towards Bai Ji? That was naive. It should be known that Bai Ji wasn't just any prodigy. His beast had some kind of connection to that legendary figure. Mu Qing, beast master of the Xia dynasty, Lin Qingchen replied calmly. He mused silently. This person has an extraordinary presence, likely the Bai Ji that the Xia Emperor mentioned, different from any opponent I've encountered before. However, it doesn't matter if this false identity is remembered. Bai Ji gave him a long look. Mu Qing, is it? I've taken note. That strike earlier demonstrated your considerable strength. But boys as ordinary as you often end up being the most disappointing. I'll be waiting for you at the Beastmaster exchange. I hope you can maintain this composure, Bai Ji said indifferently. At this level of beast mastery, the Xia dynasty would surely send him to compete. Don't worry, I will, Lin Qingchen replied with a smile. In a high-end reception room in Tianing province, the atmosphere was tense and delicate. Though the space was modest in size, it exuded luxury, a place where even the province's elite rarely conducted their meetings. Today, however, it welcomed 3 special guests. The ruler of the great Qian dynasty was dressed in finery, his eyes gleaming with pride. He glanced at the elder beside him and asked with a smile, Elder Qian, are you satisfied with Bai Ji's performance in the sacred land? The ruler's personal accompaniment of Bai Ji underscored the importance he placed on this prodigy. The elder nodded slightly, his eyes filled with amusement. Not only am I satisfied, but even the mighty sage master of Qiankuan is very pleased with Bai Ji, he said slowly. If nothing unexpected occurs, Bai Ji is not only the hope of the Qiankuan sacred land, but also the future of all Eastern Zhou beast tamers. His beast taming has some connection to the legendary figure, and even the slightest possibility is worth the gamble for Qiankuan's sacred land. The third person in the room was Emperor Xia, whose expression was grim, clearly displeased with the situation. For years, the sacred land had remained aloof, never interfering in the conflicts between dynasties. But now, everything seemed to have changed. If the sacred land were to intervene in dynastic affairs, what would become of the laws of Great Xia? If the disciples of the sacred land caused trouble in Great Xia, how could he dare to act? The ruler of Great Qian glanced at Emperor Xia with a mocking tone. Let's hope this time we can witness the brilliance of Great Xia's prodigies. Once upon a time, the spirited Emperor Xia was someone he looked up to, unable to meet his gaze even during the grand martial gatherings of the dynasties. But now, with Baiji's rise, he could look down on Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia replied coldly, "Let's hope so." His tone was filled with disdain and vigilance. Sensing the tension, Elder Qian intervened to ease the atmosphere. Haha, although Great Xia doesn't have a Baiji, it does boast many outstanding prodigies. For instance, that young man who just made a move, despite his young age, possesses extraordinary strength. If he is willing to join Qianquan's sacred land and assist Baiji, it would be excellent. Hearing this, Emperor Xia's expression changed slightly. In recent years, Qianquan's sacred land had been making frequent moves, as if plotting something in secret. They had even begun to intervene in dynastic affairs like today. With the power of the sacred land, they could easily crush Great Xia, so why such a roundabout approach? The ruler of Great Qian cleared his throat, interrupting Emperor Xia's thoughts. Ahem, Elder Qian, that young man may be good, but he is still far from matching Baiji. He certainly did not wish for Great Xia to produce another Baiji, as that would be highly disadvantageous for the Great Qian dynasty. Elder Qian was unperturbed, smiling as he said, "Naturally. But let's watch and see how the prodigies of the two dynasties perform." Even within Qianquan's sacred land, he seldom saw Baiji in action, and now there was such an opportunity. Each of the three had their own thoughts, waiting for the upcoming showdown. The atmosphere in the reception room grew increasingly tense, like the calm before a storm, ready to break at any moment. "Who are you?" After Baiji and his group left, Xia Jiang turned to the young man before him, a hint of familiarity in his gaze. Something about the boy's silhouette and voice tugged at his memory, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Didn't I say earlier? My name is Mu Qing," Lin Qingchen replied, his voice slightly altered, sounding somewhat unnatural. He regretted not having asked the Xia Emperor for a voice changer earlier. It would have ensured that even Bai Li Hongfeng wouldn't recognize him. Xia Jiang pondered aloud. "Mu Qing? Will you be participating in the beast-taming exchange between the two dynasties?" Lin Qingchen smiled and said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw it was a student from the Tianning Beast-Taming Academy. Lin Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Xia Jiang hadn't recognized him. The male student, eyes filled with resentment, questioned, "Why didn't you help earlier? If you had stepped in sooner, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed in front of the junior." Lin Qingchen smirked. "Whether I intervene or not is none of your business." Recalling the scorn and mockery he faced when he was weaker, he added dismissively, "Don't blame others for your own incompetence. Instead of wasting your breath here, focus on improving yourself." These words made the male student's face flush with shame, quickly turning to anger. The girl beside him glanced at him in surprise, seemingly disappointed by her senior's reaction. "Senior, I think we're not suited for each other," the girl said apologetically, bowing slightly. The boy's expression froze instantly, a flash of jealousy in his eyes. He glared at Lin Qingchen, convinced that this stranger had ruined his chances. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at Lin Qingchen's head. Under Xia Zhang's shocked gaze, Lin Qingchen easily tilted his head to dodge, deftly catching the whistling stone. Without a word, he flung it back with greater speed and a slight change in trajectory. A piercing scream shattered the silence as the boy clutched his groin and writhed in agony on the ground. Lin Qingchen walked away without looking back, feeling an unprecedented wave of disgust. For the first time, he thought that even letting his pet, Xiaobai, bite such a person would be an insult to the animal. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Lin Qingchen recalled that the person was not only mediocre in ability, but also far less attractive than himself. Yet he still had the audacity to act sarcastically and schemingly in front of him. This behavior left Lin Qingchen feeling utterly perplexed and repulsed. Xia Jiang watched the boy writhing on the ground with a cold gaze, feeling no sympathy, and instead, wanting to savor the pathetic sight a little longer. The girl had already left, neither reminiscing about past feelings nor offering help. Xia Jiang sighed deeply, resolving in his heart to change this world. Back at his temporary residence, Lin Qingchen saw a familiar figure, Xia Huang. He respectfully greeted him. "Uncle Xia." Xia Huang asked directly, "What do you think of Baiji?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingchen simply replied, "Unfathomable." He explained that the 6th-level Beast Master was probably the weakest member of the group. The respect shown towards Baiji was not just due to a difference in status, but more so because of a disparity in strength. Xia Huang reassured him, "Some things you just do your best, and don't worry too much about." He knew well that even the 7th-level beast master Qin Tian had been surpassed by that person, let alone Lin Qingchen. As for Qian Kuan Holy Land and other sacred lands in the eastern province, they would not act rashly for now. Lin Qingchen suddenly thought of Chi-Chi and looked around but did not see her. Xia Huang explained that Chi-Chi had gone out to play and reassured Lin Qingchen that he had sent someone to protect her. Xia Huang reminded Lin Qingchen about the upcoming Beast Master exchange meeting, indicating that he would face significant pressure. Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement, hoping that Bailey Hawfeng could return in time. Although Bai Ji seemed unfathomable, Lin Qingchen had an inexplicable trust in Bailey Hongfeng. The prospect of fighting alongside Bailey Hongfeng filled Lin Qingchen with anticipation. Meanwhile, a seemingly sleazy middle-aged man was stealthily following a young boy. In a secluded corner, he revealed a hideous grin and threatened, "Hey kid, want to come with me? It's deserted here, and even if there were people, they might not help. Such a delicate kid, you should fetch a good price." Faced with the impending threat, a hint of disdain flashed in the boy's eyes, and he muttered impatiently, "Why hasn't he acted yet?" Just as the words left his mouth, there was a loud crash. The middle-aged man was suddenly tackled to the ground by another man who appeared out of nowhere. The newcomer said to the boy, "Don't be afraid, Uncle is here to save you." The boy nodded obediently, as if he had anticipated all of this. Subsequently, the man who committed the heinous act against the zombies was escorted to the detention center, drawing the attention of passers-by. Although the laws of Xia are not particularly strict on beastmasters, such atrocious behavior still sparked public outrage. When the identity of the escort was recognized, the beastmasters present were visibly shaken. The fact that this scandal was witnessed by a close associate of such a prominent figure would undoubtedly tarnish Tianning province's reputation in their eyes. Having barely secured a position second only to the imperial capital, such an incident, if reported to higher authorities, might provoke their wrath. The beastmasters glared at the man with a mix of anger and pity. It seemed he was destined to spend a long time behind bars. 2 mornings later, Tianning province was abuzz with excitement. Countless people got up early just to catch a glimpse of the talents from the 2 great dynasties. Although there were only 3 matches, their excitement promised to surpass any battles they had witnessed before. During this time, Lin Qingchen had been diligently practicing the spiritual techniques learned from the library of the Xia Royal Palace, many of which were designed to assist in Beastmaster combat. Uncle Xia. As his training concluded, Lin Qingchen opened his eyes and smiled at the person standing by the door. "Let's go," Emperor Xia said gently. "Remember, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your future is not limited to the Xia dynasty." Lin Qingchen nodded in agreement. His confrontation with Bai Ji seemed inevitable. "Let's go," Bai Ji said indifferently to the entourage of the Daqian dynasty. A hint of morbid excitement flashed in his eyes. Today, he was determined to take Mu Qing's life. It seemed like a destined fate. Those around him looked at him with peculiar expressions. Since meeting the beastmasters of the Xia dynasty, Bai Ji had become a different person. Once arrogant and conceited, now he seemed consumed by a single obsession. "Junior brother, what grudge do you have with that kid?" Luo Wuya asked worriedly. He sensed something unusual in Bai Ji's demeanor when facing the beastmaster from the Xia dynasty. "No grudge," Bai Ji replied calmly, "but I want him dead." The words were spoken lightly, yet they sent a chill through the air. Luo Wuya was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Then let him die. The Xia dynasty can't protect him. Even if Emperor Xia is a 10th-level beastmaster, so what? In our sanctuary, such powerful individuals are commonplace. In the face of the sanctuary, a dynasty is merely an entity that can be easily erased." As for the reason, Luo Wuya didn't delve deeper. Simply because Bai Ji desired it, Qian Kuan Sanctuary would make it happen. "Your Majesty, Emperor Xia." Upon arriving at the spacious arena, someone greeted Emperor Xia. He waved it off and focused his gaze on a few young individuals who appeared slightly older than Lin Qingchen. "I hope you can bring glory to Xia today," Emperor Xia encouraged. "Yes," they responded in unison. "You all chat. I'll take a look around." Leaving these words, Emperor Xia departed. "Mu Qing, do you feel confident?" A moment later, a young man named Yun Xian nudged Lin Qingchen with his elbow and asked with a smile. He was a senior at the Imperial Beastmaster Academy, already a 6th-level Beastmaster. Before arriving in Tianning province, they were already aware of the participants' list and naturally knew each other. A hint of concern flashed in Lin Qingchen's eyes, as he was well aware of Bai Ji's formidable reputation in the Daqian dynasty. Moreover, in recent years, many outstanding talents had emerged from the Daqian sections. Though not as prominent as Bai Ji, they were formidable enough to challenge Xia, even posing a considerable threat. Lin Qingchen looked around and noticed no familiar faces, prompting him to ask, "Brother Yun, is no one from Xia or the Imperial Capital Beast Academy coming this time?" Yun Xian shook his head and explained, "Apart from the talents participating in the exchange conference, no one else is allowed to come to Tianning province. It's estimated that only someone from the Imperial Capital and one person from Xia Beast Academy are here." Hearing this, Lin Qingchen nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. It seemed that Uncle Xia had indeed put in effort to protect him. After all, the students from Xia Beast Academy had seen Xiao Bai, and if they recognized him here, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Unknowingly, he felt indebted once again. Yun Xian sighed and said, I didn't expect Lin Qingchen to have contracted a true dragon. What a pity. The Xia Emperor's decision was rather unwise. If he were here, he might indeed rival Bai Ji. Curious, Lin Qingchen asked, is a true dragon that powerful? It seems pretty average to me. He thought to himself, Xiao Bai, don't get upset. Yun Xian looked at Lin Qingchen seriously and explained, if Lin Qingchen had been born a few years earlier, Bai Ji might not have had the chance to shine. It's a true dragon. Even top-tier beast tamers like the Xia Emperor would struggle to contract such a powerful beast. Lin Qingchen maintained his composure and replied with a smile. That's indeed impressive. He couldn't help but reflect on how just a few months ago, he was striving to get into the Xia Beast Academy, and now he had become the envy of these prodigies. At that moment, a gentle laugh interrupted their conversation. Yun Xian immediately bowed in greeting. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. This Crown Prince, who had just graduated from the Xia Beast Academy, was hailed as the strongest among the young generation of the royal family, widely believed to be the likely successor to the Xia Emperor. Lin Qingchen merely nodded. In his view, although the Crown Prince was impressive, he was clearly not on the same level as himself. The Crown Prince noticed Lin Qingchen's reaction, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward, patted Lin Qingchen on the shoulder, and said with a smile, don't be too nervous. With me leading, you just need to sit back and enjoy the victory. Lin Qingchen replied calmly, I won't be. Meanwhile, he subtly avoided the Crown Prince's hand. The Crown Prince's smile froze momentarily. Sensing the tension, Yun Xian quickly mediated, let's move on. He sighed inwardly, knowing that both of them were proud and competitive, making them difficult to get along with. The Crown Prince snorted coldly and turned to leave. He thought to himself that now was not the time for internal conflict. Once the exchange conference was over, he would ensure Mu Qing learned a lesson. Until then, he would let them witness the strength of the Xia Crown Prince. Lin Qingchen was not the only one who arrived at Tianing platform. The group from the Daiqian dynasty, led by Bai Ji, was also present. When Lin Qingchen turned to look at Bai Ji, he immediately noticed the intense killing intent in Bai Ji's eyes, which puzzled him. It was their first meeting, yet Bai Ji seemed to harbor a deep grudge against him. Could it be because of this mask? Lin Qingchen wondered to himself, glancing down at the mask given to him by the Xia Emperor. Perhaps someone had used this mask to offend Bai Ji in the past? He couldn't think of any other reason, but he quickly brushed it off, knowing he was already on opposing sides with Bai Ji. Tianing platform was a specially constructed arena in Tianing province, made from the highest quality materials, so durable that even an 8th-tier beast would struggle to destroy it. At this moment, the rulers of the two dynasties were eagerly watching from a nearby clearing. Today marks the grand reopening of the Beastmaster exchange between our two dynasties, an excited Beastmaster announced from the stage. We hope to witness a truly spectacular showdown. The host began introducing the contestants, briefly mentioning most of them. However, when he introduced Bai Ji, his voice rose dramatically. Bai Ji, the foremost young talent of the Daiqian dynasty, a 7th-tier Beastmaster. It's only a matter of time before he sheds the young label altogether. While not everyone in the audience knew Bai Ji personally, they understood the significance of being a 7th-tier Beastmaster level of mastery that could earn a teaching position at the Beastmaster academies in both the Xia and the imperial capital. Bai Ji's introduction was met with thunderous applause, overshadowing the other 5 contestants. The 2 contestants from the Daiqian dynasty didn't mind, as he was one of their own. However, the faces of the Xia dynasty's contestants weren't as pleasant, especially that of Prince Xia Ji, who was visibly upset. Not only did the host fail to highlight him, but Bai Ji's formidable strength was intimidating a 7th-tier Beastmaster who had even achieved victories above his tier. Lin Qingchen, although somewhat expecting it, was still taken aback by the news. A 7th-tier Beastmaster, on par with Qin Tian? Qin Tian likely wouldn't be able to match him now. The Xia Emperor, watching discreetly from the sidelines, observed everything with a heavy heart. His gaze lingered on Bai Ji before shifting to the judge, who seemed biased toward the opposing nation. A narrow path indeed, he thought, recalling his previous conversation with Lin Qingchen. While his strategies might bolster Xia's strength in the short term, it appeared that the talented Beastmasters felt little loyalty and believed they could train anywhere. It seems that after today, some serious planning is needed. The Xia dynasty must undergo change. The Xia Emperor thought to himself, a deep look flashing in his eyes. Bai Ji and another contestant nodded in satisfaction, knowing well that Bai Ji deserved such attention. The competition was about to begin, and the air was thick with tension. Lin Qingchen and his companions hurried away to make final preparations for the upcoming contest. Xia Ji looked at the two of them and said softly, listen, I'll go first and win the first match. He assumed that given Bai Ji's status, he would be the finale. The initial opponent should be relatively weak, and as a prince of the Xia dynasty, he couldn't embarrass himself in front of his father and the crowd. Yun Xian paused, puzzled, and asked, "But didn't His Majesty say that Mu Qing would go first? The order should be Mu Qing first, and then the Prince of Xia as the finale. Why the sudden change?" Xia Ji shot Yun Xian a cold glance and scolded, "Plans have changed. Do you know what strategy is?" Lin Qingchen calmly said, "Do as you please, I'm fine with it." He was indifferent to Xia Ji's little schemes. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Qian dynasty, a prince respectfully turned to the young man beside him and smiled. "Mr. Bai, why don't you rest first, and I'll go up?" His words were laced with flattery. Bai Ji replied indifferently, "I'll go first." He had only one goal at this moment, and if someone else went first, he might lose the rightful opportunity. Seeing this, the two did not stop him, as the Qian emperor had already instructed that everything should be in deference to Bai Ji. Outside the arena, the Qian ruler sidled up to the Xia emperor with a mocking tone. "Xia emperor, how many matches do you think your Xia dynasty can win?" He continued, "In the first match, our side will send out a newly advanced 6th-tier beast master. How about your side?" The Xia emperor glanced at him, thinking that the first match should be a sure win. However, when he saw the representative from the Xia dynasty, his expression stiffened slightly. That rebellious son, he cursed inwardly, instantly understanding Xia Ji's intentions. The Qian ruler was initially taken aback when he saw Xia Ji enter the arena. Then he shrugged helplessly. But when he noticed the Qian dynasty's representative, his face suddenly beamed with joy. As the referee's voice announced the start of the competition, he declared, "The first match, Bai Ji of the Qian dynasty versus Xia Ji of the Xia dynasty." Xia Ji watched the figure slowly step onto the stage, and his smile froze, turning dark. He never expected his carefully crafted plan to be thwarted in such a manner. Why was Bai Ji the first to enter the arena? Xia Ji frowned in thought. Usually, a beast master of such caliber would be saved for the grand finale. His eyes settled on Bai Ji, filled with a sense of foreboding. Today, unexpected changes seemed likely, but as a prince of the great Xia dynasty, admitting defeat was not an option. He would have to face the challenge head-on. In the audience, Lin Qingchen watched in surprise. He had been prepared to face Bai Ji himself, but the situation had turned out differently. In a way, he owed Xia Ji thanks. If not for him, Lin would be the one under such pressure now. Begin. With the referee's announcement, both summoned their respective beasts. To Lin Qingchen's surprise, Xia Ji's beast was an orange quality, 6th-tier dragon. This was top tier in the great Xia dynasty, not quite as strong as his own, but still among the best of their generation. However, as Bai Ji summoned his beast, the atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. The air seemed to thicken, making it hard for the audience to breathe, forcing them to gasp for air. Opposite, the dragon's eyes flashed with fear. In the wild, it would have fled by now. Lin Qingchen's gaze fixed on Bai Ji's beast, his pupils contracting in shock. Before Bai Ji stood a Qing Wang, gently flapping its wings, remarkably similar to the beast from his dreams. Beast name. Level. Tier 7, Level 4. Quality, Gold. Attribute. Status. Weakness, none. Evolution route, none. This was Lin Qingchen's first encounter with a beast that lacked an evolution route. Had it reached its ultimate form, with no room for growth? Or was it that the entire beast world lacked the materials needed for its evolution? Even Xiao Bai, after becoming a dragon, merely had an evolution route that was temporarily locked. In the void, a boy stared at the Qing Huang, lost in thought, his brow furrowed. He murmured, "This beast's aura is somewhat similar to that bird, but it seems to share only a fraction of its bloodline. Even so, it's beyond the reach of ordinary beast masters." His tone was puzzled, as if sensing a hint of conspiracy. Meanwhile, at the base of the Beast God Tower, a man in a black robe smiled slightly, satisfaction evident on his face. The scene before him was from Bai Ji's perspective. Despite the distance, Lin Qingchen's shock was still clear. "Once, you sealed me away, so it's not too much to borrow a little something from you, is it?" A soft chuckle echoed. The Qing Wang, in a way, was his creation. This was the perfect opportunity to test its power, and he hoped it wouldn't disappoint. In another realm, Elder Qian observed Bai Ji's beast with a faint smile. This Qing Wang has been confirmed by the Holy Master to have ties to the legendary figure. Bai Ji's future won't be confined to the sacred land of heaven and earth, or even to the eastern continent. He can stand toe-to-toe with the prodigies of ancient clans. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Xi'an narrowed his eyes. Even he felt a hint of pressure from that beast. No wonder the sacred land of Qianquan is willing to go to such lengths for him. Bai Ji calmly looked at the young man before him, and said, "You go first." Seeing Xia Ji remain silent, he added, "If I make a move, you won't have a chance." Hearing this, Xia Ji's expression changed slightly. He realized that not only the audience below, but even his father might be secretly watching this contest. If he performed poorly, it would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on the old man. In this battle, he couldn't afford to lose too badly. In the next moment, a faint yellow glow emanated from Xia Ji's hand. His dragon was soon enveloped by a protective shield resembling armor, a combat technique similar to what Lin Qingchen had seen from an instructor before. Some spectators who were witnessing this technique for the first time showed expressions of surprise. Several prominent figures from Tianing province nodded in satisfaction. They thought, as expected of the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, this move alone surpassed most of his peers. After all, most people were busy enhancing their strength and had little time to practice spiritual skills. Take Wu Wei from Donglan City, for example. Although he was a 6th-tier beast master, his combat power was only average. Even Lin Qingchen could easily defeat him now. However, when they turned their attention to Xia Ji's opponent, they showed signs of seriousness in their eyes. Bai Ji was a 7th-tier beast master, a strength that surpassed many of the prominent figures present. Bai Ji coldly assessed the fully armored dragon and said calmly, "Not bad, but that's all there is to it." To him, a 6th-tier beast master was not much different from an ordinary person. As the dragon mustered the courage to face the Qing Huang despite its fear, it met those emotionless eyes. Xia Ji's expression became serious too. He had heard that Bai Ji's beast had some connection to the legendary phoenix, but he hadn't expected the actual confrontation to be this difficult. Initially, he thought that even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be too disgraceful. Now, it seemed the situation was worse than he had imagined. Bai Ji remained calm, extending a finger to lightly touch the dragon, softly uttering the word, "Wind." In an instant, he seemed to become the favored child of heaven and earth, as a faint green spiritual energy gathered around him. The Qing Huang gently flapped its wings, unleashing a windstorm-like force towards the dragon. Wind, the attribute commonly regarded as the least aggressive in the beast master world, now displayed astonishing power. "How is this possible?" Xia Ji murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. With just a single strike, he found himself at a disadvantage. Was the leading figure of the younger generation in the Great Qian dynasty truly this formidable? Witnessing this scene, the Xia Emperor's eyes also showed seriousness. If he had discovered Bai Ji's potential earlier, he might have personally taken action to eliminate him. But now, that possibility no longer existed. If he acted rashly, the sacred land would surely intervene. Seeing the changing expression of the Xia Emperor, the ruler of the Great Qian was extremely pleased. This day, as the words fell, a deep-seated fear swept through the crowd. Even the beast tamers couldn't help but eye the Qing Huang with apprehension, let alone the ordinary spectators. Although this oppressive aura wasn't directed at them, the pressure on Xia Ji, who stood opposite Bai Ji, was unimaginable. Xia Ji clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Under the Qing Huang's immense pressure, he found it difficult to even look at Bai Ji. As a prince of the Great Xia dynasty, he knew he represented the entire dynasty and couldn't afford to fail. However, just as he was silently encouraging himself, the seemingly powerful earth wave was effortlessly neutralized. In a blink, the Qing Huang appeared before Xia Ji. A fierce gust of wind hit him, and his heart skipped a beat. From the Qing Huang's eyes, he caught a glimpse of killing intent and realized that persisting any longer might endanger his life. "I concede," Xia Ji shouted urgently, his pupils contracting. Bai Ji waved his hand lightly, and the Qing Huang halted right in front of Xia Ji, mere inches away. Xia Ji gasped for air, the fear lingering in his heart. "If you had done this earlier, it would have saved everyone's time," Bai Ji remarked coolly. The audience erupted in disbelief. Many couldn't fathom the sight of the once graceful Xia Ji now in such a disheveled state. Some of his devoted fans were teary-eyed, unable to accept that the prince they had long admired had uttered the words of surrender. The air was thick with sighs of disappointment. The prince, in whom they had placed so much hope, had ultimately fallen at Bai Ji's feet in such a decisive manner. To some, Bai Ji's victory seemed inevitable. It even stirred a desire in some to join the Great Qian dynasty. Xia Ji descended from the Tianning platform, his eyes glinting with reluctance. Had he not faced Bai Ji, the outcome might have been different. But who could he blame? Did he dare? With this thought, he cast a gloomy glance at Lin Qingchen and the others, thinking that if they had stopped him earlier, he wouldn't have faced such humiliation. "Your Highness, it's not your fault. Bai Ji is just too strong," Yun Xian hurriedly consoled. Among the younger generation, no one could likely defeat him. Hearing this, Xia Ji's expression softened slightly. "I'll go next," Yun Xian said softly, confident against anyone other than Bai Ji. Unexpectedly, Bai Ji did not step down from the platform. He turned to the referee and asked, "Referee, may I continue?" This question made everyone present realize he wanted to change the rules. The referee's face showed hesitation. By the rules, it wasn't allowed. Otherwise, Bai Ji alone could sweep through the Great Xia, rendering others unnecessary. Yet, Bai Ji was not someone the referee wished to offend. From the recent battle, Bai Ji's prowess has been fully displayed, truly living up to his reputation. His future accomplishments may not only match those of Emperor Xia, but could potentially surpass them. The ruler of the Great Qian Kingdom glanced at Emperor Xia, a slight smile on his lips, his voice soft yet clear enough for the latter to hear. Emperor Xia, such a minor request. Surely you'll agree? Hearing this, Emperor Xia's already somber expression grew even darker. Was this a challenge to the rules of Great Xia? However, before Emperor Xia could respond, an elder from the Qingchen Holy Land quickly interjected. Let him continue. As long as Baiji desires it, we at Qingchen Holy Land will do everything to accommodate. Emperor Xia shot a cold glance at the elder, making a mental note of this unruly individual. The referee, hearing the sound from the direction of Emperor Xia, presumed he had received permission and thus declared. Proceed. The match continues. Yun Xian, who had just stepped onto the Tianning platform, froze upon hearing this, looking blankly at the referee, then shifting his gaze to Bai Ji. Continue? That would likely spell disaster for him. Bai Ji softly asked. Are you going to step down yourself? As he slowly raised a hand, clearly growing impatient with the time these two had wasted. Bai Ji then turned his gaze to Lin Qingchen, thinking to himself that he must give his all in the next match. The presence of that young man made him uneasy, a feeling Bai Ji found quite unsettling. Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Yun Xian's expression changed, a flash of anger in his eyes. He shouted in rage, summoning a giant in golden armor to shield him. This armored giant starkly contrasted with the Qing Huang, seemingly ready to crush its opponent at any moment. However, Lin Qingchen, observing the armored giant, furrowed his brow. He could tell that this giant was weaker than Xia Ji, let alone compared to Bai Ji. Sure enough, after just a few rounds, the seemingly robust armored giant was left in tatters, even more pitiful than Xia Ji had been. Bai Ji looked at Yun Xian impassively and said blandly, still not conceding? He had no interest in anyone other than Mu Qing, and certainly did not wish to deal with these insignificant opponents. Yun Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed angrily. You're not worthy. As a proud man of Great Xia, how could he concede so easily? Bai Ji sighed lightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Unwilling to concede? Then die. At this critical moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Yun Xian, blocking the fatal blow. A voice, tinged with a slight smile, said, I mean, just not conceding, no need to go this far. Bai Ji paused, then a grin spread across his face, a few hints of crimson flickering in his eyes. Indeed, you're no ordinary person. No wonder you give me this feeling. Since you've stepped in, then take his place and die. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingchen cast a cold gaze at the judge, his disdain evident. This man is persecuting the beast masters of our great Xia dynasty, and you stand idly by? He pondered silently, having only briefly interacted with Yun Xian, yet finding him to be a decent person. Had he not intervened, Yun Xian might have met a tragic end at Bai Ji's hands. And this judge simply turns a blind eye? Lin Qingchen's words caused an uproar throughout the venue. The crowd murmured and exchanged glances. This young man is incredibly bold, daring to directly confront an 8th-level beastmaster? The judge, at a loss for words, knew he should intervene but was reluctant to offend Bai Ji. Luo Wuya spoke unhurriedly. Why blame the judge? Wasn't it you who refused to admit defeat earlier? He assessed Lin Qingchen, a hint of interest in his eyes. Is this the beastmaster who unsettled my junior? Why not let this go and continue the match? Though his tone was consultative, it carried an undeniable authority. Lin Qingchen sneered. Why should I listen to you? Because of strength. Luo Wuya replied with a smile rather than anger, exerting the aura of a 9th-level beastmaster upon Lin Qingchen. Even without summoning his beast, he exerted a palpable pressure. Bai Ji lightly patted Luo Wuya's shoulder and said calmly, Senior brother, let me handle this. Luo Wuya retracted his aura upon hearing this. Although the prominent figures of Tianning province looked displeased, none dared to speak out. They knew all too well that, even combined, they might not match Luo Wuya. Seeing this, the judge quickly announced, the third match begins now. He still hadn't responded to Lin Qingchen's questioning. With a cold snort, Lin Qingchen raised his hand to signal. In that case, I concede. He had no interest in Bai Ji's overt hostility, especially since Bai Ji was backed by the sacred land. Winning would be futile, and losing could cost him his life. Who would engage in such a thankless task? Bai Ji sneered. Concede? What if I say you cannot? His words left not only Lin Qingchen stunned, but also shocked the prominent figures of Tianning province and the beastmasters of the great Qian dynasty. Bai Ji's intentions were now crystal clear. Lin Qingchen stared intently at the young man before him, aware of the formidable challenge his opponent posed. Although he had barely managed to withstand the previous attack, he knew that his current beast, Xiaobai, was likely no match for the Qinghuang. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Lin Qingchen, gently patting his shoulder, and said calmly, Let me handle this. Instantly, Lin Qingchen felt reassured. Your Majesty, the Summer Emperor. The surrounding crowd bowed in respect, still holding this powerful figure in awe. The Summer Emperor looked directly at Bai Ji and announced softly yet decisively, The Beastmaster exchange ends here. As the words were spoken, Emperor Xia's presence was as overwhelming as a mountain, far surpassing Luo Wia. Even the proud Bai Ji had to admit to himself that if he were to face Emperor Xia now, he would surely be defeated. Emperor Xia, is it necessary to be so harsh with a junior? Elder Qian stepped forward slowly, a gentle smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the suffocating pressure dissipated, and Bai Ji felt significantly relieved. Emperor Xia, with eyes as sharp as a blade, looked directly at Elder Qian and said slowly, "Some matters I can overlook, but the beast-taming exchange ends here." Elder Qian was slightly taken aback, but then suggested with a smile, "There's no need for that. Why not let the two of them have a match? Wouldn't that be better?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia cast a cold glance at him, then took Lin Qingchen's hand, intending to leave. At that moment, Bai Ji whispered to Elder Qian, "Uncle Master, stop them. That boy must die." His eyes glowed with a cold, murderous intent. If Mu Qing escapes, the peace of Qiankuan Holy Land might be threatened in the future. He must die. Had anyone else said this, Elder Qian might have dismissed it. However, Bai Ji was the chosen one, and his words carried weight, even if they were just gut feelings. Elder Qian gazed at Emperor Xia and softly said, "Emperor Xia, if you hand him over, you could gain the friendship of Qiankuan Holy Land." "Absolutely not," Emperor Xia replied coldly. He thought to himself, didn't Elder Qian hear the previous conversation? Agree to kill a young man today, and perhaps tomorrow it would be a prince. In a few years, would there still be any prodigies in the great Xia dynasty? Would he, as Emperor Xia, still have a purpose? Elder Qian took a deep breath, having made his decision. Although the Holy Land had always wanted to recruit Emperor Xia, making this decision now could lead to an unending conflict. He announced loudly, "Any beast tamer who participates in the hunt for Mu Qing will be rewarded with a legendary material. Whoever kills Mu Qing, I promise to help them contract an orange-quality beast." Upon hearing this, many beast tamers present were immediately tempted, including those from the great Xia dynasty. Emperor Xia's expression changed drastically, regretting bringing Lin Qingchen here. "Go!" Emperor Xia commanded sharply, and a figure instantly appeared beside Lin Qingchen. It was Emperor Xia's shadow guard, a formidable 8th-rank beast tamer. "Stop him!" someone shouted. The forces of the great Qian dynasty summoned their beasts under Elder Qian's command. The beast tamers of the great Xia dynasty, though eager, looked hesitantly at Emperor Xia, afraid to act rashly. Seeing this, Emperor Xia was about to suppress them when Elder Qian suddenly appeared in front of him, smiling. "Let's stay out of this, shall we?" Hearing this, Emperor Xia glared at him coldly, thinking, "Who's we?" But he also realized that Qiankuan Holy Land seemed determined to side with Bai Ji. The situation was becoming tricky. Elder Qian turned to Bai Ji and his companion, instructing, "I'll handle Emperor Xia. You go after them." "Yes," Bai Ji responded, and a beast resembling a giant scorpion appeared beneath him. He shouted, "Those who block me are enemies of Qiankuan Holy Land." This statement immediately made the eager beast tamers of the great Xia dynasty halt in their tracks. They could not afford to offend Qiankuan Holy Land. The Xianling mountain range, a mysterious region bordering various dynasties, has long been shrouded in a perilous shadow. Even elders sent by sanctuaries returned empty-handed. It is rumored that 10th-level spirit beasts reside here, making it a place of awe and dread. Deep within these treacherous mountains, inside a simple stone hut, a young man slowly rises from his meditation cushion. He faces a hunched old man and bows respectfully. "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance during these days." Surprisingly, the response comes not from the old man, but from a large turtle. It speaks in a voice both ancient and gentle. "Such a polite child. You share a connection with him, so it's only right that I look after you." This turtle has lived in the Xianling mountain range for hundreds of years, its powers unfathomable. Various sanctuaries from the eastern continent have tried to recruit it, only to be politely refused. No one dares to offend this mysterious entity, for in a world where strength reigns supreme, the enemy of your enemy can be a potential ally. The turtle moves slowly as the young man, Bai Li Hongfeng, waits patiently. Suddenly, a light blue glow appears beneath him, forming a strange totem-like pattern. The turtle senses something and raises its head to ask, "Do you wish to leave the Xianling mountain range?" Bai Li Hongfeng nods, "Yes." He has been practicing here for some time and worries that the young man he left behind might be bullied without him. "Are you looking for a boy named Mu Qing?" The turtle's eyes gleam with wisdom. Mu Qing. Bai Li Hongfeng is taken aback. The name is unfamiliar to him. "No, I'm looking for someone named Lin Qingchen." Hearing this, the turtle's expression softens, yet there is a hint of worry. "However, you should stay here. The Xianling mountain range is the safest place for you." Its eyes flash with an unusual light, as if seeing a terrifying vision. "I don't understand," Bai Li Hongfeng says, puzzled. The turtle's voice turns grave. "If you leave, you will die." These words hit Bai Li Hongfeng like a hammer, and his pupils contract sharply. He cannot comprehend why such a dire prophecy would be made. Elder, can you see the future? Bali Hongfeng asks tentatively. The turtle shakes its head, with a hint of self-deprecation in its tone. As a spirit beast, my combat strength is not exceptional. Even with high cultivation, it's of no use. I can only see a bit more than ordinary people. The secrets of heaven are not easily predicted. It seems to recall past events, once wishing to change the world, but ultimately powerless. Bali Hongfeng breathes a sigh of relief and confidently says, since you cannot see the future, I will not end up as you foresee. Seeing this, the turtle can only shake its head helplessly and remain silent. It understands that since the young man has made up his mind, it has no right to interfere. It only sighs inwardly, thinking that if Bali Hongfeng's strength were comparable to its own, perhaps he could avert the looming crisis. Unfortunately, reality often falls short of expectations. At that moment, the scene shifts. Elsewhere in the Xianling mountain range, a fierce confrontation is unfolding. Old man, are you also going to oppose our Qiankuan sanctuary? Luo Wuya glares at the elderly figure who suddenly appeared in his path, his tone full of threat. He was close to catching up with a boy named Mu Qing, only to be blocked by this elder, whose strength rivals his own. The elder, known as Gu Lao, responds calmly. The boy you are chasing is my disciple. I won't let you pass so easily. Two powerful auras clash in the air, and a cataclysmic battle seems imminent. His figure remained hunched, yet it exuded an aura of grandeur. Qin Tian looked at Bai Ji, his eyes filled with a cold gleam, and sneered. Who cares about Qiankuan's sacred land? I'm not afraid of anything. Now that I've become an 8th level beast master, it's time to reclaim my ground. Bai Ji smirked dismissively, clearly not taking Qin Tian seriously. An 8th level beast master, and you think you can match me? He thought to himself. He had defeated 8th level beasts before. However, this was delaying his pursuit of that young man. Could Qin Tian afford this cost? Luo Wuya, observing the scene, laughed instead of getting angry, his eyes glinting with mockery. Fine, your Beastmaster Academy is quite bold, he thought coldly. Did these locals really dare to intervene? Didn't they understand the significance of the name Qiankuan's sacred land? If you dare to act today, I guarantee this academy will be razed. The great Xia dynasty can't protect you. Just then, the figure of Han Mo, the head of the great Xia Beastmaster Academy, slowly appeared. His eyes flickered with an inscrutable light as he tried to mediate. Senior brother, you must consider our position. Han Mo calculated silently. He hadn't expected Lin Qingchen to actually survive, which meant he had to get involved discreetly. After all, dealing with Qin Tian alone was already headache-inducing, and if another emerged, the academy might as well change its name. Turning to the surrounding instructors, Han Mo instructed, hold Qin Tian back. The instructors stepped forward to persuade Qin Tian. They were not afraid for their lives, but as instructors of the academy, they naturally didn't want to see it destroyed. As for that ancient disciple, what did it matter to them? Luo Wuya snorted coldly, then gently said to Bai Ji, Junior brother, you go ahead. Don't worry, the one who took him won't dare to act. Bai Ji responded and headed in the direction Lin Qingchen and the others had gone. Qin Tian tried to stop him, but was firmly held back by the surrounding instructors. One of them earnestly advised, Instructor Qin, don't be rash. We can't afford to offend the sacred land. Yes, yes, the other instructors echoed. Qin Tian, feeling helpless, could only watch Bai Ji leave. Luo Wuya coldly addressed the elder who blocked him. Old man, rest assured, that young man is doomed. Our sacred elder from Qiankuan's sacred land is already on the way. With that, he turned and left, thinking that the situation could be handled by his junior. The elder's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. As a 9th level beastmaster, he knew what the title sacred implied. In the sacred land, only a sacred level beastmaster could be titled sacred elder. Even the Xia emperor was like an ant before a sacred level beastmaster. He couldn't help but ponder if Lin Qingchen was destined for disaster today. In contrast, Han Mo couldn't help but smile. The events were unfolding in his favor, and he felt secretly pleased. Excellent, excellent. Meanwhile, at the border of the great Xia dynasty, the Xia emperor's shadow guard said to Lin Qingchen, this is the border of the great Xia dynasty. You should be safe now. He marveled inwardly, wondering what charm this young man possessed to make the Xia emperor confront the sacred land for him. Lin Qingchen bowed in gratitude, his eyes shining with appreciation. Thank you. Without this person, he might already be dead. The shadow guard replied. If you're grateful, thank His Majesty the Xia Emperor. Despite his words, a hint of worry crossed his eyes. He wondered how the Xia Emperor planned to explain things to the sacred land. Just as the two were about to relax, a phoenix's cry suddenly echoed across the sky. Bai Ji stood proudly atop the Qinghuang, looking down coldly at Lin Qingchen and the shadow guard. His voice was as chilling as ice. Don't worry, he won't get away. The shadow guard's expression changed, and he urgently turned to Lin Qingchen, saying, you go first, I'll hold him off. Before he could finish, Bai Ji interjected coldly. If you don't interfere, the sanctum will let bygones be bygones. But if you stop me, you'll bear the consequences. This threat left the shadow guard hesitant. However, Lin Qingchen patted his shoulder, a glint of determination in his eyes. It's okay. Leave it to me. Just as Lin Qingchen was preparing for a desperate fight, a light-hearted voice approached from afar. The three of them looked towards the sound to see a young man riding a wolf at high speed. It was by Li Hongfeng. Hongfeng. Lin Qingchen was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say. He wondered if Bai Li Hongfeng still recognized him. Bai Li Hongfeng paused at the call, recalling past events at the Xianling Mountains, but did not immediately acknowledge him. He turned to the youth and asked, "Are you Mu Qing?" This question puzzled Bai Ji. Lin Qingchen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." A complex expression flashed in Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Will he truly fall here?" He then shook his head, as if trying to dismiss the thought. For years, he had wanted to prove to his teacher that he was as capable as anyone else. Looking at the young man before him, Lin Qingchen felt a sudden pang of emotion, sensing an indescribable burden on Bai Li Hongfeng's shoulders. Bai Li Hongfeng turned to Bai Ji with a calm smile. "He can't intervene. Can I take Lin Qingchen away?" Seeing Bai Ji remain silent, he instructed the shadow guard. "You take him. I'll handle this guy." The shadow guard hesitated for a moment, but eventually hurried away with Lin Qingchen. Bai Ji did not stop them, but inwardly sneered. Do they really think they can escape? Yet, this young man who called him kid was intriguing. In that case, he would ensure his demise. Qing Wang seemed to sense its master's murderous intent, letting out a sharp cry that startled Bai Li Hongfeng. He thought to himself, "This phoenix appears to be even more formidable than my own Qishao Wolf King." Bai Li Hongfeng gently stroked the back of his beast companion, calming its fear. He knew this battle required his utmost effort. Suddenly, Bai Ji felt a heat as intense as Qing Huang's approaching him. He was astonished to realize that the young man before him, who seemed to be of the same level, possessed such immense power. Under the oppressive aura of the Qing Huang, an astounding force suddenly erupted, stunning everyone present. Bai Ji narrowed his eyes and murmured, "A secret technique?" His tone carried a hint of disdain. "What's the use of borrowed power, no matter how strong?" Qishao Wolf King's eyes turned blood-red, fixating on the Qing Huang, and charged like a red lightning bolt. A typical beast handler would have been alarmed by such a gaze, but the Qing Huang remained unmoved, exuding an extraordinary aura. The Wolf King spewed a pale purple flame from its mouth, aiming directly at the Qing Huang. The collision of wind and fire triggered a fierce wave of energy. Wind can extinguish fire, but it can also fuel it, and at this moment, the Qing Huang seemed unable to put out the flames. Bai Ji noticed this and furrowed his brow. This young man seemed different, unlike any 7th-rank beast handler he had encountered before. Suddenly, an icy blue hue flickered on the Qing Huang, forming sharp ice spikes. Bai Li Hongfeng's pupils contracted in surprise. Ice and wind dual attributes. Bai Ji chuckled and corrected, "No, it's all attributes." Regretting it now is too late. Before he finished speaking, multiple beams of different colors appeared in front of Bai Li Hongfeng, as the Qing Huang rapidly conjured attacks of various attributes. The words "all attributes" hit Bai Li Hongfeng like a bucket of cold water. Such a power was only legendary, something even his teacher had only heard about, and was not recorded in the Great Xia Beast Academy's archives. Bai Li Hongfeng's lips curled into a bitter smile, finally understanding why his teacher said he couldn't replace that person. Talent, it seems, is not something that can be compensated for by hard work alone. However, a glint of madness flashed in Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes. He was never one to easily accept fate. Meanwhile, a formidable presence was moving through the void. Suddenly, a young voice rang out. "Where do you think you're going?" halting the figure. The person clasped his hands and said, "I am the Holy Elder of the Qianquan Holy Land. I hope you will not interfere." A boy's silhouette slowly emerged, coldly stating, "That person, you cannot touch." The Holy Elder scrutinized the boy and, sensing the dissipating spiritual energy within him, scoffed. "A mere spirit dares to boast. If your true form were here, I might be wary. I advise you not to obstruct me." The boy retorted disdainfully, "Do you really think you're someone important? If I hadn't voluntarily dispersed 90% of this spirit's energy, would you dare be so arrogant before me? If my true form were here, you wouldn't even have a chance to escape." The Holy Elder remained silent, knowing the boy spoke the truth. "Forgive me, senior," the Holy Elder said, and his beast appeared out of thin air, merging with him. The surge of power was instantaneous, 100 times stronger than even the Emperor of Xia. Since even such a powerful being was acting for that young man, he must eliminate him at all costs. Such a prodigy, having become a mortal enemy of the Qianquan Holy Land, must be eradicated. After a moment, Bai Ji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the young man opposite him. He said in a deep voice, "Now, your spiritual power must be exhausted too. I have to admit, pushing me to this point is impressive, but this is the end of the line for you." The young man opposite him was Bai Li Hongfeng, who was now drenched in blood, with his limbs pierced by several blue divine feathers. Each breath sent a wave of pain that caused his mouth to twitch involuntarily. This miserable state mirrored the scene witnessed by the tortoise in the Xianling Mountains. Upon hearing Bai Ji's words, Bailey Hongfeng silently wiped the blood from his mouth, quietly staring at his opponent without speaking. Is this the end of the line? This phrase echoed in his mind, stirring many memories. In his memory, a young Bailey Hongfeng stood behind an elder in the orphanage, massaging his shoulders. He innocently asked, "Teacher, why can't I be the one you're waiting for?" The elder smiled and shook his head. "Some things are destined." "What is destiny?" Bailey Hongfeng pursued. He never believed in fate. If he did, he would have died on that cold winter's night, instead of being saved by the elder in front of him. The elder said meaningfully, "One day, you'll understand. Some things can't be achieved through effort alone." These words confused Bailey Hongfeng, but he didn't ask further. In terms of talent, no one in Donglin City could surpass him. In terms of beast mastery, an orange quality was rare even in the whole of Daxia. How could Bailey Hongfeng be lacking? Destiny, huh? Bailey Hongfeng mused to himself. If this is Lin Qingchen's calamity, then I have changed the boy's original fate, right? With that thought, a faint smile appeared on his face, as if even the pain in his body had lessened. "Teacher, I'll prove it. I'm not inferior to him." Bailey Hongfeng murmured, his smile growing brighter. Bai Ji listened, bewildered. "Him? Who?" He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and coldly said, "You've delayed long enough. It's time to go." At that moment, a deafening wolf's howl erupted. The injured Qishao Wolf King seemed to sense Bailey Hongfeng's emotions and roared in fury. To Bai Ji's shock, the Wolf King merged with Bailey Hongfeng. In an instant, the 4 blue divine feathers piercing Bailey Hongfeng's body were expelled by a mysterious force. Now, Bailey Hongfeng's hands transformed into wolf claws, his form becoming tall and imposing, like a terrifying humanoid beast master. "Impossible," Bai Ji exclaimed in disbelief. "Isn't this something only a 9th-level beast master can do?" Bai Ji recalled his own failed attempts. The Qian Kuan sage had once said that with Bai Ji's talent, he might achieve beast fusion at the 8th level. But this young man— In a flash, a shadow streaked by, and Bailey Hongfeng's claws aimed straight for Bai Ji's chest. Bai Ji hurriedly responded, releasing a wave of cold air. However, this attack, which had always worked before, was now instantly shattered by Bailey Hongfeng. Watching the blood scatter in the air, Bai Ji's expression changed drastically. Then he chuckled lightly. Interesting. Bailey Hongfeng's strength was finally acknowledged by Bai Ji, but the joy was short-lived. In his werewolf form, Bailey Hongfeng seized Qing Huang by the neck and slammed him into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered into a crater, and Qing Huang's body was engulfed in flames. Bailey Hongfeng pressed his advantage, stomping down, causing Qing Huang's aura to wither instantly. Without the protection of his beast, Bai Ji found himself in peril, as Bailey Hongfeng's figure darted towards him like lightning. Nearby, a man in a black robe watched the scene with interest. He silently admired Bailey Hongfeng's prowess, yet a hint of regret crossed his face. Suddenly, the man in the black robe tapped a light screen, and a strange black energy surged from Qing Huang. The world seemed to change color as if the apocalypse had arrived. Qing Huang's eyes turned ancient and terrifying, and a black feather shot towards Bailey Hongfeng's back with incredible speed. Though aware of the threat, Bailey Hongfeng couldn't evade it, and blood spewed from his mouth. He looked down at the black feather in his chest, eyes filled with unwillingness. Worse still, he sensed his connection with the Qishao Wolf King had been completely severed, indicating his beast had perished. Bai Ji sat on the ground, stunned by the scene before him. Bailey Hongfeng managed a wry smile, recalling his smooth journey so far, even escaping punishment for breaking the laws of Daxia. Yet, in this moment, he had ultimately failed. "Teacher, I think I was wrong," Bailey Hongfeng said with a hint of bitterness, taking a lingering look around before closing his eyes. Though his life force had faded, he stood tall like a pine tree, exuding unyielding pride. Bai Ji gazed at his opponent with a complex expression, bowing slightly in respect. He then recalled Qing Huang, using icy energy to encase Bailey Hongfeng's body in an ice sculpture. "You weren't wrong, you won," Bai Ji whispered, acknowledging his complete defeat in this battle. At that moment, he finally realized, there is always someone better out there. "Senior, I apologize for any offense caused. If blame is to be assigned, I will bear it fully," the elder said respectfully, bowing towards the dissipating spirit. Although such a powerful being's true form was far away and would hesitate to act against the Qingquan Holy Land, he still couldn't understand why this senior's spirit had intervened. "You just wait." The boy's eyes flashed with cold light as his figure gradually vanished into the heavens and earth. If it weren't just a spirit, the situation might have been very different. The elder breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight, then swiftly moved in a certain direction. Moments later, he sensed a faint, wilting aura and his heart tightened. "Jier, what happened?" He appeared instantly beside Bai Ji, placing a hand on his wrist, his voice full of concern. It's nothing, elder. Seal this space. Bai Ji shook his head, casting a complicated gaze at the ice sculpture. The elder raised his hand to cast a spell, transferring this area to an unknown place, imperceptible to anyone who wasn't a holy ranked beast master. I lost just now. That guy is worthy of respect, Bai Ji said softly. Victory and defeat are common for beast masters. The elder consoled outwardly, though his heart was in turmoil. In a small place like the Great Xia dynasty, to encounter such a prodigy was truly a pity. I'll leave the rest to you. Elder. Bai Ji bowed slightly and departed. This battle had given him much to reflect on, and he needed time to settle his mind. The elder did not stop him and instead focused on the two fleeing individuals. Meanwhile, within the beast god tower, a thunderous roar emerged. Damn it. If only I weren't just a spirit, how could I lose? A small-statured boy stomped and shouted angrily. Guard? What a joke. If that person dies again, is there even a point in guarding this world? With Lin Qingchen's current strength, he is no match for a holy ranked beast master. Little one, do you want to save him? A black-robed man slowly rose within the seal, asking telepathically. The boy was startled. There truly was a powerful presence sealed within the beast god tower. Could this man be the one responsible for that person's downfall? Get lost, the boy snapped, showing no goodwill towards him. That holy ranked beast master won't be easy to deal with. The black-robed man chuckled. I have urgent matters and am heading to the Great Xia dynasty. Do you have a way? The boy asked, skeptical. How could I not? Even for me, reaching there in a short time is impossible. There is a way. The black-robed man nodded. But I need your help to break this seal. Are you joking? The boy couldn't believe it. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the seal firsthand, and even with his pride, he had to admit that attempting to break it would lead to certain death. It's just the first seal. It will likely consume nearly half of your spiritual power, the man in the black robe said with a slight smirk, a glint of confidence in his eyes. I assure you, the saint-level beast master will perish, and Lin Qingchen will remain unharmed. The boy gazed at the terrifying seal before him, without a shadow of doubt in his heart. Anyone suppressed by such a powerful seal must possess unfathomable strength. All right, he nodded decisively, then reached out to touch the seal, channeling a continuous stream of spiritual power from his fingertips. In an instant, a surge of dark spiritual energy erupted from the seal, forming a force that rivaled the terrifying formation. Meanwhile, far away in the Great Xia dynasty, Bai Ji's consciousness suddenly went blank, as if forcibly severed. Beside him, within the Qing Huang, a wisp of black spiritual energy slowly rose, coalescing into a figure identical to the man in the black robe. Finally free, the man in the black robe took a deep breath, a satisfied smile on his face. No sooner had he spoken than a faint tribulation lightning gathered in the sky, a celestial phenomenon rarely evoked even during beast evolution. Go back. He glanced at the sky indifferently. He wasn't here to undergo tribulation. Strangely, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to understand and quietly dispersed. Bai Ji quickly regained awareness, rubbing his forehead and murmuring, "What just happened?" He shook his head in self-mockery, thinking perhaps it was time to stabilize his mindset. In a secret space said to be untraceable by anyone except a saint-level beast master, a shadow silently infiltrated. Standing before an ice sculpture, the man in the black robe gently stroked it, and in an instant, both the shadow and the sculpture vanished without a trace. Damn it! The shadow guard escorting Lin Qingchen suddenly sensed a terrifying presence approaching from behind, a pressure even greater than that of the Xia emperor, whom he revered. An elderly figure appeared before Lin Qingchen and the shadow guard. Suppressing his inner fear, the shadow guard bowed and said, "Have we offended the elder in any way?" He knew that against such a formidable opponent, neither he nor his beast had the courage to resist. "You haven't offended me," the old man chuckled, stepping forward, "but that boy must die." In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Lin Qingchen. Since forming a contract with his beast, he had never encountered such a powerful adversary, one so strong it was despairing. "Do I really have to die?" Lin Qingchen asked with a bitter smile. Against such an enemy, even the thought of resistance seemed extravagant. "Yes." The old man's reply was brief and domineering. "Can you tell me why?" Lin Qingchen didn't want to die without understanding the reason. "No reason," the elder replied calmly. As soon as he spoke, the shadow guard attempted to flee with Lin Qingchen, only to be driven into the ground by the elder's cold snort, creating a large pit. Moments later, Lin Qingchen crawled out of the pit, covered in dust, a look of desolation in his eyes. Years of effort seemed unable to change anything. "Can you spare him?" Lin Qingchen pointed to the shadow guard in the pit. "Yes," the old man replied with a single word, which left Lin Qingchen feeling utterly powerless. With no other choice, Lin Qingchen decided to take a desperate gamble. A green light emanated from his body, and for the first time, shock flickered in the old man's eyes. Incredible! The old man gazed at the young boy in front of him, shock flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, overwhelmed with surprise and regret. Even someone as gifted as Bai Ji would need 2 to 3 years to reach this level, yet this boy had already achieved it. The elder sighed softly, lamenting the loss of such a promising talent. Had the boy not offended Bai Ji, he might have considered taking him under his wing. Lin Qingchen paid no mind to the old man's thoughts. He suddenly kicked off with his right foot, his body shooting forward like an arrow, arriving before the old man in an instant. He unleashed a fierce punch without hesitation, causing the air to tremble. If he were facing an 8th or even 9th-tier beastmaster, Lin Qingchen might have had a slim chance of survival. However, his opponent was a saint-level expert, one of the top figures in the eastern continent. The old man remained motionless, not even bothering to summon his beast, let alone merge with it. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Qingchen was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a rock. The hard stone shattered under the impact. Blood spurted from Lin Qingchen's mouth, his body embedded deeply into the rock. The formidable state he had been in was forcibly dispersed, and as he tried to struggle, he found himself firmly bound by an invisible pressure. Xiaobai also lay nearby, struggling and powerless. The old man walked over slowly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Impressive, indeed impressive. You've almost made this old man reluctant. Despite his words, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Lin Qingchen looked helplessly at the approaching old man, his heart filled with despair. Why did Bai Ji want him dead upon their first meeting? Why wasn't it like in the novels, where minor characters were sent first to give him a chance to grow? The harsh reality left him struggling to muster the courage to fight back. The old man stood before Lin Qingchen, looking down at the bloodied, barely recognizable boy. I must admit, you have great talent, even surpassing Bai Ji. But unfortunately, being too rigid leads to breaking. A genius who hasn't matured is ultimately just a waste. Before he finished speaking, the old man waved his hand, and a spear made of earth element pierced through Lin Qingchen's chest. This scene reminded him of that ice sculpture, making him feel the irony as two prodigies fell in the same manner. Lin Qingchen's pupils dilated, his hands slightly lifting as if trying to grasp something, only to fall weakly. At that moment, a radiant light slowly flickered on his body, like the last defiant glimmer of life. The old man let out a soft sigh, mocking himself. People say Bai Ji is the child of destiny, but now it seems that might be you. If I had known of your existence earlier, the choice of the Holy Land might have been different. But alas, there is no if. He raised his hand, preparing to finish Lin Qingchen off. At this critical moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. You're making this really difficult for me. Following the voice, they saw a man in a black robe who had appeared silently beside the old man, instantly making the atmosphere unbearably tense. In the elder's shocked gaze, the man in the black robe moved like lightning, grabbing his wrist with a swift motion. With a crisp crack, the seemingly invincible elder's wrist was crushed instantly. Blood splattered, and fragments of bone flew in all directions. The elder cried out in pain, clutching his shattered right hand, and rapidly retreated. At the same time, he quickly summoned a beast. It was a large turtle-like creature, but its fearsome, jagged teeth suggested it was not just adept at defense. The elder's face was pale, and he was clearly in agony. However, he soon channeled his inner spiritual power to begin healing his injuries. Miraculously, the broken wrist started to regenerate, with flesh writhing and bones reforming. Disgusting, the man in the black robe spat disdainfully, casually discarding the severed limb. The elder glared coldly at the man in black and asked, "Are you also going to make a move for that kid?" Before he finished speaking, a faint glow appeared on his beast, indicating it was preparing to merge with its master. Clearly, even a holy ranked beast master sensed the danger and was ready to escape with all his might. The man in black merely chuckled and calmly uttered a single word, "Seal." It was as if an invisible force descended, causing the glow on the beast to vanish instantly. The fusion that was supposed to boost the Beastmaster's power was forcibly halted. No, this is impossible. The elder shook his head frantically, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He had never heard of such a thing, not even in ancient texts. Even the legendary figures could not accomplish this. The man in black took a step forward, his tone tinged with mockery. Nothing is impossible. Earlier, you said he was useless. He paused, then continued. Then tell me, what does that make me, who was sealed by him? These words left the elder stunned. Sealed? In the world of beast tamers, there seemed to be no such thing as sealed beings, whether humans or beasts. Suddenly, the elder realized something, and his pupils contracted sharply. Rumor has it, beneath the beast god tower lies a great terror. The elder's voice trembled. Are you from the beast god tower? The man in black let out a small, "Oh, so you know something? Then I definitely can't let you leave alive." He paused for a moment, then added, "Actually, I never intended to let you go back, since I promised that little one." Little one. The elder's mind conjured an image of a petite figure. It seemed that person was also trying to stop him for the sake of the young man before him. Who on earth was this young man? Enough talk, the man in black said calmly. I am just a projection. Who knows how long I can exist? In the next moment, a wave of destructive energy swept over, as if it intended to obliterate the entire world. Pitch black spiritual power surged like a tide, and despair filled the elder's eyes. He knew, like Lin Qingchen before him, that he was doomed. Can you at least let me die knowing? The elder looked bitterly at the man in black. All right, the man in black nodded, seemingly curious to see the elder's reaction. That young man, who is he? The black spiritual power had already reached the elder's throat, ready to consume him. He is. The man in black began to speak, but the elder suddenly shook his head violently, his body trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The elder muttered to himself, filled with regret. He had actually intended to kill that person. How absurd. Before he could finish his thought, the elder's body was swallowed by the darkness, disappearing as if obliterated. The man in black paid no mind to the elder's disappearance, but slowly turned around, looking in the direction of the young man with a complex expression. Long time no see, he said softly, as if reuniting with someone. Where am I? Lin Qingchen stood in this mysterious yet ethereal place, feeling the dense spiritual energy surrounding him, almost tangible in its intensity. A cultivation paradise like this must be rare in the world. Yet, another question lingered in his mind, remembered something piercing through his body. He looked down to check his chest, and it was perfectly intact. The slight cool sensation on his wrist gave him some comfort. Following the winding path ahead, he soon saw an island surrounded by clear lake water. As he walked to the lakeside, the water reflected a restored, handsome face. He instinctively touched his face and murmured, "It's still my face, feels more comfortable." Walking across the long bridge to the island, he wondered, is this the bridge of helplessness? No, that can't be right. Why would the world of beast taming have the bridge of helplessness? You've arrived? A calm voice called out. On the island, a man with an indistinct face was leisurely pouring 2 cups of tea. Lin Qingchen sat down at his gesture and asked, "Is this hell?" The man chuckled, "Hell? If there truly is one, would it dare take me in?" This confident reply sent a shock through Lin Qingchen's heart. Just as he was about to ask why he was here, the man preempted him. "Seeing me means you've already died once. Let's talk about something else. How's the system treating you?" The word system was like a thunderclap, and Lin Qingchen stood up abruptly. This was his biggest secret. Calm down, calm down. The man waved dismissively. In this world, no one can kill you without my permission. As they talked, the man's face gradually came into focus. When Lin Qingchen finally saw it clearly, his pupils contracted sharply. He reached out in disbelief to touch the man's face. Is this a human skin mask? It's too realistic. The man was unfazed and smiled. Is there such a handsome human skin mask in the world? Lin Qingchen was about to ask more, but then changed the topic. Grandpa Xiaohe. Hearing this title, the man's expression turned peculiar. Their conversation deepened until Lin Qingchen was astonished to discover. Are you saying that Bai Ji's beast is merely a defective product? How can this be? Lin Qingchen stared at the man in front of him, too shocked to speak. A defective beast reaching a golden quality, how terrifying must its potential be? The man remained calm, his gaze profound. It's almost time. In a relic in the eastern province, my beast is about to emerge. Whether you can form a contract depends entirely on your strength. What do you mean? Lin Qingchen asked, frowning in confusion. You are me, and yet you are more than just me, the man said cryptically, his words carrying a sense of mystery. Lin Qingchen shook his head, even more bewildered by such enigmatic words. It's either yes or now we make it so obscure. There are some things you aren't ready to know yet. The man's eyes fell on Lin Qingchen's sleeve. Treat your beast well. It's extraordinary. The man sighed inwardly, surprised that even the unimaginable had occurred. Perhaps this young man could indeed bring hope to this world. Can a beast master really form a contract with 2 beasts? Lin Qingchen asked. In his understanding, this concept was unheard of. The man smirked. Why not? If you have enough power, you can contract 100 or even 10,000. It's just unnecessary. If we meet again, don't trust me, the man suddenly said seriously. Why? Lin Qingchen was puzzled. If he couldn't trust this person, who could he trust? You'll understand after you drink this tea. The man handed him a cup of clear tea with a mysterious smile. Lin Qingchen drank it in one gulp and immediately felt dizzy. This tea, why is it so strong? Before he could finish, he collapsed heavily to the ground. The man showed no surprise, instead bowing respectfully to the small head peeking from Lin Qingchen's sleeve. Since that day, I haven't thanked the senior. My achievements today are all thanks to the opportunity you provided. The small head just looked at him blankly. As the illusion slowly faded, a voice filled with envy softly echoed. This foolish boy, handsome people indeed have their luck. When Lin Qingchen awoke again, he found himself in a simple yet clean wooden hut. Rubbing his aching forehead, he tried to recall the details of his dream. Grandpa Xiao, Uncle Xiao, and old Xiao, they had all been connected to him from the start. While he was deep in thought, a clear voice came from the doorway. "Brother, you're awake?" Turning to look, he saw a cute little girl standing there shyly. Seeing this innocent girl, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but think of Chi-Chi and silently prayed that the Xia Emperor would take good care of her. "Yes, little sister, where are we?" Lin Qingchen asked gently. Lin Qingchen instinctively brushed his wrist, feeling the cool sensation that slightly eased his tension. Xiaobai was still there, and that was enough for him. He looked around, trying to figure out where he was. "This is the village where I grew up," Chonner said softly beside him. "I don't really know its name. When I found you by the creek that day, you had so many scars." Her large, watery eyes hesitated for a moment before she mustered the courage to ask, "Brother, where did you come from?" "Me?" Lin Qingchen replied with a bitter smile. "Just a wanderer with no home." Chonner didn't press further. The fleeting sadness on his face made her choose silence. "Then you should rest, and I'll get you some porridge." With that, she quietly left the room, gently closing the door behind her. As he watched the girl leave, Lin Qingchen sighed and shook his head. Such a pure heart was rare, even among those in the sanctuaries. His gaze shifted to Xiaobai, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Tier 7? The system panel appeared. Beast name, Xiaobai. Level, Tier 7, Level 1. Quality, Gold. Attributes, Wind, Thunder, Fire. Status, Normal. Weaknesses, None. Evolution path. Unlock after completing 3 tasks. Task 1. Join the Tsongling Sanctuary. Task 2. Destroy the Qingchen Sanctuary within 3 years. Task 3. Contract a second beast. That drink was indeed suspicious. Lin Qingchen rubbed his temples. Of these tasks, joining the Tsongling Sanctuary seemed the easiest. With his current strength, it should be a piece of cake. However, once the system's effects wore off, he would face a real challenge. He opened his palm, revealing a key with intricate black and white patterns. This was left to him by someone. What could it unlock? A legendary relic, or? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Lin Qingchen refocused on his immediate goal, making the Qingchen Sanctuary pay. He attempted to stand and stretch, but almost stumbled. Xiaobai immediately showed a look of concern, and Chonner, who had just returned with porridge, quickly set the bowl down to help him. "Sorry," Lin Qingchen said, scratching his head awkwardly. "It's okay, brother. Just rest," Chonner reassured him softly. After a night's rest and some nourishment, Lin Qingchen felt his strength gradually returning. As a beast master, his physical constitution was far superior to that of an ordinary person. "Chonner, are there any beast tamers in the village?" Lin Qingchen asked, setting down his empty bowl and turning to the girl beside him. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting patterns on the simple wooden table and highlighting the remnants of porridge in the bowl. "No," Chonner replied, shaking her head, her dark hair swaying gently with the motion. She paused slightly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "But in a few days, a beast tamer will visit the village to select talented young boys and girls." Lin Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. Over the past couple of days, he had come to understand that this place was just a remote area of a small dynasty. Even the lowest-ranked beast tamer held considerable prestige here. The village was enveloped in a pervasive sense of desolation, with Chonner being the only one retaining a pure and innocent nature. "Brother Qingchen, are you a beast tamer?" Chonner asked, her bright eyes blinking with curiosity. In the past 2 days, she had memorized his pleasant name, believing it must belong to someone important. "No, I don't have that kind of talent," Lin Qingchen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Ever since he met that person, he felt unworthy of calling himself a beast tamer. Just then, a sturdy man entered the room. "Chonner, go outside and play for a while. Don't disturb your brother's rest." "Okay." Chonner responded obediently, turning to leave the room. "And you are?" Lin Qingchen inquired, looking at the man. "I'm Chonner's father, and the one who rescued you from the river," the man said, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. He sat down by the bed, fixing his gaze intently on Lin Qingchen. "Young man, you are a beast tamer, aren't you?" Lin Qingchen nodded. This seasoned man was not as easily fooled as Chonner. Indeed, the man sighed in relief. He recalled seeing the snake-shaped beast coiled around the young man's wrist when he rescued him, a sight that unsettled him. Even the most powerful third-rank beast tamer had never made him feel such unease. Suddenly, the man rose from the bedside and knelt on the ground. "Sir, I have a favor to ask of you." This unexpected gesture left Lin Qingchen astonished, and he hurriedly stood up to assist him. "Whatever it is, I agree. Please, stand up." Hearing this, the man slowly stood, his face filled with resignation as he prepared to explain his request. After listening to the uncle's story, Lin Qingchen finally understood why the village was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It turned out that a powerful, talking wild beast lurked in the nearby river. Every year, this beast would abduct several young boys and girls, and this year was the time it was expected to appear again. "Sir, could you please help us subdue that beast?" the uncle asked, his eyes red and voice choked with emotion as he looked at Lin Qingchen. His own daughter was at risk this year. "I will help," Lin Qingchen replied solemnly. Although he couldn't be completely sure of defeating the beast, he couldn't allow himself to be intimidated by a wild creature. After all, wild beasts without a beast master were generally weaker than those of the same level that were tamed. The uncle was overjoyed and was about to kneel in gratitude, but Lin Qingchen quickly stopped him. There's no need for that. I owe my life to you, he said. Looking at the uncle's simple and sincere demeanor, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if those with power were all like these ordinary people. Perhaps then, he wouldn't have ended up in a dynasty whose name he didn't even know. Meanwhile, within the sealed beast god tower, a man in a black robe chuckled to himself. This trip was worth it. His eyes gleamed as if he had realized something. I didn't expect that fellow to awaken too. There might just be a glimmer of hope. With a sigh, the man began to prepare. His gaze fell on an ice sculpture beside him, a lifeless wolf king. With a thought, he infused it with black spiritual energy. The wolf king slowly opened its eyes, its original red pupils now pitch black, emanating a destructive aura. At the same time, a young man with a pierced chest regained consciousness. Thanks, kid. I've saved the person, and that saint-level beast master is no more, the black-robed man said cheerfully. Though the seal limited his actions, he could still send others out. However, before that, I need to make some adjustments, he mused, glancing at the sky with a hint of apprehension. Creating life isn't my forte. I need to be ready before that boy arrives. Hearing this, the boy finally relaxed his crossed arms. Since that person was safe, it seemed it was time to open the Beast God Tower ahead of schedule. It seems that some sacred lands don't take him seriously at all. The voice of the sacred master of Qingquan's sacred land was filled with barely concealed anger, his face dark as ink, fists clenched tightly. Bai Ji stood in the center of the hall, a look of shock on his face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. He could only stand there helplessly, watching the furious sacred master. The news that had just arrived was like a bolt from the blue. The sacred elder of their land had fallen. A saint-tier beastmaster. Bai Ji's mind was in turmoil, filled with disbelief. Across the entire eastern continent, saint-tier beastmasters were among the most powerful beings. Qingquan's sacred land was considered the top force in the region precisely because they had one more saint-tier beastmaster than any other sacred land. But now, Bai Ji's brow furrowed, his thoughts in chaos. How could the sacred elder have fallen? It was something he simply couldn't comprehend. Jier, for the time being, stay within the sacred land and focus on your training, the sacred master advised Bai Ji, his voice softening yet still tinged with worry. The one who could silently eliminate a saint-tier beast master might be even stronger than himself. The eastern continent is no longer peaceful. Bai Ji must not make any mistakes, otherwise it would be devastating for Qingquan's sacred land. All right, Bai Ji agreed solemnly, then turned and left the grand hall. As he walked back, the shadow of that young man still lingered in his mind. Bai Ji let out a long breath. Phew, thinking of this, a flicker of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. It's a pity there's no chance for another duel. If we meet again, he will win. The once lifeless village regained a bit of vitality with the arrival of a group of people. Villagers by the roadside looked at the beastmasters arriving in carriages, hope shining in their eyes. Beastmaster, please save us. Many villagers dropped their work, stumbling as they chased after the carriages, shouting with all their might. However, the carriages did not stop for their cries. Master, aren't we going to help them? Inside the carriage, a maid looked out at the despairing villagers, unable to bear it, and turned to the middle-aged man beside her. The middle-aged man shook his head with a sigh. Some things are beyond our control. He had heard about the troubles in this village. The beast causing them disaster was not something he, a third-tier beastmaster, could handle. Taking the promising young ones away from the village was all he could do for them. They're here. Lin Qingchen stood by the window, looking out, murmuring softly. Since that incident, his senses seemed to have become sharper, and he felt as if he had awakened some incredible ability. Thinking of this, Lin Qingchen slightly turned his wrist, and a black flame hovered in his palm, mysterious and terrifying. For some reason, he felt that if he wished, he could destroy the village in an instant, without even needing Xiaobai's help. Qingchen brother. A crisp voice came from behind him. Lin Qingchen turned silently, looking at the particularly adorable little girl, a slight smile on his lips. What's up? He had a genuine fondness for this innocent girl. A beastmaster has come, Chonner said excitedly, almost jumping with joy. This meant their village could be saved. Lin Qingchen looked seriously at the girl in front of him. Chonner, do you want to become a beastmaster? Yes. Chonner nodded immediately, without hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Qingchen smiled and patted Chonner's head. If she wanted to, he could teach her. As for the so-called beastmaster, he was curious to see how capable they truly were. Please, my lord, save us. The village elder trembled as he knelt on the ground, tears in his eyes, pleading with the middle-aged beastmaster before him. Please, stand up, elder. The beastmaster quickly stepped forward to help, looking apologetic. It's not that I don't want to help, but my abilities are too limited. At these words, a shadow of despair fell over the villagers' faces. A respected elder stepped forward from the crowd and sighed deeply. If that's the case, please at least take the young people of our village away. We must preserve our lineage, and as for us elders, we'll leave it to fate. I promise I'll do that, the Beast Master solemnly assured. Before long, the village's young boys and girls were gathered around a clear crystal ball. Lin Qingchen looked at the familiar testing tool, touched his nose awkwardly, and memories flooded back. Back in the Great Xia dynasty, it was such a crystal ball that determined he had no beast mastery talent, leaving it dull and unresponsive. Strangely enough, he later succeeded in forming a contract with Xiaobai and activated his system at that time. Logically, the system should have been innate, guiding him to invincibility. Most of the children being tested showed average results, with few even causing the crystal ball to emit a faint white light. Brother Qingchen, it's my turn. Chon'er nervously clutched her clothes, mustering the courage to look at Lin Qingchen. Good luck. Lin Qingchen offered a warm smile. Remembering his own anxious testing experience and the encouragement he once received, he realized how much things had changed. Uncle, is it my turn? Chon'er asked, her bright eyes blinking. Yes, the Beastmaster forced a smile. The moment Chon'er's hand touched the crystal ball, a burst of purple light erupted, causing the Beastmaster's pupils to contract sharply. Such talent was rare even at the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy, let alone in this remote village. Even his own contracted beast was of green quality, and reaching the third tier was sheer luck. This girl's talent was extraordinary throughout the entire dynasty. Brother Qingchen, is this impressive? Chon'er innocently asked, clearly unaware of the rankings in the beast mastery world. The villagers were equally baffled, sensing something unusual from the beast master's expression. It's pretty good, Lin Qingchen nodded calmly. This response made the beast master furious. You call this pretty good? Do you know what purple quality means? The potential to become a 6th-rank beast master with purple quality is incredible. And yet, this young man from a remote village just thinks it's not bad? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with obvious shock, and disbelief was written all over his face. He stared at Lin Qingchen as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Lin Qingchen was momentarily taken aback by the comment, but then he simply nodded calmly, showing no sign of emotion. His indifferent reaction left the middle-aged man fuming. Such talent would cause a sensation in any major city, yet this village youth remained so nonchalant. The man held back his anger, eventually letting out a cold snort, unable to say more. The testing continued. After a while, the other children's beast mastery talents were revealed. Almost all, like Lin Qingchen in his youth, left the crystal ball completely unresponsive, with only a few showing a white glow. It wasn't until a girl named Chon'er touched the crystal ball that the purple glow appeared again. Chon'er, will you come with me now? The middle-aged man's face broke into a smile, his eyes keenly focused on the girl. To him, a child like her was a treasure. Even in his city, beast masters with blue quality were rare, let alone purple. If he could take her back, it might pave the way for his own success. Chon'er lowered her eyes, a hint of reluctance flickering in them. She understood leaving was for the best, but the thought of saying goodbye to her home of over a decade brought a wave of sadness. Leave now, an elderly villager urged, his eyes full of insistence. No one knows when the beast in the river will appear. Chon'er, work hard over there, her father, a simple man, advised in a low voice. They all knew that if the wild beast found the children gone, it would surely be enraged, and the remaining villagers would suffer. But to them, the sacrifice was worth the chance. Watching the scene, Lin Qingchen couldn't help but reflect. Even these ordinary villagers were willing to risk themselves for a glimmer of hope, while the exalted Qiankuan sanctuary had so easily condemned him based on Bai Ji's words. The contrast was stark. Sir, please take the children without beast mastery talent too, an elder pleaded. Even if these children struggled to survive outside, it was better than staying here to face a certain death. The villagers just hoped the children could live. All right, I will, the middle-aged man nodded. Although these children couldn't become beast masters, they could at least find a way to survive in the city, which was within his power to offer. Brother Qingchen, I'm leaving. Will you come with me? Chon'er looked up at Lin Qingchen's handsome face, her eyes filled with hope. No, I have things to do. Lin Qingchen shook his head softly. He had promised the man to deal with the beast. Besides, he harbored a private ambition. If he could take down the wild beast, it might draw attention and help him locate another sanctuary. In the East Prefecture, besides Qiankuan Sanctuary, there was a sanctuary called Songling, which had long been at odds with Qiankuan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, as they say. Surely Songling's sanctuary must be troubled by Bai Ji's presence? What reaction might they have if he demonstrated extraordinary talent? Moments later, the middle-aged beast master summoned his beast, and under the awestruck and envious eyes of the children, he placed them all on its broad back. Children, this is the power of a beast master, to summon beasts for battle assistance. The middle-aged man explained to the curious-eyed children, a trace of satisfaction on his face. Perhaps one day, one of them might grow strong enough to return and tame the wild beast. Just as the middle-aged man was about to leave with the children, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from afar, causing the mountains and forests to tremble. The villagers' faces changed drastically, filled with undisguised terror. "Sir, please hurry," a villager called out with a trembling voice, fear etched deeply into their hearts. Almost instinctively, the villagers urged the middle-aged beastmaster to take the children and leave, while they headed in the opposite direction with determined expressions. Chonner urgently grabbed the middle-aged man's arm, pleading, "Sir, please save them." The beastmaster looked troubled and admitted, "It's not that I don't want to help, but I'm truly powerless. My strength as a third-tier beastmaster is nothing compared to that dragon." "Chonner, don't make it difficult for the beastmaster. We should go," an uncle gently scolded. The girl felt aggrieved but didn't know what else to do. The uncle turned his gaze to Lin Qingchen, silently weighing whether they should leave quickly. Chonner also looked at Lin Qingchen with hopeful eyes. "Brother Qingchen, I know you're strong. Please help everyone, won't you?" Lin Qingchen smiled faintly, crouched down, and patted the girl's head. "Chonner has a keen eye, realizing how strong your brother is." Hearing this, Chonner looked up excitedly at him. "Leave the dragon to me," Lin Qingchen said calmly to everyone. Just as the village elder was about to persuade him to leave, a fierce aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, a divine dragon coiled around the young man. "It's just a mere dragon. I can crush it with a flick of my hand." Before he finished speaking, the young man soared into the sky with his divine dragon, leaving the onlookers stunned. Even the middle-aged beastmaster was shocked, feeling a shiver from the depths of his soul despite not having a system. "Sir, do we still need to send these children away?" a villager asked, swallowing hard. Although they hadn't bonded with the beast, the presence of the white dragon felt far more reassuring than the dragon. The middle-aged beastmaster pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems we don't need to." Lin Qingchen gazed at the surging river, which had submerged parts of the village, and couldn't help but reflect. Is this the destructive power of wild beasts? Without beastmasters, facing such disasters anywhere in this world would leave us helpless. He then thought, thankfully, someone founded this era. Although there are some risks, it seems to benefit the world more than harm it. With that, Lin Qingchen shook his head, realizing such concerns were not for him to ponder at the moment. "Let's get down to business. Xiaobai, use Thunderbolt." Lin Qingchen gently patted Xiaobai's head and gave a soft command. In front of them, a flood dragon was thrashing on the lake's surface, providing the perfect opportunity to test Xiaobai's evolved strength. As Lin Qingchen's words fell, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from Xiaobai's mouth, engulfing the entire flood dragon in an instant. Roar! The flood dragon let out a pained wail, clearly overwhelmed by the power of the lightning. Lin Qingchen was slightly taken aback, thinking, has the power really increased this much after just one evolution? He mused to himself. This was an 8th-tier, red-quality flood dragon, considered a top existence even in the Great Xia dynasty. Yet, before Xiaobai, it seemed so vulnerable. Reflecting on Xiaobai's 2 previous performances, Lin Qingchen pondered. The first time, it easily crushed those students, and the second time, it was overpowered by the Saint Elder. Now, Xiaobai's display seemed comparable to Baiji's beast. No, that's not right. Lin Qingchen shook his head, looking at Xiaobai with a smile. How can a mere defective product compare to you? In his heart, Xiaobai, whom he raised himself, far surpassed that Qing Wang. Though contracting with this flood dragon could be a significant asset, Lin Qingchen had no such intention. With his status, his next beast should at least be of golden quality. In comparison, the 8th-tier beast core held more value as a hard currency in Dongzhou. "Human, you're courting death." The flood dragon suddenly spoke, its vertical pupils fixed on Lin Qingchen, clearly enraged by the earlier lightning strike. However, when it glanced at Xiaobai, a shiver ran through Ida, primal fear of a true dragon from deep within its bloodline. Lin Qingchen ignored the flood dragon's threat and instead said to Xiaobai, "Keep attacking, let me try this." A small cluster of faint black flames appeared in his hand, small, yet containing a terrifying force of destruction. "Go," Lin Qingchen said softly, releasing the flames toward the flood dragon. Xiaobai sniffed the flames, seemingly sensing a familiar aura. "Master, please no." The flood dragon looked at the black flames in terror, feeling the threat of death emanating from them. However, Lin Qingchen was resolute, and the black flames flew straight toward the flood dragon. What a spectacle! Lin Qingchen gazed at the black flame, watching it devour the life force of the dragon like a blade of death. This aura of destruction far exceeded his expectations, seemingly capable of turning everything into nothingness. Such power was beyond the control of an ordinary 7th-level beastmaster. "Xiaobai, let's go." Lin Qingchen coldly observed the massive dragon corpse, feeling no pity. Over the years, countless innocent children had perished in the dragon's belly. Once prosperous villages now barely had a few dozen households struggling to survive. If he hadn't arrived in time, this area could have become a desolate land in a few years. Where could these ordinary villagers escape to? With a wave of his right hand, A pale blue crystal core fell into Lin Qingchen's palm, still warm. He thought to himself, if the flame had burned for a moment longer, this seemingly indestructible core might have turned to ash. He stared at the black flame flickering on his fingertip and murmured, "What kind of power is this?" The terrifying might of it even made him, the controller, feel fear. Yet he nodded resolutely who would master this power. In the village, little Chonner tugged at the middle-aged beastmaster's coat, timidly asking, "Uncle, can Brother Qingchen win?" Her young heart was still overshadowed by the dragon. He should be able to win. The middle-aged beastmaster hesitated. Though he hadn't seen a true dragon, the pressure from the dragon still haunted him. However, the strength the young man showed was extraordinary. Perhaps he could indeed subdue this dragon that plagued the region? Suddenly, a cry pierced the sky. "Look, it's a dragon." Hearing this, determination appeared on the villagers' faces. Did the young hero fail after all? Yet no one blamed him. Fighting to protect the village, his courage would be remembered forever. Chonner's father looked ashamed. Had he brought harm to the young man? With his ability, the young man could have easily escaped, but because of his own words, he willingly took the risk. Thinking of this, he looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. This cursed world. There's someone on the dragon's back. Suddenly, a keen-eyed villager recognized the blurry figure and shouted excitedly. Could it be that the young man truly succeeded? Lin Qingchen looked down at the ecstatic villagers and softly announced, "Everyone, the dragon is dead." As his words fell, a wave of joy erupted in the village. Some stood in disbelief. More people knelt, worshipping the young man in the sky as if he were a deity. In no time, more and more people knelt, all sincerely paying homage to this young hero. To the villagers, Lin Qingchen seemed like a savior sent from the heavens. They couldn't fathom how such a powerful beast master could have been encountered by Chonner's father by mere chance. Surely, it was destiny. Standing nearby, Chonner gazed with admiration, her bright eyes shining with determination. She secretly resolved to become a beast master as strong as her brother Qingchen. Unlike her previous simple desire to protect the villagers, she now had a true goal to follow that brilliant figure as steadfastly as Lin Qingchen once followed by Li Hongfeng. An elderly man, trembling, was about to kneel before Lin Qingchen. For this young man, slaying the flood dragon might have been a simple task, but for the villagers, it was a heroic act that changed their village's fate. Quick as a flash, Lin Qingchen caught the old man and gently said, "There's no need for this, sir. Even if I hadn't acted, other beast masters would have helped." As he spoke, a proud young figure flashed in his mind. If Li Hongfeng were here, he would surely have made the same choice. Where could he be training now? Lin Qingchen's heart surged with determination if finding Li Hongfeng seemed challenging for now. Then he would make the name Lin Qingchen resound throughout Dongzhou, so Li Hongfeng would come to him. By then, Lin Qingchen was confident he could protect Li Hongfeng completely. "Hongfeng, even if you defy the laws or offend a sacred place, I'll have your back," he vowed silently. A proud young man like him, venturing into the world, needed a strong ally in case he offended any powerful forces. A middle-aged beast master approached, his face flushed with embarrassment. Cautiously, he asked, "Sir, what should we do with these children?" Reflecting on his earlier actions in front of the young man, he felt even more ashamed. His purple-quality beast seemed insignificant before such a strong individual. Lin Qingchen replied calmly, "Let them stay for a while. I'll teach Chonner some basics, then join you on your journey." Ever generous, Lin Qingchen saw that although this middle-aged beast master seemed timid, he was sincere. The children around had already been awed by Lin Qingchen's dragon-riding feat. One child timidly asked, "Brother, can we join the lessons too?" Of course, Lin Qingchen agreed with a smile. With his training from the Daxia Beastmaster Academy, teaching these children would be easy. Noticing the middle-aged beast master's hesitant demeanor, Lin Qingchen asked proactively, "Is there something else on your mind?" Finally, the middle-aged beast master gathered his courage. "Sir, may I join the lessons with the children?" In the days that followed, Lin Qingchen enjoyed a rare and peaceful life in this remote mountain village. Every day, he would sit under the big tree at the village entrance, patiently teaching a group of children the basics of beast taming. To his surprise, the middle-aged man, who was a third-tier beast tamer, not only stayed but listened more attentively than the curious children, often asking detailed questions. His eagerness to learn left Lin Qingchen both amused and touched. Through conversations with the middle-aged man, Lin Qingchen gradually uncovered the background of this unnamed small kingdom. Compared to the Great Xia dynasty, the kingdom's power was vastly inferior. The strongest beast tamer in the entire realm was only at the 7th tier, which likely couldn't even match an ordinary academy in the Great Xia dynasty. No wonder when the villagers reported the dragon's misdeeds, no one dared to come to their aid. Thinking of this, Lin Qingchen's hand instinctively reached for the cool beast core in his pocket, and his gaze turned sharp. That dragon deserved to die, and perhaps even deserved some suffering before its death, to bring solace to the innocent villagers who had perished. "Brother Qingchen, I don't quite understand this part," A timid question interrupted his thoughts. Beside him, a girl with clear, confused eyes was seeking clarification. Just as Lin Qingchen was about to explain, a terrified shout echoed from outside the village. Murder! The cry sent a jolt through Lin Qingchen, and he rushed outside. He recalled the villagers as simple and pure-hearted, especially more united after the dragon calamity. So how could a murder suddenly occur? The girl, noticing the situation, quickly followed with a worried expression. At the village entrance, the middle-aged Beast Tamer was protecting a group of frightened children. His beast appeared battered, evidence of a fierce battle. Opposite them stood a gang of fierce bandits, surrounded by several second- and third-tier beasts. Although not exceptionally strong, they posed a significant challenge to the middle-aged man. Hand over those kids, the bandit leader sneered. We heard the village is free from the dragon's control, so we came to visit. Selling these kids as food for the nobles' beasts in the kingdom would fetch a good price. Never, the middle-aged man replied coldly. Not only because of Lin Qingchen's kindness, but also because he couldn't stand by and watch these innocent children fall victim to such cruelty. Huh, a beast tamer, acting all righteous, the bandit leader smirked disdainfully. The bandit leader cast a cold glance at the middle-aged beast master before him, a disdainful smile curling at his lips. Though his strength was slightly inferior to his opponents, he had many subordinates, and even a fourth-tier beast master couldn't withstand the onslaught of their combined force. Not only do you, a beast master, dare to stop us, but even those ordinary villagers have the nerve to resist. The bandit leader scoffed, then flashed a cruel smile. Let me tell you a secret. These goods are bought by the nobility of your dynasty to feed their beasts. The middle-aged beast master's pupils widened in shock as he stared at him in disbelief. He knew exactly what goods referred to, but he couldn't believe the dynasty had become so corrupt. Absurd, the middle-aged man replied, his voice still cold, but now with a hint of uncertainty. Enough talk. Surrender the people or die. The bandit leader impatiently waved his hand, and the surrounding beast masters immediately understood, commanding their beasts to encircle the middle-aged man and the children. At this tense moment, a soft sigh broke the standoff. Kid, get lost. The bandit leader sneered as he saw it was only a young boy, but when they noticed the delicate-looking girl behind him, greed flashed in their eyes. Change of plans. I want that girl too, besides these children. As for the boy, kill him. Oh, quite the appetite for trafficking, isn't it? Lin Qingchen shook his head with a light laugh. Now that it's clear, let's get started. Just as the bandit leader moved forward, a burst of black flame pierced through his body. He turned to ash before he could even scream, more pitiful than the dragon before him. You all will meet the same fate, Lin Qingchen said calmly, looking at the remaining bandits. They had no time to escape, and in a blink, the ground was littered with ashes. With their masters dead, the beasts couldn't escape either. Looks like I'll have to have a word with this dynasty, Lin Qingchen said, his tone icy. He turned to the pale-faced Chon'er. Are you scared? Chon'er isn't afraid. The little girl shook her head vigorously, but her expression betrayed her. The stark contrast between the gentle, brotherly figure she knew and his fierce actions was hard for her to reconcile. Lin Qingchen approached and gently patted her head. Chon'er, remember, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only by being strong can you protect what you want to protect. Okay, Chon'er replied crisply, her big eyes blinking. Good girl. Brother Qingchen will go seek justice for you all. Lin Qingchen turned to the middle-aged beast master and handed him a pale blue beast core. Take these and protect them for me. The middle-aged beast master hesitated for a moment before accepting the core and nodding in agreement. If the dynasty was indeed as corrupt as the bandit leader claimed, he had no intention of taking the children back. The capital of this unnamed dynasty, though not as prosperous as the Xia, has its own unique atmosphere. The city is filled with the courtyards of nobility, each housing fierce beasts. These courtyards are off-limits to commoners, who can only hear the cries and smell the blood wafting from within as they pass by. In one such courtyard, a young man in a brocade robe leisurely enjoys the meat on his table. He picks up a piece, takes a bite, and smacks his lips in satisfaction before casually tossing the remaining bone to the beast in the corner. The beast immediately lunges forward, devouring it greedily. At that moment, a servant rushes in, nervously whispering in the young man's ear. Master, the king has called a meeting, saying someone from the sacred land has arrived. After delivering the message, the servant stands aside, barely daring to breathe, his eyes flicking nervously towards the feeding beast. Over the years, many servants like him have met their end in the beast's belly, and he knows he is no exception. To stay alive, he must remain cautious. Sacred land. Upon hearing these words, the previously relaxed young man stands up abruptly. This could be his golden opportunity to rise to power. If he could gain entry to the sacred land and train there, in time, he might even overthrow the dynasty. With this thought, a smile spreads across his face as he waves his hand. The beast immediately understands and swallows the servant whole, under the servant's terrified gaze. Moments later, The beast's eyes glow with a faint crimson. The young man gently strokes the beast's head, affectionately saying, "My dear, my future depends on you." This display of affection is chilling to witness. Such scenes play out repeatedly in courtyards across the capital. And even though this is the capital of the dynasty, no one dares to intervene. After all, not every dynasty has strict laws like Xia. Outside the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man of imposing presence, the dynasty's only 7th-level beast master, and the current ruler studies a group of young disciples from the sacred land. To his surprise, each of these young individuals, no older than their early 20s, possesses power comparable to his own. As expected of sacred land disciples, truly extraordinary, he muses to himself. The leading young disciple gets straight to the point. No need for pleasantries. Have all the prodigies of the dynasty been gathered? Their mission is straightforward, to recruit new disciples for the sacred land. Although the sacred land usually does not interfere with the dynasty's internal affairs, the discovery of an unpolished gem by the Qingchen Holy Land from the dynasty has quietly shifted the balance of power between the two great sanctuaries. Although Qingchen Holy Land has been somewhat restrained recently, their strength remains formidable with 2 saint-level beast masters in residence. And with the rising talent of Baiji, they could soon boast 3 saints, enough to dominate the eastern state. If that happens, the position of the Zhongling Holy Land might become precarious. The ruler stood in the great hall, observing the group of young disciples from the Holy Land, pondering silently. The prideful demeanor of these disciples made his expression change slightly, but he quickly masked it with a smile as he welcomed them inside. In his mind, aligning closely with Zhongling Holy Land was of utmost importance. Ahem, this is the most outstanding prodigy of our dynasty, the ruler introduced with a smile. As soon as he spoke, a young man in the hall straightened his chest and formed a hand seal. Instantly, a 6-pointed star array lit up in the hall, and a majestic beast appeared out of thin air. The eyes of the gathered nobility flickered with envy. Displaying such power in this setting meant a chance to step beyond the dynasty. The ruler's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This young beast master had reached the 5th level, only 2 levels below the strongest in the dynasty. However, the disciples from the Holy Land merely shook their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with disappointment. These small dynasties are truly too weak. Even their strongest youth is only at the 5th level. How can they be called prodigies? Finding a talent comparable to Baiji here is harder than finding a beast core on the ground, said the leading young man with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I heard that recently, the great Xia dynasty had 2 prodigies whose strength rivaled Baiji, but unfortunately, they were harmed by Qingchen Holy Land. If our sanctuary elders had been present, they would have intervened. Such prodigies, lost just like that, is truly a pity. Upon hearing this, the ruler's expression darkened. If he were strong enough, these arrogant prodigies might have become nourishment for his beasts. Brother Chong, let's go, a junior sister said softly, her stunning beauty captivating the prodigies of the dynasty. Yes, the young man addressed as Brother Chong nodded, unable to hide his disappointment. Just as they turned to leave, a faint laugh echoed from the sky. Lin Qingchen, seek justice for the villagers and common people of the dynasty. At these words, the dynasty's people turned pale. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Holy Land looked towards the sound, only to see a figure riding a dragon, eyes filled with an imposing gaze, as if a deity had descended. Who was that person? Among the many disciples of the Zhongling Holy Land, the leading young man stared intently at Lin Qingchen's beast. He was secretly amazed, thinking that this young man's strength might be on par with his own. Could he be a prodigy from the Qingchen Holy Land? Yet, he had never heard of anyone named Lin Qingchen. The young man furrowed his brows, pondering the origins of this mysterious youth. As a disciple of the Zhongling Holy Land, he was well aware of the difficulties faced by beast masters outside the sanctuary. A 7th-level strength was enough to rival the ruler of a small dynasty. Even in the great Xia dynasty, such a prodigy was rare. A glimmer of determination flashed in the young man's eyes. He resolved that their Zhongling Holy Land must recruit this youth. Where do you come from, boy? The ruler of the dynasty asked with a light smile. Although he couldn't gauge the strength of the young man's beast, he assumed that such a young beast master could at most rival the young men under his command. Does it matter where I come from? Lin Qingchen replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of the Zhongling Holy Land. A flicker of anger crossed the ruler's eyes as he coldly said, "Want to watch a show? Then let me show you the strength of this ruler." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Attack." Suddenly, numerous archers mounted on lion-tiger beasts appeared, firing a volley of arrows at Lin Qingchen. The arrows, accompanied by a fierce wind, rained down like a storm on the young man in the sky. Meanwhile, the 5th and 6th level beast masters in the palace ordered their beasts to join the fray, creating a breathtaking scene. The young man previously introduced by the ruler was overjoyed at the sight and immediately exerted all his strength. Since the disciples of the Holy Land hadn't valued him, he saw this as an opportunity to impress them. However, faced with such a formidable onslaught, Lin Qingchen closed his eyes and remained silent, appearing deep in thought. He recalled what he had seen and heard on his way to the dynasty's capital. People living in misery, low-level beast masters treated like ants before the powerful, not to mention the ordinary citizens. Although a few cities upheld justice, they were as rare and precious as oases in a desert. Along the way, Lin Qingchen had witnessed too many disgusting phenomena, with even local officials not escaping the taint of corruption. Lin Qingchen felt a sense of helplessness. He had helped in villages before, but what could he do in the face of the suffering of thousands of households? Even if he provided temporary relief, he couldn't stay there forever. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted. He was simply powerless. Reflecting on his experiences in the Great Xia dynasty, Lin Qingchen realized that the era founded by that person seemed not to have fundamentally solved the problems. Though the world of beast masters was constantly developing and various systems were becoming more refined, something still seemed missing. Though Lin Qingchen did not yet possess the strength to change the larger landscape, he resolved to start with this small dynasty. With this thought, he slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the challenge before him. In Lin Qingchen's hand, a faint wisp of black flame quietly emerged. This enigmatic fire seemed born to destroy the filth before him. Inspired, he decided to name it Black Flame. At that moment, the archers and beast tamers witnessed a scene they would never forget. The black flames surged like a tide, consuming everything in its path. Retreat! The leader of the Zhongling sanctuary shouted, his face turning pale. Even though he hailed from the sanctuary, he had never seen such terrifying flames and was secretly horrified. With a thunderous roar, the once jubilant banquet was reduced to ashes. In an instant, only a handful of the dynasty's elite remained. The rest perished in the inferno. The ruler, witnessing this, lost the courage to summon his beasts. Trembling, he fell to his knees and pleaded, spare me, young hero." Lin Qingchen ignored his pleas, leaping off Xiaobai and walking step by step toward the middle-aged man. The short distance felt like an eternity to the ruler, each step pressing on his heart. In despair, the ruler placed his hopes of survival on the distant sanctuary members. Lords, save me." The fear of death had altered his voice. Lin Qingchen glanced at the sanctuary members, his tone calm, yet chilling. "Are you planning to interfere too?" At that moment, to the prodigies of the sanctuary, Lin Qingchen seemed less like a human and more like a terrifying humanoid beast. They involuntarily stepped back. The leader took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. This matter has nothing to do with Zongling's sanctuary. He marveled inwardly. This young man has the potential of Baiji of the Qiankuan sanctuary. Good, then you need not say more. Lin Qingchen raised his hand lightly, silencing the youth, then turned to the ruler. "So, how do you wish to die?" Before the words were fully spoken, the black flame, capable of incinerating everything, ignited at the ruler's feet. His piercing screams tore through the night, yet no one dared to intervene. Lin Qingchen watched expressionlessly, though a hint of doubt arose in his heart. In the past, he might have felt some emotion, but now he was unmoved. Was it the influence of the black flame? He resolved to use this power cautiously in the future to avoid unnecessary effects on himself. Not far away, the members of Zongling's sanctuary looked at this battle-hardened youth, their hearts filled with dread. Faced with the ruler's screams, they pretended not to see, fearing to invite disaster upon themselves. "Hello, we are disciples of the Zongling sanctuary and would like to invite you to join us for cultivation." The disciple of the Zongling sanctuary standing before Lin Qingchen was respectful and humble, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance when facing the dynasty's prodigies. This sudden change surprised his fellow disciples, some of whom seemed about to speak but were stopped by his gentle gesture. In the Eastern continent's cultivation world, who could rival the Zongling sanctuary except for the Qiankuan sanctuary? Receiving a personal invitation from a sanctuary disciple was a great honor for any beast master. However, Lin Qingchen merely smiled calmly and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment." While Zongling indeed seemed like a great place, directly accepting the invitation might not garner the attention of the higher-ups. Lin Qingchen was secretly planning. He needed a more striking way to make an entrance. The young man took a deep breath, undeterred by Lin Qingchen's polite refusal. "In 5 days, Zongling Sanctuary will hold a disciple recruitment ceremony. If you are interested, you are welcome to attend." Saying this, he handed Lin Qingchen a compass-like object. For ordinary people, the sanctuary was like a mythical paradise, and even a 9th-tier beast master would struggle to find it without the sanctuary's guidance. "Thank you." Lin Qingchen accepted the compass, his mind racing with thoughts. The deep foundations of Zongling Sanctuary might help him unravel the mystery behind Lin Qingshua's power. This thought made him sigh softly. The power behind that girl was likely no less formidable than the 2 great sanctuaries of the Eastern continent. Even the unusual nature of Qiqi made him ponder how could an ordinary child be so calm and composed? Shaking his head, Lin Qingchen decided to set aside these thoughts for now and focus on his immediate goals. Seeing Lin Qingchen accept the compass, a hint of satisfaction flashed in the Zhongling sanctuary youth's eyes, and he wisely took his leave. In the central continent, the phrase, among the myriad sacred clans, the Lin clan reigns supreme, is widely known. Even though the Lin clan had fallen into decline, its status remained unshakable due to its bloodline's origin. At this moment, within the mountains where the Lin clan resided, countless powerful presences rose and fell. At the mountain's peak, an intense aura drew the admiration of many young men, prompting a strong figure to murmur, "Has the young lady awakened? How could such an outstanding and beautiful woman not captivate anyone's heart?" Although it's said that there are people in Dongzhou who have won the admiration of such a woman, how could anyone in that barren land compare to them? At the peak of a cliff, a delicately beautiful young woman sat quietly. Her figure, though not as striking as Qi Yan's, was perfectly alluring. Beside her lay a fire fox, somewhat similar to the one in Lin Qingchen's memory, yet distinctly different. The fox's three tails swayed gently, and the aura it emitted was several times stronger than when it was in the Daxia dynasty. "Master Chun, when can I leave the clan?" Lin Qingxue turned, her gaze landing on the elder behind her. Her voice was soft, but carried a hint of anticipation. Although she belonged to the Lin family, she felt no sense of belonging to her clan. If staying in the Daxia dynasty wouldn't bring unnecessary trouble to that young man, she would never have compromised and returned. The elder, known as Master Chun, smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Mississippi. In the coming days, our ancestors' relics will surface, and the location is in Dongzhou." Though not particularly powerful, he was the person closest to Lin Qingxue in the clan, responsible for taking care of her daily needs, and it was he who brought her back to the Lin family. If that young man is as extraordinary as you say, he will naturally be there, and then you will meet. As soon as he finished speaking, a rare smile appeared on Lin Qingxue's face, a sight only Master Chen witnessed. Seeing this, the elder sighed softly. It's a pity that such an expression only appears when mishears news of that young man. Only he is qualified to enjoy it. The elder shook his head, looking at Lin Qingxue with a complex gaze, filled with reluctance. If this girl knew the news, the whole of Dongzhou might face disaster. Miss is the one the Lin family has been waiting for, the one whose talent is closest to that of the great ancestor. In Zhongzhou, the Ji family. In terms of heritage, the Ji family may not be as profound as the Lin family, but they have become one of the top sacred families in Zhongzhou. Many beast tamers prefer the Ji family over the Lin family due to its rapid development, hinting at an eventual surpassing of the Lin family. No one knows why such a small family rose so quickly. Patriarch. In the Grand Hall, a powerful elder bowed slightly to the figure seated on the main seat. The Ji family patriarch raised a hand in gesture. "Send word. Dispatch our prodigies to the site of the ancestors' relics." "Yes." The beast tamers in the hall raised their heads slightly, eyes gleaming with fervor. It was this patriarch who elevated the Ji family to such an admirable height. If the beast emperor is the god of the beast-taming world, then the Ji family patriarch is the god in their hearts. Shortly after, the revered patriarch went alone to a secluded cave, entered, and bowed deeply, his face showing reverence. If the clan members saw this, they wouldn't believe that the god in their hearts could be so respectful. "Your instructions have been conveyed," the patriarch said reverently. After a long pause, a cold, emotionless voice echoed from the cave. I wonder if I could." Hearing this, the Ji family patriarch's face lit up with excitement, a stark contrast to his dignified image in the hall. "You may." With the brief response, the Ji family patriarch stood silently, eyes closed, as a light surged into his body. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an intense sharpness, and a powerful aura erupted from within him, breaking the shackles that had hindered him for years. The Ji family patriarch clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. It's truly intoxicating. Now, he finally had the qualifications to challenge the Lin family. The clan leader of the Ji clan took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. This realm had troubled him for so many years, and now he finally saw a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. A calm voice echoed through the tranquil cave, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Yes," responded the Ji clan leader, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He was secretly pleased, knowing that the Lin clan would never expect that the esteemed figure would choose to side with the Ji clan. The thought of the Lin clan's reaction when they discovered this made the leader's lips curl into a slight smile. This time, fortune was finally favoring the Ji clan. "Sir, will you assist with the matter of the inheritance?" the clan leader cautiously probed. "I will." The brief response allowed the leader to finally relax. He was well aware that no one in the world could rival the person before him, not even the guardian of the Beast God Tower. 5 days later, the entrance to the Zhongling Holy Land in the eastern state was bustling with people. Many beast tamers were arriving in droves, all eager to secure a chance to train in the Holy Land. Recently, several disciples from the Holy Land had brought back prodigies from various dynasties. Although they couldn't find anyone as outstanding as Bai Ji, there were still many promising talents comparable to the ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. On a high platform, an elder gazed at the bustling crowd at the mountain gate and sighed softly. It's a pity we can't intervene with the great Xia dynasty, otherwise. His tone was full of regret. These new arrivals, while good, didn't have anyone particularly exceptional. Yet the prodigies from the great Xia dynasty, especially Bai Li Hongfeng, had already gained a reputation here, with a talent that rivaled that of Bai Ji from the Qingchen Holy Land. Damn Qingchen Holy Land, muttered an elder beside him. Mind the relations between the two holy lands, the elder reminded. Understood, the elder replied with a smile. Once we find an opportunity to eliminate Bai Ji, it'll be our turn. I've heard that the Grand Elder of the Qingchen Holy Land has recently gone into seclusion, though I'm not sure if it's true. But at least it eases some of our pressure. Now, let's see the strength of these dynastic prodigies. In the crowd, a young man silently observed the elders on the platform. These were the legendary elders of the Zhongling Holy Land, their power likely surpassing even that of his father, the emperor. After witnessing the domineering nature of the Qingchen Holy Land, Xia Zhang, formerly known as Zhang Jiang, had resolved to train himself. Only by becoming stronger could he protect those he wished to guard and no longer feel powerless. As the third prince of the great Xia dynasty, he watched as his father, the strongest among the dynasties, had no voice in the face of the Holy Land, and he certainly couldn't choose the Qingchen Holy Land, which pursued the prodigies of great Xia as his destination. Xia Zhang stood on the testing grounds of the Zhongling sanctuary, surveying his surroundings. Not far away, a group of young people were eagerly showcasing their beast-taming skills, hoping to catch the attention of the sanctuary's elders. Some of them had already reached the level of 6th-tier beast tamers, which made Xia Zhang marvel at the sanctuary's formidable reputation. If this is just the test and it attracts so many powerful individuals, how strong must the actual disciples of the sanctuary be? What caliber are their beasts? Xia Zhang pondered to himself. At that moment, a young man with a menacing look approached Xia Zhang, smiling as he said, "Hey, want to team up with us?" Xia Zhang cast a wary glance at the beast beside the young man, quickly assessing that he was at least a 5th-tier beast tamer. Noticing other accomplices around the youth, Xia Zhang immediately realized that this invitation might have ulterior motives. "No need," Xia Zhang calmly declined. "I'm just here to broaden my horizons, nothing more." The young man narrowed his eyes, his tone turning cold. "Are you sure?" Remaining composed, Xia Zhang thought to himself, he probably won't make a move here. After hearing Xia Zhang's response, the young man's lips twitched slightly. He gave Xia Zhang a long, hard look before turning away, having memorized his face. In a corner, a handsome young man named Lin Qingchen observed the scene, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. He sighed softly. This Xia Zhang, is he bound by some kind of fate? We've switched through 3 different maps, and he's still here. Seems like Xia Zhang might run into trouble later. Lin Qingchen decided that if things got dangerous, he would step in to help. Just then, an elderly man appeared, seemingly walking on air. Though he hadn't summoned a beast, his presence was imposing, indicating he was a significant figure in the sanctuary. The elder announced the rules for the selection. Everyone would fight for themselves, and the last 50 people standing within the light pillars would gain entry to train at Zhongling Sanctuary. As soon as he finished speaking, blue light pillars began to emerge across the vast grounds. Some youths quickly occupied these pillars, turning them red. Lin Qingchen looked up at the towering light pillars and murmured to himself, "A battle royale, huh? This could be interesting." A slight smile played on his lips. "In that case, I, Lin Qingchen, will claim a spot." "No, make that 2. As the old man's words faded, the atmosphere in the arena became tense. The eyes of many young talents sparkled with excitement, each secretly convinced that they would be among the 50 chosen ones. Suddenly, a loud shout of "Charge!" broke the brief silence. A young beast tamer, riding his beast like an arrow released from a bow, dashed towards the nearest light pillar. He unceremoniously knocked aside a competitor who hadn't yet reacted and quickly claimed the blue pillar. In an instant, the pillar turned red, signaling the start of the competition. This scene seemed to ignite a fuse, as other beast tamers followed suit, and the entire field descended into chaos. Even the powerful 6th-ranked beast tamers dared not be careless, fearing unexpected injuries amidst the melee. However, not everyone chose to dive directly into the fray. Some cautious beast tamers deliberately avoided the blue pillars, opting to watch and wait. They understood the subtlety that the old man only mentioned occupying the pillars without specifying when it would end. Keeping a safe distance might allow them to seize an opportunity at a critical moment. Of course, there were also some less powerful beast tamers, like Xia Jiang, the 3rd prince from the great Xia dynasty, who found themselves struggling in the chaotic battle. "Damn it," Xia Jiang muttered, his expression dark as he watched the suddenly frenzied youths and beasts around him. He had initially believed his strength would allow him to stand out, only to find himself ranking towards the lower middle among these elites. Recalling the strange look from the sacred land disciple who brought him here, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. At this moment, the mysterious young man who once supported him was nowhere to be seen, and even his father, the emperor, could not seek justice for him in this sacred land. Yet Xia Jiang did not give up. His snake-like beast carefully maneuvered along the battlefield's edge, avoiding the flying remnants of the fights. Lin Qingchen observed all this from a distance, feeling a sense of admiration for Xia Jiang. This kid is impressive, he thought. A fourth-rank beast tamer daring to compete here is bolder than I was in my day. He noted that although Xia Jiang's snake was of red quality, it was still among the best in this group, far exceeding the average beast tamer's level. However, as Lin Qingchen pondered, he keenly sensed that Xia Jiang seemed to have become a target for some. Sure enough, the previously aggressive young man smirked coldly and charged towards Xia Jiang on his beast. Seeing this, Xia Jiang's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately commanded his snake to retreat. Despite its exceptional agility, the snake's chances against a higher-rank opponent were slim. After all, it was just an ordinary snake, far from being a dragon, and could not compare to the mysterious young man's beast, Xiaobai. Lin Qingchen watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of anxiety for Xia Jiang. However, it seemed that the young man didn't intend to eliminate Xia Jiang, but was deliberately forcing him into a specific position. Lin Qingchen's gaze was fixed on a young man who had already claimed a pillar of light. That man, with a cold demeanor, stood beside a massive rock giant, deterring anyone from challenging him lightly. 7th tier strength, huh? Lin Qingchen pondered, scrutinizing the beast. Such power was among the top in the field, likely already catching the attention of the elders from the sacred land. Trying to use someone else to do the dirty work, pushing Xia Jiang into this person's attack range? Clever plan. Lin Qingchen squinted, seeing through the other's intentions. Moments later, the red pillar of light flickered slightly, and the young man's gaze fell on Xia Jiang. As Xia Jiang stepped into the light, a sense of danger washed over him. Looking up, he saw a colossal rock beast coming into view, its gigantic fist descending slowly. Despite Xia Jiang's snake beast's incredible speed, the rock giant's attack range was simply too vast. I concede, Xia Jiang quickly shouted, knowing full well he couldn't handle such a formidable opponent at his current level. However, the young man seemed oblivious, continuing to command his beast to strike. Boom. The punch landed, affecting not only Xia Jiang, but also the surrounding beast tamers. They cast resentful glances at the young man before retreating. A 7th-tier beast tamer was not someone they could afford to provoke. Isn't this a bit much? A worried elder in the sky asked softly. Don't worry. That punch may look powerful, but it won't be fatal to the boy, the leading elder said with a smile. Still, he needs a lesson. Coming here with 4th-tier strength is underestimating our Songling's sacred land. Although their disciples invited these so-called prodigies, a 4th-tier beast tamer's strength was indeed a bit lacking. Such a level might only be acceptable to lesser factions. Damn it, ugh. Moments later, Xia Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood. His beast was nowhere to be seen, having taken most of the damage from the earlier attack, and likely severely injured and unconscious. As the contract holder, Xia Jiang naturally felt the impact, his face pale as paper. Though the surrounding beast tamers disdained the young man's actions, they were helpless. However, when the young man heard Xia Jiang's vulgar words, his face darkened, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the rock giant's fist swung down towards Xia Jiang once more. Xia Jiang's pupils contracted as he stared at the stone fist. Is this the terror of death? Did Lin Qingchen also experience this feeling? It's quite unpleasant. Scenes of his time with the young man flashed through Xia Jiang's mind. It's said that at the brink of death, one recalls unforgettable memories. Surprisingly, what surfaced wasn't his life in the palace, which caught him off guard. Is that guy really that good? As he thought about it, Xia Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile. Qingchen, I'm coming to join you, Xia Jiang whispered in his heart, closing his eyes. Yet, at that critical moment, a teasing whisper reached Xia Jiang's ears. Not bad. A 4th-tier beast tamer daring to come here. Your courage has grown quite a bit. A voice tinged with a hint of mockery suddenly rang out, causing Xia Jiang to freeze in surprise. He turned his head and saw a familiar face, now marked with a touch of weariness, appear before him. You? Qingchen, Xia Jiang murmured, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Lin Qingchen smiled slightly and whispered in Xia Jiang's ear. Yes, your father spared my life. These words acted like a jolt of adrenaline, filling Xia Jiang with a surge of joy. He was about to ask more questions when Lin Qingchen raised a hand to stop him. This isn't the place to talk, Lin Qingchen said calmly. Leave the rest to me. Xia Jiang couldn't help but ask worriedly. That guy might be a 7th-level beast master. Can you handle it? Lin Qingchen patted Xia Jiang on the shoulder with a confident smile. Can or can't doesn't apply to me. With that, he stepped forward. This scene caught the attention of the elders watching from a distance. An old man chuckled. Looks like someone is about to face Nangong Han. I'm afraid it won't end well, another agreed. No one among these beast masters can match him. The head elder watched Lin Qingchen thoughtfully and said softly, "However, that young man seems to be no ordinary person. Let's wait and see." Lin Qingchen approached the young man, squinting slightly, and asked with a smile, "Don't you think you went a bit too far?" The young man's face darkened as he barked, "Who do you think you are? Get lost if you don't want to die." Lin Qingchen sighed and stretched his neck. He was naturally gentle, but the other party was being overly aggressive. 7th level beast, red quality. Is it really that impressive? Lin Qingchen looked directly at the young man, his tone calm. If that's the case, he'll try a different approach. His words left the beast masters present stunned. No one expected someone to actually dare to challenge the young man. The young man who had previously forced Xia Jiang into the light column sneered. To him, this newcomer was just another fool. No wonder they were friends with that failure. In the next moment, a look of shock appeared on the faces of everyone present. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky, and all the beasts, whether they were dragons, tigers, or other creatures, instinctively bowed down, feeling an overwhelming sense of reverence and submission. "What rank is that beast?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "Who do you think you are? Did I give you permission to speak?" A cold voice came from above the dragon's head, plunging the entire arena into silence. The young onlookers were stunned and filled with excitement. They realized that today's battle would be an unforgettable memory for the rest of their lives. In the sky, the elders who had been chatting and laughing were now dumbfounded. After a long pause, one elder stroked his beard, took a deep breath, and said, "This young man would make a fine disciple for me." "Get out of here. I haven't even spoken yet," another elder retorted immediately, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. They all knew that Songling Sanctuary had struck gold this time. That was a true dragon. Its quality was undoubtedly golden. Dragons and phoenixes have always been the pinnacle of the beast-taming world. For hundreds of years, only Bai Ji of Qianquan Sanctuary possessed such a beast. Even having a trace of true dragon or phoenix bloodline was enough for the two great sanctuaries and numerous dynasties to invest heavily in their cultivation. Regardless of the young man's background, he was worth their attention. "Ah, these old fellows, behaving like this over a young man. It's disgraceful." One elder expressed disdain for such behavior and said slowly, "Don't you agree?" He looked at the leader and asked. The leading elder gazed at the young man in the arena and smiled faintly. "This young man has the potential to be my disciple." In the arena, the young 7th rank Beast Tamer, Nangong Han, looked troubled. His rare rock attribute beast was completely suppressed by the dragon in the sky, leaving him with no courage to make a move. "I admit defeat," Nangong Han said, looking at Xiaobai with fear in his eyes. Lin Qingchen chuckled. "Admit defeat already? That's not what you said earlier." "Who cares what he said? Let's just give him a beating first." Boom. Xiaobai's eyes slowly locked onto the rock giant's hollow eyes, and under its pressure, the mighty rock giant couldn't move. Lin Qingchen instantly appeared in front of Nangong Han, smiling as he gently pressed the latter's head against the rock giant's head. Boom. A loud explosion resounded. "This young man is really ruthless." An elder clicked his tongue in amazement. "What do you know? Ruthless, strong, and with rich combat experience. Where can I find such a disciple?" Another elder immediately countered. "Why is he your disciple? I haven't spoken yet." For a moment, the elders of Songling Sanctuary bickered like old men in a village. "This boy has the potential of Bai Ji. No, he surpasses Bai Ji," one elder remarked with a smile, watching the scene unfold. It seemed that Songling Sanctuary was finally going to rise to prominence. "Does it move you that I'm not killing you?" Lin Qingchen asked softly, pressing down on the young man's head with a playful smile. His eyes flickered with a complex light, clearly having other plans for this young 7th rank Beastmaster. Lin Qingchen pondered. Reaching the level of a 7th rank Beastmaster at such a young age surely meant substantial resources backing him. In all of East Continent, few could compare. Wasn't this exactly the kind of talent he needed? However, the young man stubbornly shook his head in response to Lin Qingchen's question. Lin Qingchen frowned. It seems the lesson isn't enough. On the massive rock giant's head, a scene unfolded that was hard to watch. The surrounding Beastmasters looked on with schadenfreude. After all, losing a strong competitor for the Songling sacred ground was good news for them. After a brief silence, the area erupted again with the sounds of beast battles, creating chaos. Yet, the pillar of light where Lin Qingchen stood became a forbidden zone, as if shrouded by an invisible barrier. Moments later, Lin Qingchen released the bruised young man, taking a deep breath. "Fighting really is exhausting," he muttered to himself, then turned to the struggling young man with a teasing tone. "Don't worry, I'm quite kind. I'll leave this light pillar for you." Lin Qingchen weighed his options. He could kill the young man, but there was no need. He wasn't afraid of the forces behind this person, but what about Xia Jiang, the 4th rank Beastmaster? The current Xia dynasty was likely under immense pressure from the Qianquan sacred ground, struggling to move forward. Even Uncle Xia might not be able to protect him. Besides, leaving Xia Jiang a target wasn't a bad idea. After all, A 7th-rank Beastmaster as a tool was rare. Let's take care of business first. With a thought, Lin Qingchen signaled his pet beast, Xiaobai, who immediately understood. Under the terrified gaze of another Beastmaster, Xiaobai flicked its tail, sweeping the person out of the light pillar's range. Seeing this, the elders of the sacred ground finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their biggest worry was that Lin Qingchen might only be here for practice and not intend to enter the Zongling sacred ground. History had its share of such rebellious geniuses, including the founder of their own sacred ground. The elders feared Lin Qingchen might have a similar nature, which would be problematic. Announce the results, an elder suggested. Since the dragon-riding youth had claimed a spot, the fate of the others was irrelevant. The surrounding elders nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same thought. 10 breaths remaining. The assessment ends. As this announcement echoed, the entire area descended into madness. The onlooking Beastmasters couldn't believe how quickly the entry assessment ended. Those who had just occupied the light pillars instantly became targets, leading to chaos. Lin Qingchen leapt down from the stone, approached Xia Jiang, and whispered, "Follow me." Xia Jiang was initially surprised, but then followed without hesitation. Although he didn't know what Lin Qingchen planned, he was sure that following him was the right choice. Meanwhile, in a corner of the field, a young 5th-rank Beastmaster smiled with joy, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. If Xia Jiang were present, he would have recognized the Beastmaster immediately. It was the same person who had previously invited and attacked him. Normally, this person wasn't strong enough to rank in the top 50, but due to Lin Qingchen's involvement, the situation became chaotic, allowing him to seize an opportunity and secure a spot. As the countdown neared its end, the young man noticed the two approaching him at a leisurely pace. His pupils contracted and cold sweat formed on his forehead as he silently prayed for time to pass quickly. The elder responsible for the countdown noticed something amiss and quietly asked his colleague, "That kid hasn't entered the circle yet. What should we do?" "You old fool, have you lived this long and still can't count?" the other elder scolded. "Delay it a bit. Wait for the kid to enter the circle before ending it." Another elder timidly reminded. "It seems he wants to leave a spot for that 4th-rank Beastmaster." This comment plunged the elders into silence, as a 4th-rank Beastmaster's strength was indeed too weak. Suddenly, a nonchalant voice sounded, "Let him be. As long as he arrives, the remaining 14 spots can be decided by this boy." This statement left the elders with strange expressions, as even the reclusive lord was stirred by the situation. "Lord, are you planning to take this child as your disciple?" one elder cautiously asked. "Since you put it that way, I suppose it would be impolite not to," came a light laugh after a moment. The surrounding elders immediately cast disapproving glances at their previously outspoken colleague. In the arena, the young 5th-rank Beastmaster was anxious, hoping for time to end quickly. Yet those 10 seconds seemed to stretch endlessly. Lin Qingchen walked up to the young man with an impassive face and said calmly, "You leave." The young man looked up and met the boy's cold gaze, managing only a bitter smile. "I won't repeat myself," Lin Qingchen said in a steady tone. "Either walk out on your own, or be carried out." Even without Xiaobai by his side, dealing with a mere 5th-rank Beastmaster was a breeze. The young man was speechless, casting a resentful glance at Xia Jiang behind Lin Qingchen before leaving in frustration. Lin Qingchen turned to Xia Jiang and said, "While there's still time, quickly find another. This spot is yours, they won't dare to take it." Xia Jiang thanked him with a complex expression. The boy who once stood by his side had now left him far behind. He resolved to become stronger as well. Under the expectant gazes of the elders, Lin Qingchen confidently stepped into the pillar of light occupied by Xiaobai. Assessment complete. As the light's color changed, the elder's voice echoed across the sky. The elders in the sky were relieved, thankful that the boy had entered the circle in time. Meanwhile, the young man who had hoped to claim a spot was left with a stiff face, filled with regret. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.